Chapter 1. Huang Family Village, My Unusual Eyes. In the realm of Douluo, situated at the border between the heavenly Do Empire and the star Luo Empire, lies a quaint little village known as Huang Family Village. Within the humble abode of the village chief, a venerable old man in his 70s cradles a bundled infant in his arms. What a delightful baby! I wonder which heartless parents abandoned such a precious child. The poor thing is innocent. Fortunately, I happened to pass by, otherwise it would have been devoured by wild beasts in that jungle tonight. Alas, such a pitiable child. Well, since I have no offspring or grandchildren, I shall adopt you. But what shall I name you? I have it. I shall call you Huang Wei. A lovely name. From this day forth, you shall be known as Huang Wei. Chief Huang Nan chuckled heartily, thrilled at the prospect of raising a child who would ensure he is not left alone in his twilight years. He promptly contacted a local shepherding family to procure some goat's milk for Huang Wei. Soon, news of the village chief's adoption of an abandoned infant spread like wildfire throughout Huang Family Village. The villagers, known for their kindness, rallied together to lend a hand, recognizing that caring for a baby at Huang Nan's age would not be an easy task. However, to their surprise and delight, this infant seemed remarkably different from others. He rarely cried or fussed, instead displaying an unusual calmness that endeared him to all. Little did they know, the baby in their midst was also observing them, taking in this new world. Though he appeared as a mere infant, the deep, dark eyes held a profound wisdom beyond his years. Have I crossed over, or have I been reborn? Uncertain of the nuances between crossing over and rebirth, he identified himself as Huang Wei, at least in name. In his previous life, he had been a citizen of Huaxia, laboring tirelessly until his body succumbed to exhaustion and he met an untimely demise. Upon awakening, he found himself in this unfamiliar world, transformed into an infant. He had no knowledge of how he ended up in that jungle. All he remembered was being picked up by an old man who declared his intent to adopt him, subsequently naming him Huang Wei, a curious coincidence. Following that, it was all about feeding and the villagers flocking around him. Unbeknownst to him, 3 years swiftly passed. Now, 3 years old, Huang Wei had learned to walk 2 years prior. With the soul of a man in his 30s guiding this youthful form, he had gleaned much knowledge about this world from the villagers over the past 3 years. Despite his small stature, his actions had garnered considerable admiration from the villagers. Remarkably, I have arrived in the world of Douluo, a realm from a fantasy novel. Here, 2 superpowers exist: the Heavenly Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, along with various sections. The current timeline features the Martial Soul Hall, which means I have indeed crossed into the first part of the story. Tangsa must be here as well. However, this fellow was a disciple of the Tang sect in his previous life, equipped with the Xiantian skill and an array of techniques, hidden weapons, and poisons. As for me, is the system even present? After a prolonged silence, it became evident that he was nothing but a waste. The system had chosen to overlook him. This one too I shall suffer if this continues. I must hasten my training to cultivate soul power as soon as possible. In 3 years, I will awaken my martial soul. In the courtyard, Huang Wei was engaged in vigorous exercise, perspiration dripping from his brow as he panted heavily. Simultaneously, he was engaged in an internal monologue. His regimen consisted of push-ups, frog jumps, squats, bear crawls, punches, kicks, pull-ups, sit-ups, and running. He committed to this routine thrice daily, morning, afternoon, and evening, striving to complete 100 repetitions each time. He had embarked on this journey a year prior, understanding that a solid foundation must begin in childhood, complemented by a proper diet. Now, at merely 3 years of age, he stood approximately 1.4 meters tall, possessing an exceptionally robust physique, with muscles already well-defined. As he completed his final set and prepared to return indoors, an unexpected jolt coursed through his heart, causing his vision to darken as he collapsed to the ground. When he regained consciousness, he found himself submerged in a wooden tub filled with an array of herbal scents. Plant name: blue silvergrass. Growth duration: 15 years, useful until level 11. Function: provides slight restoration of soul power. Usage 1. Herbal bath, take 20 to 40 stalks, extract the essence, and boil it with water for bathing. The optimal effect occurs within 1 hour of loss, with no more than 3 baths per day. The body absorbs the medicinal properties, allowing for a minor accumulation of soul power. Usage 2. Oral consumption, take 20 stalks, extract the essence, mix with a small bowl of clear water, and simmer for 30 minutes. The optimal effect occurs within 1 hour of loss, with no more than 2 doses per day. Oral consumption only aids in recovering lost soul power. Plant name, green vine. Growth duration, 20 years, useful until level 11. Function, slightly enhances physical resilience. Usage 1. Herbal bath, take 10 to 20 stems, extract the essence, and boil with water for bathing. The optimal effect occurs within 1 hour post-exercise, with no more than 3 baths per day. Usage 2. Oral consumption, take 5 stems, extract the essence, mix with a small bowl of clear water, and simmer for 30 minutes. The optimal effect occurs within 1 hour post-exercise, with no more than 2 doses per day. Upon witnessing the array of information regarding the plants before him, Huang Wei felt utterly bewildered, instinctively shouting in his mind for the system to respond. Yet, there was no answer. Rubbing his eyes, he pondered, is this the awakening of a unique ability in my eyes? If this is not a martial soul, it could very well be my golden finger. Better than nothing, since there's no system, this will suffice. Afterward, he could no longer see the previous messages. But when he focused his gaze on another plant, a thought emerged, and, as he desired to know its information, the familiar display returned to his eyes. It was then he realized that he had stumbled upon an unexpected boon ability related to his vision. He then attempted to observe other non-plant objects, but to no avail. Finally, an elderly man appeared before him, offering no insights. Returning his attention to the plants yielded results. In that moment, he understood that this ocular ability was limited solely to plants. Muttering to himself, he mused, it lacks a name. I shall christen it about plant eye. Too unappealing. Then perhaps eye of living beings? Who knows, it might one day allow me to see beyond mere plants. Chief Huang Nan's frail, yet concerned voice broke through. My dear grandson, you have finally awakened. You frighten me to death. I've told you time and again not to engage in such strenuous training. You're only 3 years old. Why put your body through such torment? 3 more years swiftly passed. Huang Wei immediately averted his gaze, his expression tinged with remorse. Grandfather, I apologize for worrying you. Rest assured, I will be more cautious in the future. He understood that Huang Nan's demeanor was rooted in concern for him. Having lived 2 lives, he knew the pain of being just another face in the crowd, and tragically, he had lost his parents in a car accident during his childhood, barely surviving on government aid. In this new life, he didn't even know the identities or appearances of his biological parents. Yet, now he had a caring elder who had taken him in, along with the warmth of the villagers, filling him with gratitude and joy. Thus, he made a silent vow. He would strive to become a powerful soul master to repay those who had helped him, transforming Huang family village into a prosperous community. You have shown me kindness one day. I, Huang Wei, shall repay you 100-fold. In that moment, a fierce determination glimmered in his eyes. Huang Nan gazed at Huang Wei, whom he had watched grow since infancy, and a gentle smile graced his face. Some things are destined. In 3 years, you will turn 6, and that will be the time of your martial soul awakening. However, if your martial soul lacks soul power, no matter how hard you strive, you will remain an ordinary person, or perhaps a slightly stronger ordinary person, unable to achieve greatness as a soul master. Having watched him grow, Huang Nan recognized that Huang Wei was unlike other children. His maturity was remarkable. At times, he found himself questioning whether this child was truly just a child. He understood that Huang Wei's relentless training aimed to alter the fate of his martial soul awakening, striving to ensure he possessed soul power. Yet could this truly be realized? He was uncertain, but witnessing Huang Wei's unwavering dedication made it difficult for him to intervene. Huang Wei, whose hands were immersed in the medicinal bath, suddenly clenched his fists and took a deep breath, his tone resolute. Grandfather, sometimes lives can be changed. I firmly believe this. I aspire to grow stronger, to repay the kindness of you and the village that nurtured me. Moreover, I must uncover my true identity, who my parents are, and why they abandoned me. These questions I must resolve in the future. Otherwise, I shall never find peace. Upon hearing these words, Huang Nan was profoundly moved. He chose silence, understanding the significance of Huang Wei's actions, and sighed inwardly. His grandson has truly matured despite lacking blood ties. Everything has been worthwhile. After a moment, his aged voice resonated gently. Grandson, strive with all your might. Your grandfather and the entire village stand behind you. If you ever feel weary out there, remember that this place is your home as well. In whatever you choose to pursue, I shall unconditionally support you. But you must promise me to prioritize your own safety above all else. Never act recklessly. Once life is lost, nothing remains. I will certainly do so, grandfather, Huang Wei replied, his gaze resolute as he nodded. My grandson is indeed unlike other children. Haha. Huang Nan smiled knowingly. I shall head in to prepare a meal. Now, once you finish bathing, come in to eat. All right. Huang Wei nodded emphatically. Unbeknownst to him, 3 years had swiftly passed. On this particular morning, a youthful boy, standing approximately 1.55 meters tall, dashed rapidly along the village path with a bamboo basket slung across his back. Though the boy appeared youthful, he radiated a sense of maturity and composure. Dressed in short sleeves and shorts, it was evident that every muscle on his body was well-developed and robust. His physical strength and health far surpassed those of his peers, even those aged 6 to 10. As he ran, he cheerfully greeted the villagers around him, who responded with joy. This boy was none other than Huang Wei. Unknowingly, 6 years have passed. Little Wei has truly transformed greatly. Is he off to gather various plants again? At just 6 years old, he is already so sensible. If only my child could exhibit half of his maturity, I would have far less to worry about. The decision to bring him back was undoubtedly the right choice by the village chief. Is today his 6th birthday? That means he will awaken his martial soul in a few days. I wonder what it will be. I am genuinely looking forward to it. Upon hearing this, the villagers were filled with curiosity and anticipation. Huang Wei was a child they had collectively nurtured, considering him as one of their own. Not only was he sensible, but he also possessed a level of intellect far beyond his years, making him a favored figure among them. Returning home, Huang Wei set down the bamboo basket and extracted the aged Qingting and Xilan vines along with the Balanhua within. These were not soul beasts, merely ordinary plants. Plant name, Qingting. Plant age, 85 years. Applicable to soul masters below level 15. Effects, enhances bodily resilience. Usage 1. Usage 2. Plant name, Xilan vine. Plant age, 80 years. Applicable to soul masters below level 15. Effects, increases bodily hardness. Usage 1. Usage 2. Plant name, Balanhua. Plant age, 90 years. Applicable to soul masters below level 20. Effects, aids in strengthening mental power. Usage, crush 5 to 10 flowers to extract the essence. Boil in a ceramic pot for 10 minutes. Let cool and apply 2 drops to the forehead before meditation or sleep for automatic absorption. Gazing at the analysis before him, Huang Wei felt immense satisfaction. Over the past 3 years, he had been utilizing these plants to assist in his training, and he was particularly thrilled to discover plants in the surrounding forest that could enhance mental power. It is worth noting that in this world, without specific techniques or conditions, cultivating mental power is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Even simple meditation yields minimal results. Moreover, Huang Wei was currently engaged in triple cultivation: physical training, soul power cultivation, and mental power training. This undeniably required a significant investment of time and effort, especially as he progressed further. However, the Balanhua was the only plant he had discovered thus far that could aid in mental power cultivation, filling him with unparalleled excitement. For the past 3 years, he had diligently trained, increasing his capacity through foundational training methods. After that sudden, fainting episode, he had not experienced such an occurrence again. Setting these items aside, he entered the room, finding Huang Nin absent likely out running errands for his small business at this hour. Thus, he made his way to the yard, where he had fashioned simple exercise equipment for himself. After shedding his shirt, he resumed his training. I am now 6 years old surely. In the coming days, I shall undergo my martial soul awakening. I am truly filled with anticipation. What can my martial soul possibly be? With boundless excitement, he engaged in vigorous exercise. He understood that the sweat he had shed over the past 6 years would soon manifest in the results of his endeavors. Once his training concluded, night had fallen. Sweaty and exhilarated, he entered the house and retrieved from a drawer a small bottle resembling a palm's-eyes potion, containing a peculiar liquid of a pale red hue interspersed with blue specks. Chapter 3. Merging with the ancestral dragon martial soul, selecting soul energy, initiating the primary ancestral dragon body ding. The fusion commences. The system's notification resonated as streams of profound energy surged from the depths of Yao Xuan's being, coursing through his veins and blood, perpetually flowing towards his limbs. As this energy disseminated, an indescribable sensation of comfort enveloped Yao Xuan from all corners of his body, causing his temperature to rise several degrees. A layer of iridescent light, imperceptible to the naked eye, radiated from his skin, while warm energy manifested in his sea of consciousness, imbuing him with an overwhelming sense of tranquility, reminiscent of returning to his mother's embrace. Simultaneously, the cells and tissues within Yao Xuan fervently absorbed this energy, undergoing an enigmatic process of reorganization and metamorphosis to align with the binding of the ancestral dragon martial soul. A tingling sensation spread throughout his body. And with the emergence of this tingling feeling, Yao Xuan sensed a continuous enhancement of his physical prowess. All right, children, it is time for us to embark on our journey. After a brief span of 10 minutes, as all the children finished their breakfast, Li Mei stood up, clapped her hands, and declared in a light-hearted tone. Upon hearing Li Mei's words, the children rose in unison, forming 2 lines and obediently following her out of the Hmph orphanage. Is this truly the Douluo Continent during the era of the Dragon King legend? The wonders of soul guidance technology are indeed remarkable. Although the fusion of the ancestral dragon martial spirit within him was still underway, as the system had indicated, this process was relatively gentle and would not significantly affect Yao Xuan. Thus, he discreetly lifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings. After 2 millennia of evolution and the advancement and proliferation of soul guidance technology, the Douluo Continent had undergone a remarkable transformation. Towering edifices flanked the streets, and sporadic soul-guided vehicles traversed the thoroughfares, presenting a striking resemblance to Earth in the 21st century, and in some aspects, even exuding a greater sense of technological sophistication. However, unlike Earth, the soul-guided vehicles on the Douluo Continent were exorbitantly priced. A standard soul-guided vehicle could cost hundreds of thousands of federal coins, while the average monthly salary for a commoner barely reached 1,000 federal coins. Consequently, the children could only walk to Hmph Academy. Children, stay close to me and do not fall behind. As Yao Xuan continued to observe his surroundings, Li Mei turned to the children, offering her admonition before leading the way. Ding. The binding of the ancestral dragon martial spirit has been successfully completed. Personal information has been updated. Would you like to view it? After another 10 minutes, as Yao Xuan strolled along the street, the system's prompt chimed as expected. View. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yao Xuan responded without hesitation. In an instant, a glimmer of silver flashed before his eyes, and a transparent attribute panel materialized, revealing the effects of his eye of observation ability, albeit focused on himself. Name, Yao Xuan. Age, 6. System ability, eye of observation, enhanced charisma, enhanced insight martial soul, ancestral dragon soul power, level 5. 20. Pending selection, ancestral dragon bloodline unlock level 0. Utilizing golden evolution points can enhance the unlocking of the ancestral dragon bloodline. As the bloodline unlocks, your physical attributes will continuously improve, granting you the ability to comprehend bloodline capabilities. Mental strength, 45. Mid-stage spirit origin realm, soul skills, none bloodline abilities, none battle armor, none mecha, none evolution points. 0. You can acquire evolution points while cultivating. 10,000 ordinary evolution points can coalesce into 1 golden evolution point. Golden evolution points. 0. Defeating formidable foes, completing system tasks, gaining renown, or consuming rare treasures can yield golden evolution points. These points represent the most miraculous energy in the universe and are the core of the super god system. They can be utilized to enhance your bloodline, soul power, mental strength, and skill proficiency. To become powerful swiftly, strive to acquire more golden evolution points. Skills: Forging, Level 0. Mecha Design, Level 0. Mecha Manufacturing, Level 0. Mecha Maintenance, Level 0. Level 5, 20. Pinning Selection? What does this mean? Staring at the soul power level on the system panel, Yao Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he could choose his own soul power? Just then, the system's notification chimed again. Ding. You may now select your innate soul power. Option 1. Innate soul power level 20. If chosen, your soul power level and talent will be deemed excessively high, resulting in your transfer to the Spirit Tower headquarters for special training, thus preventing you from remaining in Ally City. After Yue Na enters the human world, she will be picked up by Tang Wulin, causing you to lose the opportunity to interact with her and to win her heart in the future. Option 2. Innate soul power level 5. This choice compresses your soul power while enhancing its purity. Your innate soul power will be reduced to level 5, but your talent will slightly increase, allowing for a faster advancement rate than that of option 1 in the future. By selecting this option, you will remain in Ally City, and Yue Na will encounter you rather than Tang Wulin upon her entry into the human realm, allowing you to reside together long-term. You can plant the seed of love in her heart, ensuring that her affections will belong solely to you in the future. Moreover, by choosing to stay in Ally City, you will also gain the opportunity to interact with the destined child, Tang Wulin. You can nurture him from a young age and, in the future, recruit him as your subordinate. I choose option 2. After contemplating for merely a few seconds, Yao Xuan made his decision. Compared to the disparity of a 15-level innate soul power, winning Yue Na's heart was of utmost importance. Her identity, beauty, and the myriad hidden opportunities she represented were worth far more than an additional 15 levels of innate soul power. After all, though one could cultivate to regain low soul power, losing Yue Na's affection would yield no remedy, no matter the tears shed. Is this confirmation? With Yao Xuan's declaration, the system's notification sounded once more. Yes. Yao Xuan nodded without hesitation. Ding. Soul power level confirmed. Personal information updated. Soul power, level 5, Soul Master. Ding. The ancestral dragon bloodline has been activated. Current unlock level 0. You have gained the ability of the primary ancestral dragon body. Would you like to unlock it? With Yao Xuan's affirmation, 3 system notifications chimed once more. Oh, the primary ancestral dragon body, a bloodline ability? How splendid. Of course, I shall unlock it. Upon hearing the system's prompt, a flicker of joy flashed in Yao Xuan's eyes as he declared, "Commence unlocking." As his words echoed, the system's voice resonated once more, releasing waves of wondrous 9-colored light that permeated and spread throughout his being. During the fusion with the ancestral dragon martial soul, Yao Xuan's physical attributes underwent a transformation to accommodate the divine caliber of the ancestral dragon, and with the unlocking of the primary ancestral dragon body, his physical prowess surged at a perceivable rate. Firstly, regarding strength, although only the primary ancestral dragon body had been unlocked, Yao Xuan felt as if his power had nearly doubled, with significant enhancements in stamina, speed, recovery ability, and cellular vitality. Furthermore, various tissues within Yao Xuan's body exhibited a faint 9-colored hue, signifying an extraordinary metamorphosis in his muscles, bones, organs, and even blood. Additionally, the previously tiny meridians within him had been burst open, their flexibility increased manifold, swiftly clearing many obstructed branches, thereby allowing Yao Xuan to accommodate a greater volume of soul power. Moreover, Yao Xuan distinctly sensed that the energy emanating from the primary ancestral dragon body had yet to be fully absorbed. Due to his physical limitations, he had only assimilated a fraction of the transformative energy, while the remainder lay dormant within him, awaiting absorption as his strength grew, thus facilitating his continued evolution. Chapter 4. Golden Evolution Points. In the first task, this sensation is truly exhilarating. I feel as though my body is brimming with strength. And this is merely the primary ancestral dragon body. How extraordinary would the intermediate or even the advanced ancestral dragon body be? As the fusion concluded, Yao Xuan marveled at the transformation of his power and physique, filled with anticipation. Post-fusion with the primary ancestral dragon body. Although Yao Xuan's body was still that of a 6-year-old, his strength rivaled the average of an adult devoid of soul power, far surpassing his peers. The unlocking of the primary ancestral dragon body was complete. Once the ancestral dragon bloodline reaches level 10, the next ability unlocking will commence. Strive diligently to acquire golden evolution points and enhance the ancestral dragon bloodline. Unlocked abilities, bloodline skill, ancestral dragon shatter step, active ability, right claw dragon transformation, passive ability. As Yao Xuan reveled in his newfound abilities, a transparent notification appeared before him, announcing the successful unlocking of the primary ancestral dragon body's bloodline abilities and detailing the next phase of unlocking. An active skill and a passive skill, quite splendid. However, achieving level 10 in the ancestral dragon bloodline would not be a trivial endeavor. After all, I currently possess no golden evolution points. I must strive harder. Gazing at the system's notification, a glimmer of yearning shone in Yao Xuan's eyes, followed by a resigned shake of his head. According to the information he received from the system, golden evolution points were not easily obtained. Each point was hard-earned, not merely acquired through simple cultivation. Of course, Yao Xuan could still accumulate ordinary evolution points through training, and for every 10,000 ordinary evolution points amassed, one golden evolution point could be condensed. This was a stable source of golden evolution points. However, according to the system's estimations, with Yao Xuan's current cultivation, he could gain a maximum of around 100 ordinary evolution points daily. This meant that through diligent practice alone, he could only attain 4 golden evolution points in a year, insufficient for unlocking his bloodline. Yao Xuan was not one to settle for mediocrity. Having fortuitously crossed into the Douluo Continent, awakened an extraordinary system, and acquired the ancestral dragon martial soul, he was determined not to become an ordinary soul master. His goal was to embark on the path of supreme transcendence. Regarding golden evolution points, aside from accumulating them through ordinary evolution points, the primary means of acquisition lay in defeating formidable foes, gaining renown, and completing system tasks. However, this also implied that Yao Xuan would tread a perilous path filled with battles and challenges. Yet, he embraced the unknown trials with enthusiasm. Ding. System task acquired. Breakthrough to Soul Master. Will you accept the task? Just as Yao Xuan's excitement peaked, the system's prompt rang in his ears. Accept. With his affirmation, a silvery light flashed before his eyes, and an ancient, transparent taskbar swiftly materialized. Task name: Breakthrough to Soul Master. Task description: Although soul warriors possess soul power, they still fall within the realm of mortals. Only upon reaching level 10, fusing with soul spirits, and breaking through to Soul Master, obtaining soul skills, can one truly embark on the path of transcendence. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Hasten to take your first stride on the path of invincibility in the Douluo Continent. Time limit: 2 years. Failure penalty: none. Failure to complete will result in forfeiture of task rewards. Task rewards: 100 golden evolution points. Cultivation method: Creation soul refining technique. First 3 layers: System ability, Space storage, System ability, Enhanced meditation, Infinite growth type, Soul Spirit X1, item. Upon use, it will replace the existing soul spirit. Achieving the status of Soul Master within 2 years should not pose too great a challenge for me. Reflecting on the task's requirements, Yao Xuan mentally analyzed the situation. During the transition from Soul Warrior to Soul Master, the cultivation speed was rapid. Even Tang Willing, with an innate soul power of only level 3, managed to ascend from level 3 to level 11 in 3 years. For Yao Xuan, who possessed an innate soul power of level 5 and a divine caliber martial soul, advancing 5 levels within 2 years would undoubtedly be within his grasp. Moreover, the rewards were evidently extraordinary. Space storage system capability, enhanced meditation system capability, and the creation soul refining technique. Immediately afterward, Yao Xuan cast his gaze upon the task rewards listed at the bottom. In the contemporary Douluo Continent, following the collision and amalgamation with the Sun and Moon continent, the technology of soul guiding devices has once again proliferated. Even those who are not soul masters can encounter numerous soul guiding devices in their daily lives. However, these devices are primarily ordinary soul guiding instruments. The crafting of spatial soul guiding devices is exceedingly intricate, rendering them rare and precious. Even a small spatial soul guiding device may cost hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of federal coins and typically requires an auction to obtain. With many soul emperors lacking their own spatial soul guiding devices, possessing the capability for spatial storage at the rank of a soul master is undeniably advantageous for Yao Xuan. Furthermore, he is certain that the spatial storage system granted by the Super God system is incomparable to any ordinary spatial soul guiding device. As for the creation forging soul technique, the very name suggests that it is far from mundane. It embodies a highly profound meditative art. Coupled with the enhanced meditation capabilities of the system, it will undoubtedly accelerate his cultivation speed significantly. intensifying Yao Xuan's desire to transcend the soul master realm. Finally, Yao Xuan's attention shifted to the last reward, an infinitely growing soul spirit, and a flicker of fervor appeared in his eyes. In contrast to soul rings, the soul spirits created by Yue Na possess the potential for growth, allowing for enhancement on the spirit elevation platform. Yet such advancements are often limited and constrained by the innate qualities of the soul spirit, with many reaching their peak at a millennium. However, the soul spirit awarded to Yao Xuan through this task is exceptional, not merely an ordinary spirit, but one endowed with infinite growth potential. It is not merely a matter of 100,000 years. Provided Yao Xuan can supply sufficient life energy, it could even ascend to a million-year soul spirit. A truly extraordinary prospect. All right, children, we have arrived at Hmph Academy. I will keep you all waiting outside until the teacher calls your names, at which point you may follow the teacher inside for the soul power test. Remember to be courteous to the esteemed soul master from the spirit transmission tower during the test and comply with his instructions diligently. At that moment, Li Mei halted with the children outside a building resembling a school and once again patiently reiterated her advice. Chapter 5, Testing Soul Power Understood, and Li Mei. Upon hearing Li Mei's words, the children responded in unison, standing quietly behind her in eager anticipation. Although it was still early in the morning, the streets outside Hmph Academy were already teeming with parents accompanying their children for the awakening of their martial souls, the youngsters being around 6 years of age, which is the minimum age for such a rite. Within the Sun and Moon Federation, it is not only a privilege but also a duty for eligible children to participate in the martial soul awakening. Even the most novice soul masters are regarded as significant resources for the Federation. From the Academy's entrance, parents continually emerge with their children, the majority of them looking dejected, their faces bearing expressions of regret, clearly indicating that their offspring's innate soul power was zero, precluding them from embarking on the path of a soul master. However, there were occasional parents who exited the academy with expressions of elation, their children undoubtedly having manifested both a martial soul and soul power, heralding a transformative journey ahead. These children would attend soul master schools, receiving an education markedly distinct from that of ordinary individuals, their lives irrevocably altered. Unlike conventional institutions, tuition at soul master schools is entirely waived, and students with commendable performance may secure generous scholarships. Moreover, any individual who advances to level 10 and becomes a soul master, regardless of age, is entitled to a subsidy of 1,000 Federation coins from the Federation. For great soul masters, this amount escalates to 10,000 Federation coins. Not to mention the myriad of additional benefits and privileges that can significantly enhance the welfare of their families. Consequently, whenever a child exhibiting innate soul power is discovered, envious and jealous glances abound, for every parent desires their offspring to possess the innate talent of a soul master, yet for the vast majority, this remains a mere fantasy. As time flew by, 2 hours swiftly passed, the sun growing increasingly intense, and the children's excitement waning considerably. Yet they remained fixated on the distant academy gates with hopeful anticipation. At this moment, a male teacher, approximately 25 years of age, emerged from the ranks of Hmph Academy, holding a roster in his hands, calling out several names, which belonged to Yao Xuan's companions. Children, go forth. Auntie wishes you all the best. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Li Mei responded with a smile, Thank you, Auntie. Several children quickly stood up, bouncing with excitement as they followed the teacher into the academy. Approximately 10 minutes later, they emerged, their spirits visibly diminished. Children, do not lose heart. It is entirely normal not to possess a soul companion, Li Mei reassured them. Now, let us share what our martial souls are. Observing the returning children, she offered words of comfort before inquiring further. My martial soul is a shovel, one exclaimed. Mine is a pair of scissors, another chimed in. Oh, my martial soul is a wheelbarrow, came the enthusiastic reply. Upon hearing Li Mei's words, the children began to chime in, enthusiastically sharing details about their martial souls. At that moment, a teacher from Hmph Academy stepped forward once more and called out, Yang Ya. Yao Xuan, Huang Yu. Responding to the teacher's summons, Yao Xuan and several other children rose excitedly and hurried towards him. Follow me. The teacher instructed in a calm tone, leading the children into the academy. As they walked along the academy's path, Yao Xuan took in his surroundings. Compared to Earth, there was not much difference here. The white-topped red walls appeared quite orderly and elegant, and an air of tranquility enveloped the place. All right, in an orderly fashion. Please proceed to the awakening chamber for your martial soul awakening. Upon reaching a domed teaching building, the teacher halted, turned to face the children, and issued his directive. Yes, teacher. Upon hearing the teacher's command, the children eagerly entered the grand dome-shaped educational building. In stark contrast to the orphanage, this structure was undeniably vast and towering. Comprising 7 levels, each featuring an awakening chamber for the manifestation of martial souls. Yao Xuan made his way to the awakening chamber on the 2nd floor. Unlike the exterior, the floor, walls, and ceiling of the awakening chamber were adorned with a myriad of intricate and mesmerizing patterns that left one in a state of wonder. Soul-guiding formations, perhaps? How extraordinary! Gazing at those formations, Yao Xuan felt the soul power within him begin to surge, and he couldn't help but marvel. Child, don't just stand there. Come here quickly, called a middle-aged man at the center of the awakening chamber, clad in an ancient orange robe embroidered with various soul beast motifs. He was a soul guide from the spirit transmission tower. Looking at Yao Xuan, he gently urged him closer. Had it been an ordinary child dawdling, the soul guide would surely have been somewhat irritated, valuing his time immensely. Yet, as he observed Yao Xuan, an inexplicable sense of warmth welled up within him. Softening his tone considerably, I apologize, uncle. These patterns appear so wondrous. I became a bit entranced, Yao Xuan replied, his thoughts returning as he hurried to the man's side. Offering his apology. Oh, those are soul-guiding formations, truly marvelous creations. If you become a soul master, you will have the opportunity to engage with them. Now, please stand in the center, the soul guide explained, his expression brightening with a gentle smile. All right, uncle, Yao Xuan responded. Upon hearing the words of the spirit master, Yao Xuan followed the instructions and stepped into a red circle on the ground. He focused his mind, preparing for what was to come. Noticing that Yao Xuan was ready, the spirit master uttered a command before closing his eyes. The moment had finally arrived. How exhilarating! At this instant, Yao Xuan felt a tinge of nervousness. Despite being a transmigrator and having previously discerned his innate soul power through the eye of observation, his heart raced slightly. As the spirit master's words resonated, a sphere of white light ignited in his hand, emanating a gentle radiance. Is this the essence of soul power? How wondrous! Gazing at the luminous orb, a faint yearning sparkled in Yao Xuan's eyes as he silently marveled. At that moment, the spirit master raised his right hand and pointed towards the ceiling. The white light in his hand shot upwards and surged into the soul-guiding array within the awakening chamber. With the infusion of soul power, intricate patterns illuminated the awakening room, cascading down from the ceiling along the walls, ultimately converging within the red circle beneath Yao Xuan's feet. A warm wave of energy surged from the soles of Yao Xuan's feet, causing him to tremble slightly. The surroundings blurred before his eyes, his body grew warm, and mysterious energies began to emanate from within him. Chapter 6. The Sub-Dragon Martial Soul, Adoption and Accompanying Soul Power, Splendid. In the Spirit Master's gaze, Yao Xuan's form was enveloped in a delicate halo of white light. As the energy radiated from Yao Xuan's surface, a glimmer of joy crossed the Spirit Master's features. Typically, among children born into ordinary families, only one in several hundred possesses accompanying soul power. Often, even a full day of awakening rituals may not yield a child with soul power. Thus, encountering a child endowed with such gifts brought considerable delight to the Spirit Master. An unexpected bonus was within reach. Now, raise your right hand, and let me see what your martial soul is, he said, a smile gracing his face. All right, uncle. Yao Xuan extended his right hand, palm upwards, and a radiant spectrum of colors erupted from his palm. These vibrant hues coalesced, forming a martial soul resembling a dragon, approximately 50 centimeters in length. A beast martial soul, and a rare sub-dragon type at that. Moreover, you possess accompanying soul power. Congratulations, you have commendable potential as a soul master. The Spirit Master's joy intensified as he beheld Yao Xuan's martial soul, speaking warmly. Actually, this is not merely a sub-dragon martial soul, but the ancestral dragon martial soul, the progenitor of all dragons. Upon hearing the words of the Spirit Master, Yao Xuan could not help but chuckle to himself. His ancestral dragon bloodline had only been unlocked to a mere level 0, and his soul power was a mere 5. The majestic aura of the ancestral dragon martial spirit had yet to manifest, which explained why the Spirit Master had mistaken it for a sub-dragon type martial spirit. However, Yao Xuan was not foolish enough to reveal his martial spirit. Come, child, place your hand upon this crystal ball and allow me to assess your innate soul power. The Spirit Master instructed, picking up a blue crystal ball from the side and positioning it before Yao Xuan. It has been 20,000 years, and they are still using such an ancestral crystal ball. Yao Xuan silently scoffed at the sight of the crystal ball in the spirit master's hand, but obediently extended his right hand to rest upon it. As he did so, he felt his soul power surge towards the crystal ball, and as his energy flowed in, a white orb of light illuminated the center of the ball. A second orb, a third, and then a fifth. Innate soul power level 5. Congratulations, child. With diligent cultivation, you possess a significant chance of advancing to Soul Master, and even the potential to challenge the realms of Soul Sect and Soul King, the Spirit Master explained with a smile, observing the results of Yao Xuan's test. I understand, Uncle. I will certainly devote myself to my training. Upon hearing the words of the Spirit Communication Master, Yao Xuan sincerely responded, his eyes brimming with determination. Very well. Since you possess innate soul power, please follow me. We need to make some additional modifications and registrations to your file. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, the Spirit Master gently patted his head and then led him to the registration office of Hmph Academy. Due to his possession of innate soul power, Yao Xuan qualified to enroll in the Academy's Elite Soul Master class, a prestigious program with the finest faculty and full tuition waiver. Moreover, having been identified as possessing Soul Master potential, Yao Xuan would no longer need to reside in the orphanage by customary practice. He would be adopted by a Soul Master family, and his foster mother happened to be Lin Shiming, a teacher at the academy. Yao Xuan, I hear you possess innate soul power? How enviable. Do come back to visit us whenever you can. Upon learning of Yao Xuan's qualifications, the other children at the orphanage gazed at him with envy, chattering excitedly and inquiring about his future. However, Yao Xuan merely completed the adoption procedures with Lin Shiming and left without looking back. Come, Yao Xuan, this will be your new home. I shall be your guardian from now on, Lin Shiming stated warmly. After a 30-minute walk, she brought Yao Xuan to their home, opened the door, and introduced him to his new surroundings. Thank you, mother, Yao Xuan said, gazing into Lin Shiming's eyes. Although he felt a tinge of displeasure at having a new, albeit adoptive, mother, he still obediently addressed her. Ah, what a good boy. Please rest well for now. I will prepare some food for you. The meals at the orphanage must not have been very good, right? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's call, Lin Shiming's eyes revealed a glimmer of affection and concern. She affectionately patted Yao Xuan's head before turning to head towards the kitchen. As Lin Shiming was set to be the homeroom teacher for the first grade and had no children of her own, the school had invited her to become Yao Xuan's adoptive mother. Although initially reluctant upon receiving this news, Lin Shiming found herself irresistibly drawn to Yao Xuan's unique aura upon meeting him, and she instinctively agreed to the role of his guardian. Lin Shiming's apartment, situated in the commoner district of Aoli City, was modestly spacious at nearly 80 square meters, featuring a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom. Despite being a level 22 Soul Master, her income was relatively comfortable. Sitting on the sofa, Yao Xuan surveyed his surroundings. A soul-guided electric light hung from the ceiling, accompanied by a soul-guided fan, washing machine, and television, resembling the comforts of 21st century Earth. After a brief respite, Yao Xuan concentrated and summoned his martial soul, attuning himself to the flow of soul power within. Although he had only awakened his martial soul and soul power a day prior, Yao Xuan felt an innate familiarity with them, as if they were an extension of himself. This was a result of the system's enhancement of his comprehension, significantly improving his grasp of soul power manipulation. However, as a level 5 Soul Master, his martial soul and soul power were still in their nascent stages, lacking brilliance. Yet, Yao Xuan remained unfazed, confident that as his soul power and the ancestral dragon bloodline grew stronger, his ancestral dragon martial soul would undoubtedly shine in the Douluo world. Tomorrow marked the beginning of school. Soon, he would encounter the fated child of this world, Tang Wulin. By wisely leveraging Tang Wulin's fortune, the acquisition of golden evolution points would be assured. Familiarizing himself with the operations of his martial soul and soul power, Yao Xuan contemplated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Tang Wulin would be attending the first grade Soul Master class at Hmph Academy, becoming his classmate for the next 3 years, or perhaps even longer. According to the system's description, individuals like Tang Wulin, blessed with fortune, were the prime sources of golden evolution points, and securing these points through proper utilization would be a trivial endeavor. Chapter 7. Initial acquisition of golden evolution points. Recruitment of Tang Wulin as a junior. And there was also Nar, the future Silver Dragon Princess. If all went according to plan, she would soon take her human form and enter society. Since I have arrived, the mission to rescue Nar naturally falls upon me. While sorting through his thoughts, Yao Xuan quietly devised a plan for the upcoming days. Come, Yao Xuan, It's time for dinner. Just as Yao Xuan was deep in thought, Lin Shiming emerged from the kitchen, bearing a steaming plate of food. Despite being a soul master, Lin Shiming often cooked for herself, and her culinary skills were commendable. After dinner, she assisted Yao Xuan in tidying up a bedroom, for this would be his new home for the next 3 years. Yao Xuan, rise and shine, it's time for school. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, as the sun began to peek over the horizon, Lin Shiming called Yao Xuan to awaken. Today marked the beginning of his formal education at Hmph Academy, where he would enter the Soul Master class for 3 years of study. According to the regulations of the Sun-Moon Federation, children in both elementary and secondary schools were entitled to compulsory education. The curriculum for elementary schools lasted 3 years, while that of secondary schools spanned 6 years, applicable regardless of whether they pursued Soul Master education. However, for children attending an elementary Soul Master Academy, if they could break through to level 10 and advance to Soul Master within 3 years, they could continue their studies at a secondary Soul Master Academy. Otherwise, they would have to transition to a regular school, and the requirements for entering a higher Soul Master Academy were even more stringent, necessitating a breakthrough to level 25 before the age of 15, which excluded many from the opportunity. After breakfast, Yao Xuan accompanied Lin Shiming to the classroom. At Hmph Academy, the ordinary class for first graders boasted over 1,000 students, while the Soul Master class comprised only 16, making the classroom feel particularly spacious. In Douluo Continent, children awakening their martial souls with accompanying soul power were exceedingly rare, especially in small cities like Aoli City, devoid of Soul Master families. The enrollment of 16 students marked the highest number in 5 years. In some years, the Soul Master class had even seen single-digit attendance. In the elementary academy, the ordinary class focused solely on standard cultural education, while for the Soul Master class, cultural lessons constituted less than 1/3 of their schedule. Instead, more time was dedicated to imparting meditation techniques, soul power control, and knowledge of the Soul Master realm, preparing these inherently gifted students for their transition to secondary academy. Good morning, children. I am your homeroom teacher, Lin Shiming. Over the next 3 years, I will impart to you the foundational knowledge of Soul Masters. Now, let us begin with introductions of your martial souls and innate soul power. Yao Xuan, why don't you start? Lin Shiming said, her face adorned with a warm smile as she gazed at the children. Hello everyone, my name is Yao Xuan. My martial soul is the lizard dragon, and my innate soul power is level 5. Stepping forward, Yao Xuan confidently introduced himself, adopting the martial soul officially registered by the transmission master. Wow, lizard dragon. It must be quite powerful since it has dragon in its name, exclaimed one student. Indeed, it is said that any martial soul associated with dragons is formidable. Another chimed in. Yes, it should indeed be quite impressive. As Yao Xuan delivered his self-introduction, the eyes of the surrounding children sparkled with envy, and a buzz of discussion filled the classroom, instantly igniting a lively atmosphere. Come, Yao Xuan, since everyone believes your martial spirit is formidable, why not showcase it for us? Listening to the children's chatter, Lin Shiming smiled and said, Very well, Teacher Lin. To prevent any disruption to the other children, Lin Shiming specifically reminded Yao Xuan to address her as Teacher Lin while at school. Yao Xuan was more than happy to comply, responding with a nod while extending his right hand. As he concentrated, ethereal, multicolored lights began to coalesce in front of him, and the ancestral dragon spirit manifested in his palm. Observing Yao Xuan's spirit, the excitement in most of the children began to wane, for outwardly, his ancestral dragon spirit did not exude the imposing grandeur they had envisioned. What kind of spirit is this? Oh dear, that strange sensation is returning. However, amidst the children, a boy with short black hair and strikingly distinct black and white eyes, whose appearance was quite remarkable, suddenly trembled. Without question, this boy was Tang Wuling. Upon witnessing Yao Xuan's spirit, Tang Wuling felt an immediate acceleration in his blood flow. His skin flushed slightly, and a mild dizziness enveloped him, as a soft golden light radiated from his body. Excellent demonstration, Yao Xuan. You may now retract your spirit. Next, it's your turn, she said, gesturing to the next student. Upon hearing Lin Shiming's words, Yao Xuan obediently retracted his martial soul and stepped back. The unusual condition of Tang Wuling's body also dissipated, and one by one, classmates took the stage to introduce themselves. Everything proceeded smoothly until the other children erupted into laughter upon hearing Tang Wuling's introduction, causing his small face to flush crimson, as if a fire were raging within him. Please do not ridicule our classmate Wuling, though blue silvergrass is indeed common. Let us not forget that the legendary sea god's martial soul from 20,000 years ago was also blue silvergrass. Furthermore, Wulin will be our classmate for the next 3 years, even if his martial soul is not as remarkable as others. We should not mock him, but rather extend our support. Yao Xuan, observing his classmates' laughter, refrained from joining in and instead offered this counsel. Thank you. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin felt a warmth spread through his heart, and his gaze towards Yao Xuan was imbued with a touch of gratitude. Ding! You have received the gratitude of the destined child, Tang Wulin, and gained 1 golden evolution point. At that moment, a slightly cold notification from the system echoed in Yao Xuan's ear once more. Excellent. Although it is merely 1 golden evolution point. I have only uttered a few words on behalf of Tang Wulin. The destined child truly is a remarkable prize, effortlessly bestowing golden evolution points. How splendid. I must make the most of this opportunity. Indeed, I shall endeavor to recruit Tang Wulin as my subordinate. Yes, that is precisely the plan. Upon hearing the system's prompt, a flicker of delight appeared in Yao Xuan's eyes. Although 1 golden evolution point may seem modest, the effort required to attain it through cultivation would demand over 3 months of dedication. For Yao Xuan at this moment, it represented a significant sum. Moreover, he had merely assisted Tang Wulin with a single remark to reap such rewards. With the wisdom of a time traveler, Yao Xuan knew that extracting golden evolution points from Tang Wulin would prove to be an uncomplicated endeavor. Consequently, he swiftly resolved to take Tang Wulin under his wing as a subordinate. Chapter 8. Brother Xian has your back, elevating the ancestral dragon bloodline indeed. Classmate Yao Xuan is absolutely correct. In the coming 3 years, we shall all be classmates. Even though classmate Wulin may need to exert greater effort in cultivating his martial soul, we should not mock him. Instead, we ought to support one another and forge ahead together. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shiming nodded in agreement, her expression reflecting admiration as she gazed at him. She then spoke earnestly, deliberately refraining from using the derogatory term often associated with Tang Wulin's martial soul, instead opting for a more tactful expression. The brief interlude swiftly concluded. And following Tang Wulin, the remaining classmates took turns introducing themselves. Among the 16 members of the Soul Master class, 2 possessed an innate soul power of level 5. 7 boasted a level 4, 6 had a level 3, and the last student was noted for having only a level 2, due to his superior innate soul power. Yao Xuan was naturally appointed as the class president under Lin Shiming's directive, while Wan Yun, another student with an innate soul power of level 5 and a stout build, was designated as the vice president, wielding a short blade as his martial soul. On this inaugural day of classes, the teacher would introduce the classifications of martial souls, soul masters, and soul beasts, covering the foundational knowledge of the soul master realm in the morning. In the afternoon, guidance would be provided to assist the students in their initial meditation practices. For you, meditation represents the sole avenue to cultivate your mental fortitude and enhance your soul power. Thus, if you aspire to become authentic soul masters, diligent practice is paramount. One must not become complacent simply due to innate talent and neglect their training. It is crucial to recognize that 3 years hence, upon graduation, if you have not attained a level 10, you will be unable to continue your studies at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy unless you can self-fund, relegating you to the ordinary Intermediate Academy, thereby significantly distancing you from the Soul Master world. At our Haoshan Junior College, only 30 to 40 students typically advance to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy each year. Hence, it is imperative that you cultivate a sense of urgency and make the most of your time. Remember, if you desire to gain more, you must be prepared to give more. Having completed the self-introductions and established the class committee, Lin Shiming ascended the podium once more, her demeanor serious as she slowed her pace to impart this crucial advice. Upon hearing Lin Shiming's words, most of the children's eyes remained shrouded in confusion. However, a few, including Tang Wulin, displayed a newfound determination. Now, let me first introduce the classification of martial souls. In the world of Douluo Continent, martial souls are primarily divided into 2 categories: beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. Having imparted her admonitions to her classmates, Lin Shiming finally delved into the main topic, commencing her elucidation on the knowledge pertaining to the realm of soul masters, the classification of martial souls, the categorization of soul masters, the relationship between soul beasts and soul spirits, the intricacies of soul skills and soul rings, as well as the history and evolution of soul guide technology. Listening to Lin Shiming's exposition, the children were utterly engrossed, their eyes shimmering with a longing that reflected their desire for the enchanting and profoundly mysterious world of soul masters. Like the other children, Yao Xuan attentively absorbed Lin Shiming's teachings as a transcender. He too found himself lacking in knowledge about the realm of soul masters and thirsted for understanding. Ding, ding, ding. The cheerful school bell rang, and before they knew it, 45 minutes had slipped by, marking the end of the first class. All right, students, class is dismissed. Let us take a moment to rest. Upon hearing the bell signaling the end of class, Lin Shiming announced the dismissal and subsequently exited the classroom. Hello, Tang Wuling. I am Yao Xuan, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Noticing Lin Shiming's departure, Yao Xuan rose from his seat and approached Tang Wuling, extending his right hand. Greetings, class monitor. Thank you immensely for your assistance in class today. As Tang Wuling gazed into Yao Xuan's eyes, his admiration for him deepened, and he promptly extended his right hand to engage in a firm handshake. By the way, Wuling, the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an immediate sense of familiarity. Henceforth, I shall be your elder brother. Should anyone ever bully you, do not hesitate to inform me. Brother Xian will protect you. Looking at Tang Wuling, Yao Xuan continued to speak. Isn't it somewhat inappropriate to form cliques within the school? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wuling's eyes revealed a hint of hesitation as he inquired, how can this be considered forming cliques? This is merely mutual assistance from Teacher Lin. Given that my abilities surpass yours, it is only natural for me to extend my help. If you do not mind, you may call me Brother Xian. Smiling at Tang Wuling, Yao Xuan elaborated with a friendly demeanor. Well then, Brother Xian, thank you for your willingness to assist me. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wuling felt a warmth in his heart. He tightly grasped Yao Xuan's hand and spoke. Ding. Having received the recognition and gratitude from the fated one, Tang Wuling, Yao Xuan was awarded 5 golden evolution points. Accompanied by Tang Wuling's words, the system's notification chimed once more in Yao Xuan's ears. 5 golden evolution points. Truly splendid. Within just half a day, I have amassed 6 golden evolution points, sufficient to elevate my ancestral dragon bloodline by 0. 6. Indeed, Tang Wuling is a veritable treasure. As the system notification resounded, a subtle smile crept onto Yao Xuan's face. His gaze toward Tang Wuling infused with a hint of fervor. Brother Xian, why do your eyes seem so passionate? It's making me feel a bit uneasy. Sensing Yao Xuan's intense gaze, a flicker of confusion appeared in Tang Wuling's eyes, prompting him to inquire further. It's nothing. I'm merely delighted to have made a friend like you. Upon hearing Tang Wuling's words, Yao Xuan promptly reined in his gaze and began to elucidate, engaging in casual conversation with Tang Wuling. The golden evolution points stood at 6. Soon enough, the bell for class rang once more, and Lin Shiming ascended the podium once again, commencing her lecture on the knowledge of the spirit master realm. At this moment, Yao Xuan delved into the system, casting his eyes upon the column of golden evolution points. Through his diligent efforts, the figure had risen from 0 to 6. System. Expend all golden evolution points to enhance my ancestor dragon bloodline. Gazing at the remaining golden evolution points, a glimmer of determination surfaced in Yao Xuan's eyes as he issued the command. As the core of the super god system, golden evolution points could not only augment the ancestor dragon bloodline, but also enhance Yao Xuan's mental prowess, soul power, skills, and other capabilities, rendering it an omnipotent entity. However, Yao Xuan understood that the might of the ancestor dragon martial soul hinged upon the ancestor dragon bloodline. Only through its continuous enhancement could the martial soul truly possess the power to look down upon all. Thus, Yao Xuan resolved to invest all his golden evolution points into refining the ancestor dragon bloodline. Spending 6 golden evolution points will enhance the ancestor dragon bloodline by 0. 6. Post-enhancement, the bloodline will reach 0. 6. Shall I proceed? As Yao Xuan focused his thoughts, the system's prompt resonated once again. Yes. Gritting his teeth, Yao Xuan nodded in affirmation. Chapter 9. 5 Hearts Towards the Heavens. Ding. Enhancement commencing. With Yao Xuan's mental command, the system's alert sounded anew. The 6 golden evolution points were deducted, transforming into an ineffable stream of energy that surged forth from the depths of Yao Xuan's being, coursing through his meridians and permeating his body. As this energy radiated, a faint, iridescent glow emanated from the tissues within Yao Xuan. As extraordinary 9-colored runes flickered in and out of existence, remodeling each of his cells and optimizing the genes within him. Moreover, during the fusion of the initial ancestor dragon body, the residual ancestor dragon power, previously unintegrated and lingering within Yao Xuan, was continuously absorbed, granting him further enhancement. Ding. Enhancement complete. Ancestor dragon bloodline unlock level 0. 6. Current ancestor dragon bloodline unlock level 0. 6. 10 minutes later, the fusion concluded. accompanied by the familiar chime of the system's notification. Excellent. My physical prowess has been further augmented, truly splendid. As he sensed the changes within his body, a smile of joy appeared on Yao Xuan's face. Roughly estimating, he believed his strength had increased by at least 30 kilograms, far surpassing that of an ordinary adult. Not only that, but he also felt his heartbeat grow stronger, his blood more viscous, and his recovery abilities enhanced, resulting in a comprehensive improvement of his physical condition. Merely with a 0.6 enhancement of the ancestor dragon bloodline, he had received such formidable reinforcement, igniting even greater anticipation and yearning within Yao Xuan regarding the unlocking of the ancestor dragon bloodline. Naturally, he understood that with the continual unlocking of the bloodline, the cost in golden evolution points for every subsequent increase of 0.1 would escalate at an astonishing rate. However, correspondingly, his rewards would undoubtedly multiply. Under Lin Shiming's tutelage, Yao Xuan gained a deeper comprehension of the Douluo Continent. Beyond imparting knowledge related to spirit masters, Lin Shiming also shared insights into the history and development of the Douluo Continent. Unbeknownst to them, the morning passed swiftly, and the children returned home. Due to special circumstances, Yao Xuan accompanied Lin Shiming to dine in the school cafeteria and rest in the teacher's lounge. Before long, afternoon arrived, and as the bell rang for class, Lin Shiming re-entered the classroom. Good afternoon, students. Today, I shall teach you the method of meditation. As I mentioned this morning, meditation is the most fundamental yet crucial practice for us spirit masters. To enhance your soul power, you must persistently engage in diligent meditation. Now, I will introduce you to a meditation technique known as the 5 hearts towards the heavens. This is a benefit provided by the Sun-Moon Federation to every spirit master. It is the most basic, simplest, and free meditation method. There exist many advanced meditation techniques beyond the 5 hearts towards the heavens, but they are primarily held by major factions. If you students aspire to advance to Spirit Elder, enter higher Spirit Master academies, or join the Federation's military, you will have the opportunity to encounter these techniques. Now, let us delve into meditation. The process of meditation involves drawing in the wandering soul power from the heavens and earth and transforming it into one's own soul power. To attract soul power, the first step is to sense the existence of wandering soul power. Now, listen to my guidance and close your eyes. Books on meditation were distributed to the children, and Lin Shiming began to meticulously explain the methods and nuances of sensing the wandering soul power in the environment. Is this the wandering soul power of the heavens and earth? What a marvelous sensation! Following Lin Shiming's instructions to close his eyes, Yao Xuan suddenly beheld clusters of white light surrounding him, prompting an inward exclamation of awe. Although Yao Xuan's innate soul power was merely at level 5, which may not seem particularly high, his ancestor dragon martial soul was of a divine level, and combined with the enhancements from the system, he was able to perceive the wandering soul power with remarkable clarity. Typically, the stronger one's innate soul power, the more sensitive they are to soul power, making it easier to sense the soul power present in the environment. According to standards, being able to sense the soul power within half an hour was already considered a commendable talent. Thus, encouragement was offered to all. Observing the children before her, Lin Shiming encouraged them. Keep it up, everyone. Teacher Lin, I believe I have sensed the wandering soul power you mentioned. At that moment, Yao Xuan raised his hand to speak. Oh, so quickly? Well then, try to use your mental power to draw forth this soul power and let me see if you truly have sensed the wandering soul power. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shiming's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. She then suggested, deep within her heart, she found it hard to believe that Yao Xuan could perceive the wandering soul energy so swiftly. However, she was also certain that Yao Xuan was not deceiving her. Thus she resolved to allow him to continue guiding the drifting soul energy while she conducted her examination. All right, Teacher Lin. Upon hearing Lin Shiming's words, Yao Xuan followed the method described in the 5 hearts toward heaven technique, channeling a thread of his spiritual energy to entwine around a wisp of wandering soul energy, which he then promptly drew towards his own body. The moment that wisp of soul energy made contact with Yao Xuan's skin, it was instantly absorbed, flowing into his meridians, and he felt a gentle warmth surge within him. Excellent. You have indeed sensed the wandering soul energy, and to succeed in absorbing it on your very first attempt is quite remarkable. It seems you possess a profound affinity for soul energy. As Yao Xuan successfully absorbed the soul energy, a glimmer of delight appeared in Lin Shiming's eyes, quietly celebrating his achievement. Now, Yao Xuan, why don't you take some time to review the subsequent content of the 5 hearts toward heaven technique? Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me. I shall attend to guiding the other students for now. By the way, if any of your classmates have questions regarding meditation, they may also seek your assistance. Lin Shiming advised, her expression reflecting her satisfaction as she looked at Yao Xuan. Understood, Teacher Lin. Listening to Lin Shiming's words, Yao Xuan obediently nodded in agreement. However, he did not continue to peruse the 5 hearts towards heaven technique. During Lin Shiming's lecture, Yao Xuan had already absorbed the entirety of the technique's content. As a fundamental and free method of meditation, the 5 hearts towards heaven was remarkably simple, thanks to the enhancement of his innate understanding through the system's capabilities. Yao Xuan fully grasped the technique after just one reading. Instead, he closed his eyes and silently followed the method's incantations, drawing upon the surrounding soul energy and absorbing it one by one, embarking on his inaugural meditation. As the soul energy entered Yao Xuan's body, it coursed through his meridians. A portion was absorbed by his physique, while another segment flowed into his dantian, leading Yao Xuan to feel a gradual abundance of soul energy within him. Chapter 10. Teaching Tang Wulin, the first encounter with Na practicing the 5 hearts towards heaven, his total soul energy increased. Current soul energy, level 5, 1. 2. Practicing the 5 hearts towards heaven, his mental strength increased. Current mental strength, 45, 3. 1. Mid-stage spiritual origin realm. Practicing the 5 hearts towards heaven. The system absorbed soul energy, evolution points 101. Upon concluding his practice, Yao Xuan slowly opened his eyes, and immediately, a transparent prompt appeared before him, displaying the results of his meditation. With a soul energy increase of 1. 2. It seems that I will require approximately 80 days to advance to level 6 Soul Master. This pace is rather slow. Moreover, as the level of soul energy rises, the amount required for each advancement increases significantly. If I aspire to ascend to level 10, I will need to invest at least a year and a half. Listening to the system's prompt, Yao Xuan couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction with his training progress. However, he soon relaxed and smiled, acknowledging that the 5 hearts towards heaven technique was merely a fundamental meditative practice. It was quite normal for the cultivation speed to be somewhat slow. Nevertheless, this was not a significant concern for Yao Xuan. Once he advanced to the rank of Soul Master, he would be able to complete system tasks, thereby acquiring the first 3 levels of the soul forging technique. Along with the system's enhanced meditation capabilities, his cultivation speed would surely ascend to new heights, and at that time, the world would be his oyster. Brother Xuan, I have some questions regarding meditation and soul power cultivation. May I seek your guidance? Upon seeing Yao Xuan awaken from his training, Tang Wulin hurried over. His eyes filled with envy as he gazed at Yao Xuan, his voice tinged with a touch of vulnerability. Due to Tang Wulin's martial soul being blue-silver grass and his innate soul power being relatively low, Lin Shiming had not devoted much attention to him, leaving little time for guidance. Consequently, without anyone to instruct him, Tang Wulin had only managed to faintly sense the existence of wandering soul power after an entire afternoon of meditation. Yet, when he attempted to absorb the soul power using the 5 hearts towards heaven method, he faced repeated failures. Thus, he looked at Yao Xuan with hopeful eyes, yearning for his guidance, especially since Yao Xuan had successfully drawn in soul power during his first attempt at cultivation. Of course, I would be delighted to assist you. Please, feel free to ask any questions you may have. Listening to Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xuan felt a secret delight in his heart. Yet another sum of golden evolution points had been credited. Thank you, Brother Xuan. You are truly remarkable. Tang Wulin's inquiries were merely fundamental questions, and for Yao Xuan, who possessed an enhanced comprehension system, they posed no challenge whatsoever. With just a few gentle nudges, Yao Xuan illuminated Tang Wulin's mind, dispelling his confusion as if lifting a veil of mist. Tang Wulin gazed at Yao Xuan with admiration, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Not at all. Should you encounter more questions in the future, feel free to ask me. If it lies within my capabilities, I will surely assist you. Yao Xuan replied cheerfully as he looked at Tang Wulin. Just then, the system's notification chime sounded once more. Ding. By guiding the destined child Tang Wulin, you have received his gratitude and admiration, earning 3 golden evolution points. Excellent. Another 3 golden evolution points credited. I can become even stronger. Tang Wulin truly is my lucky star. Upon hearing the system's prompt, a subtle smile graced the corners of Yao Xuan's lips as he nodded in satisfaction. He promptly allocated 3 points of golden evolution to the ancestral dragon bloodline. With the infusion of these golden evolution points, the potency of the ancestral dragon bloodline within Yao Xuan surged once again, reaching an impressive 0.9, merely a step away from the significant milestone of 1. Accompanying this enhancement of the bloodline, Yao Xuan's physical attributes experienced a remarkable augmentation, invigorating him with an abundance of energy. Children, class is dismissed. You may return home, however. If you wish to continue meditating, feel free to remain in the classroom. Half an hour slipped by, and as the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, Lin Shiming concluded her guidance and announced the end of the school day. Following the dismissal, Lin Shiming had to partake in various activities within the academy. Thus, she entrusted a set of house keys to Yao Xuan, allowing him to return home independently. As he wandered through the bustling streets, Yao Xuan quietly observed his surroundings, deepening his understanding of the Douluo world. While walking ahead, a small figure by the roadside instantly captivated his attention. It was a little girl with short silver hair. Her fair visage bore traces of dust, and her garments appeared somewhat tattered. Yet, she emanated a distinctive aura that irresistibly drew Yao Xuan's gaze. Moreover, the girl's eyes were equally extraordinary, adorned with long silver eyelashes that naturally curled upwards. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with life, resembling clear amethyst, seemingly reflecting his own image within them. Indeed, it was she, the future Silver Dragon King, sovereign of soul beasts, master of the spirit tower, Yue Na. To his surprise, Yue Na was just as adorable in her youth. Furthermore, it was truly my fortune to encounter Yue Na first. The system does not deceive me. Gazing at the distant girl, a flicker of joy illuminated Yao Xuan's eyes. At that moment, the little girl slowly lifted her head, meeting Yao Xuan's gaze, her beautiful eyes revealing a mixture of bewilderment and confusion. Little girl, where are your parents? Just then, from across the street, a group of young men with flamboyant hairstyles and outlandish attire approached, immediately drawn to the silver-haired girl. They sauntered over, grinning mischievously as they inquired. But the little girl averted her gaze, lowering her head once more. Such silver hair is truly rare. Perhaps she hails from one of the other 2 continents. One of the youths remarked. Moreover, her eyes are quite unique. Hey, why don't we sell her to the underground black market? We might fetch a handsome price. The youths exchanged glances, and one suggested, that makes sense. The folks at the black market would surely be interested in her. Let us go for it. Upon hearing the words of the young man, the tallest among them nodded slightly, then leaned down closer to the little girl. My dear, are you hungry? How about I take you to a restaurant for a delicious meal? He said, his eyes glinting with a feigned smile that belied his true intentions. Upon hearing the words of the young man, the little girl vigorously shook her head, her eyes betraying a sense of disdain. Humph, if you refuse to accept the invitation, do not blame me for being impolite. Observing her defiance, the leading youth's eyes darkened with malice as he reached out to forcibly seize the girl's arm, intending to drag her away, while the other youths encircled them, obstructing any view from the outside. Chapter 11. The hero saves the damsel, taking Nar home. Release her. At that moment, Yao Xuan stepped forward, raising his voice to interject. Upon hearing the voice of Yao Xuan, the group of young men was momentarily startled. When they turned to look, their eyes revealed an expression of indignation, directed at a diminutive boy, barely measuring around 1.20 meters, who stood just above their waists. You little brat, scram. Stay out of our business. One of the youths at the back glared at Yao Xuan, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes as he lifted his right foot, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Yao Xuan. Too slow. Despite being merely 6 years old, Yao Xuan, endowed with the initial form of the ancestral dragon physique and having enhanced his bloodline to 0.9, possessed a strength exceeding 100 kilograms, far surpassing that of an average adult male. His agility and combat awareness were similarly augmented. To Yao Xuan, the youth's kick appeared not only sluggish but riddled with openings. Thus, he offered a cold smile and deftly sidestepped, easily evading the attack. In response, Yao Xuan retaliated with a kick directed at the youth's leg. Clang. The youth, distracted by the presence of a small child, failed to focus and was caught off guard as Yao Xuan sidestepped his attack. Just then, Yao Xuan's kick struck his calf with a dull thud. Thud. Upon impact, the youth felt as if his leg had shattered, agony etched across his face. As he lost his balance and collapsed, clutching his leg and crying out in pain. Hmph, what a worthless fool. Can't even handle a child without getting injured. How embarrassing. Kid, if you don't want to meet your end, you'd best clear out. The leader of the group glared at the fallen youth, a fierce expression crossing his features. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger appeared in his palm, glinting ominously in the light. As he aimed it menacingly at Yao Xuan. Let her go? I am a soul master. If you have the guts, come at me. Yao Xuan regarded the leader with unwavering composure. With a mere thought, he raised his right hand, and a radiant spectrum of colors flickered as his ancestral dragon martial soul materialized before him, emanating a subtle wave of energy. Although Yao Xuan's soul power was only at level 5, lacking a spirit and spirit rings, and thus unable to unleash soul skills that could enhance his combat prowess, the martial soul and soul power themselves served as the finest talisman. Every soul master is a precious resource for children possessing soul power. Both the Sun and Moon Federation and the Spirit Transmission Tower maintain detailed records. Should such a child encounter misfortune, official channels would undoubtedly intensify their investigations, making it nearly impossible to conceal the truth unless one wielded immense power. Possessing soul power marks one as no ordinary child. Brother, let it go. If we truly engage, we won't escape the repercussions. Hurting a soul master seed could lead to a minimum of 20 years in prison or worse. A subordinate of the youth cautioned upon witnessing Yao Xuan revealing his martial soul and soul power. What a stroke of bad luck. Let us get out of here. Upon hearing the reminder, the young leader understood the gravity of the situation. With a reluctant snort, he abandoned the little girl beside him and hastily fled with his companions. What a heartwarming sensation. As the group of delinquents was driven away by Yao Xuan, a glimmer of admiration appeared on the little girl's face as she gazed intently at the ancestral dragon martial spirit in Yao Xuan's hand, whispering softly, "Phew, I'm relieved that I didn't confront those ruffians." Watching the young men scurry away, Yao Xuan couldn't help but exhale in relief. The tension that had lodged in his throat finally dissipated. Although Yao Xuan's strength surpassed that of an average adult male, he was still but one person and had not systematically trained in martial arts. A single pair of fists could hardly contend with multiple adversaries, especially when those adversaries wielded blades. While he would not have shied away from a confrontation, the possibility of injury would have been unfortunate. Thus, resolving the matter peacefully and prompting the retreat was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. Ding. Assist the Silver Dragon King. Do you not, juvenile, in evading trouble, earn her favor, and acquire 5 golden evolution points. At that moment, the system's notification chimed once more, and a faint smile graced Yao Xuan's face. Another 5 golden evolution points. How splendid. Each golden evolution point is a precious resource, and to acquire 5 without conflict is indeed a remarkable gain. Lost in thought, Yao Xuan approached the little girl. Do not be afraid. The villains have been driven away. Come, stand up. My name is Yao Xuan. What is yours? As he spoke, he extended his right hand to help her rise from the ground. My name? I am called Nair. Listening to Yao Xuan's question, the little girl with violet eyes blinked a few times, seemingly lost in recollection. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke, her voice as melodious and clear as a silver bell. Na, what a beautiful name that is, and your voice is equally delightful. Hearing Nair's voice, a gentle smile graced Yao Xuan's face. As she listened to Yao Xuan's words, Nair's delicate face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, remaining silent. By the way, Nair, did you become separated from your parents? Also, where do you live? Would you like me to escort you home? Observing Nair's charming demeanor, a wave of affection surged within Yao Xuan. This young Silver Dragon King was irresistibly adorable, rendering one almost tempted to commit a transgression. However, fully aware of Nair's true identity, Yao Xuan refrained from any inappropriate actions and instead gazed kindly into her eyes, inquiring with genuine concern. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, a hint of bewilderment flickered in Nair's eyes, and she hesitantly shook her head. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward, a discordant sound broke the silence. Causing Nair to lower her head even further, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Nair, are you hungry? If you cannot find your family, why not accompany me home for now? Yao Xuan said sincerely, gazing at Nair. To go home with you. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Nair slowly lifted her head, a hint of bewilderment surfacing in her violet eyes as she murmured, Rest assured, I am not a villain. Gazing into Nair's beautiful eyes, Yao Xuan smiled and replied, Very well, I shall accompany you. Captivated by Yao Xuan's demeanor, Nair felt her heart quicken as she looked into his eyes. Moreover, having been rescued from a nefarious individual by Yao Xuan, it was evident to her that he was not a bad person. Additionally, his martial soul seemed to exert a unique allure over her, prompting Nair to involuntarily nod in agreement to Yao Xuan's invitation. Chapter 12, Nair. You are truly beautiful 10 minutes later. Come, Nair, please take a seat and rest. I will fetch you something to eat. Opening the apartment door, Yao Xuan gently took Nair's hand and guided her to the sofa. After ensuring she was comfortable, he proceeded to the kitchen, retrieving a plate of cake from the soul-guided refrigerator and presenting it to Nair. Here you go, Nair. You must be hungry. Please, Indulge yourself. As Nara's eyes sparkled at the sight of the cake, hesitation quickly clouded her expression. Do not hesitate. This cake is truly delectable. Noticing the uncertainty in Nara's gaze, Yao Xuan smiled once more, breaking the cake in half. One piece for himself, and the other offered to Nar. Well, thank you. I shall not hold back. Enticed by the cake's delightful aroma, Nara's desire intensified, and seeing Yao Xuan consume his portion dispelled her apprehensions. Quietly expressing her gratitude, she extended her delicate hand to receive the cake, savoring each bite. After finishing a piece, Nara's wariness noticeably diminished. She raised her head. Her eyes filled with longing as she glanced at Yao Xuan. Nar, if you are still hungry, please feel free to eat. There is no need to be polite. Yao Xuan quickly deciphered her tentative gaze and responded with a grin. Thank you. With Yao Xuan's encouragement, Nar cast aside her reservations, eagerly grabbing 2 pieces of cake and devouring them, revealing her evident hunger. It appeared that this future Silver Dragon King was indeed a little foodie, and the way she ate was utterly endearing. Yao Xuan, sitting beside her, regarded Nar with affectionate admiration. Soon, Nar polished off the entire plate of cake, her eyes reflecting a lingering desire for more, while Yao Xuan helped by disposing of the empty packaging in the trash. Ding dong. Given Nar's preference for silence, Yao Xuan refrained from disturbing her, opting instead to sit beside her. After approximately 20 minutes, the doorbell rang, heralding Lin Shiming's return. Nar, my mother has returned. She is also not a bad person, so do not be afraid. Listening to the sound of the doorbell, Yao Xuan turned to explain to Nair before taking small steps to the entrance and opening the door. Mother, you are back. He warmly welcomed Lin Shiming, who had returned from Hngshan Academy. Yes, Yao Xuan, I have returned. By the way, who is that girl sitting on the sofa? After receiving Yao Xuan's greeting, a smile lingered on Lin Shiming's face. Her gaze then shifted to Nair, who was seated on the sofa, revealing a hint of curiosity as she inquired of Yao Xuan. It's like this, mother. On my way home from school, I encountered some bad people. Upon hearing Lin Shiming's inquiry, Yao Xuan recounted the entire sequence of events regarding Nar with meticulous detail. Oh dear, your actions today were exceedingly perilous. I am relieved that you emerged unscathed, for otherwise, I would have been utterly frantic. In response to Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shiming could not help but display a trace of fear on her face, her breathing becoming notably more rapid. She was acutely aware that the ruffians from the impoverished neighborhoods were far from benign. They were capable of committing the most heinous acts. Mother, it is nothing to worry about. Look, I have returned safely, haven't I? Sensing the concern in Lin Shiming's tone, Yao Xuan felt a warmth in his heart and gently replied, Indeed, it is fortunate that you possess soul energy. Otherwise, you would have found yourself in peril. You acted rightly, yet do refrain from such reckless undertakings in the future. By the way, dear child, is your name Nar? Where might your guardians be? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's explanation, Lin Shiming gently patted Yao Xuan's head with a smile. She then turned and approached Nar, crouching down beside her, and softly inquired, Well then, Nar, do you know where you are from? Or where your home is located? Nar, as before, merely shook her head slightly, remaining silent. Upon hearing Nar's response, Lin Shiming continued to inquire. However, Nar merely shook her head in silence at Lin Shiming's question. Do you know your family's contact information? Or any other clues regarding your origins? Noting Nar's repeated head shake, a hint of perplexity flickered in Lin Shiming's eyes, yet she pressed on with her inquiries. Once again, Nar shook her head. Very well, Nar, how old are you? Surely you must know that? Observing Nar's uncertainty about her own identity, Lin Shiming refrained from further probing and instead asked, I am 5.5. Nar finally spoke, her voice melodious. 5.5? How unfortunate. Lin Shiming exclaimed. All right, Nar, you shall stay here for the night. Tomorrow, I will take you to the administrative officer to see if we can locate your family. Also, you are quite dirty. Let me assist you in taking a bath. Upon hearing Nar's age, a flicker of anger crossed Lin Shiming's face, which was soon replaced by a gentle demeanor as she spoke to Nar. At Hngshan Academy, for students enrolled in the Soul Master class, the curriculum consists of 1 day dedicated to Soul Master courses and another to cultural studies. Thus, Lin Shiming, not required to teach at Hngshan Academy the following day, prepared to assist Nar in uncovering her true lineage. Upon hearing Lin Shiming's words, Na nodded, yet her violet eyes revealed no discernible emotion. Lin Shiming then took Nar by the hand and led her towards the bathing area. Given Nar's involvement, it was imperative to make a lasting impression on her. This was a crucial step in the endeavor to win over the Silver Dragon King, Yue Na. If this moment did not etch itself in her memory and open her heart to the nuances of human emotion, the quest for her genuine affection in the future would be insurmountably challenging. Furthermore, as the Silver Dragon King, securing Nar would afford me a wealth of golden evolution points, significantly aiding my future growth. Regardless of the means, I must persuade Lin Shiming to keep her here. Perhaps I might employ a touch of charm? Lin Shiming entered the bathroom with Nar, while Yao Xuan contemplated quietly. Before long, Lin Shiming emerged from the bathroom with Nar. After their bath, the dust that had clung to Nar's skin and face was entirely washed away, revealing her fair and smooth complexion, almost as if a gentle touch could coax forth droplets of water. Although she donned Yao Xuan's somewhat oversized shirt, it did not detract from Nar's beauty. Moreover, her features were exquisitely balanced and delightful, akin to a porcelain doll, exuding an enchanting charm, complemented by a faint fragrance that left Yao Xuan utterly captivated. Nar, you are truly beautiful, Yao Xuan exclaimed, gazing at her, prompting a slight blush to grace Nar's cheeks as she shyly tucked her chin. Chapter 13. Nar. From this day forth, you shall be my sister. Look at you, sweet-talking. You've made Nar shy with your compliments. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shiming cast a reproachful glance at him. However, in her heart, she could not deny that Na was indeed extraordinarily beautiful. Meanwhile, Lin Shiming took Na to the bedroom to arrange her accommodation, while Yao Xuan settled onto the sofa, his thoughts drifting as he opened the system panel. Spending 5 points of golden evolution points would enhance the concentration of the ancestor dragon bloodline by 0.3. Once upgraded, the concentration would reach 1.2. Would you like to proceed? As Yao Xuan contemplated, a system prompt appeared before him. When the unlocking degree of the ancestor dragon bloodline is between 0 and 1, each increment of 0.1 only costs 1 golden evolution point. However, once the unlocking degree reaches 1, the cost for each additional 0.1 surges to 2 points. Yes, although he could only enhance the bloodline by 0.3, the ancestor dragon bloodline was the foundation of Yao Xuan's future strength, even more crucial than his soul power and mental capacity. Thus, he nodded without hesitation. Ding! The enhancement begins. As Yao Xuan willed it, the system's notification chimed, deducting 5 golden evolution points, which transformed into the purest source of evolution energy, surging into Yao Xuan's meridians and flowing throughout his body. Waves of evolutionary energy coursed through him, swiftly absorbed by his being, dramatically increasing the concentration of his ancestor dragon bloodline. As the concentration grew, a faint, iridescent glow emanated from his skin, exuding an aura of supreme majesty, as if he were gazing down upon the world. This feels oddly familiar. Yet, the exact source eluded his memory. At that moment, in the adjacent bedroom, Na-Air's eyes flickered with a mix of yearning and trepidation as she glanced toward Yao Xuan, murmuring softly. Sensing the aura of Yao Xuan's ancestor dragon bloodline, fragments of vague memories stirred in Na-Air's mind but quickly faded away. Nevertheless, she could not comprehend why Yao Xuan's presence felt so intimately familiar and comforting. Meanwhile, as the concentration of the ancestor dragon bloodline increased, multicolored runes filled with mysterious power flickered within Yao Xuan's body, fervently transforming him, optimizing his genetic structure, and purging impurities, thereby elevating his physical attributes and potential to a new level. Ding! Enhancement complete. Ancestor Dragon Bloodline Unlocking Degree 0.3. Current Unlocking Degree 1.2. Minutes later, as the enhancement concluded, the system's notification chimed once more, and Yao Xuan smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, my strength has grown. The Ancestor Dragon Bloodline is remarkable. Even at a mere unlocking degree of 1.2, it has significantly transformed my physique. Feeling the surge of power within, Yao Xuan nodded excitedly. In terms of strength alone, he was now approaching 150 kilograms, approximately 1.5 times that of an average adult male, with other attributes also considerably enhanced. At that moment, Lin Shiming emerged from the bedroom after settling Na-Air, while Yao Xuan rose from the sofa to join her. Mom, Na-Air seems to have lost her home. She is truly pitiable. Mom, she's so adorable. Could we let her stay with us instead of sending her to an orphanage? Yao Xuan leaned toward Lin Shiming, gazing earnestly into her eyes, adopting a slightly whiny tone as he pleaded. Oh, you dear child. Sigh, yet you speak the truth. What a spirited and delightful little girl she is. If sent to an orphanage, who knows how she would be treated? Here is the plan. Tomorrow, I shall take Na-Air to the governor's office to see if we can locate her parents. If we cannot find them and Na-Air wishes to stay with us, I shall initiate the adoption process. How does that sound? though initially reluctant. Lin Shiming's heart softened at Yao Xuan's pleading, and recalling Na Er's vivacious and charming demeanor, she found it hard to send her to an orphanage, acknowledging the evident shortcomings of such establishments. "Thank you, Mom." Upon hearing Lin Shiming's words, a considerable weight lifted from Yao Xuan's heart, and he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Observing the joy on Yao Xuan's face, Lin Shiming tenderly reached out to pat his head, thinking to herself how this child seemed to have a propensity for wandering thoughts. After a night of silence, the following morning, Yao Xuan set off alone for Hmph Academy to partake in his cultural studies, while Lin Shiming accompanied Na to the city hall in search of her identity. After a morning filled with lessons, Yao Xuan could hardly contain his eagerness to return home. By the time he arrived, Lin Shiming had prepared a steaming meal, awaiting his return. Meanwhile, Na, adorned in a pure white dress, appeared even more graceful and lovely than usual. "Mother, have Na's family been located?" Yao Xuan inquired, feigning ignorance as he approached Lin Shiming. Alas, at the city hall, there were no records of Na to be found. Yet, to return and immediately ask about this, you mischievous child. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's question, Lin Shiming also shook her head, then reached out to pinch Yao Xuan's cheek. "Mother, since Na is unable to find her home, shall we let Na live with us from now on? Would that be agreeable?" Listening to Lin Shiming's words, Yao Xuan continued, "Of course, I agreed to you last night. Didn't I? However, you must first inquire whether Na is willing to stay with us. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shiming smiled gently, ruffling Yao Xuan's hair, and then coaxed, "Indeed, what Mother says is true. Na, you should stay with us from now on. I promise to protect you well and ensure that no one bullies you. Furthermore, if you do not stay with us, you will have to go to the orphanage, where the environment is not as good as ours, and you might often go hungry and face punishments." As she spoke, Yao Xuan approached Na, gazing into her large, amethyst-like eyes, softly saying, "All right then." After a brief moment of contemplation, Na nodded willingly. "That's wonderful, Na. From now on, you shall be my little sister." With Na's acquiescence, a heavy weight lifted from Yao Xuan's heart, and he exclaimed joyfully, "Thank you, brother Yao Xuan." Seeing Yao Xuan's delight at her arrival, Na couldn't help but smile sweetly, revealing two charming dimples, and then called out Yao Xuan's name with an angelic voice. Chapter 14. Na moves in Ding. Gaining the gratitude and affection of Silver Dragon King Yue Na, young form, the gears of fate in Douluo Continent begin to turn due to you, acquiring 10 golden evolution points. Accompanied by Na's words, the system's somewhat mechanical prompt echoed once more in Yao Xuan's ears. Upon hearing the system's notification, a broader smile graced Yao Xuan's lips. 10 golden evolution points were sufficient to elevate his strength to a new level. "Not to worry, you are so adorable. How could I bear to let you suffer in an orphanage? Na, from now on, we are family." Observing Na's delightful smile, Yao Xuan couldn't resist gently pinching her cheeks, exclaiming with enthusiasm. Though Na appeared somewhat distant, she felt an inexplicable warmth and safety in Yao Xuan's presence. Thus, when he reached out to playfully touch her face, she made no attempt to resist, instead cooperating with his gestures with great obedience. With Na confirmed to be moving in, Lin Shiming naturally needed to make some adjustments to the household arrangements. Although both Yao Xuan and Na were merely 6 years old, the distinction of gender meant Lin Shiming could not allow them to share a room. Hence, she planned to convert the original study into Na's new bedroom and purchase a new set of furniture and clothing for her. Of course, all of this would come later. Before that, the family gathered at the dining table to enjoy the lunch meticulously prepared by Lin Shiming. Contrary to her petite frame, Na's appetite was surprisingly large, and after unlocking the ancestral dragon bloodline, Yao Xuan's own appetite had also notably increased. In a frenzied feast, the two of them consumed all of Lin Shiming's prepared dinner, leaving them with an insatiable craving. "Oh dear, you two are quite the little gluttons," Lin Shiming remarked, eyeing Na and Yao Xuan, though inwardly, she felt immense joy at having her culinary skills appreciated. After lunch, it was time for a midday rest. Since Na did not yet have her own bed, she temporarily shared with Lin Shiming, while Yao Xuan retired to his own room. Despite acquiring 10 golden evolution points, Yao Xuan did not rush to enhance his ancestral dragon bloodline. Rather, he intended to master the powers within him before further elevating the bloodline, thus avoiding an unstable foundation due to rapid strength gains. Moreover, Yao Xuan harbored another concern. Frequently displaying his ancestral dragon bloodline could potentially trigger Na's memories to awaken, prompting him to resolve to refrain from utilizing the bloodline's enhancements at home. During the midday rest, the hours slipped by swiftly. In the afternoon, Yao Xuan left the house alone to continue his cultural studies at Hoshan Academy, while Lin Shiming took Nara to a furniture store in Ally City to procure the necessities for her move-in. For Yao Xuan, who possessed heightened comprehension, absorbing knowledge during cultural classes posed no challenge. By the time he returned home in the afternoon, the custom furniture for Nara had already been delivered and was nearly set up, as Lin Shiming, a level 22 Great Soul Master, enjoyed expedited service beyond that of ordinary patrons. "Brother Yao Xuan, you're back." Turning the key and opening the door, Nara greeted Yao Xuan with a bright smile. Evidently her once-closed heart had begun to open. "Yes, Nara, mother, I'm home." Seeing Nara greet him, Yao Xuan returned her smile with a radiant one of his own, acknowledging both Nara and Lin Shiming. "Oh, Yao Xuan, you're back? Come, everyone, dinner is ready." Upon Yao Xuan's return, Lin Shiming beamed with maternal affection, emerging from the kitchen with plates of sumptuous food. Having witnessed the appetites of Nara and Yao Xuan, Lin Shiming had prepared an ample feast to satisfy their hearty cravings. "Mother, your cooking is truly delicious. What do you say, Na?" Both Yao Xuan and Nara relished the carefully prepared meal, finishing every last morsel. Sated, Yao Xuan wiped his mouth contentedly and nudged Nara beside him. "Burp. That was delightful. Thank you, mother." Upon hearing Yao Xuan's inquiry, Nara let out a contented burp and graciously expressed her gratitude. "Well, it is wonderful that you enjoyed your meal. However, you two certainly complement each other in terms of appetite. If it weren't for your mother being a grand soul master, you little rascals would surely eat us into poverty." Looking at Nara and Yao Xuan before her, Lin Shiming smiled faintly and teased in a light-hearted tone. "Mom, I am going to meditate now." For the students of the Soul Master class, academic subjects are mere appendages. No assignments are given, allowing time for the children to engage in meditation. After finishing dinner, Yao Xuan naturally commenced this customary practice of a soul master. "Indeed, Yao Xuan, you are quite diligent. Meditation is an essential path to becoming a soul master. You must not slacken your efforts." Observing Yao Xuan's earnestness in pursuing meditation, a look of satisfaction graced Lin Shiming's face. Yao Xuan then entered his bedroom, closed the door, and seated himself on the bed. He focused his mind, extending his consciousness to sense the soul power within the space, and subsequently followed the techniques outlined in the 5 Hearts to the Heavens cultivation method. 2.5 hours later, feeling unable to absorb any more soul power, Yao Xuan slowly opened his eyes, concluding his training. Cultivating the 5 Hearts to the Heavens method, total soul power increased. 1. 9. Current soul power, level 5, 3. 1. Cultivating the 5 Hearts to the Heavens method, mental strength increased. 5. 6. Current mental strength, 45, 8. 7. Mid-stage of spiritual origin realm. Cultivating the 5 Hearts to the Heavens method, system absorbed soul power energy, evolution points 162, current evolution points 273. With the unlocking of the ancestral dragon bloodline, Yao Xuan's capacity for absorbing soul power had further enhanced, and the efficacy of his training had improved. Upon concluding his practice, a silver light flashed before his eyes, revealing a system notification. "Indeed, my training speed has accelerated once more. I must strive to advance to Soul Master swiftly to obtain the soul forging technique, which will allow me to enhance my strength even further." Contemplating the system's notification, Yao Xuan quietly nodded, deep in thought. "Brother Yao Xuan, where have you been?" During Yao Xuan's meditation, Nara lay on the sofa, engrossed in the soul-guided television, captivated by the vibrant array of visuals that filled the screen, her face alight with wonder. As Yao Xuan emerged from his room, she lifted her head with curiosity and softly inquired, "What were you doing?" Chapter 15. Side Quest. Learning Forging. "I went to meditate, which means I was cultivating my soul power." Listening to Nara's inquiry, Yao Xuan smiled and gently patted Nara's head, then tenderly replied, "Meditation? It must be exhausting for you after such a long session, dear brother Yao Xuan." Shaking her head, Nara, with a voice as clear as a spring, asked, "Of course. Meditation is far more tiring than watching television. However, upon hearing your voice, I feel significantly more invigorated." Nodding in agreement, Yao Xuan gazed at Nara with a look of affection and softly responded, "That is splendid. In the future, if brother Yao Xuan feels weary, I shall come and chat with you." Receiving Yao Xuan's praise, a sweet smile crept upon Nara's lips as she grasped Yao Xuan's hand and said, "Of course, thank you, Nara." Upon hearing Nara's words, Yao Xuan smiled broadly and expressed his gratitude. As the meditation concluded, the clock struck 9:30 in the evening. After engaging in a brief period of leisure activities, Yao Xuan, Nara, and Lin Shi Dream returned to their respective rooms, extinguishing the lights and surrendering to slumber. Thus far, everything has proceeded remarkably well. My current objective is to cultivate a strong rapport with Nar and ascend to the rank of Soul Master at the earliest opportunity. However, achieving advancements in forging would be even more advantageous, as a secondary profession holds significant importance for a Soul Master. Closing his eyes, Yao Xuan quietly reflected on the pivotal events that lay ahead, pondering deeply. Suddenly, a chime echoed in his ear. Congratulations! You have received a side quest, Learn Forging. Would you like to view it? Just as Yao Xuan was immersed in his thoughts, the system notification sounded once more. Ah, speak of the devil. And he shall appear. What a delightful coincidence. Naturally, I shall take a look. Listening to the system's prompt, a trace of joy flickered in Yao Xuan's eyes. And he silently recited in his heart. Task name, Learning Forging, Side Quest, Task Description. For Soul Masters, choosing a secondary profession is of paramount importance. It not only provides the resources necessary for cultivation, but is also a prerequisite for crafting battle armor. Since you wish to enhance your forging abilities, the system has specially generated this side quest for you. Time limit, 3 years. Preliminary reward, admission qualification to Hmph Studio. Task Stage 1, advance to Level 1 Forging Master. Task reward, 10 Golden Evolution Points. Failure penalty, deduction of 100 Golden Evolution Points. Task Stage 2, advance to Level 2 Forging Master. Task reward, 30 Golden Evolution Points. Failure penalty, deduction of 30 Golden Evolution Points. Task Stage 3, advance to Level 3 Forging Master. Task reward, 100 Golden Evolution Points. Failure penalty, deduction of 10 Golden Evolution Points. Task note, this is a side quest. You may choose to accept or decline it. As Yao Xuan contemplated, a silver light flashed before him, revealing an ancient task frame that displayed all the details of this side quest. A side quest divided into 3 stages? As long as I advance to Level 2 Forging Master, this task will undoubtedly yield profit, and moreover, I'll be learning at Hmph Studio. Of course, I accept. Gazing at the task, Yao Xuan silently chose to accept. Tang Wuling completed 1,000 forges and advanced to Level 3 Forging Master within 3 years. Naturally, Yao Xuan felt even more confident in himself. Compared to the Golden Dragon King bloodline, the ancestral dragon bloodline is undoubtedly of a superior tier. Furthermore, Yao Xuan was aware that Tang Wuling had also studied forging at Hmph Studio during his childhood. If he could enter Hmph Studio as an apprentice, he would have more opportunities to acquire Golden Evolution Points from Tang Wuling, which would greatly assist his future development. Ding. Task accepted. Congratulations. You have obtained the preliminary reward, admission qualification to Hmph Studio X1. Upon arriving at Hmph Studio and stating your name, you may take the assessment. If you pass, you will be allowed to study at Hmph Studio. As Yao Xuan pondered, the system's prompt sounded once more, providing guidance on how to utilize the admission qualification reward. Truly, the Super God system is remarkable. With my strength and comprehension, as long as I do not sabotage myself, joining Hmph Studio should pose no issue. Now, the pressing matter is persuading Lin Shiming. Listening to the system's prompt, Yao Xuan silently nodded, marveling to himself. The following day at noon, in Lin Shiming's office. What? You say you wish to learn blacksmithing? Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shiming's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. Indeed, mother. I have heard that for a soul master, a second profession holds great significance. I have fortuitously obtained an interview opportunity at the Mingtian studio. May I seize this chance? Listening to Lin Shiming's inquiry, Yao Xuan nodded silently and asked, if it is the Mingtian studio, you may give it a try. However, you must ensure that your forging does not hinder your cultivation of soul power. Is that agreeable? In Ally City, Mingtian studio is quite renowned. Knowing that Yao Xuan had obtained an interview opportunity at Mingtian studio brought a quiet joy to Lin Shiming's heart. Yet she sternly cautioned Yao Xuan, indeed, mother, I understand. For us soul masters, soul power is the foundation of everything. I assure you, I will only dedicate my spare time to learning forging and will not allow it to interfere with my cultivation of soul power. Observing Lin Shiming's open-mindedness filled Yao Xuan with a quiet delight, and he subsequently reassured her, yes, Yao Xuan, I trust you. Go forth and try your best. If you can indeed join Mingtian Studio and acquire true skills, it will undoubtedly be of immense benefit to your future as a soul master. Of course, if you are not selected, do not be disheartened. Aside from forging, there are many other paths available to you. Seeing Yao Xuan's earnest expression, A smile graced Lin Shiming's face as she added, "Thank you for your understanding, mother. I will strive to do my best. Now, I shall take my afternoon rest." "All right. Good afternoon." While exchanging pleasantries with Lin Shiming, Yao Xuan made his way towards the lounge. At 5 in the afternoon, after a full day of classes, the children finally completed their meditation and began to leave school. "Mother, I am heading to Mongtian's studio for the interview. I may be home a bit late tonight," Yao Xuan informed Lin Shiming as he approached her. "Go ahead, dear. Mother wishes you good luck. Be safe on your way back." "We will wait for you to have dinner," Lin Shiming encouraged, patting Yao Xuan's shoulder with a smile. Chapter 16. Brother Xian, you've come too. "Thank you, mother. I shall set off now." After bidding farewell to Lin Shiming, Yao Xuan departed from Hongshan Primary Academy, making his way to Mongtian Studio. Ally City is relatively small, and coincidentally, both Mongtian Studio and Hongshan Primary Academy are situated in the city center. In just a 20-minute walk, Yao Xuan arrived at the entrance of Mongtian Studio. It was a modest storefront, appearing somewhat aged, with a metal sign hanging above displaying the words Mongtian Studio in bold, golden characters. As he approached the door, Yao Xuan distinctly sensed the temperature in the environment rise several degrees. A unique metallic scent filled the air, accompanied by a continuous, rhythmic sound of metal striking metal. Ding dong. Arriving at the entrance of Mongtian Studio, Yao Xuan pressed the doorbell. Before long, a robust man in his 20s, with well-defined muscles, opened the door. "Hello, little friend. I am Brother Long. This is Mongtian Studio. What brings you here?" Despite his somewhat stern appearance, Brother Long's voice was unexpectedly gentle, accompanied by a faint smile. "Brother Long, I am Yao Xuan, here to meet Master Mongtian for an assessment." Upon hearing Long Ji's inquiry, Yao Xuan candidly replied, "Oh, you are Yao Xuan. Very well, please enter. The teacher is currently engaged in forging. He will emerge to meet you once he has completed his work." With Yao Xuan's response, Long nodded appreciatively and led Yao Xuan into the workshop. As they stepped inside, a wave of warmth enveloped them. The temperature in the workshop was at least 10 degrees higher than outside. Various metallic components adorned the floor and tables, having been forged into an array of intricate shapes. "Hey, Xian Ge, what brings you here?" As Yao Xuan entered the workshop, a dark-haired boy seated on a stool in the corner suddenly looked up, surprise gleaming in his eyes as he addressed Yao Xuan. "Oh, Wu Lin, it's you. Are you here to learn forging as well? What a delightful coincidence." Though Yao Xuan was aware that Tang Wu Lin would undoubtedly come to the Meng Tian workshop to study forging, he feigned surprise as he spoke. "Wu Lin, is this the Yao Xuan you mentioned? The one who helps you speak up in class and guides your training?" Beside Tang Wu Lin sat a middle-aged couple with ordinary features, his adoptive parents, Tang Zi Ran and Lang Yu. Upon hearing Tang Wu Lin greet Yao Xuan, Lang Yu leaned closer to him and inquired softly, "Yes, Mom, that's him. I never expected he would also come here to learn forging. Our fates are indeed intertwined." Upon hearing the inquiry from Lang Yu, Tang Wulin nodded in agreement, his eyes brimming with delight. At that moment, Yao Xuan approached Tang Wulin's side. "Good afternoon, Uncle and Aunt. I am Yao Xuan, a classmate of Tang Wulin." Yao Xuan greeted Tang Ziran and Lang Yu politely before introducing himself. "Thank you for your assistance to Wulin. You are truly a wonderful child," Lang Yu said, her face radiating warmth as she gently patted Yao Xuan's hand. "Indeed. I am sincerely grateful for your help, and I wish to express my heartfelt thanks on behalf of Wulin." Tang Ziran chimed in with equal earnestness. "Uncle and Aunt, the moment I laid eyes on Wulin, I felt an immediate kinship. Should Wulin encounter any difficulties in the future, I will certainly lend my support to the best of my abilities. Furthermore, it seems we share a remarkable bond, having met here by chance." Upon hearing the words of Tang Ziran and Lang Yu, Yao Xuan feigned embarrassment, scratching his head before responding, "Ah, I truly appreciate it." Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Lang Yu's eyes glimmered with gratitude as she expressed her thanks once more. After the exchange of pleasantries concluded, Yao Xuan took a seat beside Tang Wulin, who promptly posed a question regarding his cultivation, seeking Yao Xuan's guidance. In response to Tang Wulin's inquiry, Yao Xuan meticulously provided detailed answers, earning himself an additional point in his golden evolution tally. Meanwhile, Tang Ziran and Lang Yu, observing Yao Xuan's earnest instruction of Tang Wulin, were expressions of contentment and appreciation. "Oh, junior sister, you have arrived," a deep, resonant voice echoed as the door to the central forging chamber of the studio swung open after approximately 10 minutes. A tall, dark-skinned middle-aged man, sporting a rugged beard that lent him an air of fierceness, stepped out. The newcomer was none other than the owner of the Meng Tian studio. a level 6 blacksmith, Master Meng Tian. Good afternoon, Uncle Meng Tian. Hearing Tang Wuling greet him, Meng Tian merely nodded lightly. Then turned to Lang Yu beside him and said, Xiren, sister-in-law, you may return first. I will pick him up in 2 hours. At that moment, Yao Xuan politely bowed to Meng Tian and said, I am Yao Xuan, here to accept your assessment. Oh, Yao Xuan, is it? Very well, you may enter with Wuling. Meng Tian replied, maintaining a stoic expression as he gestured for Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling to follow him into the forging room. Thank you, Brother Meng Tian. Wuling, be sure to listen carefully to the master's guidance. Mother is leaving now. With a lingering glance at Tang Wuling, Lang Yu offered her parting words and left the studio with Tang Xiren. Meanwhile, under Meng Tian's lead, Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling traversed a corridor and entered a spacious room. Inside, several metal workbenches stood at about a meter high, almost reaching the chins of Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling. Upon reaching a workbench, Meng Tian pressed several buttons, causing 2 of the benches to immediately lower to a height of approximately half a meter. Yao Xuan, Tang Wuling, do you know what forging is? Meng Tian inquired sternly after completing the adjustments. Both Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling shook their heads, somewhat bewildered. At your age, it's quite normal not to know. Frankly, it is not appropriate for you to forge at such a young age, and I am generally reluctant to instruct you. However, since you are here, I have decided to grant you an opportunity to try. As he spoke, Meng Tian pointed, and the soul-guided screens beside the 2 workbenches lit up, each displaying a large red Arabic numeral 0. Chapter 17. The trial. After this, Meng Tian moved to a side room and retrieved 2 round metal blocks and 4 small forging hammers, placing a metal block and a pair of hammers on each workbench. Do you see that round metal block? Today's challenge is quite simple. You must strike the metal block a total of 1,000 times using the hammers on the table, 500 times from each side. Of course, not just any strike will count. Each of your blows must possess sufficient force for the counter to register. The threshold is essentially the strength with which you lift and bring down the hammer. If you succeed, I shall accept you as apprentices and teach you the art of forging. However, should you fail, it will indicate that your strength does not meet the standard, and there will be no need for your return tomorrow. Now begin. With a cold command, Meng Tian gestured towards the metal blocks and hammers before turning to leave the forging room. Upon receiving the task from Meng Tian, Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling exchanged glances, then approached their respective workbenches and grasped the forging hammers. The hammers, entirely constructed of metal, featured handles approximately 30 centimeters long, while the hammerheads were cylindrical, around 15 centimeters in length and 10 centimeters in diameter, appearing quite unremarkable. Yao Xuan estimated that each hammer weighed roughly 5 kilograms, which would pose a significant challenge even for an adult, let alone an ordinary 6-year-old child, especially for a total of 1,000 strikes. However, Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling were no ordinary 6-year-olds. Through the refinement of the primary ancestor dragon body and the ancestor dragon bloodline, Yao Xuan's strength had reached 150 kilograms, far surpassing that of an average adult male. Tang Wuling, too, bore the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King. Although currently sealed, his strength and recovery capabilities remained extraordinary. Thus, both Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling effortlessly lifted their hammers and began to strike. The resonating clang of metal reverberating throughout the forging room, while the numbers on the 2 screens began to rise rapidly. 1, 2, 3. As their arms swung continuously, the numbers on the metal screens kept escalating. In less than 10 minutes, Yao Xuan completed 500 strikes, at which point he felt a slight soreness in his arms and began to sweat. With each strike, he sensed a warm current circulating within him, relaxing his muscles and fortifying them further. This power stemmed from the residual ancestor dragon energy within Yao Xuan, awakened and revitalizing his strength during the forging process. Though Yao Xuan felt quite at ease, Tang Wuling found himself struggling. At that moment, he had only completed 350 strikes. Yet his clothing was drenched in sweat, his face slightly flushed from exertion. In terms of physical capability, he was still far behind Yao Xuan. Wuling, focus on your breathing and synchronize your hammering rhythm with your breath to conserve energy, Yao Xuan called out, glancing at Tang Wuling. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Brother Xuan. Tang Wuling replied gratefully, inspired by Yao Xuan's impressive performance and insightful advice. Ding. As Yao Xuan's thoughts resonated, the system's prompt echoed once more, announcing the acquisition of 2 additional golden evolution points, bringing his total to 13. With Yao Xuan's guidance, Tang Wuling adjusted his rhythm, feeling a significant reduction in the pressure he faced. He cast a grateful glance at Yao Xuan, who continued to swing his hammer, striking the metal block with determination. 998, 999, 1000. With each swing, the numbers on Yao Xuan's screen climbed steadily to the target of 1000. He merely breathed heavily, feeling a mild soreness in his arms, which rapidly dissipated as the ancestor dragon energy circulated within him. I did it, Yao Xuan exclaimed, satisfied. As he checked the clock on the wall, less than 20 minutes had passed since Meng Tian assigned the task. While Yao Xuan completed the task with ease, Tang Wulin, on the other hand, had only managed 650 strikes, his arms reddening and aching intensely. His excessive exertion left him drenched in sweat, his school uniform clinging to him, and each swing felt as though his limbs might give way. Consequently, the pace of his hammering noticeably slowed. Wulin, keep going. You can do it, Yao Xuan encouraged him, noticing his struggle. What? Brother Xian has finished already? He's truly remarkable, but I must keep pushing. I can't let Brother Xian down. Upon hearing the voice of Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin felt a deep admiration. In comparison to Brother Xian, he found himself woefully inadequate, unable to even aspire to his level. However, rather than succumbing to discouragement, Tang Wulin felt a surge of determination ignite within him, his gaze imbued with newfound resolve. At that moment, he suddenly experienced a tingling sensation in his coccyx, as if an electric current coursed through him, causing his body to tremble slightly. To his astonishment, the persistent ache that had plagued him seemed to diminish, and the once burdensome forging hammer in his grasp felt somewhat lighter. Master Meng Tian, I have fulfilled your task, he declared. Exiting the forging chamber, Yao Xuan made his way to the adjacent room, where he found Meng Tian seated on a sofa, fiddling with a component. What? You have completed my task? Meng Tian inquired, surprised. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Meng Tian was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at his wristwatch. Realizing that less than 20 minutes had elapsed since he had assigned the task to Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. Chapter 18. The astonished Meng Tian indeed, Master Meng Tian. Yao Xuan replied, maintaining his composure in the face of Meng Tian's inquiry. Very well, take me to see, Meng Tian said dismissively. Harboring doubts about Yao Xuan's ability to fulfill the task he had set, he stood up and led Yao Xuan to the previous forging room. My goodness, you actually did it. Upon arriving at the forging platform and seeing the large Arabic numeral 1000 displayed on the screen, astonishment flickered in Meng Tian's eyes. His mouth fell open, revealing his sheer disbelief. Though Yao Xuan appeared relaxed, the assessment Meng Tian had given him was no trivial matter. Each of the forging hammers weighed a solid 5 kilograms. Even a regularly exercising adult male would find it arduous to swing such a hammer 1,000 times consecutively, let alone complete it within 20 minutes. Moreover, Yao Xuan was merely a 6-year-old child. However, within the forging room, aside from Meng Tian and Long Good, there were no other blacksmiths present, indicating that Yao Xuan had no opportunity to cheat. He had genuinely accomplished the task through his own ability. Could this be the legendary talent of the extraordinary? At that moment, Meng Tian's gaze drifted to Tang Wulin's score, which read 650. A hint of surprise crossed his features. While this score fell short of Yao Xuan's, it was still remarkable for a 6-year-old. Was it possible that he was fortunate enough to discover 2 prodigious blacksmiths in a single day? Yao Xuan, strike in front of me once more. Do not pause unless I instruct you to, Meng Tian said, his tone markedly softened compared to before. Yes, Master Meng Tian, Yao Xuan replied without hesitation. Returning to the forging platform, he lifted the forging hammer and began to swing his arm, initiating the strikes. Clang, clang, clang. With each motion, the crisp sound of metal striking reverberated through the air. Observing Yao Xuan's technique, Meng Tian felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Yao Xuan's strength was evidently sufficient to wield the hammer and deliver the strikes. Yet, Meng Tian chose not to call for a halt, instead silently observing Yao Xuan's movements, curious to discover the limits of his endurance. As 10 minutes passed, Yao Xuan had completed approximately 500 additional strikes on top of the initial 1,000. At this point, he began to feel a slight tearing sensation in his arm muscles. His back dampened with perspiration, and his breathing grew labored. Uncle Meng Tian, I'm done. Just then, Tang Wulin completed his own strikes, releasing the forging hammer with a sense of relief. He approached Meng Tian respectfully, saying, upon passing by Yao Xuan, I noticed the number 1512 on the soul-guided screen. He surpassed me by half. Brother Xian is truly remarkable. 1,500 strikes, and he still appears to have energy to spare. No wonder he is Brother Xian. He is simply extraordinary. As he gazed at Yao Xuan in the distance, Tang Wulin's admiration for him deepened, solidifying his resolve to become stronger. Indeed, Wulin, Your performance was commendable as well. Now, Yao Xuan, you may stop, Mang Tian said, his expression softening as he looked at the two young boys. In truth, Mang Tian had devised this test as a subtle form of rejection. He believed that two 6-year-olds could not possibly possess the ability to learn forging. Thus, he had presented a seemingly insurmountable challenge, only to have reality deliver a resounding blow to his assumptions. However, Mang Tian felt no anger over this. Rather, he was immensely pleased. The fact that Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin had succeeded in his test at such a tender age only confirmed one thing. They were both prodigies in the realm of forging, fully deserving of his mentorship and potentially capable of achieving the heights of a master craftsman. Listening to Mang Tian's words, Yao Xuan set down his forging hammer, exhaling deeply to release a breath of pent-up frustration, allowing his arm muscles to relax. Meanwhile, upon receiving Mang Tian's praise, Tang Wulin couldn't help but break into a silly grin, feeling much of the soreness dissipate. You two apprentices, I accept you. From now on, come here every evening at this time. I will personally guide you. For now, apply this ointment to your arms, and after a 5-minute rest, I will explain the art of forging to you. As he spoke, Mang Tian retrieved 2 jars of dark ointment from a cabinet beside the forging platform, handing one to Yao Xuan and the other to Tang Wulin. Ding! Recognition from the important figure Mang Tian has been achieved, gaining 3 golden evolution points. Accompanying Mang Tian's words was the system's notification sound, and with the addition of these golden evolution points, Yao Xuan's total had reached 16 points, sufficient to elevate his ancestral dragon bloodline to level 2. Of course, this influx of golden evolution points primarily stemmed from Nar, marking a one-time gain. Acquiring a substantial amount in the future would not be so simple. Thank you, Master. Listening to the words of Hmph, both Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin responded with utmost respect, diligently applying the ointment onto their arms. As the salve was spread, Yao Xuan felt a refreshing surge of coolness flowing into his muscles, alleviating much of the soreness in his arm. Meanwhile, Tang Wulin, having applied the black ointment, exhibited a noticeable reduction in the pained expression on his face. Now, allow me to elucidate the concept of forging. Unlike casting, which employs machinery to mold metal into desired shapes through the use of molds, forging necessitates the skilled hands of a blacksmith who meticulously hammers the metal into form. While mechanical casting can only transform metal into corresponding shapes, forging represents a profound dialogue between the craftsman and the metal. It is a process that imparts spirit and even life to the material. For this reason, the most exquisite mech components must be handcrafted by a master forger. Listening to Mang Tian's words, Tang Wulin and Yao Xuan absorbed the information with earnest attention. Subsequently, Mang Tian began to impart the techniques of forging, specifically focusing on how to direct the impact force efficiently into the metal during strikes, as well as how to safeguard oneself against the recoil that might cause injury. Shortly thereafter, he announced the tasks for Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, which involved striking iron blocks. Yao Xuan's task was set at 3,000 strikes per day, while Tang Wulin was assigned 2,000, aimed at honing their foundational skills. Chapter 19. Nar, I wish to be with brother Yao Xuan. Having completed these instructions, Mang Tian personally demonstrated the correct forging posture for Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, allowing them to practice while he corrected their mistakes in technique. For Yao Xuan, who sought to enhance his comprehension, mastering these postures was undoubtedly a simple endeavor. Meanwhile, Tang Wulin, inheriting an excellent lineage in forging, grasped the concepts equally swiftly, which greatly pleased Mang Tian. All right, I believe I have taught you sufficiently. You may return home now. Please arrive here before 5:30 tomorrow afternoon to commence your tasks. Once completed, you may leave. Should you not finish, you will continue until the work is done. Glancing at the clock, Mang Tian realized it was already 7:30 in the evening and issued a dismissal. Goodbye, teacher. Together, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin bid farewell to Mang Tian before exchanging goodbyes with one another and heading home. Unexpectedly, Yao Xuan discovered that forging could indeed facilitate the integration of the ancestral dragon's power. Although the effect was not particularly pronounced, it was still a commendable gain. As he walked, Yao Xuan felt his strength and nodded in satisfaction. After an hour of recovery aided by the combination of the primary ancestral dragon physique and power, the soreness in his body had diminished by 90%, and the torn tendons had healed significantly. With another half hour, he would be completely restored. Moreover, he was pleasantly surprised to find that during the forging process, the residual ancestral dragon power within him was reabsorbed, resulting in an increase of approximately 1 kilogram in his strength and unexpected delight. As he continued his journey, Yao Xuan soon arrived at his doorstep and rang the doorbell. Before long, a petite girl with silver hair emerged, none other than Nar. Brother Yao Xuan, you're back. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked up at him. Yes, I'm back, Nar. Gently ruffling Nar's silver short hair, a natural smile spread across Yao Xuan's face as he replied cheerfully. Yao Xuan, how did the assessment go? Was it smooth? A concerned voice from deep within the apartment belonged to Lin Shiming. Mom, everything went very well. Master Mang Tian has agreed to take me on as an apprentice and even provided personal guidance. Furthermore, I will be going to his place for 2 hours of forging lessons every day after school. Upon hearing Lin Shiming's inquiry, Yao Xuan responded in detail, You passed? That is truly wonderful. Your mother is so proud of you. Come, let us all dine together. Upon learning that Yao Xuan had successfully completed Master Mang Tian's assessment, Lin Shiming's voice brimmed with excitement as she enthusiastically called out. As a Grand Soul Master, Lin Shiming understood far better than the average person the significance of being a level 6 sect master. Oh, have you not yet had your meal? Upon hearing Lin Shiming's words, a flicker of surprise appeared in Yao Xuan's eyes as he inquired. Indeed, I had intended to ask Nar to dine first. However, Nar insisted on waiting for you and refused to eat. While responding, Lin Shiming emerged from the kitchen, bringing forth the dishes that had been kept warm, placing them elegantly upon the table. Thank you, Nar. Upon hearing that Nar was waiting for him to share a meal, Yao Xuan felt a quiet stir of emotion within. Gazing into Nar's large, glistening purple eyes, he sincerely expressed his feelings. Brother Yao Xuan exudes a comforting aura, Na thought, yearning to dine alongside him and to be in his presence. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Nar leaned against his body and earnestly replied, Yes. I am also very happy to have meals with you, brother. You must be hungry too, right? Come on, everyone, let us dine together. As she spoke, Yao Xuan took Nar by the hand and led her to the dining table, where they indulged in a sumptuous dinner. A night passed in silence, and the following day unfolded differently. This day was dedicated to cultural studies. Even before the bell rang, Yao Xuan had already arrived in the classroom. Good morning, Brother Xuan, exclaimed Tang Wulin as he approached with admiration. You were truly impressive yesterday. I never imagined that not only do you possess unique insights in cultivation, but you are also remarkably gifted in forging. For reasons unknown, Tang Wulin felt an extraordinary sense of closeness to Yao Xuan. Being near him brought an unparalleled comfort and uplifted his spirits. Oh, it's nothing really. I just have a bit more strength than usual, Yao Xuan modestly responded, before inquiring. By the way, Wulin, your arm should be feeling better now, right? Our tasks today will be doubled. Yes, it's much better. In fact, I believe my strength has significantly increased, Tang Wulin replied excitedly. It seems that Master Mang Tian's ointment is indeed a precious remedy. Listening to Yao Xuan's question, Tang Wulin responded with enthusiasm and engaged in a brief conversation with Yao Xuan until the class bell rang. The teacher who entered to instruct them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing black-rimmed glasses. The lesson was quite straightforward, posing no challenge for Yao Xuan, who possessed enhanced comprehension abilities. Thus, he focused his thoughts and immersed himself in the system space. Spending 16 points of golden evolution points would elevate the ancestral dragon bloodline by 0.8, bringing it to a total of 2.0. Should he proceed with the enhancement? As Yao Xuan contemplated, a system notification echoed in his ear. Yes. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yao Xuan nodded in affirmation without hesitation. As he chanted, 16 golden evolution points transformed into the purest essence of evolutionary energy, continuously surging into Yao Xuan's meridians, enhancing the ancestral dragon bloodline within him. With the elevation of this bloodline, formidable 9-colored runes, imbued with unfathomable energy that instilled fear, began to coalesce within Yao Xuan's bloodstream, merging seamlessly with his lineage and effecting a profound transformation of his physique. A subtle yet indescribable 9-colored radiance emanated from his body, and Yao Xuan felt a gentle warmth enveloping him. Within, the ancestral dragon bloodline surged, while his cells fervently absorbed the essence it exuded, undergoing a metamorphosis, their hues becoming increasingly crystalline, and his evolutionary potential soaring dramatically. Why is Brother Yao Xuan glowing? It feels so familiar and comforting. How peculiar. Although the others in the class remained oblivious to Yao Xuan's anomaly, Tang Wulin, as a bearer of the Golden Dragon King bloodline, instantly sensed the changes within Yao Xuan. He cast a questioning glance in Yao Xuan's direction but could not articulate the sensation, ultimately redirecting his focus to the teacher. Chapter 20. The Fragrance of Brother Yao Xuan Ding. Evolution Enhancement Complete. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline Unlocking Degree 0.8. Current Unlocking Degree 2.0. Several minutes later, The evolutionary energy derived from the golden evolution points gradually waned, and Yao Xuan's body temperature normalized. Simultaneously, the system's prompt echoed in his ears once more. Indeed, my strength has increased again. However, achieving an additional 0.1 in the ancestral dragon bloodline will not be so simple. It will require a full 3 golden evolution points. Furthermore, acquiring golden evolution points in the future will likely be equally challenging. Advancing the ancestral dragon bloodline will undoubtedly be a painstaking endeavor. Sensing the changes in his physical condition, a faint smile graced Yao Xuan's face as he contemplated. After elevating his ancestral dragon bloodline to level 2, his strength surged by approximately 80 kilograms, reaching around 230 kilograms. Now, even the combined strength of 2 ordinary adult men would not surpass him. Yet, Yao Xuan remained grounded, fully aware that further enhancements to his ancestral dragon bloodline would become increasingly arduous, and obtaining golden evolution points would not be as straightforward as before. He understood the necessity of relentless effort and vowed to remain steadfast. Brother Xian, what were you doing during class? Why did I feel like you were glowing? The bell signaling the end of class rang, and Tang Wulin quickly approached Yao Xuan, his voice laced with curiosity. Glowing? Surely, you must be mistaken. How could I possibly glow? Upon hearing Tang Wulin's inquiry, Yao Xuan quickly grasped the crux of the matter. However, he chose to remain enigmatic, responding with a rhetorical tone. Well, it seems I may have been mistaken, but I truly believe there is a radiant glow about you. Noticing Yao Xuan's denial, Tang Wulin did not press the issue further and returned to his seat. Dingling, dingling. The bell signaling the end of class rang, and in the blink of an eye, the morning lessons concluded. The students departed the school, heading home for their meals, and Yao Xuan was no exception. Brother Yao Xuan, you have finally returned. Oh. The scent surrounding you today is simply delightful. After ringing the doorbell, as anticipated, Nara enthusiastically opened the door to greet him. Her petite and charming face adorned with a smile as she gazed up at Yao Xuan, her nose twitching slightly as she exclaimed with delight, "Is that fragrance truly captivating?" Listening to Nara's words, Yao Xuan's eyes flickered, and he began to comprehend the origins of it all. Nara possessed the bloodline of the Silver Dragon King, which traced back to the dragon god, who, in turn, inherited a fragment of the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Thus, it can be said that the bloodline of the Silver Dragon King and that of the ancestral dragon share the same roots, with the former being an extension of the latter. This connection explains the inexplicable sense of intimacy and reliance that Nara felt towards Yao Xuan. As Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon bloodline strengthened, Nara's affection and fondness for him deepened from within. Indeed, Yao Xuan emanated a uniquely pleasant aura that was remarkably comforting. When Yao Xuan inquired about her feelings, Nara nodded and pressed her nose against his chest, inhaling deeply before affirming her sentiments. It's wonderful that Nara likes it. Come, let us dine together. With Nara's affectionate proximity, Yao Xuan felt a surge of joy as he took her hand and led her to the dining table, where the family of 3 enjoyed a harmonious meal together. Time flew by, and half a year later, Yao Xuan's daily life had become quite routine, attending classes at school every morning, working at the Mingtian workshop after school, followed by meditation. Weekends were relatively leisurely, during which Lin Shiming often took Yao Xuan and Nara out for excursions. Through daily meditation, Yao Xuan steadily increased his soul power. And 2 months after the school year began, he successfully broke through to become a level 6 soul master, the first in his class to achieve this milestone. After advancing to level 6, his meditation efficiency improved significantly, and each training session yielded nearly a 50% increase in evolution points. However, the soul power required for further advancement also surged, and it took Yao Xuan another 80 days to successfully break through to level 7. At present, Yao Xuan's soul power remained at level 7, with only a 30% progression towards level 8, indicating that without expending precious golden evolution points to enhance his soul power, he would require at least 2 months to reach level 8. As for Yao Xuan's mental strength, it steadily progressed through repeated meditation, rising from an initial score of 45 to 58. Just one step away from breaking into the later stages of the spiritual realm. Beyond the enhancements in soul and mental power, Yao Xuan also made significant strides in forging. During his first 3 months at the Mingtian workshop, his task was to strike iron, completing 3,000 strikes daily to hone his forging technique. Furthermore, as time passed, the weight of the forging hammer he wielded increased from 5 kilograms to 10, and ultimately to 25 kilograms. After 3 months of foundational training, Mingtian finally permitted Yao Xuan to undertake some simple metal refining tasks. Additionally, every Saturday, Ming Tian personally taught Yao Xuan and Tang Wulian the intricacies of forging. With his robust physique and enhanced comprehension, Yao Xuan made remarkable progress, successfully completing his first 100 strikes by the 5th month. Despite Ming Tian's strict nature, he could not help but praise Yao Xuan's achievements. For Ming Tian, a level 6 forging master, the 100 strikes were merely routine. However, considering Yao Xuan was merely 6 years old and had been on the forging path for less than 5 months, such accomplishments were beyond the realm of mere talent. And Ming Tian felt fortunate to have such a disciple. Lastly, regarding Yao Xuan's progress in the ancestral dragon bloodline, as he had anticipated. After taking Tang Wulian as a little brother and recognizing Na as a sister, acquiring each golden evolution point became increasingly arduous. Over the span of 6 months, Yao Xuan accumulated a total of 31 golden evolution points, 3 from meditation, 11 from Tang Wulian, 4 from Na, 10 from advancing to level 1 forging master, and the remaining 3 from various incidents. Naturally, Yao Xuan invested all 31 points into enhancing his ancestral dragon bloodline, raising its concentration to 3. As the bloodline strengthened and the forging process facilitated the absorption of ancestral dragon power, Yao Xuan's strength surged to nearly 350 kilograms, rendering him exceptionally formidable. Chapter 21. Na's birthday. As Yao Xuan perused his records within the system, reflecting on his growth, he nodded in satisfaction. In the more than 6 months since arriving in the Douluo Continent, he felt he had not wasted his time. Today was a particularly special occasion, Na's birthday. After settling into Lin Shiming's home for half a year, Na had adapted to daily life, becoming self-sufficient. After a period of application, her identification documents were issued, granting her a legal identity. Compared to 6 months prior, Na had undeniably become more vivacious. Although she still hesitated to converse with strangers, she was no longer as reserved in front of Lin Shiming. Her dependence on Yao Xuan had also deepened, as she often lingered by his side. Whether there was a reason or not, faced with such an adorably charming little girl, Yao Xuan felt only immense care and affection, never experiencing any annoyance, despite her clinginess. However, Yao Xuan refrained from any inappropriate actions. As a time traveler, he understood the importance of patience. Some matters cannot be rushed, and one must take a long-term perspective, refraining from seeking immediate results. His current task was to plant a seed of love in Na's heart, nurturing it carefully and awaiting its gradual blossoming. This would be a lengthy process that required patience, for any improper actions could leave Na with psychological scars, potentially leading to her darkening once her memories awakened. Thus, the interactions between Yao Xuan and Na remained innocent, limited to gentle head pats and cheek squeezes, with no further intimate gestures such as kisses. On this special day, Yao Xuan took the liberty of requesting a day off from Ming Tian. Though reluctant, Ming Tian could not refuse Yao Xuan's earnest demeanor, only asking him to make up for the missed work over the weekend. Consequently, after school that day, Yao Xuan did not head to the Ming Tian workshop as usual, but instead made his way home, stopping by a department store along the way to purchase a large box of white chocolate as a birthday gift for Na. Although she was the Silver Dragon King, Na was like any ordinary child, with a particular fondness for sweets. Thus, Yao Xuan indulged her preference, knowing that no matter how much he feasted, Na's figure never seemed to change. Perhaps this was a unique advantage of the dragon race? During the forging process, as Yao Xuan was an apprentice of Ming Tian, he could only receive a mere 20% of the earnings, while the remaining 80% belonged entirely to Ming Tian. Nevertheless, over the past 3 months, Yao Xuan managed to accumulate a considerable sum of federal currency. At least, when it came to purchasing this box of chocolates, he felt no pangs of regret. Moreover, for Yao Xuan, such an expenditure could be deemed a worthwhile investment, laying a solid foundation for his future endeavors to win over Yue Na. As he pondered this, Yao Xuan made his way home, encountering no obstacles along the journey. After a little over 10 minutes, he rang the doorbell as usual, and Na greeted him with a beaming smile. "Welcome home, brother Yao Xuan," she exclaimed, burying her delicate head against his chest and gently nuzzling, as if to imbue him with her fragrance. "Happy birthday, Na. Come, see what your brother has brought you as a birthday gift," Yao Xuan said with a cheerful smile, gently running his fingers through Na's silky, short silver hair. "Thank you, brother. I bet it's something delicious." Upon hearing that Yao Xuan had prepared a gift for her, Na's lips curled into a crescent moon-like smile. After a moment of contemplation, she responded in a voice as angelic as her demeanor. "Na is truly clever. Happy birthday, Na. This is a birthday gift from your brother." While praising Na, Yao Xuan retrieved the chocolates he had meticulously prepared and presented them to her. It's chocolate. Hee hee, thank you, Brother Yao Xuan. Nader beamed with delight at the sight of the birthday gift in Yao Xuan's hands. Ever since she had tasted chocolate, the amnesiac Silver Dragon King had developed an undeniable fondness for this exquisite human delicacy. Well, since there is still ample time, let us engage in conversation until mealtime. And then we shall enjoy the cake together, Yao Xuan suggested with a smile. Naturally, Nader readily agreed, settling beside him on the sofa, leaning her head on his shoulder as she listened to him recount amusing tales from school and the Mangtian studio. By the way, Brother Yao Xuan, am I going to school soon? As their conversation flowed, Nader curiously inquired. School? Indeed, after today, Nader will be 6 years old, and soon she must attend school. In a few months, Nader will also undergo the Soul Master test, and based on the outcome, she will either join the regular class or the Soul Master class. If Nader possesses innate soul power, she could become a Soul Master just like me. Yao Xuan replied with pride. When the time comes, should Nader enter the Soul Master class, feel free to ask me for guidance on any challenges you encounter in your training. My cultivation speed has always been the fastest in our grade. All right, a Soul Master, huh? I wonder what my soul will be? Nader pondered with intrigue. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, a glimmer of yearning appeared in Nader's eyes, quickly followed by a hint of confusion. For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing the term Soul Master, she felt an unaccountable flutter in her heart. Your martial soul? We shall discover it in due time. However, I believe that with Nader's exquisite beauty, her martial soul must be remarkably powerful. Noting Nader's inquiry, Yao Xuan, although aware that her martial soul was the Silver Dragon King, an identity that conventional means could not reveal, gently caressed her cheek and responded with a warm smile. As Yao Xuan and Nader engaged in their amiable exchange, time slipped away unnoticed. Before long, an hour had passed, and Lin Shiming emerged from the kitchen, cheerfully calling out as she brought forth an array of sumptuous dishes to adorn the dining table. Dinner is ready, my dear. Listening to Lin Shiming's call, Nader and Yao Xuan responded in unison, exchanging a smile before dashing to the dining table. Upon the table, Nader's favorite dish, golden fried ribs, shimmered enticingly under the glow of the soul guide lamp, instantly awakening one's appetite. Accompanying it were several plates of delicacies, including braised pork, soy sauce beef, and oil-drenched lettuce. At the center of the table stood a cream cake, adorned with a greeting card that read Happy Birthday, Nader in milkshake lettering, surrounded by an array of colorful fruits. Chapter 22. A desire to forever be with Brother Yao Xuan. Come, Nader, let us place the candles on your cake, Lin Shiming said with a smile, handing Nader 6 short candles. Nader seemed to possess a unique aura, and after 6 months of shared living, Lin Shiming had entirely embraced and grown fond of Nader, treating her as if she were her own daughter. All right, Mama. Listening to Lin Shiming's words, Nader softly agreed and took the candle from Lin Shiming's hand, carefully inserting each one into the empty spaces on the cake. Come, Nader, let me help you light the candles. After Nader had placed the candles, Yao Xuan picked up a lighter from the side and lit them for her. Following this, Lin Shiming turned off the soul-guiding lamp in the living room, leaving only the gentle flicker of candlelight dancing before the three of them. Now, Nader, make a wish and blow out the candles. After singing the birthday song, Yao Xuan approached Nader with a smile. Brother Yao Xuan, Nader replied, moving to stand before the cake and closing her eyes. She silently wished to be with Brother Yao Xuan forever. Taking a deep breath, Nader blew forcefully forward. Although her lips were quite small, her breath was surprisingly strong, extinguishing all the candles in a single blow. Wow, Nader, you're amazing. You managed to blow out all those candles at once, Yao Xuan exclaimed, looking at Nader with admiration. Did you know that blowing out all the candles on the cake at once means your wish is very likely to come true? Really? That would be wonderful. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Nader beamed with a radiant smile, revealing 2 delightful dimples. All right, everyone, let us feast, she announced, as Lin Shiming, who had been observing the closeness between Yao Xuan and Nader, also wore a gentle smile while switching on the soul guide lamp. How wonderful! With the mention of food, Nader's smile grew even brighter, and soon the family began to indulge in the sumptuous dinner. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, nearly a year had passed since Nader's birthday, and Yao Xuan had unknowingly reached the tender age of 7.5. In Yao Xuan's 2nd year of school, Nader completed her soul awakening, but unexpectedly, she was found to possess no martial spirit, a most rare occurrence across the Douluo Continent. In truth, Yao Xuan understood that Nader did have a martial spirit. As the transformed embodiment of the Silver Dragon King, her martial spirit was her true form, the Silver Dragon King. However, Due to her memories remaining dormant, her martial spirit remained concealed and undetectable. Naturally, Yao Xuan kept this knowledge to himself, unable to share it with others. Lacking soul power, Na could only attend a regular class, unable to enter the soul master class for further studies. Her extraordinary beauty often drew the curiosity of male classmates and the envy of girls. Some mischievous boys even attempted to bully her. Yao Xuan, of course, did not hesitate to intervene, decisively teaching them a profound lesson. For him, even at the tender age of 6.5, his strength had already surpassed 200 kilograms, greater than the combined strength of 2 average adults, making it effortless to deal with these little rascals. However, Yao Xuan was always measured in his responses. While the mischievous boys cried out in pain, they bore no lasting scars, let alone any bloodshed. Moreover, as the top student in the Soul Master class, Yao Xuan faced minimal repercussions, merely writing a few short reflections. Thanks to Yao Xuan's presence, no one at Hmph Academy dared to bully Na any longer. Classmates were well aware that Na had an older brother named Yao Xuan, a figure of great strength and ferocity in fights. Anyone who dared to provoke Na could expect to face consequences. Yao Xuan's reasons for helping Na were simple. Above all, he genuinely cherished her, regarding her as his own sister. How could he remain silent while his sister was mistreated? Additionally, he garnered extra golden evolution points for his efforts. Within 6 months of Naos enrollment, Yao Xuan had amassed nearly 20 golden evolution points by driving away those troublesome boys, yielding a bountiful reward. Today marked yet another special day. Yao Xuan felt that his soul power had reached a bottleneck and was on the verge of breaking through to level 10. Yes, after a full year of cultivation, he was finally poised to step into the realm of soul masters. Simultaneously, his mental power had also successfully advanced to the late stage of the spirit origin realm, reaching a commendable 83 points. Although he still had a way to go before reaching the pinnacle of 90 points, he was not far off. In addition to advancements in soul power and mental prowess, Yao Xuan also made progress in forging his ancestral dragon bloodline and physical conditioning. Shortly after his 7th birthday, he had successfully completed 100 forges with 10 different metals, achieving the status of a 2nd-level blacksmith, though he still had a considerable journey ahead to reach the level of 1,000 forges. Such remarkable accomplishments had already garnered admiration from Meng Tian. Upon breaking through to the 2nd-level blacksmith, Yao Xuan also completed the 2nd phase of a side quest, earning a reward of 30 golden evolution points. Concurrently, his tasks evolved from forging metals to creating simple components, further honing his blacksmithing skills. Beyond the golden evolution points from side quests and assisting Na, Yao Xuan had also acquired a substantial number from his cultivation and other avenues, totaling a remarkable 80 points. Yao Xuan dedicated all these golden evolution points to enhancing his ancestral dragon bloodline, elevating it to 4.8. As his bloodline strengthened, so too did his physical power. On the day of his 7th birthday, Meng Tian had once tested Yao Xuan's strength, despite Yao Xuan deliberately holding back. The result of 300 kilograms left Meng Tian astounded. Even Long Ge, without the aid of soul power, could not surpass Yao Xuan's sheer strength. Astonishing for a mere 7-year-old child. With the further enhancement of his ancestral dragon bloodline, Yao Xuan's strength surged even more. Although the residual power of the primary ancestral dragon body had been nearly fully absorbed, the physical enhancement from his bloodline alone had elevated Yao Xuan's strength to 500 kilograms, almost 2.5 times that of Tang Wuling. Chapter 23. Breakthrough to level 10 soul power. Upon exiting the teaching building, Yao Xuan did not rush home, but instead patiently awaited at the foot of the stairs. "Brother Xuan, I'm here." Shortly thereafter, a charming little girl with short silver hair, sparkling purple eyes, and clad in a school uniform rushed down the stairs. "Na, don't be in such a hurry. Run slowly, and be careful not to fall," Yao Xuan advised, his eyes reflecting a hint of affection as he gazed at her from afar. A year and a half had passed, and due to the unlocking of his ancestral dragon bloodline and the effects of the ancestral dragon body, Yao Xuan had grown nearly 10 centimeters taller. In contrast, Na had experienced only slight changes in height. They appeared to be only half a year apart in age. "Brother Xuan, let's go quickly." Na approached Yao Xuan, linking her arm with his and giving it a gentle shake. "Yes, let's go. I'll see you home," he replied, sensing the need to safeguard her due to her striking beauty, which often attracted the attention of unsavory youths. Since Na began attending school, Yao Xuan had taken it upon himself to escort her home. Initially, a few delinquent youths had attempted to target Na, but after Yao Xuan effortlessly lifted them over his head and sent them crashing to the ground, they quickly realized the terrifying strength hidden within his seemingly fragile form. From that day forward, few dared to obstruct Yao Xuan and Na on their way home, allowing them to enjoy the tranquility of their rare moments together. After ensuring Na returned home safely, Yao Xuan changed into his work attire and set out once more, heading to Meng Tian's workshop. "Brother Xian, you're here." Just as it had been a year and a half prior, upon Yao Xian's entry into the forge, Tang Wulin looked up with admiration and envy, respectfully greeting him. "Yes, I'm here, Wulin. By the way, you should be starting the 100 forges with your 5th medal, right?" Yao Xian inquired naturally, maintaining a good rapport with Tang Wulin, the destined child, knowing it would earn him more golden evolution points in the future. "Indeed. Sigh, Brother Xian, although the teacher says my talent in forging is quite promising, I feel the gap between us is vast. Also, Brother Xian, you must be on the verge of breaking through to level 10, right?" Upon being questioned by Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin responded truthfully, silently marveling at the moment before inquiring further. "Level 10? Indeed, my soul power is nearly saturated. I sense that with just 1 or 2 more meditative sessions this evening or tomorrow afternoon, I shall successfully ascend to level 10. Upon hearing Tang Wulin's inquiry, Yao Xuan nodded in response while tidying up the forging table. "Level 10, I truly envy you, Brother Xian. You are on the verge of becoming a bona fide soul master." Tang Wulin's eyes sparkled with admiration at Yao Xuan's reply, and he spoke with a hint of longing. Despite his relentless dedication to cultivation and the numerous insights he had gained from Yao Xuan, he had only just managed to break through to level 7, leaving a considerable distance to cover before reaching level 10. "Indeed, but Wulin, you must have already reached level 7, haven't you? With diligent meditation, I am certain that you will surpass level 10 before graduation. At that time, we can continue our training together at the Intermediate Academy." Yao Xuan, noticing the envy in Tang Wulin's eyes, patted his shoulder and offered words of comfort. "Of course, if you have any questions regarding cultivation or forging, feel free to discuss them with me. Perhaps my experience could prove beneficial to you. Thank you for your encouragement, Brother Xian. I will strive to cultivate diligently. Becoming a powerful soul master has always been my dream, and with your support, I am confident I can achieve it." Upon hearing Yao Xuan's encouragement, Tang Wulin clenched his fists and responded solemnly, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination. After exchanging a few words with Tang Wulin, Yao Xuan proceeded to his workstation, embarking on the tasks of the day. According to Meng Tian, with Yao Xuan's prowess, once he ascends to the rank of soul master, he could attempt the arduous process of forging 1,000 refinements. Consequently, Yao Xuan eagerly anticipated his breakthrough to soul master, yet his current focus remained on crafting 100 refined components. An hour and a half later, Yao Xuan completed his assigned tasks, successfully passing Meng Tian's inspection before returning home alone. After the family enjoyed dinner together, Yao Xuan engaged in light conversation with Na before retreating to his room. He locked the door, drew the curtains, donned his earmuffs, and sat upright on his bed. Soul Power, Level 9, 98. 7. Soul Adept. With a focused thought, Yao Xuan delved into the system, observing the progress of his cultivation, nodding silently in approval. "Today is the day. Let us commence." With that thought, he closed his eyes, calming his mind, dispelling distractions, and emptying his consciousness. He then silently activated the 5 hearts towards heaven technique, absorbing the surrounding soul power. Within Yao Xuan's mental realm, clusters of white, errant soul power were captured and, under his guidance, flowed continuously into his body, circulating through his meridians before ultimately settling in his dantian, fully assimilated into Yao Xuan's soul power. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. 1.5 hours. Just as Yao Xuan was about to fully assimilate a new cluster of errant soul power, a crisp crack echoed in his sea of consciousness, as if some shackles binding him had shattered. Yao Xuan realized he had successfully broken through to level 10. As he had yet to merge with a soul spirit, Yao Xuan could not yet be regarded as a true soul master. He could only be termed a quasi-soul master. It would not be a daunting task for him to merge with a soul spirit. Thus he silently retracted his mental energy, ceased the 5 hearts towards heaven technique, and opened his eyes. By practicing the 5 hearts towards heaven technique, his total soul power had increased, successfully transcending the level 9 threshold to level 10. With current soul power, level 10, 0. Practicing the 5 hearts towards heaven technique also augmented his mental power. Current mental power, 8549. An additional 2 points of mental power gained for breaking through to level 10. Through the cultivation of the 5 hearts towards heaven technique, the system absorbed soul power energy, evolution points 341, current evolution points, 6201. You have reached the quasi-soul master realm. Please obtain a soul spirit promptly to break through to the soul master realm. Rising quietly, a flicker of silver light flashed in Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness, and a system prompt appeared suddenly. Observing the system message, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction. The Soul Master Realm, I am coming. Chapter 24. Rewards. Journey to the Spirit Tower, Mother. Nar, I have succeeded. Just now, I have successfully broken through to level 10. Emerging from his room, Yao Xuan's face radiated with a brilliant smile as he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lin Shiming and Nar. Congratulations, my child. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shiming's face blossomed with a proud smile. She then congratulated Yao Xuan. For achieving a breakthrough to become a soul master is undoubtedly a cause for celebration for anyone on the Douluo Continent. Moreover, considering that Yao Xuan is merely 7.5 years old, his rapid advancement to soul master attests to his remarkable potential for future progression. Thus, Lin Shiming felt genuine happiness for Yao Xuan. Brother Yao Xuan, you are truly the best. On the other side, Nar, sitting on the sofa and savoring a lollipop, approached Yao Xuan, shaking his hand with a smile to offer her blessings. Even though the term soul master often stirred an inexplicable discomfort within her, the news of Yao Xuan's ascension did not evoke any unusual emotions. Instead, her heart was filled with joy and elation. The next day, at the Red Mountain Academy, in the principal's office. Ah, so you are Yao Xuan? You claim that your soul power has surpassed level 10. Let us proceed to verify that now. Listening to the report from Yao Xuan, the president of Hnshan Academy, Yang Yuzhu, displayed a hint of approval in his eyes. He then led Yao Xuan and Lin Shiming to the soul power testing room within the academy. As the testing apparatus activated, Yao Xuan relaxed his entire being and gradually released his soul power. 1, 2, 10. In less than 5 seconds, the numbers on the soul power detector surged from 1 to 10. Observing the results on the screen, Yang Yuzhu nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, achieving a breakthrough to level 10 at the tender age of 7.5 is remarkable, Yao Xuan. In the past decade at Hnshan Academy, your achievement stands as the finest. He continued, furthermore, as the first soul master in your grade to surpass level 10. The school will reward you with a decade's worth of soul spirit at no cost. Looking at Yao Xuan, Yang Yuzhu gently patted his shoulder and spoke words of encouragement. Thank you, President. Listening to Yang Yuzhu's words, a look of excitement appeared on Yao Xuan's face, and he subsequently expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. Rewarding outstanding students has always been a tradition of our school. Receiving this reward is simply a reflection of your hard work. Furthermore, once you successfully advance to the rank of Soul Master, you will be expected to deliver a speech at the next grade assembly to encourage and motivate your fellow classmates. Now that you have successfully broken through, the school has granted you a day off today, allowing Teacher Lin to accompany you to the Spirit Tower to acquire a soul spirit. Here, take this 10-year soul spirit exchange voucher. With it, you can request the Spirit Master to select a 10-year soul spirit for you. As he spoke, Yang Yuzhu produced a bronze-brown card and handed it to Lin Shiming, who then took Yao Xuan to the Spirit Tower branch in Ally City. 15 minutes later, at the center of Ally City, they arrived at the Spirit Tower branch. Yao Xuan, we have arrived. Lin Shiming gazed at the building before them, a glimmer of nostalgia in her eyes, and explained to Yao Xuan, who responded, Yes, Mom. What a magnificent structure. He looked up at the Spirit Tower, which was an octagonal 3-story building, grand and imposing in appearance. The main entrance stood wide open, with a marble floor that exuded elegance. However, there were few people around the Spirit Tower, as only soul masters frequented such places. And in a small town like Ally City, the number of soul masters was exceedingly sparse. Consequently, the Spirit Tower here was merely a low-level branch. Yet it remained the largest building in Ally City. Above the low-level Spirit Tower, there were 7 levels of intermediate Spirit Towers located in medium-sized cities within the Sun and Moon Federation. In larger cities, Spirit Towers could reach heights of 13 stories, while the headquarters of the Spirit Tower in Shrek City soared to a staggering 81 stories, making it one of the most magnificent structures in the Douluo Continent. The Spirit Tower itself was an organization founded by Hui Yuhao a decade ago, and due to their groundbreaking research on artificial soul spirits, the Spirit Tower's influence has surpassed even that of the Tang Sect and Shrek Academy, becoming a superpower that spans the Sun and Moon Federation, the Tiando Empire, and the Xinglua Federation, boasting countless formidable individuals. As Yao Xuan examined the Spirit Tower, various pieces of information about it surfaced in his mind, and he silently vowed that one day, his footsteps would conquer this place. He was determined to become a supreme being in the Douluo Continent, destined to change the tragedies that should never have occurred. Yao Xuan, let us enter, Lin Shiming gently called out to the dazed Yao Xuan, taking his hand and leading him inside the spirit tower. The interior of the spirit tower was equally expansive, adorned with numerous closed archways. While a counter stood in the center, behind it sat a spirit master, around 40 years old, clad in a gray robe, resting with closed eyes. Greetings, esteemed spirit master. My child's soul power has surpassed level 10, and I have come today to purchase a soul spirit. Here is our voucher. Approaching the counter, Lin Shiming took out the bronze-brown card from her pocket and spoke. Understood. Let me first verify the authenticity of this card. Listening to Lin Shiming's words, the spirit master had already opened his eyes. He then accepted the card Lin Shiming offered and swiped it on a nearby verification terminal. Your 10-year soul spirit exchange card is valid. It can be redeemed for a 10-year white soul spirit suitable for your martial spirit. Child, please follow me. I shall test your mental strength. Additionally, there is a fee of 100 federal coins for this mental strength assessment. Kindly proceed with the payment. Watching the green light illuminate the terminal, the spirit master nodded and stated in a businesslike manner, very well, here you go. Listening to the words of the spiritual communicator, Lin Shiming produced a federal currency note of 100 and handed it to him. Subsequently, the communicator led Yao Xuan into a room while Lin Shiming patiently awaited in the hall. This chamber, imbued with a modern aesthetic, stood in stark contrast to the antiquity outside. It housed an array of instruments, and the communicator gestured for Yao Xuan to take a seat on a large chair. He then proceeded to press several buttons on the workstation, causing a metallic helmet-like device to slowly descend from the ceiling and fit snugly upon Yao Xuan's head. Chapter 25, The Pinnacle of Mental Power. 2 millennia ago, during the era of the martial soul hall in Tang San, although mental power existed, it was largely disregarded by the soul masters of that time, lacking any classification. However, since the emergence of Hui Hao and the soul spirits a millennium ago, mental power has assumed increasing significance within the realm of soul masters. It serves as the foundation for the integration of soul spirits. The more formidable the soul spirit, the greater the mental power required for a soul master to subdue and merge with it. Through generations of research and analysis, mental power has been categorized into 6 distinct tiers: Lingyuan, Lingdong, Linghai, Lingyuan, Lingyu, and Shiyuan. To facilitate description, a quantifiable value for mental power has also been established. Mental power ranging from 0 to 99 points is classified as Lingyuan, representing the most fundamental level of mental prowess, capable of accommodating yellow soul spirits. From 100 to 499 points, it is termed Lingong, during which a soul master can manipulate their mental power and sustain purple soul spirits. Beyond Lingong lies Linghai, denoting a mental depth akin to an expansive ocean, forming the basis for becoming a formidable soul master, capable of hosting black soul spirits. A Linghai-level soul master possesses mental power between 500 and 4,999 points, which is often the maximum achievable limit for the majority of soul masters in their lifetime. Above Linghai is Lingyuan, where the mental fortitude of its practitioners can subtly influence the material realm, serving as a critical foundation for achieving the rank of title Douluo. With the capacity to bear legendary soul spirits over 10,000 years old, a Lingyuan-level soul master's mental power ranges from 5,000 to 19,999 points, a pinnacle reached by only a select few in any given era. Surpassing Lingyuan is Lingyu, wherein a soul master can condense their mental power into a domain, capable of merging with soul spirits of any tier, wielding immense power, and laying the groundwork for becoming a limit Douluo. Those at Lingyu possess mental power between 20,000 and 49,999 points. Lastly, there exists Xinyuan, a realm purportedly accessible only to deities. Theoretically, a Xinyuan-level practitioner should possess mental power exceeding 50,000 points, a feat attributed solely to Hui Hao, the founder of the spiritual communicator tower, who ascended to the divine realm. Do not be anxious, maintain your composure. During the test, you may experience a slight dizziness. This is entirely normal. Just remain relaxed, the communicator advised. As Yao Xuan pondered the intricacies of mental power, the communicator's counsel drew his attention back to the present. Yes, sir, I understand, Yao Xuan responded. With this affirmation, the communicator activated another button on the workstation, causing the helmet encasing Yao Xuan's head to emit a gentle white glow, while red numbers began to flicker on the adjacent soul guide screen. 20, 30, 40, 85. The numbers initially fluctuated rapidly before stabilizing. observing Yao Xuan's results. The communicator's face momentarily reflected profound astonishment. 85 points? How can this be? Could there be a malfunction? He murmured, scrutinizing the readings. Approaching Yao Xuan, he addressed him, "Child. The testing apparatus may be malfunctioning, as your mental power readings seem irregular. Do not be alarmed. I shall conduct the test once more." As he spoke, the communicator reactivated the device for another assessment, and once again, Yao Xuan's mental power remained fixed at 85 points, proving that the instrument was indeed functioning properly. 85 points of mental power, a prodigy indeed. "Child, may I inquire about your innate soul power level?" The communicator's tone quivered slightly as he regarded Yao Xuan, eager for a response. "Innate soul power? My innate soul power is at level 5. Listening to the words of the spirit transmission master, Yao Xuan replied truthfully. For all the information had been duly recorded, and there was no need for deception. Level 5? How regrettable! If your innate soul power could reach level 7. Given your remarkable mental prowess, you would undoubtedly have the opportunity to be recommended for admission to the Spirit Transmission Tower for focus training. Such a pity. Listening to Yao Xuan's response, a hint of regret flickered in the eyes of the Spirit Transmission Master, who continued to speak. For an average Soul Master, their mental strength at the age of 7.5 is typically around 30 points. Yao Xuan's mental strength nearly reaches 3 times that amount, undeniably formidable. It can be said that he possesses an innate advantage in the future fusion with soul spirits. For a soul master with such powerful mental strength, an exceptionally high innate soul power is not a prerequisite. As long as they achieve level 7 or above, they possess the potential to advance to Soul Sage, and even further to challenge the realms of Soul Douluo and Tidal Douluo. Therefore, the Spirit Transmission Tower is naturally inclined to invest in them early and bring them under its wing. However, Yao Xuan's innate soul power is only at level 5. Generally speaking, a soul master with a level 5 innate soul power, even with extraordinary fortune, can only aspire to break through to the realm of Soul King or Soul Emperor, making advancement to Soul Sage nearly impossible. Resources are limited, and thus the Spirit Transmission Tower cannot allocate additional resources to these soul masters. Is this the reason why the system has confined my innate soul power to level 5? So it is. Listening to the words of the Spirit Transmission Master, a flicker of understanding emerged within Yao Xuan's heart. As a transmigrator, Yao Xuan possessed an innate spiritual strength that surpassed that of ordinary children. If his inherent soul power were equally formidable, it was highly probable that he would be directly recruited and cultivated by major forces, such as the Spirit Transmission Tower and the Sun Moon Federation. In such a scenario, although Yao Xuan would acquire more resources for cultivation in the early stages, he would lose the opportunity to connect with Na and to plant the seeds of love in her heart. Furthermore, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to establish a bond with the fated child, Tang Wuling. This could be likened to picking up sesame seeds while discarding watermelons, resulting in the forfeiture of a grand opportunity. Master Spirit Transmission, is my spiritual strength truly high? Yao Xuan inquired, feigning ignorance while pondering. Not just high. It can be considered extraordinary. You are the most exceptional soul master I have ever tested in terms of spiritual strength. The master replied, regrettably. In comparison to your spiritual prowess, your inherent soul power is somewhat lacking. Otherwise, your future would be boundless. However, do not lose heart. Your spiritual strength will afford you tremendous advantages in your future cultivation. As long as you remain diligent, gaining admission to a prestigious academy will be well within your reach. Should you advance to Soul King in the future and pair that with a mecha, you shall undoubtedly become a prominent figure within the realm of soul masters. Now, I shall issue you a report of this assessment. When you proceed to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, you may submit it directly, and then I will guide you in selecting a soul spirit. Seemingly due to Yao Xuan's exceptionally high spiritual strength, the tone of the Spirit Transmission Master became notably gentler as he encouraged Yao Xuan while printing the results of the assessment with a soul-guided printer. Child, what is your martial soul? In our Spirit Transmission Tower of Ally City, there are 73 types of white soul spirits available for selection. I will assist you in choosing one that is relatively suitable based on your martial soul, the Spirit Transmission Master explained casually, gazing at Yao Xuan. Master Spirit Transmission. My martial soul is the Lizard Dragon, Yao Xuan replied. Upon hearing the inquiry from the Spirit Master, Yao Xuan promptly replied, the Lizard Dragon, is it? That indeed represents a formidable beast spirit. Given that your spirit is a lizard dragon, I recommend selecting the 10-year Black Rock Serpent Spirit. After all, Serpents possess a certain affinity with dragons, which would ensure a harmonious synergy with your spirit. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's response, the spirit transmission master pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Thank you for your advice. I shall choose the black rock snake as my spirit." Having received the master's counsel, Yao Xuan replied without hesitation. For him, the spirit he was about to fuse with held little significance. It was merely a means to ascend as a soul master. Once he advanced, he would be entitled to system rewards and could substitute the original spirit with an infinitely growing one. Thus, Yao Xuan readily accepted the spirit master's recommendation. "Very well, follow me," the master said, leading Yao Xuan to another room diagonally across. This room was considerably larger than the previous spirit power testing chamber. At its center stood a cylindrical apparatus, 5 meters tall and approximately 3 meters in radius, resembling a large cultivation tank found on Earth. Within this device, a viscous green liquid filled the interior, alongside numerous transparent orbs, each about 30 centimeters in diameter, suspended within and radiating a faint glow. Approaching the apparatus, the spirit transmission master pressed several buttons, and shortly thereafter, a white spirit orb descended from the machine's outlet, landing in a metallic box below. By pressing this button, you can release your spirit. According to our research at the Spirit Transmission Tower, a spirit released by the Soul Master themselves achieves a higher degree of integration. Thus, this process must be conducted by you. After picking up the spirit orb and placing it atop an adjacent elliptical device, the Master instructed Yao Xuan to stand beside the apparatus. "I understand, esteemed Spirit Master." Listening to the words of the spirit communicator, Yao Xuan nodded in agreement, then approached the instrument and pressed a button. As he activated the device, a gentle yellow light emanated from it, cascading onto the soul spirit orb. In response, the orb began to emit a subtle glow, its previously opaque surface gradually becoming transparent, radiating a faint aura of life. A soft white light flickered, and the orb slowly opened at its center, revealing a serpent-like soul spirit measuring approximately 60 centimeters in length, with a diameter akin to an adult's wrist. Its body covered in black scales and coiled tightly. "Behold, this is your soul spirit, the 10-year-old black rock serpent. Now, once you feel ready, you may formally merge with it and ascend to the rank of soul master," explained the spirit communicator, gazing at the serpent-like soul spirit. "Yes, I am prepared," Yao Xuan affirmed. Upon hearing the words of the spirit guide, Yao Xuan nodded, then resolutely stated that merging with a decade-old spirit was hardly a challenge for him. It was merely a formality. He knew that the black rock serpent spirit would soon be supplanted by an infinitely evolving spirit awarded by the system. "Very well, follow me," the spirit guide said. For soul masters purchasing spirits at the Spirit Tower, dedicated training rooms would be provided to facilitate the merging process and ensure their ascension. Seeing that Yao Xuan was prepared, the spirit guide explained briefly before leading him into a training chamber. This chamber, measuring 20 cubic meters, was adorned with numerous soul-guiding formations, evidently designed for soul gathering. As Yao Xuan entered, the formations illuminated in succession, and he immediately sensed a surge in the concentration of soul power within the room. Simultaneously, a faint, refreshing aroma wafted through the air, invigorating Yao Xuan's spirit. "Let us begin." Quietly settling on the floor, Yao Xuan placed the spirit orb down, assuming a meditative posture, clearing his mind of distractions, and extending his right hand into the orb. For lower-tier spirits, they lacked a physical form, existing only in an ethereal state. However, Yao Xuan still felt something warm beneath his touch. With a focused thought, a dazzling spectrum of colors coalesced before him as his ancestral dragon martial spirit manifested. At that very moment, the once vibrant black rock serpent spirit trembled, its eyes reflecting sheer terror as its energy form coiled tightly. "Merge with me," with a mental command. Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon spirit lunged toward the spirit orb, opening its jaws wide to gently inhale. The black rock serpent spirit instantly shrank and was drawn into the ancestral dragon spirit. As the merging process commenced, Yao Xuan closed his eyes and followed the techniques taught at his academy. As the fusion began, the fluctuations of soul power within Yao Xuan intensified, surging through him like a tidal wave, battering against the barriers of his soul master realm. With each wave crashing against his limitations, cracks rapidly appeared on the confines of his being, expanding into fissures, which ultimately shattered with a crisp sound, obliterating the barriers entirely. At that moment, Yao Xuan felt an inexplicable lightness throughout his body, and a tremendous pulling force emerged from his dantian, drawing the soul power from the room into himself, flowing through his meridians toward his dantian. Concurrently, he He sensed a warmth radiating from his spine as torrents of intense heat surged forth from deep within, rushing through his veins and spreading throughout his body. Had Yao Xuan been able to observe himself at that moment, he would have been astonished to see vibrant, nine-colored energies proliferating within him, forming an intricate and profound lattice imbued with the essence of the cosmos. As these grids traversed his being, his cells fervently absorbed the nine-colored energy, undergoing a profound metamorphosis, elevating his very essence to new heights, his aura deepening and strengthening with each passing moment. Chapter 27. Successful Ascension. Abundant rewards. Such a familiar aura. But what could it be? At the very instant Yao Xuan broke through the Soul Master barrier, Nar, situated far away at the Red Mountain Academy, instinctively turned her gaze toward the Spirit Tower in Aolai City, a hint of bewilderment flickering in her violet eyes. Similarly, at the moment of Yao Xuan's breakthrough, Tang Wulin felt a sudden jolt in his body as an invigorating warmth emanated from his tailbone, encircling him before gradually dissipating. While Nar and Tang Wulin experienced their own sensations, within the training room of the Spirit Tower, Yao Xuan was deep in the process of ascension. As the nine-colored energy transformed his body, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if he had returned to the womb, nurtured and cradled. His spirit and body enveloped in profound relaxation. Ding! Congratulations on successfully merging with your spirit and ascending to level 11 Soul Master. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task to ascend as a Soul Master, and welcome your rewards. 100 golden evolution points. The first 3 layers of the soul forging technique. System capacity for spatial storage, system ability for enhanced meditation, and 1 infinitely evolving spirit, a system item that will replace your original spirit upon use. Ding! You have successfully ascended as a Soul Master, and your personal information has been updated. Would you like to view it? Half an hour later. As this overwhelming comfort gradually faded, the system notification echoed in Yao Xuan's ears. View. Listening to the system's prompt sound, Yao Xuan silently nodded. Name, Yao Xuan. Age, 7. 5 system abilities. I have observation, enhanced charisma, enhanced comprehension, spatial storage, not activated, enhanced meditation, not activated, martial spirit, ancestral dragon soul power, level 11, 0. 0, Soul Master, ancestral dragon bloodline unlock level 4. 8 mental strength, 91, 0. 0, peak of spiritual origin realm, soul spirit, black rock snake, temporarily in use. Can be replaced at any time. Please use the system's reward of an infinitely growing soul spirit for replacement. Soul skills, not yet unlocked, activated upon merging with the exclusive soul spirit rewarded by the system. Bloodline ability, basic ancestral dragon body armor. None mecha, none evolution points, 6201 golden evolution points, 101 skills, forging, level 2. Mecha design, level 0, mecha manufacturing, level 0, mecha maintenance, level 0. As Yao Xuan concentrated, a silver light flashed before his eyes, forming an ancient-style data frame, displaying his overall attributes after promotion. Wonderful. I have finally advanced to the rank of Soul Master. At last, I have taken my first step on the path of cultivation. Feeling the surge of soul power within him multiplied several times, a satisfied smile spread across Yao Xuan's face. Not only had he broken through in soul power, but his mental strength had also increased by 6 points during the promotion to Soul Master, reaching 91 points and achieving the peak of the spiritual origin realm. Moreover, Yao Xuan had acquired 2 entirely new system skills, which he intended to unlock at home rather than during the process in the transmission tower. Ding! A new main mission has been obtained. Breakthrough to Great Soul Master. Will you accept the mission? Just as Yao Xuan prepared to rise and leave the training room, the system's prompt sounded in his ear once more. Accepting. As Yao Xuan focused, the original data frame vanished, and a mission frame reappeared with a flash of silver light. Mission name. Breakthrough to Great Soul Master. Mission description. Having entered the realm of Soul Master, you have shed your mortal coil and entered the extraordinary domain. However, in the world of Soul Masters, this level is merely the beginning. To secure your place in the future realm of Soul Masters, you must not relax. Time is of the essence, and you must strive to break through to the next level, Great Soul Master. Time limit. 2 years penalty for failure. None. Failure to complete within the time limit will result in the loss of mission rewards. Mission rewards. Golden evolution points x 1000. Extraordinary condensation of system ability simulation battle space. Special note. The ancestral dragon martial spirit and ancestral dragon bloodline are mutually reinforcing entities. To ensure your perfect advancement, Please strive to elevate your ancestral dragon bloodline to level 10 and unlock the first phase of the bloodline ability before reaching level 20. Otherwise, it may adversely affect your future development. Can I break through to Great Soul Master within 2 years? With the Creation Forging Soul technique. As long as I seize the time, it will undoubtedly be an attainable challenge. Now, I should hurry home to unlock new system abilities and merge the infinitely growing soul spirit bestowed by the system, truly unlocking my first soul skill. However, while breaking through to Great Soul Master may seem straightforward, enhancing the ancestral dragon bloodline to level 10 before reaching level 20 is no simple feat. It appears that in order to achieve a perfect advancement to Great Soul Master, and for the sake of my future development, I must remain diligent. Lost in thought, Yao Xuan rose from the ground and subsequently exited the training room. Child, you have successfully advanced to Soul Master? So soon? Observing Yao Xuan stepping out of the training room, the transmission master outside inquired in astonishment. Indeed, Master Transmission, merging with the soul spirit did not seem difficult. I succeeded on my first attempt, Yao Xuan replied, looking at the transmission master. That makes sense. Your mental strength has nearly reached 3 times that of a soul master of the same level, and you merge with a 10-year-old soul spirit. Moreover, your martial spirit is superior to this soul spirit, making the smooth fusion quite understandable. Since you have advanced to soul master, let us conduct a test of your soul power. Upon successful testing, your record of becoming a soul master will be entered into the archives of the Sun and Moon Federation, and in the future, you will be able to receive a reward of 1,000 Federation coins each month from the Federation. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, the spirit master appeared to recall something. Nodding thoughtfully, he then led Yao Xuan out of the training room. Yao Xuan, have you successfully fused with your soul spirit? Lin Shiming inquired as she saw the spirit master escorting Yao Xuan outside. Mother, I have succeeded. I am now a soul master. This esteemed spirit master will also take me for a test of my soul power and for registration. Upon hearing Lin Shiming's inquiry, Yao Xuan responded candidly. All right. As long as you have succeeded, I am proud of you, my dear. Go ahead. I shall await your return here. With the news of Yao Xuan's success, Lin Shiming's face displayed a look of relief. The spirit master then guided Yao Xuan to another soul power testing chamber, where he instructed Yao Xuan to sit on a different soul guiding apparatus and release his soul power. Level 11, splendid. It appears you have successfully advanced to the rank of a soul master. Congratulations, young man. I will now issue your certification and proceed with the necessary registration. Observing the results on the soul power testing device, the spirit master nodded and addressed Yao Xuan. In half an hour, you may collect your soul master certification. With that, Yao Xuan and Lin Shiming departed from the spirit tower and made their way home. Chapter 28. The Art of Soul Forging. Strengthening meditation, Yao Xuan and Lin Shiming left the school around 8 in the morning, since Yao Xuan had spent merely half an hour merging with his soul spirit. When Lin Shiming led him away from the spirit tower, it was still before 10 o'clock. After a brief walk of over 10 minutes, they returned home. At this point, Lin Shiming began preparing lunch for Yao Xuan and Nar, both of whom were known for their hearty appetites. Meanwhile, Yao Xuan entered his bedroom, closed the door, and sat cross-legged on the floor, focusing his thoughts as he immersed himself in the system space. You have acquired a technique, the Art of Soul Forging, first 3 levels. Do you wish to commence the inheritance of this technique? As he selected the option within the system, a prompt resonated in his ears. Yes. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yao Xuan silently nodded in affirmation. Ding. Prepare to inherit the first 3 layers of the Creation Forging Soul technique. Please maintain a clear consciousness. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The system's voice resonated, and immediately, Yao Xuan felt an influx of profound techniques and corresponding insights streaming into his consciousness, rapidly understood and absorbed. Ding. Transmission complete. 10 minutes later, as Yao Xuan felt a slight dizziness, accompanied by a crisp chime and the system's notification, the flow of information regarding this technique abruptly ceased. He marveled at the tremendous power of the Creation Forging Soul technique, truly deserving of its name, which bore the characters for creation. Reflecting on the descriptions gleaned from the inheritance, Yao Xuan's eyes shimmered with fervor. As a reward from the system, this technique was no ordinary skill. According to the information he received, the Creation Forging Soul technique was indeed worthy of the term creation. It was extraordinarily exceptional. First and foremost, the Creation Forging Soul technique is a method capable of reaching divine levels, divided into 18 layers. The first 12 correspond to the ranks of Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Ancestor, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Soul Douluo, Tidal Douluo, and Extreme Douluo Quasi-Demigod, Demigod, and Quasi-God, suitable for mortal practitioners. The latter 6 layers pertain to divine techniques, corresponding to the realms of Level 3 God. Level 2 God, Level 1 God, Level 3 God King, Level 2 God King, and Level 1 God King. Moreover, the creation forging soul technique delineates the methods for condensing divine attributes, elevating divine realms, and achieving divinity, employing the most impeccable techniques to secure the greatest potential for advancement post-ascension to godhood. Secondly, starting from the very first layer, practitioners will find that the soul power they absorb begins to compress and transform into a liquid state. Generally, even in elite institutions like Shrek Academy, students must reach the rank of Soul Sovereign before they are eligible to attempt soul power compression. In contrast, the creation forging soul technique allows for compression to commence at the Soul Master level, which is undeniably formidable. Additionally, the efficiency of soul power absorption is astonishingly rapid, at least tenfold that of the 5 hearts towards the sky technique. Even Tang Sect's Xiantian technique pales in comparison to the absorption efficiency of the creation forging soul technique. Furthermore, during the training process, the technique significantly enhances the practitioner's mental prowess and subtly elevates their innate soul potential, thus augmenting their cultivation capability. When it comes to the condensation of soul nuclei, the effects of the creation forging soul technique are astonishingly extraordinary. Typically, a regular soul master can only condense their first soul nucleus upon advancing to soul saint, and even an extreme Douluo possesses merely 2 nuclei. Remarkably gifted individuals like Tang Weilin, Hui Yuhao, and Di Tian, who are fated to dominate an era, can only condense 3 soul nuclei. However, the creation forging soul technique allows for the condensation of up to 9 nuclei. At the soul ancestor level, practitioners can condense their first nucleus, and subsequently, they can continue to condense 1 nucleus at each rank: Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Soul Douluo, Tidal Douluo, Extreme Douluo, Quasi-Demigod, Demigod, and Quasi-God, culminating in a total of 9 nuclei, 4.5 times that of ordinary soul masters and 3 times that of fated individuals. Of course, despite its extraordinary effects, the creation forging soul technique imposes stringent requirements on practitioners. Without a martial soul of divine caliber, one cannot hope to cultivate this technique. Fortunately, Yao Xuan possesses the creation-level ancestral dragon martial soul, thus avoiding such troubles. Moreover, the creation forging soul technique places great emphasis on foundational strength, initiating the compression of soul power during the practitioner's training period. As a result, while it boasts high efficiency in soul power absorption, the speed of advancement cannot reach the tenfold rate of ordinary techniques. Rather, it achieves a dynamic balance between training speed and foundational solidity. Excellent. Now, let us begin unlocking new system capabilities. Having accepted the first 3 layers of the creation forging soul technique, Yao Xuan concentrated and tapped on the system. Ding. You currently have an unlocked system ability, Enhanced Meditation. Would you like to activate it? Enhanced Meditation effect transforms your mental power, amplifying your ability to attract soul power, while also modifying your internal meridians to accommodate stronger soul power impacts, ultimately enhancing your meditation efficiency by 100. As Yao Xuan focused his thoughts, a system prompt materialized before his eyes. Activate. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yao Xuan nodded silently, soon feeling 2 distinct energies surging from within his body. One of these energies imparted an extreme coolness, flowing towards Yao Xuan's consciousness and transforming his mental prowess, enhancing its affinity for soul power. The other energy, in stark contrast, radiated a searing heat, coursing through Yao Xuan's body, expanding previously narrow meridians and opening up numerous hidden, obstructed branches. Moreover, this energy did not violently impact Yao Xuan's meridians. Rather, it gently integrated with each pathway it traversed, fortifying them to withstand greater soul power assaults. Ding. The system's ability enhancement meditation has been successfully initiated. Approximately 10 minutes later, the 2 energies, one hot and one cold, were nearly fully absorbed, and the peculiar sensation of ice and fire dissipated. Excellent. Truly. The system's capabilities are formidable. Feeling the surrounding soul power becoming noticeably more amiable and experiencing the unimpeded flow of his meridians, Yao Xuan could not help but smile faintly, his heart brimming with satisfaction. After acquiring the art of soul forging, his efficiency in absorbing soul power was tenfold that of ordinary techniques, coupled with the enhancement from meditation. even with the ancestral dragon martial soul requiring several times more soul power for each advancement. The art of soul forging itself, compressing the soul power. His progression speed was still several times faster than that of a typical soul master. Chapter 29. Spatial Storage. Merging with the infinite growth soul spirit. Having successfully unlocked the system's ability enhancement meditation, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction, resting for 5 minutes to acclimate to the changes in his body. He then immersed his thoughts in the system once more and gently tapped on the function panel. Ding! You currently possess an unlocked system ability, Spatial Storage. Would you like to activate it? Spatial Storage Effect. This system ability has created a personal storage space for you, capable of holding your personal items, with its volume growing as your level increases. Current volume, 5 cubic meters. Please note, only inanimate objects can be stored in this space. Living beings cannot be accommodated. As Yao Xuan focused his intent, a flash of silver light crossed his consciousness, and a system prompt appeared. Yes. Seeing the system's enhancement, Yao Xuan nodded slightly in confirmation. With his action, a surge of spatial energy continuously emerged around him, coalescing under intricate seals into a stable storage space. Ding! The system ability Spatial Storage has been successfully activated. 5 minutes later, with the system's prompt, the storage space had completely solidified and was now affixed to the Super God system, forming a silver spatial mark that floated within Yao Xuan's consciousness. Truly astonishing. Concentrating his mental power on the spatial mark, Yao Xuan immediately sensed the essence of that space. He then focused his thoughts, locking onto the table in the room and drawing it into the system space. With a mere thought, the table before him abruptly vanished from the room, and simultaneously, a new table appeared within the storage space. Experiencing this phenomenon, Yao Xuan could not help but exclaim in wonder. Now, let me retrieve it for a test. With a thought, Yao Xuan once again locked onto the table within the storage space and summoned it forth, in stark contrast to the previous process. This time, the table virtually instantaneously reappeared in the distance. Fantastic! I now possess my own storage space. Moreover, compared to the storage soul tools on Douluo Continent, my storage space is undoubtedly far more powerful. After repeatedly experimenting with the newly created storage space, engaging its mental power consumption, Yao Xuan nodded in immense satisfaction, a radiant smile illuminating his face. On the Douluo Continent, even the smallest storage soul tool, with a mere 0.1 cubic meters of space, costs around several 100,000 federal coins. The larger the storage soul tool, the higher the price per unit volume. For a 5 cubic meter storage soul tool, if placed in an auction, it could fetch at least 10 million federal coins, making it exceedingly precious. Furthermore, 5 cubic meters is merely the minimum volume for the system's storage space. It will undoubtedly continue to expand in the future. More importantly, the storage space provided by the system is not a tangible entity like the storage soul tools. It is directly bound to Yao Xuan's consciousness, eliminating the risk of loss. And it is exceptionally discreet. If he were to acquire any forbidden items and place them in the system's storage space, others would be utterly unable to detect them. Now, let us embark on the most crucial step, merging with the infinite growth soul spirit. Smiling contently, Yao Xuan focused his thoughts, severing the connection with the storage space. He then retrieved a basketball-sized, multicolored crystal, which was the essence of the infinite growth soul spirit, capable of coalescing into a soul spirit with limitless potential. Placing the multicolored crystal before him, Yao Xuan took a deep breath and summoned his soul power, enveloping the crystal in his essence, commencing the refining process. As Yao Xuan infused his soul power, the crystal began to emanate a faint multicolored glow, gradually intensifying. Suddenly, it levitated from the ground, spinning gracefully in midair. Ancestral Dragon Martial Soul, go! Observing the crystal's levitation, Yao Xuan followed the system's instructions and released his Ancestral Dragon Martial Soul. As he concentrated, multicolored radiance flickered from his right hand, and the Ancestral Dragon Martial Soul manifested powerfully, compared to when he first acquired it. The Ancestral Dragon Martial Soul now exuded a significantly stronger aura, radiating an overwhelming presence, with faint multicolored hues shimmering on its scales, its claws sharper, and its gaze more imposing. With the Ancestral Dragon Martial Soul unveiled, Yao Xuan pointed towards the multicolored crystal. Instantly, the Ancestral Dragon Martial Soul detached from Yao Xuan's body and charged fiercely towards the crystal. With the force of a sweeping tempest, Yao Xuan's Ancestral Dragon Martial Soul pierced through the multicolored crystal, and with a resounding crack, fissures appeared on its surface, rapidly expanding. Those cracks swiftly transformed into vast rifts, covering the entire crystal, which then shattered into countless luminous particles, dissipating into the air, creating an exquisitely beautiful spectacle. In the center of the shattered, multicolored crystal, amidst the flicker of radiant colors, a likeness of the ancestral dragon martial soul emerged, intimately circling Yao Xuan's form before merging into his consciousness. Ding! Successfully merged with the infinite growth soul spirit ancestral dragon, imprint body. Current cultivation of ancestral dragon soul spirit. 100 years. Maximum potential. Infinite. Please enhance the ancestral dragon soul spirit's cultivation through means such as entering the ascension platform to seize life energy, practicing the art of soul forging, consuming rare materials, and utilizing golden evolution points. Ding! Successfully merged with the soul spirit, obtaining the first soul skill, Ancestral Dragon's Rift Strike. As the radiant spectrum of colors entered Yao Xuan's consciousness, it was swiftly assimilated by his mental energy without a hint of resistance, effortlessly transforming into Yao Xuan's first spirit. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed once more. Indeed, in alignment with Yao Xuan's martial spirit, his inaugural spirit remained the Ancestral Dragon. Specifically a manifestation of Yao Xuan's Ancestral Dragon martial spirit, birthed from the essence of a soul capable of infinite growth. Infused with the aura of Yao Xuan's Ancestral Dragon martial spirit, sharing the same origin. For a martial spirit of such divine caliber, if Yao Xuan were to integrate a mundane spirit, those ordinary spirits would undoubtedly shatter under the overwhelming pressure exerted by the Ancestral Dragon. Conversely, if the spirit were of comparable rank to the Ancestral Dragon, it would never be subservient to it. Thus, Yao Xuan's first spirit chose the manifestation of the Ancestral Dragon, ensuring no conflict would arise. Moreover, as this spirit was directly born from the Ancestral Dragon, Yao Xuan experienced a seamless integration, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Furthermore, during the fusion with the Ancestral Dragon spirit, the power of the Ancestral Dragon within Yao Xuan was reignited, leading to a significant enhancement in his physical attributes. His strength, recovery ability, and cellular vitality surged, and concurrently, Yao Xuan's mental energy increased by 3 points, reaching a total of 94. Chapter 30, Ancestral Dragon S Sky-Splitting Strike. A breakthrough in the Ancestral Dragon bloodline now, it is time to witness the might of my new soul skill. The Ancestral Dragon S Sky-Splitting Strike, its name alone exudes formidable power. With a mere thought, a translucent figure resembling Yao Xuan materialized in his consciousness. Given the immense strength of the Ancestral Dragon S Sky-Splitting Strike, Yao Xuan was understandably hesitant to demonstrate it within his home, fearing he might inadvertently devastate the entire room. Nevertheless, with the aid of the Super God system, Yao Xuan could vividly simulate the actual effects of his soul skill. Moreover, should Yao Xuan successfully transcend to a great soul master, the simulation capabilities of the Super God system would amplify, allowing the creation of a simulated combat space. At that juncture, the system's simulation feature would extend beyond merely replicating his own skills, enabling simulations against adversaries Yao Xuan had encountered, thereby enhancing his combat prowess through continuous simulated battles. Ancestral Dragon, manifest. In Yao Xuan's consciousness, the ethereal figure murmured softly, and its soul power surged, emanating a faint, multicolored glow. Extending his right hand, the vibrant luminescence coalesced in the palm, and in the next moment, the Ancestral Dragon martial spirit floated above his hand. As Yao Xuan's phantom lifted his hand, the Ancestral Dragon martial spirit soared into the sky. Upon reaching its zenith, it turned and dove back down, ultimately merging with Yao Xuan's phantom at the crown of his head, uniting as one. With the integration of the Ancestral Dragon martial spirit, the phantom's aura intensified, its eyes transforming into slitted pupils, radiating a soft, multicolored brilliance and exuding an intimidating presence that seemed to look down upon the world. Additionally, the original multicolored glow began to coalesce upon the phantom's skin, forming a delicate layer of dragon scales, still in a nascent stage, yet not fully developed. Furthermore, the phantom's fingertips elongated and thickened, morphing into a pair of 5-centimeter-long, razor-sharp dragon claws that shimmered with a faint iridescence. Simultaneously, a steel plate, approximately 3 centimeters thick, appeared 10 meters in front of him. Ancestral Dragon S Sky-Splitting Strike. With a commanding shout, a ring of yellow soul rings burst forth behind the phantom. Following this, Yao Xuan propelled himself forward, his right foot launching him into motion, crossing his arms in front of him, his claws poised in a cross pattern, tearing towards the steel plate with wild ferocity. Rending sounds echoed as Yao Xuan's claws sliced through the air, leaving behind fleeting afterimages, and with 2 piercing shredding noises. The steel plate was marred with deep, grotesque fissures, nearly splitting it in two. Such power, truly, The ancestral dragon martial spirit and the soul skill bestowed by an infinite growth spirit are extraordinary. As he surveyed the devastation wrought by his soul skill, a fervent glint flickered in Yao Xuan's eyes. Although this was merely a standard 100-fold tempered steel plate, not a product of a 1,000-fold refinement, nor enhanced by any soul-guiding formations, it still represented considerable durability. Even a typical assault-type soul master's third soul skill might struggle to breach it, let alone cause such extensive damage. Moreover, this was only Yao Xuan's first soul skill, and his infinite growth spirit had only just been acquired. Possessing a mere century of cultivation without further refinement, it is foreseeable that Yao Xuan's future soul skills will only grow in might, and his combat capabilities will undeniably surpass this era. In addition, Yao Xuan learned from the system that as the proficiency of the ancestral dragoness sky splitting strike increases, it will continue to receive additional enhancements. As long as Yao Xuan can elevate his spirit to 1,000 years, transforming his first soul skill into a 1,000-year soul skill, then the ancestral dragoness sky splitting strike will gain the ability to penetrate armor, disregarding both physical and soul skill defenses, akin to Tang Wulin's golden dragon claw, albeit even more potent. Should he elevate the first soul skill to 10,000 years, the ancestral dragon's divine claw will acquire a guaranteed hit effect based on causality. And upon reaching 100,000 years, it will gain the ability to annihilate, utterly disintegrating the atomic structure of any struck object, rendering it irreparable by any healing soul skill. Simultaneously, upon reaching 1,000 years, the ancestral dragon-s sky-splitting strike can transform into a ranged attack, launching energy-based ancestral dragon claws at foes. Although its power may not match direct physical assaults and lacks the armor-piercing effect, it allows Yao Xuan to avoid being kited by enemies, which is a pleasant surprise. Savoring his soul skill, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction before once again engaging the system. Spending 101 golden evolution points will enhance the concentration of the ancestral dragon bloodline by 9, raising it to 6. 7. Will you proceed with the enhancement? As Yao Xuan contemplated, the system's notification resonated in his ears. Upon successfully advancing to a soul master, Yao Xuan received 100 golden evolution points. For someone who has acquired the divine forging soul technique, enhancing both soul power and mental energy was not a daunting task. Thus, he decided to invest all his golden evolution points into augmenting the ancestral dragon bloodline. Yes, a slight wince crossed Yao Xuan's face. Yet he affirmed his choice with a nod. Although the golden evolution points held various utilities, he understood that swiftly elevating the ancestral dragon bloodline to 10 and awakening its abilities was of paramount importance. Ding! The enhancement commenced. After receiving confirmation from Yao Xuan, all 101 remaining points of golden evolution energy in the super god system were consumed, transforming into an extraordinarily pure and enigmatic source of evolutionary energy. This energy surged forth from the depths of Yao Xuan's being, coursing through his veins and spreading throughout his body. As this evolutionary energy flowed, the ancestral dragon bloodline within Yao Xuan, which had already begun to coalesce, fervently absorbed this energy, becoming increasingly refined, causing Yao Xuan's body to emanate a faint, resplendent glow of 9 colors. With the elevation of the ancestral dragon bloodline, Yao Xuan's physical attributes were further enhanced, his strength augmented, cellular vitality surged, meridians became more resilient, and his dantian expanded continuously, thereby amplifying his evolutionary potential. When the ancestral dragon bloodline within Yao Xuan broke through the 5th level, he sensed a unique connection between his previously vigorous life force, allowing him to control it. A subtle 9-colored network formed within his veins and meridians, establishing a special circulation. Ding! Enhancement complete. Ancestral dragon bloodline unlocking degree 1. 9. Current unlocking degree 6. 7. 10 minutes later, the fusion concluded, accompanied by a chime. The system's prompt echoed once more, and Yao Xuan quietly opened his eyes. Chapter 31. Cultivating the Creation Forging Soul Technique. Excellent. My strength has become even more formidable. Rising to his feet, Yao Xuan felt the surging energy within him and was immensely satisfied, his face adorned with a radiant smile. After elevating the concentration of the ancestral dragon bloodline to 5, a further metamorphosis occurred, establishing a rudimentary cycle of vitality that was a qualitative leap from its previous loose and disordered state. Moreover, following the formation of the vitality cycle, a portion of the ancestral dragon's power permeated Yao Xuan's internal organs, initiating a preliminary transformation that significantly enhanced their resilience and strength. For soul masters, refining the internal organs is notably challenging compared to muscles and bones, as they are among the most vulnerable areas of the human body. Furthermore, Any damage inflicted upon them can result in severe repercussions. Now, after being tempered by the power of the ancestral dragon, Yao Xuan's internal organs were at least several times more robust than those of an ordinary soul master, granting him a distinct advantage. This superior physical condition also enabled him to withstand greater soul force impacts in the future, greatly benefiting his cultivation. As for Yao Xuan's strength, it ascended to a new echelon. Prior to his advancement as a soul master, his strength had already reached 500 kilograms, a distance truly unfathomable for a 7.5-year-old child. Following his advancement, with the further liberation of his ancestral dragon martial spirit, Yao Xuan's physical power received another boost, increasing by approximately 100 kilograms, bringing his total strength to around 600 kilograms. Moreover, just moments ago, with the enhancement of the ancestral dragon bloodline and the initial formation of the vitality cycle, Yao Xuan's strength surged dramatically, increasing by nearly 300 kilograms, reaching an astounding 900 kilograms. Furthermore, this was merely his physical strength. Once he activated his soul force and invoked the ability of the ancestral dragon manifestation, his power would increase by at least 50, enabling him to surpass 1,000 kilograms. Achieving an astonishing total of 1,350 kilograms, truly remarkable. Now, it is time to practice the creation forging soul technique. The fusion of the ancestral dragon spirit and the enhancement of the ancestral dragon bloodline did not consume much time, taking Yao Xuan approximately 20 minutes. Checking the time. It was still not yet 10:30, and he had not yet to fetch Nar. Thus Yao Xuan decided to attempt the newly acquired creation forging soul technique, a method imbued with the essence of creation that filled him with immense anticipation. Heaven and earth, profound and vast. The universe, primordial. The sun and moon wax and wane. Stars align and disperse. Silently meditating in accordance with the principles of the creation forging soul technique, an immense surge of celestial soul force rapidly converged around Yao Xuan, gathering into a formidable vortex of energy within his bedroom in less than half a minute. For basic meditative techniques like the 5 hearts towards the heavens, one can only passively sense the surrounding soul force, which is rather inefficient, perhaps even mediocre. However, for a creation-level technique like the creation forging soul technique, it does more than merely sense soul force. It employs mysterious methods to attract all nearby celestial soul force, significantly enhancing the concentration of soul force surrounding the practitioner. This attraction of celestial soul force requires the practitioner to harness the characteristics and allure of their martial spirit, which is why only those possessing God-level martial spirits are qualified to cultivate the creation forging soul technique. Truly, the creation forging soul technique is as powerful as it is reputed. Sensing the changes in the surrounding soul force, Yao Xuan nodded in appreciation. The concentration of celestial soul force around him had increased at least tenfold, and it was still steadily rising. It is noteworthy that even within the cultivation chamber of the spirit transmission tower, the concentration of soul force was merely double that of the outside world. Let us continue. Clearing his mind of distractions, Yao Xuan followed the guiding principles of the creation forging soul technique, releasing waves of mental energy to attract and draw in the immensely rich celestial soul force surrounding him. As Yao Xuan focused his thoughts, the celestial soul force around him surged toward him as if drawn by a magnet, flowing through his body and into his meridians. Although Yao Xuan's meridians had been modified by the ancestral dragon martial spirit and the initial ancestral dragon physique, making them several times wider and more flexible than those of an ordinary soul master, the intensity of this celestial soul force was so potent that even he felt a slight tingling sensation in his meridians. If Yao Xuan could experience such a sensation, it was easy to imagine the peril ordinary soul masters would face should they be struck by such a torrent of soul force. The most likely outcome would be the rupture of their meridians, rendering them incapable of further cultivation, which is yet another reason why only those with God-level martial spirits can practice the creation forging soul technique. As he felt the overwhelming soul force within him, Yao Xuan continued to operate the creation forging soul technique, compressing and guiding this influx of soul force, ensuring it followed the correct trajectory into his dantian, where it would ultimately be assimilated. With the activation of the creation forging soul technique, the gaseous soul force within Yao Xuan's meridians was continuously compressed, becoming increasingly concentrated. In the central region, it even transitioned from a gaseous state to a liquid form. The streams of compressed soul force flowed rapidly through Yao Xuan's meridians under his guidance, eventually merging into his dantian. Each time the soul force traversed a section of his body, the corresponding tissues would receive nourishment, becoming even more powerful. Once these soul forces entered Yao Xuan's dantian, he further activated the refining techniques within the creation forging soul technique, enveloping them with his mental energy for further refinement, ultimately assimilating this external soul force into his own essence. An hour later, that should suffice. If I continue absorbing celestial soul force, it could harm my dantian and meridians. Feeling a slight tingling sensation in his dantian, Yao Xuan wisely ceased his drawing and absorption of the soul power from the heavens and earth. Instead, he devoted his focus to compressing and refining the soul energy within his body. Patience is a virtue, and as a transmigrator, Yao Xuan understood this principle well. Hastening the process at the expense of his health would be akin to losing a watermelon while picking up a sesame seed. As Yao Xuan halted the attraction of celestial soul power, the dense energy that had once gathered around him began to dissipate slowly. However, a significant portion of the residual celestial soul power remained within his meridians and dantian. It took nearly 20 minutes for him to completely refine it, after which he gently opened his eyes. Chapter 32. The aroma of brother Yao Xuan has become more enchanting practicing the art of soul forging. Yao Xuan experienced an increase in his total soul power, 3:12, current soul power, level 11, 3:12. His mental strength also grew, 16:1. Current mental strength, 94:16:1. Additionally, the system absorbs soul energy, resulting in an evolution point gain of 2,405, bringing his current evolution points to 8506. Rising from his bed, Yao Xuan was greeted by a flash of silver light in his consciousness as a system prompt suddenly appeared. Indeed, the art of soul forging is truly extraordinary. Observing the feedback from the system, a fervent glimmer sparkled in Yao Xuan's eyes as he nodded in satisfaction. In every aspect, the efficacy of the art of soul forging far surpassed that of the 5 hearts to heaven technique. Firstly, regarding the cultivation of soul power. The results from the art of soul forging were undeniably formidable. Within merely a month, it could elevate Yao Xuan to the rank of a level 12 soul master. Typically, advancing through the ranks of a soul master is more arduous and time-consuming than that of a soul scholar. While practicing the 5 hearts to heaven technique, Yao Xuan spent a full 3 months progressing from level 9 to level 10. Continuing to advance with that technique would only require more time. However, now, with the art of soul forging, Yao Xuan could achieve the breakthrough from level 11 to level 12 in just a third of the time, clearly illustrating the disparity between the two methods. Moreover, in terms of the quality of the soul power cultivated, the 5 hearts to heaven technique could not compare to the art of soul forging. The soul power derived from the 5 hearts to heaven technique was loose and unrefined, often resulting in diminished combat effectiveness for the soul master. This loose soul power proved detrimental to the future development of the soul master. Hence, upon entering an intermediate soul master academy, most would switch to other techniques. In contrast, the art of soul forging provided Yao Xuan with finely compressed soul power, the purity of which exceeded 5 times that of the former, reaching levels comparable to that of a soul zone, with some even approaching a liquid state. It is noteworthy that even at the Shrek Academy, the techniques for compressing soul power are only taught after reaching the soul zone level, further highlighting the exceptional nature of the art of soul forging. However, it is precisely this extreme compression of soul power that allows practitioners of the art of soul forging to condense their first soul core at the soul zone level. If Yao Xuan continues to practice this technique, his foundation will undoubtedly become exceedingly solid, enabling him to engage in battles beyond his rank with ease. Secondly, the art of soul forging also offers superior refinement for mental strength. With the same duration of practice, its enhancement effects on mental strength surpass those of the 5 hearts to heaven technique by 5-fold. For a soul master, mental strength is an essential attribute. Robust mental capacity is requisite for controlling soul skills, taming soul spirits, and manipulating battle armor. Thanks to the art of soul forging, even without additional mental training, Yao Xuan's mental strength can increase by 1 point approximately every 9 days, and as his rank ascends, this rate of improvement will accelerate. Lastly, concerning the accumulation of ordinary evolution points, in the past, Yao Xuan earned around 300 evolution points with each training session, requiring an entire month to amass a single golden evolution point. For his bloodline enhancement needs, this was but a drop in the ocean. Now, however, he can gather a golden evolution point approximately every 4 days, amounting to 90 points in a year. For Yao Xuan at this stage, this is a considerable sum, especially since the reward for advancing to Soul Master only grants him 100 golden evolution points. With that, it was time to fetch Nahar. Glancing at the clock, He noted it was nearly 11:50 in the morning. Yao Xuan informed Lin Shiming of his departure and made his way to the Red Mountain Academy. At the academy, classes concluded at noon, and with the physical prowess of a soul master, Yao Xuan arrived punctually, waiting quietly beneath the teaching building as usual. Brother Yao Xuan. I'm here. As expected, a silver figure rushed out from the teaching building and leaped into Yao Xuan's embrace. It was Nar. Nar is so well behaved. Let us go home, Yao Xuan said affectionately, holding her little hand. Nara replied, but instead of moving, she nestled against Yao Xuan, leaning her pretty face closer to his, taking a whiff and revealing an expression of near ecstasy. Brother Yao Xuan, your scent seems even more delightful than before. Raising her head, Nara gazed earnestly into Yao Xuan's eyes, her purple orbs shining with sincerity. Is that so? If Nara likes it, then I am truly delighted. By the way, Nara, did you know? Today, I successfully advanced to Soul Master. As he spoke, Yao Xuan gently stroked Nara's head and continued, a Soul Master? Congratulations. Brother Yao Xuan, I knew you would succeed. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Nara couldn't help but smile sweetly, her lips curving into two charming dimples. Genuinely delighted for Yao Xuan from the depths of her heart. Thank you, Nara. Now, let us set off. Mother is waiting for us at home. Today, to celebrate my advancement as a Soul Master, Mother has specially prepared a feast for us. Upon hearing Nara's words, Yao Xuan gently rubbed her fair and delicate palm. Then led her homeward. Brother Yao Xuan, what does it feel like to be a Soul Master? Nara inquired curiously as they walked along the path. What does it feel like to be a Soul Master? To be honest, it doesn't feel particularly different. After all, I was already able to manipulate soul power at the Soul Scholar level. However, compared to the Soul Scholar realm, as a Soul Master, I can harness a greater quantity of soul power and utilize soul skills. Listening to Nara, Yao Xuan responded while subtly manipulating his soul power to draw a heart in the air, which made Nara's eyes sparkle with delight. So, what is your soul skill? Brother Yao Xuan? She asked again, her tone still imbued with curiosity. My soul skill? Yao Xuan began. It is a fiercely tearing soul skill, capable of shredding a thin steel plate with ease. However, due to its considerable power, I shall refrain from demonstrating it to you, Nara. After carefully choosing his words, Yao Xuan explained the effects of his skill, the ancestral dragon-esque skyrending strike, but deliberately omitted its name to avoid triggering any painful memories for Nara. And he did not perform a live demonstration. Chapter 33. Testing strength after enjoying a sumptuous meal prepared by Lin Shiming with Nara. The two returned to their respective rooms for an afternoon rest. In the afternoon, as was customary, Yao Xuan escorted Nara to Hongshan Academy for her classes. After school, he first accompanied her home and then changed into his work attire to head to the Mongtian studio. Ah, Yao Xuan, you've arrived. Dragon Brother exclaimed upon seeing Yao Xuan enter the studio. He approached and patted Yao Xuan on the shoulder, greeting him warmly. Indeed, Dragon Brother, good afternoon. By the way, is Master free at the moment? Yao Xuan inquired while returning the greeting out of respect. Yes, the teacher is currently taking a break from forging. Is there something you need to discuss with him? Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Longa nodded slightly, then curiously inquired, Indeed. It was just this morning that I successfully merged with my soul, breaking through to the rank of Soul Master. My teacher had mentioned that I had already mastered the 100 forging skill, and upon reaching the Soul Master level, I could attempt the 1,000 forgings practice. Therefore, I wanted to inform my teacher. Upon hearing Long Ji's question, Yao Xuan answered truthfully. Oh, you have already broken through to Soul Master? Congratulations. Come. Let me take you to see the teacher. As he congratulated Yao Xuan, Long Go led him towards Meng Tian's workshop, filled with envy for his junior. As Meng Tian's first disciple, Long Go began learning forging at the age of 12, only started 1,000 forgings at 20, and finally crafted his first 1,000 forgings piece at 25. Now, his junior brother was attempting 1,000 forgings at just 7.5 years old, making him feel rather inadequate. Nonetheless, he understood that Yao Xuan was indeed qualified for such learning. In merely a year and a half, Yao Xuan had mastered the 100 forgings technique and possessed extraordinary strength, marking him as a natural talent in forging. Teacher, I have successfully broken through to Soul Master. Upon entering Meng Tian's workshop, Yao Xuan respectfully bowed to him and stated, The realm of Soul Master? Excellent. After breaking through, your strength should have further enhanced, allowing you to attempt 1,000 forgings. However, before we proceed, I must first assist you in testing your strength. With that, Meng Tian took Yao Xuan's hand and led him to a specialized instrument designed to assess a forger's strength, activating the testing apparatus. The strength testing device consists of 3 parts: a square metal platform at the bottom, identical to a typical forging table, upon which a thick cylindrical metal body is mounted. Behind it stands a cylindrical structure approximately 1.5 meters tall, containing a slender mercury column. During the strength test, the forger simply needs to strike the metal column with a 100 gene testing hammer, and the mercury column will react to the force of the strike, displaying the strength exerted while automatically deducting the weight of the testing hammer. Let us begin. First, test the strength of your right hand. While handing the testing hammer to Yao Xuan, Meng Tian instructed in a calm manner. Yes, teacher. Grasping the hammer tightly with his right hand, Yao Xuan steadied himself, took a deep breath, then raised the hammer high above his head. Concentrating all his strength into his right arm, he lowered his center of gravity. Then, with a powerful thrust, he brought the hammer crashing down onto the cylindrical structure, producing a resounding and piercing sound. With a tremendous roar, the entire workshop trembled slightly, and both Yao Xuan and Meng Tian experienced a mild ringing in their ears. Simultaneously, the mercury column shot up, and the adjacent display screen recorded the maximum force of the strike. 960 kilograms? How is that possible? Could there be a malfunction with the instrument? No. That seems unlikely. Gazing at the test data, Meng Tian's expression morphed into one of utter astonishment, his mouth agape as if a fist could fit inside. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke with a mixture of disbelief and awe. It is noteworthy that even Long Go, as an adult, could only exert around 250 kilograms of striking force without activating his martial soul or soul power. The strength exhibited by Yao Xuan was nearly 4 times that of Long Go, truly remarkable. He recalled testing Yao Xuan's strength during his 7th birthday, when Yao Xuan had already demonstrated nearly 500 kilograms of force, leaving Meng Tian astounded and proclaiming that he had discovered an extraordinary talent. This was also the reason Meng Tian was willing to impart Thousand Forgings techniques to Yao Xuan upon his breakthrough to Soul Master. Now, nearly 6 months after Yao Xuan's 7th birthday, his strength had nearly doubled, leaving Meng Tian incredulous. Master, after breaking through to Soul Master, I can indeed feel a significant increase in my strength. The results from this instrument must be accurate. Therefore, Master, may I test again? Observing Meng Tian's astonished expression, Yao Xuan secretly chuckled, though he maintained a composed demeanor and kindly explained, Yes, do try again. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, the expression on Meng Tian's face gradually returned to normal, and he nodded, giving instructions. Following Meng Tian's directive, Yao Xuan, just as before, lifted the forging hammer, gathering strength, and then struck down fiercely. Bang! With a resounding boom, the powerful force caused the entire forging room to tremble once more. While Meng Tian promptly covered his ears and then glanced at the results on the power tester, it was evident that the power tester was functioning correctly, and Yao Xuan's score was recorded at 964 kilograms, an increase of 4 kilograms from the last time. Good, very good. Yao Xuan. Now try with your left hand. Observing Yao Xuan's performance, Meng Tian repeatedly exclaimed his approval, his face radiating uncontainable joy and admiration. He then nodded slightly and instructed again. All right, Master. As he acknowledged, Yao Xuan switched the forging hammer to his left hand and replicated his previous action, striking the power testing platform with force. 932 kilograms, quite impressive. The smile on Meng Tian's face broadened, his lips nearly curving into a radiant grin. For a blacksmith, the more balanced the strength between the left and right hands, the greater the stability in forging. Generally, there exists at least a 10-kilogram difference in strength between an individual's hands. In Yao Xuan's case, however, the disparity was merely 5 kilograms, marking him as a natural talent in blacksmithing. The thought of being fortunate enough to take Yao Xuan as a disciple filled Meng Tian with gratitude. Excellent. With a force of 1,000 kilograms, you are more than capable of meeting the requirements for the Thousand Forging technique. Now, I shall explain the nuances of the Thousand Forging process. Striving to calm his elated spirit, Meng Tian retrieved a piece of golden metal from the storage rack behind him, its surface emanating a faint golden glow, and placed it before Yao Xuan. Chapter 34, Refined Gold. Learning the Thousand Forging technique. Refined Gold. Yao Xuan recognized the metal immediately by its appearance and properties. Refined gold is a rare and precious metal sourced from deep within the earth, extraordinarily difficult to mine, and exorbitantly priced, at least 100 times that of ordinary steel. Once it is produced, it is swiftly snapped up by various families and military factions, making it nearly impossible to acquire without special channels. The primary characteristic of refined gold is its hardness. However, it also possesses considerable ductility, avoiding the issues of brittleness, which has led to its popularity. Moreover, when it comes to conducting soul power, refined gold exhibits astonishing efficacy, rendering it an excellent material for soul-guiding devices. Thus, whether for crafting mechas, battle armors, or other soul-guiding tools, refined gold is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Your foundational skills are quite solid. This is indeed a piece of refined gold. Yao Xuan, you possess innate strength, and refined gold's remarkable hardness perfectly complements your advantages in power. Therefore, when you truly decide to pursue the thousand forging technique, you may use refined gold as your material. The so-called thousand forging differs fundamentally from the 100 forging. It is not merely a matter of hammering the metal 1,000 times. Instead, it involves incessantly hammering to eliminate all impurities within the metal and restructuring its internal structure and grain. Simultaneously, the most significant effect of thousand forging is sublimation. While 100 forging represents a mere quantitative change, thousand forging signifies a true qualitative transformation. A successful thousand forging will induce a sublimation effect in the metal, which is the essence of the thousand forging technique. Take, for example, the tungsten steel hammer we frequently use in forging. Tungsten steel's inherent hardness and density are precisely why we utilize it to forge other metals. After undergoing thousand forging, its density will increase by 50%, and its strength will double. Furthermore, when striking, the actual force exerted is 1.25 times its mass. This phenomenon is what we refer to as sublimation. For ordinary metals like tungsten steel, sublimation is relatively straightforward, but for more advanced metals, successful thousand forging can yield unique sublimation effects, often resulting in metals of exceedingly high value. In general, the value of thousand forged metals surpasses that of 100 forged metals by 100-fold. Only by achieving the level of thousand forging can one be considered truly initiated in the art of forging, and such blacksmiths are referred to as master-level blacksmiths. Gazing at Yao Xuan, Meng Tian elaborated on the effects of thousand forging. Then his tone grew more serious and earnest as he looked into Yao Xuan's eyes and said, "Now, I will explain the techniques and tricks of thousand forging to you. In our forging community, thousand forging is also known as intent forging. When engaging in thousand forging, you cannot regard the metal as a lifeless object. Instead, you must perceive the metal as a living entity on equal footing with yourself and use your intent, your mental energy, to communicate and connect with it. Only by establishing this communication with the metal and gaining its acknowledgement can you truly uncover its secrets, harness its internal potential, and achieve a qualitative transformation, culminating in sublimation." This may sound somewhat perplexing or even mystical, but it is indeed true. Thousand forging cannot be accomplished in a single attempt. It is a process requiring long-term contemplation, continual experimentation, and the gradual accumulation of experience. Initially, I spent 2 full years attempting and comprehending before I successfully completed my first thousand forging. Now, I shall demonstrate the process of thousand forging for you. However, you must remember that each blacksmith's method of completing thousand forging is unique. Do not merely imitate, but forge your own path, as this is the key to mastering thousand forging. With that, Meng Tian activated the forging platform, heating the piece of refined gold. Once heated, he retrieved the refined gold and lifted the forging hammer, striking in a special rhythm. Clang, 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 clang. With each of Meng Tian's movements, sparks flew, and soon after 100 strikes, the refined gold's volume had diminished by about 1/10, its surface emanating a peculiar luster. 200 strikes, 300 strikes, 400 strikes. As time quietly passed, Meng Tian continued hammering, reaching 990 strikes, and the refined gold's volume had contracted by 1/4, emitting a subtle golden glow. At that moment, Meng Tian accelerated his hammering, increasing the force. In less than 3 seconds, he delivered 9 quick strikes, causing the refined gold's volume to compress further, its brightness intensifying, while a faint white light began to ascend, soaring approximately 30 centimeters. Thousand forging is achieved. Do you see? This is thousand forging. From now on, you will continue your regular part forging during the weekdays, and on weekends, I will provide you with metals for you to practice thousand forging, twice a week. Initially, you will experiment with tungsten steel. Once you have gained a certain understanding, you may begin your true thousand forging with refined gold. My expectations for you are simple. Successfully forge a piece of thousand forged metal before your graduation, and you will be deemed competent. I have faith that you will succeed. With a gentle pat on Yao Xuan's shoulder, Meng Tian issued a dismissal. Yao Xuan then returned to his forge, ready to commence his work. "Oh, Xingo, what brings you here so late today?" greeted Tang Wulin warmly as Yao Xuan entered the forge. I successfully advanced to the Soul Master today. Yao Xuan replied while preparing the materials for the day. My master imparted some techniques on thousand forging to me and even demonstrated the process, which delayed my arrival. A Soul Master and thousand forging? Congratulations, Xian Go. You truly are my idol. It's incredible. Tang Wulin's eyes sparkled with admiration and envy as he looked at Yao Xuan. Thank you for your kind words, Wulin. However, I merely took a step ahead. I am certain that with your insight and talent, you will also have the opportunity to advance to Soul Master and begin your journey in thousand forging before graduation. Upon hearing Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xuan smiled encouragingly and replied, I will certainly give my utmost effort, Brother Xian. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin could not help but clench his fists tightly. His small eyes filled with determination and seriousness. Meanwhile, Yao Xuan commenced his work for the day, in order to observe Meng Tian's demonstration of the thousand forgings. Yao Xuan spent approximately an hour, as he needed to forge today's components swiftly. Otherwise, Lin Shiming and Na would undoubtedly grow anxious. Chapter 35, Breakthrough, Spirit Connection Realm. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, although he had yet to achieve a breakthrough in the thousand forgings. Yao Xuan's persistent training in the creation forging soul technique had allowed his soul power to ascend to level 12, marking his first breakthrough after advancing to the Soul Master realm and bringing him closer to the Great Soul Master level. Despite the escalating demand for heaven and earth soul power with each level gained, Yao Xuan remained confident that he could breach the Great Soul Master threshold within 2 years. What he required now was to obtain as many golden evolution points as possible to enhance the density of his ancestor dragon bloodline. Beyond the advancement in soul power, the creation forging soul technique had significantly bolstered his mental capacity. 10 days prior, Yao Xuan's mental strength had already reached 99 points, the pinnacle of the spirit origin realm. With just a slight increase, he could break through the confines of the spirit origin realm and ascend to the higher mental level known as the spirit connection realm. Unlike the spirit origin realm, once a soul master reaches the spirit connection realm, they gain rudimentary control over their mental power, enabling them to perform simple feats, such as manipulating objects from a distance. Nonetheless, at this stage, the soul master's mental power remains relatively weak, allowing them to move only lightweight objects like cups and books, and they typically lack the ability to apply mental power effectively in combat. However, compared to the spirit origin realm, this represented a significant advancement. Furthermore, for a soul master aspiring to enter a prestigious soul master academy, achieving the spirit connection realm was a requisite. For soul masters, the spirit origin realm's mental power could only support one yellow spirit, while advancing to the great soul master was the limit. In contrast, the spirit connection realm's mental power could accommodate 2 yellow spirits or 1 purple spirit, granting the soul master the potential to progress to the soul ancestor rank. For Yao Xuan, upon reaching 99 points in mental strength, he sensed a certain bottleneck. However, through 10 days of rigorous practice, the mental energy accumulated in his sea of consciousness surged, relentlessly battering the barriers confining it, resulting in numerous cracks forming upon the surface of that obstruction. With renewed determination, he resolved that today would be the day. After completing his forging, Yao Xuan returned home, had dinner, and retreated to his bedroom. He closed the door, shut his eyes, and activated the creation forging soul technique. As he did so, an immense influx of heaven and earth soul power converged within his room, which he skillfully guided, compressed, and refined. With each wave of soul power being refined, the mental force within Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness surged, transforming into waves of mental energy that battered against the invisible boundaries confining it. After 10 days of relentless effort, the once imperceptible bottleneck had become riddled with cracks, precariously close to collapse. If he could just shatter it, Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness would expand, allowing for the accommodation of greater mental power and facilitating his advancement to the spirit connection realm. Despite the apparent frailty of the bottleneck, after nearly an hour of continuous mental assaults, it stubbornly withstood, as if determined to resist Yao Xuan's advances. Reluctantly, he decided it was time to expend some golden evolution points. Feeling the persistent barrier before him, Yao Xuan furrowed his brow and made up his mind. Accessing the super divine system and tapping the panel, consume 1 golden evolution point to enhance mental power and break through to the spirit connection realm. Do you wish to proceed? With a thought, the system's prompt resonated in his ears. Yes, Yao Xuan silently affirmed as he issued the command. As he focused his intention, a single golden evolution point was consumed, transforming into a refreshing current that surged into his sea of consciousness. The moment this energy entered, It was refined by Yao Xuan's mental power, morphing into pure mental energy that joined the waves crashing against the bottleneck of the spirit connection realm. Crack, crack. With the influx of this reinvigorating force, the waves of mental energy within Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness grew exponentially, intensifying the impact against the bottleneck. In mere moments, he could hear the sound of cracking near his ears, and his sea of consciousness began to swell slightly. Boom. After approximately 30 seconds, a resounding roar echoed beside Yao Xuan, reminiscent of a colossal waterfall plummeting from great heights or the explosive sound of thunder crashing down, momentarily disorienting him. Accompanying this thunderous noise, the barrier confining Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness shattered violently, and he felt the world around him become vividly clear. As if his perception of reality had sharpened, his thoughts raced, illuminating previously obscure questions. Moreover, at this moment, with the removal of the constraints, Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness expanded perceptibly, enabling it to contain greater volumes of mental energy, while his overall mental power continued to rise steadily. After a full half-hour, Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness finally stabilized. He gradually ceased his cultivation of the creation forging soul technique and opened his eyes. I have reached the spirit connection realm. I have finally broken through to the spirit connection realm. Relishing the fresh sensations in his sea of consciousness and the newfound clarity of his mental power, a satisfied smile graced Yao Xuan's face. 106 points of mental power? Quite impressive. Now, let me test the capabilities of my mental power in the spirit connection realm. Gazing at his attributes on the system panel, Yao Xuan noted that after surpassing the spirit connection realm, his mental power had not stagnated at 100 points but had seamlessly escalated to 106 points. Confirming his mental capacity, he eagerly extended a strand of mental power. Preparing to attempt remote object manipulation, focusing on a pin resting on his desk, Yao Xuan concentrated his thoughts, attempting to lift it into the air. As he willed it, the pin shook violently but ultimately remained grounded. Is my mental focus insufficient? Let's try again. Though no one was there to instruct him on the application of mental power, Yao Xuan, leveraging the extraordinary comprehension derived from his system-enhanced insight, quickly discerned the root of the issue and made the necessary adjustments. This time, though somewhat unsteady, the pin indeed lifted from the desk, hovering 50 centimeters above its surface. For a typical novice soul master entering the spirit connection realm, even with guidance, achieving such control over their mental power would typically require several days of persistent practice. Yet, Yao Xuan accomplished this feat in merely 2 attempts, likely leaving even seasoned titled Douluo experts astonished by his prodigious talent. Chapter 36, Na's Gift. Do you like it, brother? Shortly thereafter, Yao Xuan harnessed his mental prowess to attempt controlling other objects on the table. After half an hour, as he exited the room, he had become adept at moving heavier items such as a pencil case and a cup with remarkable steadiness, no longer exhibiting the previous shakiness. Naturally, he shared this delightful news with Na and Hmph. Upon learning of Yao Xuan's breakthrough in mental strength, both Na and Hmph were genuinely elated for him. Particularly, Hmph, as a grand soul master, understood the extraordinary nature of breaking through to the spiritual realm at the tender age of 7.5. Coupled with Yao Xuan's consistent discipline and diligence, she firmly believed he was destined for a brilliant future. Time flew by, and approximately 5 months had passed since Yao Xuan's advancement to the spiritual realm. On September 9th, a day of significance, Yao Xuan celebrated his birthday. Throughout this period of training, he had made remarkable progress, ascending 2 levels in soul power to reach level 14, while his mental strength soared to 135 points. Additionally, through his efforts, Yao Xuan accrued 31 points in golden evolution points, along with 20 points obtained through other channels, bringing his total to 54 points. With these golden evolution points, Yao Xuan dedicated himself to enhancing his ancestral dragon bloodline. After expending 53 points, he successfully elevated the concentration of his ancestral dragon bloodline to 7.4, marking a 0.7 increase from 6 months prior. This enhancement bestowed upon Yao Xuan a significantly stronger physique. In terms of measurable strength attributes, the elevation of his ancestral dragon bloodline, combined with his relentless training, resulted in his power exceeding 1,000 kilograms, reaching approximately 100 kilograms. When utilizing his martial spirit, Yao Xuan could exert over 500 kilograms of force. Even without the aid of his martial spirit, he felt confident in his ability to contend with an average Grand Soul Master. It is evident that within the span of 2 years in the Douluo Continent, Yao Xuan's strength had undergone a monumental transformation. Nonetheless, he remained acutely aware of his limitations. Compared to true powerhouses, his current capabilities were but a mere flicker, inconsequential. Moreover, Yao Xuan recognized that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges and dangers. However, with the aid of the super god system, he held unwavering confidence in his ability to surmount these obstacles. As dawn broke, casting its golden rays upon the world, a silvery figure stealthily entered Yao Xuan's bedroom and approached his bedside. This figure was none other than Nar, who resided in the room opposite his. Happy birthday, Brother Yao Xuan. Her violet eyes glimmered with affection and admiration as she called out in a voice as melodious as silver bells, gentle as a clear stream, and pleasing as an angel's song. Oh, it's you, Nar. Thank you. By the way, you've arrived quite early today, though still slightly groggy. Yao Xuan instantly recognized Nar's voice, which seemed to possess an enchanting quality that dispelled his drowsiness. Sitting up in bed, he reached out to gently smooth Nar's silky silver hair while smiling warmly at her. Of course, didn't you say yesterday that today is your birthday and a day off? You need to rest and then take me out to play. So I had to come early. Feeling the warmth of Yao Xuan's hand, Nar felt a wave of comfort wash over her, playfully shaking her head and smiling, revealing her adorable dimples. Naturally, it's a rare opportunity to spend time with you today. So, where would you like to go? Yao Xuan, charmed by the sight of her dimples, gently poked them with his finger. Hee, Brother Yao Xuan, don't do that. It tickles. How about we go to the amusement park? Nar giggled as she playfully urged him to stop, cautiously suggesting their destination. Certainly. If Nar wishes to go to the amusement park, I would be more than happy to accompany you. Shall we head downstairs for breakfast and then set off? Listening to Nar, Yao Xuan obediently withdrew his fingers from her cheek and then inquired, of course, but please wait a moment, dear Yao Xuan. At this moment, Nar gently grasped Yao Xuan's arm and shyly murmured, Today, I have a special gift to present to you, dear Yao Xuan, as a token for your birthday. Oh, Nar wishes to bestow a birthday gift? I am filled with anticipation, Yao Xuan replied with a smile, once again caressing Nar's silky hair. Yes. Now, dear Yao Xuan, please close your eyes. Nar's enchanting voice, reminiscent of a delicate sprite, resounded once more. All right, I have closed my eyes, he responded. Upon hearing Nar's words, Yao Xuan obediently closed his eyes, a flicker of anticipation for the gift Nar had mentioned stirring within him. In the next moment, he felt a gentle warmth and a soft sensation against his forehead. Mua. Nar's delicate lips brushed lightly against Yao Xuan's brow. You may open your eyes now. Brother Yao Xuan, do you like Nar's gift? Her enchanting, violet eyes gazed earnestly at him, awaiting his response. Of course, thank you, Nar. I truly cherish your gift. Yao Xuan replied with a smile, his heart buoyed by Nar's radiant expression. When your birthday arrives, would you desire a similar gift? As he admired Nar's brilliant smile, Yao Xuan naturally responded with joy, yet within him, a mysterious transformation began to unfold. Following Nar's kiss, leveraging the spiritual power from his realm, Yao Xuan sensed a vibrant, multicolored energy flowing into his being. This splendid force harmonized with the ancestral dragon bloodline coursing through him, ultimately merging with it. As this vibrant energy integrated into his ancestral lineage, Yao Xuan felt his bloodline elevate rapidly 7, 4, 7, 5, 7, 9, in mere seconds. His ancestral dragon bloodline surged by 0, 5, an enhancement that would typically require an expenditure of 40 golden evolution points. Yao Xuan was overjoyed. Yet what delighted him even more was that Nar's kiss had opened her heart further to him, a significant boon for his future endeavors with Yue Na. Chapter 37. Outing Brother Yao Xuan, it brings me immense joy knowing you appreciate Nar's gift. Witnessing the smile on Yao Xuan's face warmed Nar's heart, making her lips curve into a sweet smile. She gently continued, As for your gift, I am eagerly looking forward to it. However, if you could return the favor today, it would make me even happier, wouldn't it, Brother Yao Xuan? Would you wish for a return gift today? Certainly, that poses no issue, Nar. Moreover, when I present my gift, you need not close your eyes if you prefer not to. Gazing at Nar's blissful demeanor, Yao Xuan couldn't resist the urge to tenderly nuzzle her exceptionally smooth and delicate face. All right, Brother Yao Xuan, then let us hasten, Nar replied earnestly, nodding slightly and aligning her forehead with his. Very well, Nar, shall we proceed to dine? Yao Xuan gently kissed her forehead, taking her small hand as they made their way to the dining hall. Since today marked Yao Xuan's birthday and coincidentally fell on a day of rest, Lin Shiming had prepared an exceptionally lavish breakfast for the family. Cream cake, fried eggs, bacon, toast, milk, and fruits. Faced with such a sumptuous feast, Both Yao Xuan and Na beamed with delight, while Lin Shiming watched the two little Germans indulge with a satisfied smile in her heart. Mom, this morning, I wish to take Na to the nearby amusement park for half a day, and we want to be having lunch at home. Is that all right? After breakfast, Yao Xuan approached Lin Shiming to share his plans for the day. Oh, you wish to take Na to the amusement park? That is perfectly fine. A balance of work and play is essential, especially on your birthday. Go enjoy yourselves. However, my dear, please remember to stay safe on the way. Avoid running about to prevent attracting any unsavory characters. Additionally, should any trouble arise, Yao Xuan, you may present your Soul Master certificate, which should alleviate most issues. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shiming nodded in agreement and then earnestly advised, Yes, I understand, mother. I shall take Na out immediately. Na, let us first change our clothes. With Lin Shiming's approval, Yao Xuan responded affirmatively while instructing Na to change. As for Yao Xuan himself, he returned to his room to change, taking his wallet with him. Over the past 2 years, Yao Xuan had crafted over 1,000 exquisite pieces at the Mang Tian studio. Although a significant portion of the earnings was allocated to Mang Tian, the remainder, which served as Yao Xuan's compensation, amounted to just over 100,000 federal coins. Yao Xuan generously contributed half of this sum to Lin Shiming for household expenses, while the other half was securely saved in his private treasury. Despite his frequent expenditures, he still retained nearly 30,000 federal coins, equivalent to the annual income of an average family, making it more than sufficient for a half-day visit to the amusement park with Na. Dressed in a sleek black tracksuit, Yao Xuan stepped out of his room. After about a minute, Na emerged from her chamber, having changed her attire. Unlike before, she had exchanged her pajamas for a lovely white dress, one of the gifts Yao Xuan had given her upon her enrollment. Brother Yao Xuan, let us go, Na urged, her violet eyes sparkling with anticipation. Indeed, Na, you look even more beautiful today, Yao Xuan replied, momentarily taken aback by her adorableness. Regaining his composure, he took her arm, and together they departed their home, making their way to the amusement park in the city center. After paying 20 federal coins for 2 tickets, Yao Xuan and Na entered the amusement park. Although it was termed an amusement park, its size was modest and could not compare to larger venues like Happy Valley on Earth. After all, Hongshan City was merely a small municipality with a population in the hundreds of thousands, far less than major cities like Mingdu or Donghaicheng. Despite it being the weekend, the park was not overly crowded. For most families, a 10-coin ticket was reasonably priced, yet the infrequency of visits meant that they seldom encountered long lines. Consequently, Yao Xuan and Na were able to enjoy their desired attractions without delay. They indulged in leisurely rides like the carousel, bumper cars, and water rapids, avoiding the more thrilling roller coasters in consideration of Na. As they reveled in their day, Yao Xuan and Na engaged in delightful conversation. After 2 years of companionship and Yao Xuan's nurturing care, Na had largely integrated into human society. Yet, apart from Yao Xuan and Lin Shiming, she maintained a distant demeanor towards others, rarely initiating conversation. Thankfully, under Yao Xuan's protection, she faced no bullying at school. However, before Yao Xuan, Na was completely open, and as they enjoyed themselves, time flew by until it was time for lunch. Yao Xuan led Na to the park's dining center. Delicious dishes such as skewers, teppanyaki, and woohoo noodles were served, and both Yao Xuan and Na heartily feasted. Just as 2 years prior, Na's appetite remained insatiable. Despite consuming as much as a grown man, there was no visible indication of fullness. On the other hand, Yao Xuan, possessing the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, matched Na's voracity, and as they dined, the height of their food containers rose significantly. After half an hour, Na leaned back slightly, letting out a satisfied burp that, combined with her cherubic face, evoked a chuckle from Yao Xuan. By this time, the food containers had reached Na's chin. Well, if you're full, I shall settle the bill, Yao Xuan remarked with a contented smile as he observed Na's satisfied demeanor. He proceeded to the cashier and paid for their meal. Na, this afternoon I must return to Mang Tian to study forging. Let us head home. After settling the bill, Yao Xuan returned to Na's side. Hearing his words, she obediently stood up, took his hand, and held on tightly as they walked home together. Chapter 38, The Challenge of Qian's One having safely escorted Na home. Yao Xuan set off towards the Mang Tian studio. After 6 months of diligent training, his comprehension of Qian Zhuan had deepened considerably, and he was prepared to formally challenge it on his birthday. Upon expressing his desire to Mang Tian, he received an immediate nod of approval. Mang Tian then fetched a cube of refined gold, measuring approximately 20 centimeters on each side, from the storage room. If you possess confidence, we shall commence immediately. I will observe your forging process, and I intend to have Wu Lin come to witness it as well. Do you have any objections? Mang Tian inquired as he handed the refined gold block to Yao Xuan. Of course, I have no objections. I shall begin preparing right away. Upon hearing Mang Tian's words, Yao Xuan accepted the precious metal ingot from his hands and replied, "Very well, prepare yourself. I shall visit that lad, Tang Wulin, and bring him here. The timing should be just right." With Yao Xuan's response, Mang Tian nodded in agreement, issued a brief instruction, and then departed from the workshop, heading towards Tang Wulin's residence. Meanwhile, Yao Xuan silently activated the forge, adjusting its temperature to the highest setting. Although the ingot was not particularly large, its remarkable density rendered its weight nearly 200 kilograms, equivalent to that of 3 adult men. Yet, for Yao Xuan, who possessed a strength of 1,500 kilograms, moving it posed no challenge. With a large pair of tongs, he gently placed the ingot into the searing forge to commence the heating process. Only through intense heat would the originally unyielding metal exhibit a degree of malleability, making it suitable for forging and manipulation. As he awaited the ingot to reach the appropriate temperature for forging, Yao Xuan reflected on his past experiences with the art of forging, consolidating his insights into a coherent understanding, gradually instilling confidence within himself. 25 minutes elapsed, and at that moment, Mang Tian returned with Tang Wulin in a flurry. Just as the ingot had turned a deep red and emitted a sizzling sound from within the forge. "It's almost time. Let's begin." 5 minutes later, the ingot had finally reached the optimal temperature for forging. With a focused thought, Yao Xuan utilized the tongs to extract the glowing ingot from the forge and set it down upon the anvil. He then seized his pair of tungsten steel forging hammers. These hammers, gifted to him by Mang Tian on his 7th birthday, weighed 150 kilograms each, perfectly suited for Yao Xuan at that age. However, after a year of training, they felt somewhat lighter in his hands. Without dwelling on this, Yao Xuan swiftly concentrated, channeling all his intent onto the ingot before him. He lifted one hammer and gently struck the ingot. The clear, resonant sound echoed as he conducted a preliminary test to assess the metal's fundamental properties. Observing Yao Xuan's calm and adept demeanor, Mang Tian couldn't help but admire him inwardly. With Yao Xuan's perceptiveness, confidence, and diligent training, Mang Tian believed he had a genuine chance of succeeding in his endeavor to achieve the mastery of forging, which was why he had readily provided such a valuable ingot for Yao Xuan to practice. Beside them, Tang Wulin watched Yao Xuan's every move, his eyes sparkling with admiration and envy, intensely focusing on the forging process. After a period of training, Tang Wulin's soul power had reached level 8, and he had mastered 9 types of metals suitable for forging. According to Mang Tian, once Tang Wulin advanced to the level of a soul master, he would also impart the techniques of advanced forging to him, making Wulin keenly attentive to Yao Xuan's actions while secretly appreciating his progress. Under the watchful eyes of Mang Tian and Tang Wulin, Yao Xuan commenced the forging process. He wielded both hammers with remarkable agility, striking the ingot with the speed of lightning. Each resounding clang echoed through the workshop as he worked tirelessly. In less than 3 minutes, Yao Xuan had completed the initial forging of the ingot, which had now reduced in size by approximately 1/10, with all impurities effectively eliminated. Watching Yao Xuan's fluid motions, Mang Tian nodded silently, a faint smile gracing his lips. Given Yao Xuan's proficiency in the preliminary forging, even if he were to encounter failure in this advanced forging attempt, it was evident that with a few more trials, he would easily cross the threshold into higher mastery. As he gazed at the successfully forged ingot, Yao Xuan remained undisturbed, entering a transcendental state of concentration. His mental energy began to permeate the ingot, allowing him to perceive its internal structure and engage in a profound resonance with the metal, as if communicating silently. While his consciousness resonated with the ingot, Yao Xuan's hammers continued their rhythmic dance, striking various parts of the ingot in a harmonious melody. Yes, this was the sensation, this was the essence. Clenching his teeth to suppress any involuntary exclamations that might disrupt Yao Xuan, Mang Tian's eyes burned with intensity, recognizing that Yao Xuan had captured the elusive essence of advanced forging. As a master craftsman, Mang Tian's acute perception allowed him to discern that Yao Xuan had indeed seized the opportunity, grasping the feeling of advanced forging. This was an indescribable sensation, one that only those who had truly experienced advanced forging could comprehend. For 99% of blacksmiths, such a moment of inspiration would remain elusive throughout their lifetimes. preventing them from achieving mastery. To find the feeling of advanced forging was akin to stepping through the doorway of mastery, and here stood Yao Xuan, barely past the age of 8. Meng Tian recalled that the current record for advanced forging within the Blacksmith Association was held by an 8th-level Saint craftsman, who had dazzled the association at the age of 11 years, 3 months, and 2 days. Should Yao Xuan succeed, he would not only surpass that record, but do so by a remarkable margin of 3 years. What an extraordinary prodigy! Chapter 39. Advanced Forging Success. Clearly, with Yao Xuan's innate talent, insight, and dedication, achieving the rank of Saint Craftsman was merely a matter of time and experience. In the future, Yao Xuan undoubtedly possessed the potential to aspire to the esteemed title of 9th-level Divine Craftsman. The thought of possibly mentoring a future Divine Craftsman stirred profound excitement within Meng Tian, quickening his heartbeat and deepening his breaths. Meanwhile, Tang Wulin, equally transfixed by Yao Xuan's movements, entered a state of enlightenment, his arms instinctively mirroring Yao Xuan's rhythm, suggesting he had gleaned some understanding from the display. At this moment, Yao Xuan remained oblivious to Meng Tian's thoughts and Tang Wulin's insights. He was wholly immersed in his own rhythm, perceiving only the harmonious interplay between himself, the hammers, and the ingot before him. As forging progressed, the frequency and intensity of Yao Xuan's strikes increased. With each blow, the previously forged ingot shrank further, expelling stubborn impurities. Additionally, with every strike, the molecular structure of the ingot underwent mysterious adjustments, becoming increasingly organized and refined, endowing the metal with superior qualities. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour. Similar to the technique of 100 forges. 1,000 forges is not merely the act of striking 1,000 times. It requires the metal to undergo a profound transformation. After an hour of forging, Yao Xuan had struck the piece of exquisite gold over 5,000 times. At this juncture, the volume of the gold had diminished by nearly 15% compared to its initial state, radiating a subtle golden glow. Concurrently, as Yao Xuan continued his relentless hammering, the deepest core of the gold became imbued with a faint trace of the ethereal aura of the 9-colored sacred dragon. After this hour of labor, Yao Xuan felt a certain fatigue, although his arms were only slightly sore. He had expended approximately 70% of his mental energy in the endeavor to communicate with the exquisite gold. Nevertheless, his efforts bore fruit, as he established a mysterious connection with the gold, sensing that it was on the brink of metamorphosis, poised to complete the 1,000 forges seamlessly. With renewed vigor, Yao Xuan struck the gold once more. A feeling of indescribable wonder and beauty surged within him, prompting an instinctive exclamation as he increased the force of his blows. With a resounding clang, the entire forge trembled, and the piece of gold leapt dramatically, emanating a brilliant golden light that illuminated the forge in a resplendent hue before gently settling upon the anvil. Excellent work, Yao Xuan. Cut your wrist and perform a blood sacrifice on this exquisite gold. Upon witnessing the successful transformation of the gold, Meng Tian's eyes sparkled with surprise, and he swiftly tossed a dagger to Yao Xuan, urging him with urgency. The blood sacrifice is a unique forging technique that forges a special bond between the metal and the sacrificer, allowing the metal to resonate as if it were a part of one's own body, thereby acquiring a modicum of sentience and even manifesting more powerful attributes. Furthermore, once a metal undergoes a blood sacrifice, it becomes impervious to the attempts of others to utilize or further forge it, rendering the blood sacrifice a process of claiming ownership over the metal. However, this ritual also inflicts damage on the forger's vitality. Thus, unless the creation is exceptionally cherished and the metal itself is of great value, a forger would seldom resort to a blood sacrifice. There exists a tradition among forgers. When a blacksmith successfully creates their first piece of 1,000 forges, spirit forges, or soul forges, they perform a blood sacrifice as a special ritual and commemoration. Without hesitation, Yao Xuan took the dagger from Meng Tian's hand and positioned the blade against his right arm, slicing gently. Initially, the dagger failed to penetrate his skin, prompting Yao Xuan to frown slightly and apply more pressure, successfully creating a shallow wound. Blood gushed forth, cascading down to stain the glimmering gold below, while the wound on his arm began to heal at a visible rate, with a series of unusual sounds. The temperature of the exquisite gold rapidly diminished, its burning hue fading, and its volume reduced further. Congratulations, Yao Xuan. You have succeeded. An 8-year-old, a 3rd-level forger. Do you realize you have set a record, a transcendent record, one that will astonish the entire Sun and Moon Federation? Meng Tian's eyes sparkled with fervor as he gazed at the gold, his voice brimming with excitement, his demeanor exuberant, even causing his arm to tremble slightly. Brother Yao Xuan, congratulations. You truly have succeeded. Xingu, you are indeed my idol. Observing Yao Xuan's entire process of achieving 1,000 forges, Tang Wulin looked at him with admiration, envy, and gratitude, subsequently extending his heartfelt wishes. With the admiration of the fated child, Tang Wulin, Yao Xuan earned 3 golden evolution points. As Tang Wulin's voice faded, the system's notification echoed once more. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Wulin, keep striving. In a year or two, you will undoubtedly have the opportunity to challenge 1,000 forges as well. Listening to the system's prompt, Yao Xuan responded with excitement. Silently gazing at the exquisite piece of refined gold before him, his very first creation of such caliber. In comparison to its state prior to forging, the golden surface of the metal seemed to have subdued somewhat. However, should one delve into its depths with spiritual perception, a resplendent glow, even more brilliant than before, would be revealed, interspersed with faintly shimmering points of 9 colors, rendering it even more restrained. Moreover, the surface of this refined gold bore intricate and rugged patterns, reminiscent of undulating mountains, endowing it with a uniquely captivating appearance that evoked an involuntary shiver of awe. Additionally, its volume had diminished significantly, reduced by at least a quarter, while its hardness had experienced a remarkable enhancement. Not only that, but its quality and density had also ascended to new heights due to the successful forging. If the original density of the refined gold was 10, then the density of the forged gold had reached at least 20, if not more. This marked a true transformation and leap, serving as the foundation for crafting a formidable armor. Chapter 40. New Task, Mastering Forging Beyond Mere Aesthetic Changes. As Yao Xuan employed his spiritual perception on the refined gold before him, he was enveloped in an extraordinarily profound sensation, as if this piece of metal were an extension of his very flesh, akin to a part of his own being. Frankly, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, it would be difficult to fathom that someone could achieve such mastery at the tender age of 8. It is indeed a marvel. All of this is intricately tied to your strength, comprehension, and diligence in the realm of forging. You are undeniably the uncrowned genius of the entire Douluo Continent. Congratulations. However, Yao Xuan, you must have heard the saying, the wood that stands out in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind. Therefore, it would be wise to keep your early success in forging a secret for the time being. You may reveal it when you join the Intermediate Academy and venture into the Grand City. Do you understand? Standing before Yao Xuan, Meng Tian strove to suppress his own excitement and spoke with a tone of seriousness and earnestness. I understand, Master. Listening to Meng Tian's words, Yao Xuan silently nodded in agreement. For the Super God system, the criterion for completing the blacksmith series of tasks is to achieve 1,000 forges, rather than passing an assessment to obtain the blacksmith medal. Hence, he had no objections to this. Wulin, it is imperative that you keep Yao Xuan's accomplishment of 1,000 forges today a secret, even from your parents. Do you understand? Seeing Yao Xuan's compliance, Meng Tian expressed his satisfaction with a nod before turning to Tang Wulin. Yes, Master, I understand. I will absolutely not disclose this to anyone. Upon hearing Meng Tian's words, Tang Wulin responded earnestly. Simultaneously, as Tang Wulin conversed with Meng Tian, Yao Xuan felt a shift in his thoughts and descended into the system space. Ding! The side quest for learning forging Phase 3 has been completed. Would you like to claim your task reward? With Yao Xuan's focus, the system's notification echoed in his consciousness. Yes. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yao Xuan silently acknowledged it in his heart. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired 100 golden evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the side quest Mastering Forging. Would you like to view it? With Yao Xuan's confirmation, 2 system notifications resonated in his ears in succession. View. Quest name, Mastering Forging. Side quest, quest description. After advancing to a level 3 Forge Master, you have entered the realm of forging. You must not let your guard down. Your next objective is to attain level 4 Forge Master within 3 years. Time limit, 3 years quest reward, 1,000 golden evolution points failure penalty, minus 300 golden evolution points. As Yao Xuan contemplated, a glimmer of silver flashed before his eyes, and a task interface materialized within his consciousness. Advancing to level 4 Forge Master entails achieving 1,000 forging masterpiece. I recall that Tang Wulin spent 3.5 years successfully transitioning from level 3 to level 4 Forge Master. Given my innate talent, accomplishing this task within 3 years should pose no challenge. Furthermore, the rewards for this task are exceedingly generous, amounting to 1,000 evolution points. although the penalties are considerable. With my aptitude and diligence, how could I possibly fail to complete this task? Such a favorable opportunity must be embraced. Gazing at the information within the task interface, Yao Xuan pondered for but a moment before decisively nodding in affirmation. Accept. Ding. The task mastering forging has been accepted. With Yao Xuan's confirmation, the system's notification chimed once more. Yao Xuan, this piece of 1,000 forging exquisite gold is now yours. In our forging community, there exists a rule, regardless of the source of the materials. Any breakthrough-level creations crafted by a forge master belong solely to them. Moreover, this exquisite gold has been blood-sacrificed, rendering it usable exclusively by you, so accept it without reservation. Furthermore, you may commence the 1,000 forging process. Your previous tungsten steel hammer is no longer suitable. You may utilize this exquisite gold to forge 2 forging hammers. As a metal you have blood-sacrificed, it possesses a high affinity with you, greatly enhancing the likelihood of yielding special abilities. At the moment Yao Xuan accepted the task, Meng Tian turned around, his face beaming with delight as he addressed Yao Xuan. Thank you for your generous bestowal, Master. I shall graciously accept. Upon hearing the words of Meng Tian, Yao Xuan also bowed slightly before responding, it is nothing. This is what you rightfully deserve. Today, having completed your 1,000 forging, you must be quite fatigued. Take a proper rest for the upcoming week. I shall not assign you any additional forging tasks. Instead, immerse yourself in the essence of the 1,000 forging experience, and perhaps use this piece of exquisite gold to craft a forging hammer for yourself. Receiving Yao Xuan's response, Meng Tian waved his hand and commanded, I understand, Master. I shall place this exquisite gold in my forging room for now. Is that acceptable? As he extinguished the flames of the forge, Yao Xuan replied, Of course. It is already yours, and you have every right to manage it as you see fit. With a gesture, Meng Tian signaled that Yao Xuan was free to leave. Brother Xuan, to have accomplished the 1,000 forging, you are truly remarkable. I admire you immensely, Brother Xuan. And, happy birthday, Brother Xuan. As he cradled the exquisite gold, Tang Wulin walked towards his forging room, expressing his admiration once more. Thank you, Wulin. By the way, you are on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level of Soul Master, aren't you? Upon hearing Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xuan smiled and expressed his gratitude before inquiring further. Indeed, I estimate that in 1 or 2 months, I will be able to break through to the 9th rank Soul Master. With 10 months remaining, I shall endeavor to advance to the 10th rank and subsequently transition to a Soul Master. I am confident that I will succeed. And I am immensely grateful for your guidance and encouragement over the past 2 years, Brother Xuan. As Yao Xuan sought his input, Tang Wulin responded in detail. Yes, precisely. Believe in yourself. You can undoubtedly achieve it. As they conversed, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin made their way into the forging room, placing the refined golden material into the storage cabinet. Subsequently, Yao Xuan patted Tang Wulin on the shoulder, offering words of encouragement. Thank you, Brother Xuan. By the way, Brother Xuan, may I take a look at the piece of refined golden material you have crafted? Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin felt invigorated and expressed his gratitude. He then inquired, Of course, you may see it, but be cautious. After the 1,000 forges, it has absorbed a significant amount of energy, and its weight has increased considerably. Nearly 300 kilograms. I am a bit weary now, so I shall take my leave. Farewell, Wulin. With that, Yao Xuan collected his belongings and departed from the forge. Yes, goodbye, Brother Xuan. As Yao Xuan left, Tang Wulin respectfully bid farewell, turning around to watch Yao Xuan's figure fade into the distance before he resumed examining the exquisite golden alloy forged by Yao Xuan. Chapter 41 Nar. I shall always stand by your side upon returning home. Yao Xuan's physical condition rapidly improved, thanks to the formidable recovery abilities granted by his ancestral dragon bloodline. Within merely 20 minutes, the fatigue from the forges had dissipated entirely, and the soreness in his arms had vanished. The wounds on his arms, remnants of the blood sacrifice, had also healed significantly under the powerful self-healing capabilities of the ancestral dragon bloodline, leaving only a faint scar that was swiftly recovering. However, the recovery power of the ancestral dragon bloodline was primarily physical. Its efficacy on mental recuperation was moderate. Thus, Yao Xuan felt somewhat drowsy, yearning for a restful slumber. Nevertheless, endowed with a spiritual capacity befitting a spirit realm, he had not overexerted himself and did not succumb to unconsciousness like Tang Wulin. After a rejuvenating sleep at home, Yao Xuan finally restored his mental state to its peak. Following a period of meditation, the family of 3 gathered around the dining table, lit candles, extinguished the soul guide lights, and began to sing a birthday song. Nar, with me around, I shall never allow you to bear pain alone, nor let you fall into turmoil and despair. I will ensure you do not tread the path of self-destruction. I am determined to guard you forever. Thwart the malevolent schemes of the unprincipled in the divine realm, establish a new order, and ensure that humanity and soul beasts coexist harmoniously. I will orchestrate the grandest of weddings and live with you in joy and contentment for eternity. Silently contemplating, Yao Xuan inhaled deeply and then blew out forcefully. With a whoosh, all the candles atop the cake extinguished simultaneously, while Lin Shiming smiled and approached the switch, reigniting the soul guide lights above. Happy birthday, brother Yao Xuan. By the way, Nar is curious about what wish you made, she inquired, looking at Yao Xuan with intrigue. A wish, you say? That is a secret. If I disclose my wish to others, it may never come to fruition. However, I can assure Na that it is a most wonderful wish, albeit one that may face certain challenges in its realization. Yet, I firmly believe it will manifest in the future. Gently ruffling Na's hair, Yao Xuan's eyes gleamed with determination as he spoke resolutely. Indeed, the wish Yao Xuan harbored was exceedingly arduous. To change everything, protect Yue Na, and avert tragedy. Robust power was paramount. Even a demigod or a semi-divine being would struggle to alter the circumstances. Considering that the mastermind behind these conspiracies was one of the most formidable forces of the divine realm, the god King Tang San, who had meticulously plotted for millennia. Even though Tang San was temporarily restrained due to upheavals in the divine realm, the contingencies he had put in place were sufficient to annihilate true deities, having even felled the arrogant abyssal sovereign with a single strike. Thus, if Yao Xuan wished to prevent tragedy and genuinely alter the course of events, he would need to ascend to at least a third-tier god, or even greater. Moreover, with the ancestral dragon Martial's soul and bloodline, he could thwart Tang San's schemes, securing a blissful and joyous future for himself and Yue Na, liberating the Douluo Continent from the shackles of the divine realm. All of this would undoubtedly be no simple feat. Even with the super-god system, Yao Xuan could not guarantee he would accomplish such a monumental task. However, he was willing to attempt it, daring to try, and relishing the challenge. Being ordinary was never a term in Yao Xuan's lexicon. Having made such a heartfelt wish, Yao Xuan sensed a profound elevation in his mindset. He would not shy away from challenges, for the future of the Douluo Continent would undoubtedly belong to him. Yao Xuan. I understand now, brother Yao Xuan. Although Nar may not know the content of your wish is also Nar's wish. I will certainly assist you in realizing it, and I believe that your wish will indeed come true. Nar, unfazed by Yao Xuan's reluctance to divulge his wish, shook her head playfully and sweetly declared, "Thank you, Nar." Observing Nar's innocent demeanor, Yao Xuan felt an ache in his heart. It was a matter of great distress to burden such a pure and adorable girl with suffering and torment. He resolved to change everything, regardless of the perilous path ahead. All right, let us all enjoy the cake together. At that moment, Lin Shiming sliced 2 generous pieces of cake, handing one to Nar and the other to Yao Xuan. Thank you, Mama. I shall indulge. Yao Xuan joyfully exclaimed as he gazed at the cake before him. However, Nar appeared slightly dazed, hesitating for a moment before accepting the cake offered by Lin Shiming. Could it be that Na's memories were beginning to awaken? Observing Nar's unusual behavior, Yao Xuan furrowed his brow, pondering quietly. Reflecting on the original timeline, Nar had taken 3 years to awaken her memories. Yet, due to the subtle influence of his ancestral dragon aura, it was not impossible for Nar to awaken earlier than expected. After the meal, Nar looked up at Yao Xuan with her crystalline purple eyes, radiating a peculiar light, and softly asked, "Brother Yao Xuan, after we finish eating, could you accompany me for a stroll by the sea?" It seemed Nair's memories were indeed on the verge of awakening. Sensing the change in her gaze, Yao Xuan thought to himself, feeling both helpless and pained. Given a choice, he would prefer Nar's memories to remain dormant, forever sheltered under his wings. However, this was merely an ideal. What he could do now was accept reality, strive to enhance his strength, and protect Yue Na from harm in the future. Mother, may Nar and I take a walk outside? Yao Xuan turned to Lin Shiming and inquired. Of course, there is no problem. You are now a big child and capable of protecting yourself. Just remember to return home early. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shiming smiled gently and then advised. Yes, I understand, mother. Grasping Nair's hand, Yao Xuan led her towards the seaside. Although the name Ao Lai City contains the character for city, its actual size is rather modest. On Earth, it would merely be considered a relatively large town, devoid of city walls. Thus, after a mere 20-minute stroll, Yao Xuan and Na arrived at the beach. Chapter 42. Striving for a future reunion. Na, we have arrived. Yao Xuan announced as he gazed at the sandy shore before him. Since Aoli City is not a major urban center, it seldom attracts tourists. Consequently, its rulers have not invested significantly in creating artificial beaches. Here, the landscape remains relatively untouched, with the sand coarse and interspersed with fragments of stone and shells. Although the beach may not be deemed beautiful, the moon hanging gracefully in the sky casts a soft, silvery light, illuminating the scene with a brilliance akin to freshly fallen snow. Countless stars twinkle in the firmament, their radiance resembling exquisite gemstones embedded within the celestial tapestry. This place is, after all, not Earth, devoid of vast reserves of fossil fuels and industrial pollution, which lends to the night sky its unparalleled brilliance. The sea breeze is refreshingly invigorating, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of waves crashing upon the shore, creating an atmosphere of vitality that inspires an indescribable sense of tranquility. Ah, brother Yao Xuan, the starry sky is truly magnificent tonight, Na exclaimed, her gaze lifted towards the heavens, filled with awe. Indeed, the night sky is breathtaking, Yao Xuan replied. In the future, whenever we celebrate our birthdays, let us come here together to gaze at the stars. How does that sound? Listening to Na's words, Yao Xuan couldn't help but sigh, gently holding Na's delicate hand, and inquired, shall we come together to gaze at the stars every year? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Na fell into a moment of silence. Suddenly, she turned around and gazed deeply into Yao Xuan's eyes, then spoke. Brother Yao Xuan, if one day I were to leave, would you miss me? Of course I would, he replied. You are my sister, and if you were to go, I would undoubtedly think of you every single day. But why would you want to leave, Nar? Allow your brother to accompany you and protect you for a lifetime. Shall we? Listening to Nar, Yao Xuan felt increasingly certain that her memories had resurfaced significantly. A sense of quiet discomfort stirred within him, yet he spoke sincerely. Will you protect me for a lifetime? Listening to Yao Xuan's words, a hint of bewilderment flickered in Nar's violet eyes. Her petite head unconsciously resting upon Yao Xuan's shoulder. Yes, I will protect you for a lifetime. Listening to Nair's words, Yao Xuan nodded earnestly and stated that no matter how arduous the path ahead may be, or how fearsome, cunning, and hypocritical the adversaries might be, he would never succumb to fear and would resolutely strive for success. Thank you, brother. If I must depart, I will certainly miss you, immensely and profoundly. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Na's eyes grew somewhat hazy, as if veiled by a layer of mist, yet a flash of determination crossed her face. After conversing with Yao Xuan by the seaside for half an hour, Na took the initiative to suggest heading home. The two clasped each other's hands and made their way back, and after completing their meditation, they bid each other good night before returning to their respective rooms. In the dead of night, Yao Xuan's door opened silently, and a silver figure stealthily entered. Approaching Yao Xuan's bedside, it was Na. Her eyes reflected reluctance and anguish as she drew a note from her pocket and placed it carefully on Yao Xuan's desk. Suddenly, a glimmer of silver flashed in her eyes, and silver scales appeared upon her chest. Extending her delicate arm, she gently brushed against one of the scales, which fell away like a smooth, rounded piece yet bore a hint of sharpness. With a gentle touch, Na caused countless beams of moonlight to coalesce into a slender silver thread that pierced through the scale, transforming into a necklace. Brother Yao Xuan, I am so sorry, but Na must leave. With tenderness, she draped the necklace around Yao Xuan's neck, leaning down to place a soft kiss upon his forehead. A look of resoluteness shone in her eyes as she twisted her arm, conjuring a silver portal before her. I'm sorry, farewell. With a blend of determination and lingering affection in her gaze, Na cast one last look at Yao Xuan before stepping resolutely into the silver light. Her figure vanishing abruptly, the silver portal quickly faded away, as if it had never existed. In the outskirts, a luxurious black soul-guided sports car, valued at over 10 million federal coins, stood parked by the roadside, and Na figure materialized beside it. Miss, your memories have finally awakened. It has been 2 years, and we have been unable to locate you. I hope you have not suffered during this time. If you have, then all the people of this city shall prepare to accompany you to the grave. A robust middle-aged man, clad in a brown leather jacket, emerged from the car and bowed respectfully before Na, inquiring further. No, I have been quite well. Let us depart. Silently shaking her head, Na entered the soul-guided car, and the door closed behind her as they sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. Brother Yao Xuan, I am so sorry, but I truly cannot remain by your side any longer. I cannot watch the stars with you each year anymore. I'm sorry. As she sat in the soul-guided car, memories of Yao Xuan flooded her mind, and as she reflected on the experiences they had shared over the past 2 years, a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. The following morning, the sun rose. Yao Xuan, Yao Xuan. A somewhat urgent voice roused him from his slumber. Mother, what is it? Though he had an inkling of what had transpired, Yao Xuan still inquired. It's terrible. Na Er is missing. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shiming spoke with a slightly hurried tone. Has Nar already departed? Listening to Lin Shiming's words, Yao Xuan felt a sense of emptiness within. After spending 2 years with Nar, he had truly come to regard her as family, as a beloved sister, and he wished to protect her earnestly. The news of Nar's departure filled him with sorrow and disappointment. Yet, Yao Xuan understood that due to Nar's identity, her departure was inevitable. However, he was also aware that he would soon reunite with Yue Na, though she would no longer be known as Nar, but as Guyu. Despite his melancholy, Yao Xuan did not succumb to despair. He recognized the formidable strength of his future adversaries. Merely grieving Nar's absence would serve no purpose. Only through immense power could he alter the course of destiny, avert tragedy, and safeguard Yue Na, ensuring a happy ending for both of them. Thus, he resolved to strive for their future reunion. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yao Xuan's determination to grow stronger intensified, his resolve solidifying with a fervor to continue evolving. Chapter 43, the first boundary of the ancestral dragon bloodline, breakthrough. What? Nar is gone? As he spoke, Yao Xuan sprang from his bed, and in the next moment, his gaze fell upon a note on the table. Brother, Mom, I have left. I am extremely grateful for your care over the past 2 years, but I have remembered who I am, and my family has come to retrieve me. I must go. I have truly enjoyed my time with you. I will miss you dearly. However, the memories I am gradually regaining compel me to leave, as I have many matters to attend to. Brother, I will always remember how you rescued me from the clutches of evil, and I will forever cherish your kindness and affection. But if I remain, I may bring trouble or even disaster to you. For your safety, I must depart. Brother, I have left a protective charm on your neck. You must keep it with you always. If danger arises, it will surely safeguard you. With all my love, Nar. Gazing at Nar's note, Yao Xuan looked down at his neck, where a necklace hung, adorned with a white scale that shimmered like a gem, radiating a spectrum of colors. Is this her scale, left behind to protect me? He pondered. Indeed, I am still too weak. I must become stronger, and I will. Staring at the scale around his neck, Yao Xuan comprehended Nar's predicament, further solidifying his resolve to grow stronger. Mother, this is Nar's note. She mentioned that she has regained her memories and recalled her origins, and she has returned to find her parents. As he spoke, Yao Xuan handed Nar's note to Lin Shiming. She has found her family? That is undoubtedly a good thing for her, Lin Shiming remarked, nodding as she read the note. Then, turning to Yao Xuan, she comforted him. Child, I understand your deep concern and affection for Nar. Her departure must be difficult for you. This sorrow is something a mother can fully empathize with. It is evident that Nar also longs for you. In the future, once she has completed her own matters, you will surely have the chance to meet again, will you not? Therefore, I hope you can find the strength to lift yourself from this sadness. Yes, mother, I understand. Listening to Lin Shiming's words, Yao Xuan nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, he devoted all his energy to forging and cultivation. 9 months later, the status of his ancestral dragon bloodline stood at 9, and his golden evolution points at 10. At last, he was poised to complete the first phase of unlocking his ancestral dragon bloodline. Opening the system and gazing at the entries for his ancestral dragon bloodline and golden evolution points, a subtle smile crept upon Yao Xuan's lips. On his 8th birthday, his ancestral dragon bloodline had already reached 7, 9, and with the kiss from Nar at their farewell, it further advanced to 8, 2. At that time, Yao Xuan successfully ascended to a level 3 Forge Master, earning 100 golden evolution points. Through this acquisition, his ancestral dragon bloodline attained 9, 3. Yet another 9 months passed. Through relentless cultivation, Yao Xuan had condensed nearly 60 golden evolution points from ordinary evolution points. Additionally, with 10 golden evolution points obtained from Tang Wulin, he was finally able to elevate his ancestral dragon bloodline to a remarkable 10%. According to the system's prompt, enhancing the ancestral dragon bloodline to 10% would result in a significant leap in his vitality and physical attributes, while also unlocking a brand new passive and active ability. Moreover, this advancement would signify Yao Xuan's ascent to the esteemed rank of a great soul master. Spending 10 golden evolution points would increase the concentration of his ancestral dragon bloodline by 0.1, bringing it to a full 10 and breaking the first limit. Would he proceed with the enhancement? With a gentle tap on the system, a notification chimed in Yao Xuan's ears. Yes. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yao Xuan silently affirmed within his heart. Ding! The enhancement begins. As Yao Xuan's thoughts took flight, 10 precious evolution points vanished, transforming into the purest essence of evolutionary energy, which flowed into his body. Waves of this energy coursed through Yao Xuan's veins while within him. The primal bloodline of the ancestor dragon fervently absorbed this essence, becoming increasingly refined. Roar! As the ancestor dragon bloodline elevated, a resounding dragon's roar echoed within Yao Xuan's consciousness. At that moment, he felt an internal constraint shatter completely. His vital energy surged forth, and an overwhelming force of the ancestor dragon erupted from his being, akin to searing magma, flooding his body. So hot. Feeling the searing energy coursing through him, Yao Xuan could not help but gasp in shock. He gritted his teeth, battling against the pain, resolute in his determination not to lose consciousness. Failure would mean the annihilation of his body, potentially leading to crippling injury or even death. Ancestor Dragon Martial Soul, manifest. Amidst the excruciating heat, Yao Xuan focused his mind, channeling his soul power, and vibrant 9-colored energy flickered before him. The Ancestor Dragon Martial Soul suddenly materialized, soaring skyward before merging into the crown of his head. With the manifestation of the Ancestor Dragon Martial Soul, a layer of faint dragon scales adorned Yao Xuan's body, enhancing his physical prowess. He felt the pain within him diminish considerably as he fully refined the surging power of the Ancestor Dragon. As he absorbed this power, Yao Xuan's physical capabilities grew at a visible rate, his strength surpassing 2,000 kilograms. Simultaneously, his meridians and dantian received significant fortification, greatly enhancing his affinity for soul power, absorption efficiency, and quantity. Moreover, the vitality within Yao Xuan surged wildly. Within merely 10 minutes, it doubled. Layers of colorful grid patterns reappeared on his body, enveloping him in a protective cocoon and inducing remarkable transformations. An hour later, ding! Enhancement complete. Ancestor Dragon Bloodline Unlock Level 0. 1. Current Unlock Level 10. 0. Ding! The first threshold of the Ancestor Dragon Bloodline has been surpassed. Congratulations on unlocking the active ability, Ancestor Dragon Shattering Step, and the passive ability, Right Claw Dragonization. Upon reaching level 20, the next ability will be unlocked. Strive to acquire golden evolution points to elevate the Ancestor Dragon Bloodline. Unlockable abilities. Ancestor Dragon Chaotic Barrier, active ability. Left Claw Dragonization, passive ability. Intermediate Ancestor Dragon Body, passive ability. As the internal heat subsided, Yao Xuan gasped for air, his tense body relaxing. Meanwhile, the system's prompt resonated in his ears. Chapter 44, Right Claw Dragonization, Ancestor Dragon Shattering Step. At last, it is over. After approximately 10 seconds, Yao Xuan finally broke free from the agonizing sensations, calming his emotions before slowly rising to his feet. The unlocking of the first threshold of the Ancestor Dragon Bloodline was not a matter of mere minutes. After a grueling hour of torment, he had successfully completed the process. Despite the boon of the Ancestor Dragon Martial Soul, the immense pain had brought him to the brink of unconsciousness multiple times. However, with unwavering willpower and an indomitable spirit, Yao Xuan persevered, avoiding fainting or losing control. After enduring an hour of excruciating agony, his clothes were drenched in sweat. His lips bore deep crimson imprints from clenching too tightly, and the back of his hands were marked with red imprints from his nails. Though the process was torturous, Yao Xuan understood that this suffering was not in vain. The rewards reaped were monumental. With the first threshold of the Ancestor Dragon Bloodline unlocked, his vitality had perfectly formed the first layer of circulation, increasing threefold compared to prior to the breakthrough. This meant he had achieved new heights in recovery and sustained combat capabilities. More importantly, upon forming the circulation, Yao Xuan officially unlocked his first vitality ability, Ancestor Dragon Shattering Step, which could be unleashed with mere activation of his vital energy, without depleting soul power, making it an excellent trump card. Additionally, with the breaking of the first threshold of the Ancestor Dragon Bloodline, he gained a new passive ability to fully transform his right claw into a dragon's, endowing him with immense strength and destructive power. Lastly, following the breakthrough of the Ancestor Dragon Bloodline, Yao Xuan's overall strength surged by approximately 1,000 kilograms, reaching 2,000 kilograms. When channeling his martial soul, his total might could exceed 3,000 kilograms, rendering him extraordinarily formidable. Now, let me observe the specific effects of these two bloodline abilities. Sensing the transformations within him, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to the bathroom for a refreshing shower to cleanse himself of sweat before returning to his room. Right claw dragonization. Channeling his vital energy, shimmering 9-colored light coalesced on Yao Xuan's right arm, instantaneously forming a layer of vibrant dragon scales that enveloped his upper and lower arms completely. Furthermore, as the right claw dragonization activated, his right hand expanded, fingers thickening and elongating into sharp, 15-centimeter-long dragon claws that glimmered ominously. Such tremendous power. As he felt the changes in his right arm, a gleam of joy crossed Yao Xuan's eyes as he nodded in approval. After activating right claw dragonization, the overall strength of his right arm increased by over 50%. This meant that when in conjunction with the ancestor dragon's manifestation, the power of his right arm could reach 5,000 kilograms. 5,000 kilograms, such terrifying strength. Even relying solely on brute force, Yao Xuan's destructive capability would rival that of an ordinary soul master, let alone those at the soul master level. He would undoubtedly overpower them. Now, let me test the might of the dragon claws. With a thought, Yao Xuan retrieved a block of refined iron from the system space, gripping it in his left hand. He then swung his right claw gently towards the block of iron. Crack! With a sound of metal fracturing. Yao Xuan's right arm felt merely a slight resistance before the block of refined iron was effortlessly cleaved in two. How sharp! If this claw were to strike an enemy, it would surely be fatal. Gazing at the severed iron, Yao Xuan inhaled sharply. Although the refined iron was merely a basic metal, ordinary soul master's defenses paled in comparison, rendering them utterly incapable of withstanding Yao Xuan's strike. Lastly, let me test the defense after activating right claw dragonization. With a thought, Yao Xuan lightly scraped the block of refined iron with a claw, sharpening its edge before gripping the block firmly in his left hand and thrusting it sharply against his right arm. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, Yao Xuan felt a slight tingling in his right arm, hardly experiencing any significant pain. Beneath that piercing strike, only a small white appeared on his arm, leaving him virtually unscathed. Indeed, it was a perfect balance of offense and defense. The abilities bestowed by the ancestral dragon's bloodline were truly magnificent. Now, let us observe the might of the ancestral dragon's shattered void step. Sensing the immense attribute enhancement brought forth by the ancestral dragon's claws, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction. With a mere thought, he reverted his right claw to its normal state. Immediately after, he summoned the power of his vitality and activated the ancestral dragon bloodline's first realm ability, the ancestral dragon's shattered void step. As he initiated this technique, Yao Xuan felt his speed surge dramatically, and he sensed an extraordinary harmony between his body and the surrounding space. Every movement was executed with remarkable agility, encountering almost no resistance, allowing him to glide effortlessly. To test the potency of the ancestral dragon's shattered void step, Yao Xuan departed from his home and ventured to a nearby playground for experimentation. Upon activating the technique, his speed increased by at least 50%, but more importantly, his agility was greatly enhanced. With each application of the ancestral dragon's shattered void step, he felt an enigmatic connection with the surrounding space, and every motion seemed to be aided by the power of space itself, rendering him light and elusive. Moreover, Yao Xuan experienced an intuitive sense that, should he desire it, he could genuinely traverse through space after activating the ancestral dragon's shattered void step. Thus, he decided to give it a try. With a sudden burst of determination, he propelled himself forward. In the next instant, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. Yao Xuan's body abruptly vanished from its origin, only to reappear 1 meter away. Was this the sensation of traversing space? How wondrous! Landing back on the ground, Yao Xuan wore an expression of profound astonishment, silently marveling at the experience. Just moments ago, as he activated the ancestral dragon's shattered void step, he felt enveloped by a mysterious power of space, only to find himself materializing 1 meter away. For Yao Xuan, this was undoubtedly a magical experience, leaving him in awe. Chapter 45, Graduation and Departure for EC Academy. However, it was somewhat regrettable that the consumption of vitality for spatial traversal was exceedingly great. It appeared that until his vitality reached a certain level, the spatial traversal capability of the ancestral dragon's shattered void step could not be employed as a regular means of movement. Subsequently, Yao Xuan assessed his vitality and was taken aback, reflecting silently. Indeed, Having executed spatial traversal only once had consumed nearly 20% of his vitality, meaning that with his current level of vitality, he could only perform 5 such traversals before succumbing to exhaustion. Even so, Yao Xuan remained exceedingly pleased with the ancestral dragon's shattered void step. Even without the ability to traverse space, its contribution to enhancing his combat prowess was substantial, enabling him to evade enemy attacks and swiftly close in for a decisive strike. Furthermore, while the current consumption of the ancestral dragon's shattered void step was somewhat excessive and less practical in combat, as Yao Xuan's vitality improved, the ability to traverse space would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. It was merely a matter of time. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On August 30th, at the Seoul Guide train station in Alai City. Mother, I am leaving. Thank you for your care over the past 3 years. Yao Xuan is immensely grateful. With luggage in hand, Yao Xuan bid farewell to Lin Shiming, bowing deeply. Though Lin Shiming was merely his foster mother, she had treated Yao Xuan with the same love and care as a biological son over the past 3 years, which deeply touched him. Be safe on your journey. And once you arrive at the academy, practice diligently. Mother wishes you well, Yao Xuan. Looking at Yao Xuan, Lin Shiming's eyes shimmered with affection and reluctance as she imparted her advice. Thank you, Mother. Once I reach East Sea Academy, I will not slacken in my training. Listening to Lin Shiming's words, Yao Xuan nodded in agreement once more. Beside him, Tang Wulin was also bidding farewell to his parents. Half an hour later, the train carrying Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin slowly departed from the station, gradually shrinking in size under the watchful gaze of their 3 parents as it journeyed toward Donghai City. 2 months prior, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin had successfully graduated from the Hoshan Junior Academy, and due to their remarkable breakthrough into the realm of Soul Masters, they were bestowed with letters of recommendation to attend a Senior Soul Master Academy, commencing a 6-year journey of advanced Soul Master education. In a small city like Alai City, there was naturally no Senior Soul Master Academy, hence both Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin received recommendations to study at the Donghai Senior Academy. And now they were en route to Donghai City. Donghai City, a prominent metropolis within the Sun and Moon Federation, is situated on the coast of the East Sea and serves as a vital port, responsible for maritime transport and the development of marine resources. The resident population in Donghai City is approximately 3 million, supplemented by migrant workers, bringing the total to around 5 million. Even within the Federation, Donghai City is renowned. Xiangu, we are about to embark on our studies at the Senior Academy. I am so excited. Tang Wulin, sitting beside Yao Xuan, cautiously surveyed their surroundings before speaking. Indeed, I share your enthusiasm. From here on, we must continue to strive for excellence. Listening to Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xuan nodded silently. The image of Na flashing before his eyes. Surely, Ge would soon appear before him as well. At that moment, he must seize her heart with utmost sincerity. Indeed, I must strive diligently to achieve significant progress within the next 6 years, for I aspire to attend the Advanced Soul Master Academy and further my studies. By the way, Xiangu, what level is your soul power at now? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, a glimmer of determination flashed in Tang Wulin's eyes as he earnestly replied, and then inquired, as for my soul power level, I am currently an 18th ranked soul master. Furthermore, with approximately another week of cultivation, I shall be poised to break through to the 19th rank. Listening to Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xuan replied with a smile. Are you really about to reach level 19? My goodness, Xiangu, you are truly remarkable. If that's the case, in just a few months, you shall break through to become a great soul master, correct? Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin gazed at him with admiration and remarked, a grand soul master? It should be soon. As he responded, Yao Xuan concentrated his thoughts, delving into the system space to retrieve his personal information. Name, Yao Xuan. Age, 9 system abilities, Eye of Observation, Enhanced Charisma, Enhanced Comprehension, Spatial Storage, 5M, Enhanced Meditation Martial Soul, Ancestral Dragon Soul Power, Level 18, 91. 5. Soul Master, Technique, Creation and Refinement of Soul Ancestral Dragon Bloodline Unlock Level, 10. 2 Mental Power, 195, 11. 7. Initial Stage of Spiritual Connection, Soul Spirit, Ancestral Dragon, 100 Years, Soul Skill, Ancestral Dragon Sky-Splitting Strike Bloodline Ability, Passive Primary Ancestral Dragon Physique. Right Claw Dragon Transformation Bloodline Ability, Active Ancestral Dragon Void Step Battle Armor, None Mecha, None Evolution Points, 7205 Golden Evolution Points, 9 Skills, Forging, Level 3. Mecha Design, Level 0, Mecha Manufacturing Level 0, Mecha Maintenance Level 0, since his 8th birthday, through diligent training. Yao Xuan's soul power level has advanced from level 14 to level 18, merely a step away from breaking into level 19. Achieving a 5-level breakthrough within a year is a miraculous speed, regardless of the innate talents of any soul master. Furthermore, despite this rapid advancement, Yao Xuan's foundation and the purity of his soul power far exceed that of his peers. This extraordinary outcome is undoubtedly attributed to the creation and refinement of soul technique. Although Yao Xuan has only mastered the first layer of this technique, its effects are already astonishing to all. As for the ancestral dragon bloodline, 3 months ago, Yao Xuan had already reached a level of 10, yet in the following months, he has only managed to increase it by 0.2. The reason for this is straightforward. Once the ancestral dragon bloodline surpasses level 10, the consumption required for each additional level is tenfold that of the previous levels, necessitating 100, 200, up to 1,000 golden evolution points. With Yao Xuan's progression, he can now accumulate a golden evolution point approximately every 2.5 days. However, this is still a mere drop in the bucket compared to the demands of the ancestral dragon bloodline. Yao Xuan remains unperturbed, fully aware that the primary means of acquiring golden evolution points lies not in training, but in combat. In the primary Soul Master Academy, the focus is primarily on training, with little practical combat experience. Conversely, in the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, a crucial task for students is engaging in real battles. At that juncture, with his formidable strength, Yao Xuan will be able to amass a substantial number of golden evolution points. Apart from this, Yao Xuan is also steadily advancing in his mental training. With the practice of the creation and refinement of soul technique, his mental power increases by at least 1 point each week, leading to a natural enhancement of nearly 60 points over the course of a year. Presently, Yao Xuan's mental power stands at 195 points, leaving him only 5 points shy of advancing to the mid-stage of spiritual connection. At the age of 9, possessing 195 points of mental power is undeniably remarkable on the Douluo Continent. Even among the most exceptional soul masters, few reach 100 points at this age, while Yao Xuan's prowess is double that, not to mention the ordinary soul masters. Unless one is Gu Yu, the human embodiment of the Silver Dragon King. Comparable to a level 1 deity, it is utterly fanciful for an ordinary person to surpass Yao Xuan in mental power. In fact, based on historical accounts, Gu Yu exhibited merely 120 points of mental power at the age of 9. Furthermore, in terms of physical strength, Yao Xuan's breakthroughs have been nothing short of astounding. After unlocking the first limit of the ancestral dragon bloodline, he once again underwent a purification by the ancestral dragon's power, absorbing a significant portion, which resulted in his strength escalating to 2,000 kilograms. The residual energy remains within Yao Xuan, gradually being refined over time. Subsequently, nearly every day, Yao Xuan's strength increases by approximately 3 kilograms, and he has now achieved a strength of 2,300 kilograms. When he activates the ancestral dragon's embodiment and the right claw dragon transformation, the power of his right arm can surpass 5,000 kilograms. With such immense strength, coupled with the sharpness of the ancestral dragon's right claw and the elusive abilities of the ancestral dragon void step, Yao Xuan poses a lethal threat even to soul masters at the soul venerable level. And those at the soul sect level would think twice before allowing him to land a blow. Lastly, Yao Xuan has made significant strides in forging. Within the realm of 1,000 forging metals, there exists a classification of quality, ranging from the lowest level 5 to the highest level 1. Upon reaching level 3 as a blacksmith, Yao Xuan primarily forged metals of levels 3 and 4. Now, he has occasionally succeeded in forging metals of level 2. To advance to level 4 as a blacksmith, 2 requirements must be met: forging 10 types of level 2000 forging metals, or forging 1 type of level 1 metal, known as semi-spiritual metal. After a year of training, Yao Xuan has not yet attained level 4 blacksmith status, but he has made significant progress toward that goal, making the prospect of achieving it within the next 2 years a feasible endeavor. In contrast to Yao Xuan's rapid advancement, Tang Wulin's progress in cultivation has not been as smooth. Despite Yao Xuan's guidance, Tang Wulin only recently broke through as a soul master 6 months ago, currently standing as a level 12 soul master, 1 level higher than in the original historical timeline. Additionally, lacking sufficient stimulus, Tang Wulin, while having studied 1,000 forging for half a year, has yet to break through the threshold of this skill. Nevertheless, Yao Xuan is confident that, given Tang Wulin's comprehension, mastering 1,000 forging is merely a matter of time. Several hours later, in EC City, at the Seoul Guidance train station. Clang clang. Accompanied by the sound of rolling wheels, a deep blue Seoul Guidance train slowly pulled into the platform. Xingu, we've arrived. Tang Wulin exclaimed excitedly as he took in the refreshing surroundings. Indeed, we finally arrived. Yao Xuan responded with a smile, observing the environment. After a half-day journey, the Seoul Guidance train had traversed nearly 1,000 kilometers to reach EC City. Unlike Ally City, EC City boasts a rich historical background, retaining an ancient architectural style, with many buildings over a century or even a millennium old. This Seoul Guidance train station, while renovated, is still several times older than Yao Xuan. As Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin curiously surveyed their surroundings, the train came to a halt, and a bustling crowd emerged with their luggage, prompting Yao Xuan to lead Tang Wulin off the train. For Tang Wulin, this was his first venture away from home, embarking on a journey to a city over 1,000 miles away. His emotions were tinged with nervousness and melancholy. However, witnessing Yao Xuan's calm demeanor, he clenched his fists resolutely, vowing not to embarrass his older brother. Let us go and seek out the person in charge of welcoming new students at EC Academy. Emerging from the East Sea Seoul Guide Station, Yao Xuan offered an explanation, and together with Tang Wulin, they began to survey their surroundings. As a mid-level Seoul Master Academy, EC Academy dispatches shuttle buses annually during the enrollment period to transport new students from various stations. Once they locate the designated personnel, they can smoothly reach their destination. We've found it. Let us proceed. After walking approximately 300 meters, Yao Xuan spotted a sign emblazoned with the 4 characters of EC Academy and led Tang Wulin towards it. Greetings, fellow students. Have you come for enrollment? Behind the sign sat several students clad in EC Academy uniforms, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age. As Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin approached with their luggage, a young girl with a medium build and flowing black hair, exuding a welcoming presence, rose to speak. Indeed. Here is my letter of recommendation. As he spoke, Yao Xuan retrieved his letter and handed it to the young girl, while Tang Wulin, with great care, produced his own letter and presented it. Everything checks out. Welcome to EC City, and welcome to EC Academy. I am Liu Yusen, a first-year student at the Advanced Seoul Master Academy, and I will be your senior responsible for the orientation of new students. Please, take a moment to fill out this information form. While introducing herself, Liu Yusen produced 2 information forms, offering one to Yao Xuan and the other to Tang Wulin. Yao Xuan, age 9, graduate of the Hongshan Junior Academy in Ally City, level 18 strong attack system Soul Master. Wow. To possess level 18 soul power at merely 9 years of age. You truly are a prodigy, my junior. I am envious. Observing Yao Xuan complete the form, Liu Yusen could not help but exclaim her admiration. Oh, senior, you flatter me, Yao Xuan replied modestly. Listening to Liu Yusen's words, Yao Xuan felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head. He then handed the completed form to Liu Yusen, while Tang Wulin, standing nearby, also submitted his filled-out form. This metal badge serves as your credential for entering and exiting the academy before enrollment, so please take good care of it. You may wait on the Seoul-guided bus. Once it fills up, it will transport you to the academy. Following that, you will need to report, collect your items, and attend class division. I wish you all the best. After stamping the recommendation letters for Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, Liu Yusen produced 2 metal badges, handing one to each of them with instructions. Chapter 47. Arrival at Donghai Academy. Conflict. Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin were not the first to board the bus. Several individuals were already seated, including students and parents accompanying them for enrollment. After approximately an hour and a half of waiting, the bus, now filled to near capacity, finally set off towards Donghai Academy. Towering structures whirled past the bus windows. In comparison to Ally City, Donghai City was undeniably more prosperous, crowded, and modern, with a plethora of pedestrians, vehicles, and shops that dazzled the eye. Donghai Academy has arrived. Students and parents, please disembark in an orderly fashion and proceed to the Academic Affairs Office. 20 minutes later, Liu Yusen's voice echoed again from the front of the bus. Following her instructions, all students and parents exited in an orderly manner, while Yao Xuan surveyed the grandeur of Donghai Academy before him. In contrast to Hongshan Academy, Donghai Academy exuded a far more imposing presence. The entrance was marked by a colossal archway crafted from massive stones, adorned with 4 prominent red characters reading Donghai Academy, radiating an impressive aura. Unlike typical intermediate academies, Donghai Academy was a large institution comprising both intermediate and advanced divisions. Liu Yusen, who was responsible for their reception, was a student from the Advanced Academy. Admission to the Advanced Soul Master Academy was significantly more challenging, necessitating rigorous assessments with a general acceptance rate of no more than 10%. Only the most exceptional individuals could gain entry. After presenting their temporary identity badges and recommendation letters for verification, Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling entered Donghai Academy. In stark contrast to the concrete and steel surrounding Donghai City, the academy's interior was lush with greenery, exuding a vibrant vitality and an air of antiquity. They walked along the main thoroughfare of the academy, arriving before a 12-story building, which served as the primary teaching facility for the intermediate academy. The height of the floors indicated the grades, with higher levels signifying greater strength. At the Academic Affairs Office, after presenting their recommendation letters and tokens, Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling successfully completed their enrollment procedures, receiving uniforms, academic calendars, identity cards, and completing the class division process. Based on their soul power levels and martial spirits, Tang Wuling was unsurprisingly assigned to Class 1 of the first year, while Yao Xuan found himself in Class 5, known as the Focus Class. Naturally, Yao Xuan was displeased with this outcome. If he were not in the same class as Tang Wuling, his acquisition of golden evolution points would undoubtedly diminish, and he would miss out on the guidance from the esteemed Wu Changkong, hailing from Shrek Academy. However, Yao Xuan was astute enough not to request a transfer to Class 5, which would appear too conspicuous. In fact, he had devised an excellent plan to achieve his objectives through a confrontation. With dormitory keys in hand, Yao Xuan led Tang Wuling towards the dormitory building. The dormitory was equally towering, also 12 stories high, and their assigned room number was 205. Navigating through the somewhat crowded and chaotic corridor, they arrived at their dormitory. Contrary to the imposing exterior of the building, the interior of the dorm was rather simplistic, furnished with merely 2 bunk beds, 4 desks and chairs, and 4 cabinets. Inside the dormitory, 2 lower bunks were already occupied. Upon noticing Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling approaching, the occupants turned to face them. The individual in the left lower bunk was a tall youth with short hair and a muscular build, exuding an aura of intimidation. To the right was a boy clad in a blue tracksuit, with short brown hair, fair skin, a prominent nose, and striking dark green eyes that conveyed an air of aloofness. Is this Xie? Yao Xuan mused quietly, recognizing the proud youth as the one who, according to history, was one of Shrek Academy's 7 monsters, the possessor of the twin martial spirits, the light dragon dagger and the shadow dragon dagger. Hello everyone, I am Tang Wuling. And this is Yao Xuan, your future roommates. Tang Wuling introduced warmly, addressing the 2 in the dorm. I am Zhou Changxi, and if all goes as expected, I shall be the dorm leader, your elder brother. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I will gladly assist you. The tall youth boomed with enthusiasm. Xie. In stark contrast to Zhou Changxi's exuberance, Xie's self-introduction was exceedingly brief, merely stating his name. Wuling, wait for me here. I'll step out to grab some food. After placing down his belongings, Yao Xuan smiled and gently patted Tang Wuling's shoulder before departing. Food? That sounds great. Thank you. Xian Gu. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wuling expressed his gratitude before Yao Xuan exited the dormitory. However, he did not wander far. Instead, he unleashed his mental energy to observe, waiting for a conflict to arise between Tang Wuling and Zhou Changxi. Indeed, scarcely had Yao Xuan departed for a few minutes when Zhou Changxi rolled her eyes and, in an overbearing manner, proclaimed, Hey, newcomer, Tang Wuling, is it? Go clean up the dormitory. All right, Tang Wuling replied, somewhat bewildered by the situation, nodding his head as he took a mop bucket to fetch water from the restroom. Hmph. Just a softie, he irks me. Let me see what he brought with him. Observing Tang Wuling complying obediently, Zhou Changxi let out a cold snicker, rising to her feet. She reached out and snatched Tang Wuling's belongings, unzipping the bag and giving it a vigorous shake. Instantly, several changes of clothes, various personal items, and a blanket tumbled out, scattering across the floor. What a country bumpkin, bringing such shabby things. Goodness, could this fellow possibly be a beggar? Ha. Zhou Changxi laughed heartily at the sight of the scattered items. You, what are you doing? At that moment, Tang Wuling entered, dragging the mop bucket. And upon seeing the mess on the floor, he immediately erupted in anger. What am I doing? Just taking a look at the pathetic belongings of this country bumpkin. What's the matter? Do you have an issue with it? Upon hearing Tang Wuling's words, Zhou Changxi curled her lips and replied with a smile, Of course I have opinions. Pick it up for me. Gazing at Zhou Changxi, Tang Wuling clenched his fists and coldly retorted, Oh, country bumpkin, with such a tone, Are you contemplating rebellion? Upon hearing Tang Wulin's words, Zhou Changxi raised an eyebrow and then raised his voice, declaring, "That's enough. It is now my turn to take the stage." Perceiving the shift in the atmosphere of the dormitory, Yao Xuan merely smiled faintly. With a thought, he retrieved a bag of oranges from the system space, holding it in his hand as he made his way toward the dormitory. Chapter 48. Such audacity, daring to bully my little brother Wulin, I have returned. As he called out, Yao Xuan pushed open the door to the dormitory, feigning surprise at the scene before him, and inquired, "What are you all up to?" "Brother Xian, that Zhou Changxi is bullying me. He threw my belongings on the ground and insulted me, calling me a country bumpkin." Tang Wulin's face displayed a hint of grievance as he looked at Yao Xuan, pointing at the scattered clothes on the floor to express his distress. "Oh, how dare he be so outrageous? Zhou Changxi, you possess quite the audacity to bully my little brother." Yao Xuan coldly regarded Zhou Changxi and spoke with displeasure. "Bully your little brother? What of it? Indeed, I have bullied him. Do you have any objections? This brat is nothing but a country bumpkin. If you are his elder brother, then you must be a big country bumpkin as well." Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, a hint of mockery appeared on Zhou Changxi's face, followed by a nonchalant sneer as he remarked, "Very well. Now, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Pick up the belongings of Wu Lin, tidy them away, and then bow to both me and Wu Lin in apology." Listening to Zhou Changxi's words, Yao Xuan remained unfazed and merely issued a calm command. "You give me one last chance? Ha ha ha, that is the finest jest I have ever heard. Remember this, young man, in this dormitory, I hold the authority." Extending his thumb, Zhou Changxi pointed to his own chest, then lifted his chin high, speaking with pride. "Very well, do not say I did not grant you an opportunity." With that, Yao Xuan clenched his fist and took a measured step forward, swinging his arm toward Zhou Changxi's chest. Hmph, a mere trick. Zhou Changxi was no fool. He recognized the imminent strike and prepared accordingly. As he watched Yao Xuan's fist approach, Zhou Changxi raised his right hand to deflect it. Bang! To everyone's astonishment. With a resounding crash, Zhou Changxi's body was sent flying back, crashing heavily against the wall. The impact echoed throughout the dormitory, causing dust to fall from the ceiling. "Well done. You possess considerable strength, but now I shall be serious. Spirit of the mighty ape, manifest." After being struck by Yao Xuan's punch, Zhou Changxi's face displayed a mix of indignation and fury as he roared, channeling his soul power. A white light emanated from him, forming a formidable ape spirit. Robust and muscular, draped in brown fur. This spirit then fused with Zhou Changxi's being. With the mighty ape spirit's infusion, Zhou Changxi's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. His skeletal structure expanded by nearly 20%, and his arms and legs swelled with muscle, resembling a small powerhouse. "Behold!" Zhou Changxi yelled, scrambling to his feet before launching himself forward, his leg propelling him with acceleration, and his fist aimed viciously at Yao Xuan's forehead. It appeared that his previous punch had lacked intensity. Thus, he would exert himself more seriously this time. Witnessing Zhou Changxi rise again, Yao Xuan shook his head with a hint of regret and remarked, as one who possesses a force of 2,300 kilograms. "If I were to unleash my full strength, I could obliterate even a great soul master with a single blow, leaving no chance for survival, not even for Zhou Changxi. Such an outcome would lead to expulsion and a life sentence for me." Yao Xuan's intent was not to kill, but to face the disciplinary actions of Donghai Academy and shift to Class 5. Hence, he had only utilized about 5% of his strength, yet even with such restraint, he had sent Zhou Changxi flying. Had a regular child been struck by Yao Xuan's punch, they would not have suffered severe injuries but would certainly have endured significant pain and lost much of their combat capability. However, Zhou Changxi's unique mighty ape spirit endowed him with strength and resilience akin to that of an adult, allowing him to continue fighting. Yet, even so, what difference would it make? Yao Xuan had merely employed 5% of his strength. As Zhou Changxi charged toward him, Yao Xuan elevated his power to 10% and coldly delivered a punch toward Zhou Changxi. Whoosh! Accompanied by a slight sonic boom. Their fists collided midair with a thunderous crack, and Zhou Changxi felt a sharp pain in his hand as his bones cracked, sending him hurtling backward onto the ground. "Do you yield?" "Apologize," Yao Xuan said indifferently, gazing down at Zhou Changxi. "I will not yield. I have yet to use my soul skills." Once more, mighty ape fist. Zhou Changxi, trembling yet defiant, struggled to rise from the ground, clearly injured, but his eyes still gleamed with defiance as he summoned his soul power. The first ring of white soul rings flickering behind him. As the rings sparkled, a faint white glow enveloped Zhou Changxi's fist, enhancing both speed and strength. and he charged at Yao Xuan fiercely once more. Your courage is commendable, but alas, you are far too weak. Yao Xuan remained unperturbed as he coolly responded, preparing to counter Zhou Changxi's pale fist with his own. Bang! Another resounding crash echoed as Zhou Changxi was sent flying again. This time, Yao Xuan did not grant him the opportunity to rise. He stepped forward, his foot like lightning, pressing down on Zhou Changxi's back. Zhou Changxi, this is your final chance. Do you yield? If so, you shall pick up the items for Wu Lin and apologize to both him and me. With a slight exertion of pressure, Yao Xuan spoke coldly. I yield. I yield. Brother, I was wrong. Do not step on me. I cannot breathe. I apologize to both you and classmate Wu Lin. With Yao Xuan's weight on his back, Zhou Changxi felt the air escape him, panic setting in as he pleaded for mercy. A wise man knows when to yield. Since you acknowledge your mistake, rise. Had you known better, you would have apologized sooner, thus sparing yourself this physical ordeal. Yao Xuan remarked lightly, observing Zhou Changxi. Brother, you are absolutely right. I was wrong to offend you and classmate Wu Lin. Please forgive me. Zhou Changxi's eyes revealed a glimmer of fear as he bowed deeply to Yao Xuan. Very well, I forgive you. Now, apologize to Wu Lin. Accepting Zhou Changxi's apology, Yao Xuan nodded and continued to instruct him. Classmate Wu Lin, I apologize. I should not have tampered with your personal belongings. Nor should I have called you a country bumpkin. Please show me mercy and forgive my transgressions. Under the ease of humility, Zhou Changxi approached Tang Wulin, bowing respectfully as he uttered his apology. All right, I shall forgive you this time. After all, we are to be dorm mates for the next 6 years. However, you must promise that you will not bully other students again. Tang Wulin, a kind-hearted and gentle boy, did not deliberate for long before choosing to forgive Zhou Changxi upon witnessing his apology. Thank you, classmate Wu Lin. I will tidy up your belongings at once. As he spoke, Zhou Changxi obediently knelt down to collect the scattered bedding and clothes, placing them back into Tang Wulin's backpack. Brother Xian, thank you. Approaching Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin gazed at him gratefully and expressed his appreciation. It is nothing. Since you call me Brother Xian, I cannot allow you to be bullied by others, can I? Although our ally city may not be a grand metropolis, we, the people of Aolai, are not to be trifled with. Yao Xuan waved his hand dismissively, responding in kind. As the system notification chimed in his ear, defeated Zhou Changxi gained 3 golden evolution points. Assisted the destined child Tang Wulin, earning his gratitude and admiration. Gained 7 golden evolution points. Indeed, combat proved to be the most effective means of acquiring golden evolution points. Listening to the system's prompt, Yao Xuan couldn't help but feel a surge of delight within, his heart brimming with joy. Although Yao Xuan had attained the esteemed level of an 18th rank soul master, standing merely a step away from the 19th rank, the process of cultivation was far from swift. On average, it required him 2 to 5 days to accumulate a singular golden evolution point. However, just moments ago, following a battle lasting less than a minute, Yao Xuan had amassed a remarkable 10 golden evolution points, nearly equaling the total he had gathered over a month of arduous training, a veritable windfall. Furthermore, upon entering the intermediate academy, Yao Xuan was certain he would engage in numerous battles, the promotion tournament, the EC Alliance competition, the Ascension platform battle, and many others. He envisioned a continuous influx of golden evolution points rolling in towards him. At that moment, a booming voice resonated from outside, interrupting his thoughts. What are you all doing? I heard reports that there was a fight in your dormitory. Come with me to the Academic Affairs office. A middle-aged man, imposing in stature and clad in a uniform, strode into the dormitory with a grave expression. 10 minutes later, at the disciplinary office of the East Sea Academy's Intermediate Division. So, it was Zhou Changxi who initiated the provocation, bullying Tang Wulin, and then Yao Xuan intervened to defend him, resulting in a confrontation with Zhou Changxi, ultimately subduing him? The director of education, Long Hengxiu, glared sternly at the 4 students before him, his demeanor serious as he inquired. Listening to Long Hengxiu's words, Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, Zhou Changxi, and the bystander Xie silently nodded in agreement. So it was like this. Zhou Changxi, given your martial soul aptitude, although your soul power level is somewhat lacking, it was not impossible for you to enter Class 3. However, bullying and insulting classmates right at the beginning of the school year reveals a serious flaw in your character. You deserve the beating you received. Therefore, you shall obediently remain in Class 5. Looking at Zhou Changxi, Long Hengxiu spoke in a calm tone, though Zhou Changxi wished to retort. The coldness in Long Hengxiu's gaze made him swallow back his words. Yao Xuan, as for you, being helpful and assisting your classmates is commendable. but it must not violate school rules and regulations. At our Donghai Academy, if you wish to spar, you may do so, but it must take place in the designated combat room under the supervision of a teacher, and fighting privately is strictly prohibited. According to school rules, in your situation, a major demerit could be issued, which would adversely affect your future admission to advanced Soul Master Academies and registration as a mecha engineer. However, after a pause, Hmph continued, ignorance is no crime. Since you have just entered Donghai Academy and are still unfamiliar with the rules, this time, the major demerit will be waived. Nevertheless, your temperament and disposition are rather fierce. You must refine them properly, so you will also join Class 5. I understand, Director Long. Thank you for your fairness. After listening to Hmphu's words, Yao Xuan calmly bowed, yet inwardly, he felt a surge of happiness. Convinced that his strategy had been successful and he had finally achieved his desires. Tang Wulin, this time you did not engage in battle and are thus a victim, naturally exempt from punishment. However, I wish to impart this wisdom. Respect is earned through strength. If you seek to attain respect, dedicate yourself to rigorous training in the coming 6 years. The world of Soul Masters is a realm where only the strong command respect. Turning to Tang Wulin, Hmph spoke in a measured tone. I understand. I will strive diligently, Director Long. Upon hearing Hmphu's words, Tang Wulin nodded earnestly and, with a hint of guilt, cast a glance at Yao Xuan, feeling remorseful for his own inadequate strength which had rendered him vulnerable and, in turn, led to his companion being relegated to the lowest class in the school. Observing Tang Wulin's expression, Yao Xuan shook his head gently, signaling him not to dwell on it. Xie? If I recall correctly, you are a member of the Xie family from Donghai, are you not? I believe your soul power has reached level 18. Has it not? Finally, Hmphu's gaze settled upon the aloof young man, Xie, as he posed the question. Indeed, came the response. Upon hearing Hmphu's words, Xie merely nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, possessing such strength yet merely spectating while classmates engage in conflict, without intervening, do you not possess a sense of justice? Cunning, exceedingly cunning. At such a tender age, to be so sly, perhaps you should abandon Class 1 and join Class 5 instead. Gazing at Xie, Hmphu continued, Director Long. This is not in accordance with the rules. Upon hearing Hmphu's words, a flicker of discontent appeared in Xie's eyes as he exclaimed loudly. Not in accordance with the rules? In the intermediate division of Donghai Academy, when the Director of Instruction assigns you to Class 5, you are obliged to attend Class 5. If you are dissatisfied with my decision, feel free to lodge a complaint with the principal and see if your Xie family's reputation holds any weight in our esteemed Donghai Academy. Upon hearing Xie's words, Hmphu's eyes revealed a flicker of anger. He then raised his voice and declared, Very well, if it is to Class 5, then so be it. Do I, Xie, fear you? In a few months, when the class advancement competition takes place, I shall demonstrate to you what true strength entails. Upon hearing Hmphu's words, Xie retorted without any fear, Very well, I shall await your decision. Let us disband. Gazing at Xie, Hmphu coldly replied, and subsequently announced the dissolution of the gathering. Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, Xie, and Zhou Changxi each made their way back to their dormitories. Chapter 50. The Battle with Xie. Indeed, 2 level 18 students have been assigned to the lowest ranked class, which surely places greater pressure on the other students, compelling them to avoid complacency. Moreover, although Wu Changkong possesses a somewhat aloof demeanor that can be quite irksome, one cannot deny his exceptional teaching abilities. Having emerged from that esteemed institution, I shall observe whether a remarkable synergy can develop among them. Watching Yao Xuan and the other 3 exit the training center, Hmphu nodded slightly, the sternness on his face swiftly fading into a smirk of triumph. Brother Xuan, I am truly sorry for dragging you down. You could have entered Class 1, reaping the finest educational resources, but now, to avenge me, you must endure the lowest class. Tang Wulin lamented, his head bowed, his expression heavy with guilt and sincerity as he quietly apologized to Yao Xuan while walking back to the dormitory. Wulin, since the situation has already unfolded, we must accept it and actively strive for change. Wallowing in regret serves no purpose. In truth, with my capabilities, even in Class 5, I shall not be unduly affected. Furthermore, I have heard that during midterms, the classes at Donghai Academy engage in a promotion tournament. As long as we triumph over our opponents, our class will be granted superior resources. Let us train diligently and support one another. Upon hearing Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xuan refrained from reproaching him. Instead, He gently patted Tang Wulin's shoulder and offered words of solace. Indeed, you are right. One cannot dwell in the past. I shall strive to do my best, Brother Xian. Upon hearing Yao Xian's words, Tang Wulin clenched his fist in silence. Xian Gu had sacrificed so much for him. Thus, he must dedicate himself wholeheartedly to his cultivation. Otherwise, how could he ever justify Xian Ji's sacrifices? 5 minutes later, in dormitory 205, Yao Xian, accompany me to the academy's combat room. I wish to challenge you to a duel. As he stood before Yao Xian, a glint of cold light flashed in Xia's eyes, and he spoke icily. A duel? On what grounds? Without lifting his gaze, Yao Xian replied nonchalantly, on what grounds? Because your personal vendetta with Zhou Changxi has prevented me from joining Class 1, relegating me instead to the inferior Class 5. I am determined to give you a thorough beating to vent my frustrations. Glaring at Yao Xian, Xia voiced his anger and resentment. Is that so? In that case, I certainly want to be going. If my purpose for attending is merely to be beaten, then why should I bother? After hearing Xia's words, Yao Xian shook his head and then retorted. This seems to hold some truth. So, let us set a condition. How can you accompany me for a match? Upon hearing Yao Xian's words, Xia found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His tone wavering slightly. Nevertheless, he continued to inquire, what would it take for me to engage in a match with you? In truth, I would not be opposed to facing you. However, considering your intentions, it seems you wish to deliver quite the beating. Wouldn't that render our duel rather perilous? Therefore, if you could provide me with 50,000 federal coins as a service fee and agree to cover my medical expenses, I would be willing to partake in this contest. Upon hearing Xia's words, Yao Xian feigned contemplation for a moment before responding. Goodness, Brother Xian is truly cunning. If that Xia agrees, it would likely result in a complete loss of both resources and wealth. Nearby, as he listened to Yao Xian's remarks, Tang Wulin silently gave a thumbs up, inwardly marveling at the situation. Having served as apprentices under Meng Tian alongside Yao Xian for 3 years, he was acutely aware of Yao Xian's formidable strength, which undoubtedly exceeded 1,000 kilograms of sheer power. It was nearly impossible for Xia to deliver a blow to Yao Xian without facing a significant loss. Specifically a sum of 50,000 Federation coins. 50,000 Federation coins. For Tang Wulin, that amount represented nearly a year and a half of his forging earnings. If Xia truly agreed, wouldn't Brother Xian be on the path to prosperity? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Tang Wulin discreetly glanced at Xia, eagerly anticipating his reaction. 50,000 Federation coins? No problem, let's proceed. After the fight, I will transfer the funds to you. Upon hearing Yao Xian's words, Xia nodded almost instinctively and continued speaking. For an ordinary person, 50,000 federal coins is indeed a substantial sum. However, for Xia, the young master of the Xia family from Donghai, it is merely a trifling amount. If it allows him to vent his frustrations, it is undoubtedly worth it. Very well. Lead the way. Upon hearing Xia's words, Yao Xian slightly nodded, then followed closely behind Xia toward the central battle hall of Donghai Academy. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the battle hall, a vast chamber measuring approximately 50 meters in length and width. The floor was crafted from pressed steel, possessing a hardness comparable to that of refined metal. Moreover, numerous soul-guiding formations were inscribed upon the floor, enhancing its strength to rival that of ordinary thousand-forged metal, though lacking the latter's sublimation properties. For thousand-forged metal, it was sufficiently resilient to withstand attacks from ordinary soul respect-level combatants, making it adequate for battles among intermediate division students. For more advanced confrontations, there existed even more specialized battle halls. Xia, an 18th-level battle soul master wielding the martial spirit of a radiant dragon dagger, proclaimed, I am an agile attack-type soul master. To ensure fairness, I shall maintain a distance of 30 meters when the battle commences. You may begin your preparations now. As he spoke, Xia moved away. Though he harbored a desire to teach Yao Xian a lesson, his noble lineage instilled in him a sense of pride, deterring him from taking advantage of Yao Xian. Yao Xian, an 18th-level battle soul master with the martial spirit of a lizard dragon, replied, I look forward to your guidance. Upon hearing Xia's words, Yao Xian responded calmly, feeling a significant reduction in his disdain for Xia. Although this individual possessed a somewhat foul temperament, looked down upon others, and exhibited an air of arrogance akin to that of a young master, the subtleties revealed that Xia was not the treacherous person Long Hungshu had claimed, but rather an upright young man. Naturally, Forging a friendship with someone as aloof as Xie was no simple task, however, once earned. Xie's acknowledgement would render him a friend worthy of trust and reliance. Yet, at present, Xie not only failed to recognize Yao Xuan but also harbored considerable anger towards him, even contemplating a physical confrontation. In response, Yao Xuan remained untroubled. In the realm of Earth, there exists an ancient adage, no fight, no acquaintance. If Xie was reluctant to befriend him, then perhaps a bout would be the means to win him over. In the original timeline, it seemed that Tang Wulin had forged a friendship with Xie in a similar manner. Chapter 51. An Effortless Victory. What? Your soul power also reaches level 18? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, a flicker of surprise appeared in Xie's eyes, and he retorted, Indeed. Why is it that you are allowed to be at level 18 while I am not? Gazing at Xie, Yao Xuan stood with his hands at his sides. Responding with a calm question, Level 18 is merely level 18. Yao Xuan, let me tell you, every individual is distinct. Do not presume that because your soul power level is the same as mine, you can defeat me. Are you prepared? At this moment, Xie had already pushed himself to the opposite side of the battle chamber. After listening to Yao Xuan, he let out a cold huff and confidently stated, What a coincidence, Xie. That is precisely what I wanted to convey to you. I am ready. Let us commence. With his gaze sharpening, Yao Xuan regarded Xie and spoke, Very well. I shall make you aware of what true disparity means. Prepare yourself. As soon as the words left his lips, Xie propelled himself forward, his right foot striking the ground as he surged forth like a dart, leaving his original position in a blur, hurtling towards Yao Xuan. Concurrently, a faint yellow light enveloped Xie's form, and his right hand executed a swift motion. In conjunction with his actions, a dagger, approximately 40 centimeters in length, gleaming with a chilling light, materialized, accompanied by a subtle sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar, echoing throughout the battle chamber. Ancestral dragon martial spirit, manifest. Witnessing Xie's charge, Yao Xuan also stepped forward, discreetly channeling his soul power. Radiant, multicolored lights converged around him, coalescing into the shape of the ancestral dragon martial spirit. The next moment, as Yao Xuan intoned, the ancestral dragon emitted a soft roar and soared skyward. Upon reaching its zenith, the ancestral dragon pivoted and plummeted, accelerating dramatically as it merged with Yao Xuan's crown, enveloping him in a soft, multicolored radiance, becoming one with his being. With the ancestral dragon martial spirit's infusion, the vitality within Yao Xuan surged instantaneously, his bones expanded slightly, his height increased by nearly 10 centimeters, and a delicate layer of dragon scales emerged upon his skin. Although Yao Xuan considered his power significantly superior to Xie's, believing he could easily vanquish him even without the martial spirit's enhancement, he still chose to activate it out of respect for Xie, understanding that Xie harbored a proud heart. Yao Xuan knew that refraining from using his martial spirit would lead Xie to perceive it as disdain, creating an unspoken rift between them. Of course, despite activating the ancestral dragon martial spirit, Yao Xuan refrained from unleashing the bloodline ability of the right claw's dragon transformation against an opponent like Xie, an 18th level soul master. Even with Xie's dual martial spirits, it was far from sufficient for Yao Xuan to invoke his bloodline capacity. Thus, his right arm remained in its natural form, untransformed. Meanwhile, from a distance, with the appearance of the ancestral dragon martial spirit, Xie suddenly felt a slight unease wash over him, and the light dragon dagger in his hand began to tremble subtly, resonating with an undercurrent of fear. What is happening? Feeling the trepidation emanating from the light dragon dagger, Xie puzzled over how Yao Xuan, merely an 18th level soul master, could instill such fear in his martial spirit. After all, his martial spirit, the light dragon dagger, possessed a trace of dragon lineage. How could a noble dragon be easily cowed? Despite his confusion regarding the state of his martial spirit, Xie's movements did not falter. His figure became almost illusory, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Any ordinary soul master would likely become dizzy from his speed, unable to discern his true form. However, in the presence of Yao Xuan, who possessed extraordinary insight in the ancestral dragon martial spirit, Xie's figure was utterly transparent. Yao Xuan merely clenched his fist, prepared to strike. Haha, take this. Observing Yao Xuan's stillness, Xie mistakenly believed he had successfully bewildered him, a victorious smile creeping upon his lips. He then swiftly advanced to Yao Xuan's side, lunging with the light dragon dagger aimed at Yao Xuan's arm. Too slow. As Xie closed in, Yao Xuan finally moved. He subtly shifted his body, causing Xie's light dragon dagger to slice past him, missing even a hair on Yao Xuan's arm. Then, with lightning speed, Yao Xuan unleashed a punch aimed at Xia's abdomen. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, Yao Xuan's fist struck Xia's midsection, sending him crashing backward to the ground, landing heavily. Despite Yao Xuan exerting only a fraction of his strength, Xia, being a fragile agility-type soul master, was utterly defenseless against Yao Xuan's blow, collapsing to the ground, his internal organs churning as stars danced before his eyes. Alas, my apologies. I may have used a tad too much force. Xia, are you all right? Yao Xuan feigned concern as he stepped forward, attempting to lift Xia. I'm fine. Just step aside. I can rise on my own. Xia responded stubbornly as he struggled to prop himself up with shaky arms. Oh, you're fine? That is excellent. I nearly feared I had injured you. Shall we continue? Yao Xuan remarked as he observed Xia rising. No, that's unnecessary. I concede. Let us not continue. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Xia couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, as he began to grasp the reason behind the earlier surge of fear emanating from the light dragon dagger. Very well, let us refrain from further conflict. Now, Xia, kindly remit my appearance fee of 50,000 federal coins. Acknowledging Xia's concession, Yao Xuan nodded slightly, his thoughts shifting as he released the state of his martial soul manifestation, and then spoke with a calm demeanor. Defeating Xia has earned me 7 golden evolution points. Simultaneously, a somewhat mechanical prompt from the system echoed in Yao Xuan's ear. What? An appearance fee of 50,000 federal coins? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Xia momentarily paused and responded with a question. Indeed, if you had not promised me a fee for my appearance, why would I accompany you in this endeavor? Are you attempting to evade your obligations? As he spoke, Yao Xuan clenched his fists. No, not at all. Observing Yao Xuan's gestures, Xia found himself momentarily at a loss for words, quickly adding an explanation. That is reassuring. By the way, Xia, I've noticed you seem to be in poor condition. Would you like me to escort you to the infirmary for a checkup? Upon hearing Xia's words, Yao Xuan gently patted Xia's shoulder and then inquired with concern. Chapter 52. You seem quite pleasant. Shall we befriend each other? No, it's unnecessary. I am fine. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Xia repeatedly gestured with his hands and then responded, It is fortunate that you are unharmed. I was worried that I might have been too forceful and inadvertently caused you injury. If you had truly been hurt, it would have been quite unfortunate, considering we are destined to be roommates for the next 6 years. Upon hearing Xia's response, Yao Xuan spoke once more. Should I then express my gratitude to you? With a sigh, he continued, Yao Xuan, you truly conceal your depths. This time, I have not only suffered financial loss but have also endured a beating. My misfortune knows no bounds. A hint of melancholy graced his visage as Xia waved his hands and sighed. In light of this, I feel somewhat remiss for charging you such a substantial sum. How about this? You need not transfer the full 50,000 federal coins. Nearly half will suffice as my appearance fee. Observing Xia's expression, Yao Xuan felt a twinge of compassion and replied, Thank you. However, since I have stated my intention to transfer you 50,000 federal coins, I shall certainly honor that commitment. I, Xia, am not one to go back on my word. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Xia shook his head, declining Yao Xuan's goodwill. However, after listening to him, Xia found that his aversion towards Yao Xuan inexplicably diminished, and he regarded Yao Xuan with a more favorable gaze. Well then, Xia, Yao Xuan said. As the saying goes, no pain, no gain. After our little scuffle, I suddenly realized you're not so unpleasant to look at. Let us be friends. Seeing that Xia insisted on offering him 50,000 federal coins, Yao Xuan did not refuse any longer. While speaking, he extended his right hand. What? Yao Xuan's words came too swiftly, leaving Xia momentarily stunned, and he responded with a question. I said, Xia, I find you quite agreeable. Let us be friends. We are going to be roommates for the next 6 years, after all. We can't be at odds with each other every day, can we? Yao Xuan reiterated, gazing into Xia's eyes. All right. I am delighted to be your friend, Yao Xuan. I look forward to your guidance. Setting aside his hostility and scrutinizing Yao Xuan closely, Xia felt that Yao Xuan appeared increasingly amiable. Not only that, but his martial spirit, the radiant dragon dagger, and the shadow dragon dagger also emanated waves of familiarity towards Yao Xuan. Thus, Xia promptly extended his right hand, firmly grasping Yao Xuan's. Xia, I hope to learn from you in the future. Let us head back. With that, Yao Xuan and Xia engaged in light conversation as they returned to the dormitory. At noon, during mealtime, Yao Xuan took Tang Wulin and Xie to the cafeteria, where they enjoyed a hearty meal. In the cafeteria of East Sea Academy, the seemingly unassuming Tang Wulin showcased astonishing potential, consuming a staggering 80 large buns in one sitting, nearly doubling the record of East Sea Academy, which drew the attention of onlookers. As for Yao Xuan, although his appetite was also considerable, his body had already established a circulation of energy, leading to a lower food intake compared to Tang Wulin. Consequently, he stopped after consuming 30 large buns. Watching Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin indulge voraciously, Xie's eyes reflected astonishment. After satiating their hunger, Yao Xuan formally introduced Tang Wulin to Xie. Upon hearing Tang Wulin's martial soul and soul power level, Xie harbored a slight disdain towards him. However, out of respect for Yao Xuan, he extended a friendly handshake. Yao Xuan, for his part, did not comment extensively, believing that respect from others must be earned through strength. Nevertheless, he was confident that, given Tang Wulin's capabilities and character, gaining Xie's acknowledgement and respect would not pose a significant challenge. In the afternoon, the group collaborated to tidy up the dormitory, after which Yao Xuan departed with Tang Wulin from Donghai Academy, intending to visit the Forge Master Association in Donghai City for a skill assessment. A year prior, Yao Xuan had already surpassed the threshold of 1,000 forges. However, due to the absence of a Forge Master Association in Ally City, he had not undergone the necessary evaluation. Now that he was in Donghai City, it was imperative for him to complete this step. Only after the evaluation could he accept tasks from the association. And by fulfilling a certain number of tasks each month, he could also receive additional rewards and benefits. Before leaving Ally City, Meng Tian had repeatedly instructed Yao Xuan to refrain from revealing his status as a third-tier Forge Master until he turned 10, at which point he could undertake the professional assessment for that level. As they departed from Donghai Academy, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin traversed the streets of Donghai City, which was significantly larger and more complex than Ally City. However, this did not pose a challenge for Yao Xuan, who had meticulously studied the map and memorized it through his extraordinary perception, thus leading Tang Wulin to the Forge Master Association with ease. Similar to Donghai Academy, the Forge Master Association was situated in the heart of Donghai City. After a brief walk of approximately half an hour, they arrived at their destination. The recognition factor of the Forge Master Association was remarkably high. Even from several hundred meters away, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin instantly identified it, a square gray edifice resembling a meticulously forged block of metal, strikingly distinctive. Surrounding the building were large hammer emblems that were exceptionally eye-catching, ensuring that even in the absence of a plaque, no one could mistake the Forge Master Association. Upon entering the Grand Hall of the Association, they were greeted by an impressive 10-meter-high glass wall, at the center of which was a relief sculpture of a colossal hammer radiating a soft golden glow, captivating all who beheld it. With the emergence of mechas and battle armors, the status of Forge Masters within the Douluo Continent was visibly ascending, as both premier mechas and armors demanded superior materials. Consequently, these top-tier materials could only be crafted by Master Forge Masters, which rendered the Forge Master Association an immensely significant and affluent organization, with its importance continually on the rise. As they entered the hall, Yao Xuan guided Tang Wulin to the front desk, where two attendants clad in gray uniforms were stationed. One of the attendants stood up with a smile and addressed them. "Hello, young ones. Are you here to find someone? This is the Forge Master Association, so please refrain from wandering around. No, we have come for the Forge Master skill assessment. Our teacher instructed us to seek out a master named Xinyu for the evaluation." Listening to the waiter's words, Yao Xuan responded earnestly. "Master Xinyu? Very well. May I inquire if you have ever been in contact with Master Xinyu?" Listening to Yao Xuan's words, the attendant was initially skeptical. But upon hearing the name Xinyu, her expression turned serious. Xinyu was a member of the East Sea City Blacksmith Association, and it was unlikely for an ordinary child to be acquainted with him. Thus, it appeared that these two children were indeed there for the blacksmith level assessment. Chapter 53. The assessment. Mu Chen's astonishment. "Very well, I shall call Master Cen." As she spoke, the attendant dialed the communication device. A minute later, she said, "Young ones, Master Cen is available. Please follow me." Leading Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin to the side of the hall, the attendant guided them into a soul-guided elevator. Ding! Moments later, the elevator arrived on the 15th floor of the Blacksmith Association building. The attendant escorted Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin to Xinyu's office. After pressing the doorbell, a deep voice from within invited them inside. The office was modest in size, approximately 30 square meters, furnished with a large wooden desk behind which sat a middle-aged man, around 40 years old. He was not tall but robust, with broad shoulders and a particularly well-developed bicep. "You are the disciples of Meng Tian?" As Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin approached, Xin Yu set down his newspaper and inquired with curiosity in his eyes. "Yes, Master Cen, greetings from my teacher," Yao Xuan replied softly, bowing alongside Tang Wulin. "Ah, he has already informed me. I never expected such a lofty individual as Meng Tian to take on disciples. Come with me." As he spoke, Xin Yu led Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin to the third floor. In contrast to the tranquility of the 15th floor, the third floor of the Blacksmith Association was bustling with activity, the sounds of metal clanging echoing throughout. Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin filled out their personal information, while Xin Yu applied for a testing room and ushered them inside. The testing room was essentially a smithy. Once familiar with the surroundings, a middle-aged female evaluator entered. The assessment for a first-level blacksmith involved completing 100 strikes. After announcing the rules, the evaluator guided Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin to a storage rack to select the metals they wished to forge. From the rack, Tang Wulin chose the silver deep metal he was most familiar with, while Yao Xuan confidently selected the refined gold. Observing their choices, both Xin Yu and the evaluator exhibited surprise. Silver deep and refined gold were known for their considerable forging difficulty, and it was rare for a blacksmith to choose them during an assessment. Were these two youngsters perhaps overestimating their abilities? "Shall we begin?" Yao Xuan inquired calmly, readying himself. "Indeed," the evaluator nodded. With her affirmation, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin commenced their forging, activating the forge, raising the temperature, and refining the metals. After a dozen minutes, having completed the refining, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin retrieved the glowing red-hot metal blocks and, wielding their forging hammers, began the forging process. After having successfully forged 1,000 refined gold pieces, Yao Xuan had crafted a pair of 1,000 refined gold hammers for himself. As for their properties, like Tang Wulin's yet-to-appear silver deep hammer, they were stacked hammers, capable of delivering 4 strikes with a single blow. Following Meng Tian's guidance, Yao Xuan concealed his 1,000 refined gold hammer and, like Tang Wulin, utilized a 1,000 tungsten steel hammer. Even so, both Xin Yu and the evaluator were astounded. It was known that even many second-level blacksmiths struggled to wield an 80-kilogram tungsten steel hammer, let alone 2 children aged 9. Their strength was astonishing, suggesting they were indeed not aimlessly ambitious. After completing their trial strikes, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin began forging, rhythmically striking the metal before them. The sounds of metal clashing resonated through the smithy. "Excellent, excellent." Observing Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin's fluid movements, focused gazes, and composed expressions, the evaluator and Xin Yu couldn't help but nod in approval. Their ability to reach this stage indicated that completing 100 strikes was well within their capabilities. These children are truly talented. It was important to note that silver deep and refined gold were exceptionally challenging to forge. Even second-level blacksmiths might not succeed. Yet, watching Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin's adept movements and serene expressions, it was evident that they would encounter little difficulty in accomplishing the task. This suggested that their abilities surpassed mere first-level blacksmithing, undoubtedly reaching second-level proficiency. A 9-year-old second-level blacksmith was indeed a record-breaking phenomenon. Meng Tian had truly acquired remarkable disciples. Xin Yu's thoughts fixated on Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin's performance. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the Blacksmith Association, the elevator doors opened with a chime, and a man and a woman stepped out. The man, appearing to be in his 40s, was impeccably dressed in a silver-gray suit, exuding an air of authority. With a medal adorning his left breast pocket, the medal's golden background featured a prominent forging hammer encircled by 8 stars. Any blacksmith present would be astonished by this medal, for the 8 stars signified that the middle-aged man was an 8-star holy artisan-level blacksmith. In the entire Douluo Continent, there was only one 9-star divine artisan. Below that were the 8-star holy artisans, a rarity, truly a 1 in a million presence. Beside the middle-aged man was a young girl, approximately 12 or 13 years old, dressed in a fitted outfit, tall and slender, with a golden ponytail and bright, expressive eyes, radiating beauty. Upon their arrival, a staff member promptly stood, bowing deeply, and respectfully addressed them. "Greetings, esteemed President. Good afternoon, Miss Mushi. Yes, I am here to bring Mushi for her second-level blacksmith assessment. Please arrange for an evaluator." The middle-aged man replied with a slight nod. He was none other than Mu Chun, the 8-star holy artisan and president of the East Sea City branch of the Blacksmith Association. "Of course, please wait a moment while I make the arrangements." Upon hearing Mu Chun's words, the staff member nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Muchin's brows suddenly twitched, revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes. In the air, he discerned a series of crisp, harmonious sounds of hammering, rhythm, and frequency so pleasing that they evoked a sense of delight. Is someone conducting a level 4 or higher blacksmithing test? He inquired, slightly lifting his head toward the staff member. No. But Master Xinyu just brought 2 children here for a level 1 blacksmithing assessment, the staff member replied, somewhat perplexed. Only a level 1 blacksmith? How intriguing. A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Muchin's eyes upon receiving the staff member's response. He then turned to Mushi and said, You go ahead and prepare in the testing room. I will take a look. Yes, father. Mushi felt a twinge of curiosity as well, however. She was about to undertake the level 2 blacksmithing examination and could not afford to be distracted. After parting ways with his daughter, Muchin followed the sound to the testing room where Tang Wulin and Yao Xuan were located. Squinting, he listened intently to the sounds of forging emanating from within. The metal is merging into a state of integration? It is indeed rare for a level 1 blacksmith to achieve such a feat. Nodding slightly, Muchin's eyes glimmered with admiration. As an 8-star master craftsman, his sensitivity to forging had reached an extraordinary level from the sounds produced by Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. He had already gleaned significant insights, though Yao Xuan had not engaged in 1,000 forges. The result of prolonged practice had unwittingly led his spirit to resonate with the exquisite metal before him, entering a marvelous state. This, too, was the foundation of the 1,000 forges. Despite his intense curiosity, Muchin refrained from entering the forging room. Even as the president, he lacked the authority to do so. Nevertheless, he secretly nurtured a keen interest and talent within his heart. By the way, who was testing in room 3? Returning to the front desk, Muchin approached the staff member responsible for registrations, inquiring with curiosity. President, in testing room 3, it is Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, accompanied by Master Xinyu. Listening to Muchin's words, the staff member responded with utmost respect, deftly clicking through the records to present the data before Muchin. It turned out to be one of Old Sin's subordinates, which explained a great deal. 9 years old. Gazing at the information laid out before him, a fleeting expression of relief crossed Muchin's face, soon replaced by astonishment as he uttered a soft exclamation. Is it possible that there has been an error in your registration regarding this 9-year-old? Are those 2 forging masters truly only 9 years of age? Turning to the staff member, Muchin inquired with genuine curiosity. In his perspective, a forging master of such exceptional caliber should indeed be around 19, rather than merely 9. Honorable President, the staff member replied, our records are accurate. We even took the liberty of confirming this at the time. We too find it hard to believe that such young children could undergo the forging master level assessment. Upon hearing Muchin's inquiry, the staff member responded in full detail. Only 9 years old? Such a prodigy, I must personally witness this. Listening to the words of the staff, Muchin was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting a sense of disbelief. From the sound of the hammering just moments ago, he had already confirmed that the unknown blacksmith, though not yet at the 3rd level, was tantalizingly close to achieving complete mastery. If he were indeed only 9 years old, it would be nothing short of a miracle in the annals of forging history. How could Muchin not wish to meet such a prodigious blacksmith in person? Furthermore, a resolute determination began to take shape within him. If given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly take this blacksmith as his apprentice, passing down his legacy. Ding! Just as Muchin was engulfed in astonishment, the soul guide communicator at his waist chimed, pulling his thoughts back to reality. Dad, I am ready now. Can you come over? Yes, I am in room 6 for the test. The voice of Mushi came through the communicator. All right, I am on my way. As he spoke, Muchin turned to the staff with a serious demeanor, instructing, when Xinyu and those 2 young ones come out, please have them rest at the Blacksmith Association and inform them that I wish to see them. You wish to see them? Listening to Muchin's words, the staff member was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I'm not jesting. While speaking, Muchin proceeded towards forge room number 6. Meanwhile, in forge room number 3, the time had come. With the announcement of the evaluator, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin halted their forging hammers in succession. After an hour of forging, the volume of the refined gold before Yao Xuan and the dense silver before Tang Wulin had noticeably diminished, emanating an extraordinary luster, clearly indicating the completion of the 100 forgings. Approaching the 2 pieces of metal, the evaluator meticulously conducted the inspection, ultimately rendering a verdict, without a doubt. Both Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin had successfully passed the assessment for Level 1 forgers. Masters, we would like to proceed with the application for the Level 2 forging assessment. Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin bowed respectfully to the evaluator and Xinyu, making their request. Very well, No problem. By the way, you two young lads, are you capable of forging medium-sized components? Upon hearing the words of Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling, the evaluator nodded knowingly and inquired. Generally speaking, a level 2 blacksmith is required to perform 100 forges on 10 different types of metal. However, such an assessment would be excessively taxing both mentally and physically. Therefore, as long as one can forge a medium-sized component using metal forged 100 times, it is considered a successful completion of the level 2 blacksmith evaluation. Certainly, this is feasible. Listening to the words of the evaluator, both Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling nodded in agreement. Very well, you may commence, the evaluator said with a smile, indicating for them to begin. With the evaluator's approval, Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling once again lifted their forging hammers and commenced their work. 40 minutes later, both Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling had completed the forging of the components. Having executed such tasks countless times before, they proceeded with remarkable ease. Excellent. Congratulations to you both. You have successfully passed the assessment and advanced to level 2 forgers. Your foundational skills are exceptionally solid, so continue to strive for excellence in the future. Lao Tsin, you have acquired 2 fine apprentices, the evaluator announced with a beaming smile after inspecting their work, and then turned to Xinyu with a grin. These 2 are not my apprentices. They are disciples of the esteemed Mang Tian from Ally City, Xinyu replied, shaking his head. Mang Tian? That fellow? Listening to Xinyu's words, a hint of surprise appeared on the face of the middle-aged female evaluator. Indeed, it is him. Yao Xuan, Tang Wuling. Although these 2 pieces of metal are the fruits of your forging endeavors, as per the results of the assessment, our forging association shall take possession of them free of charge for preservation. Do you have any objections? Xinyu turned to Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling to elucidate. None. Upon hearing Xinyu's words, Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling shook their heads. That is good. Let us proceed, Xinyu remarked, leading the way. After expressing their gratitude once more to the evaluator, Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling followed Xinyu out of the forging room and towards the grand hall. Chapter 55. Yao Xuan, would you be willing to take me as your master? Ah, esteemed president, Miss Mu Shi, what brings you both here? Upon entering the hall and observing the 2 individuals before him, Xinyu's countenance revealed a hint of surprise. He then respectfully bowed to Master Mu Chen and inquired. Yao Xuan, Wuling, this esteemed individual is the president of our EC Forging Master Association, the 8-star artisan, Master Mu Chen. You should promptly extend your greetings to Master Mu Chen. Following that, Xinyu turned to introduce Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling. Master Mu Chen, greetings. Upon hearing Xinyu's words, Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling both bowed respectfully to Mu Chen and subsequently greeted him. Haha, dear children. There is no need to be overly formal. You may call me Uncle Mu Chen, he said with a warm smile. By the way, what are your names? Looking at Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling before him, Mu Chen inquired with a cheerful expression. Uncle Mu Chen, my name is Yao Xuan, Tang Wuling. Upon hearing Mu Chen's inquiry, Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling responded in succession. Oh, Yao Xuan, Tang Wuling, indeed, delightful names. Young ones. Have you come here today to undertake the level 2 blacksmith assessment? With a slight nod, Mu Chen continued to question. Yes, Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling replied in unison. Excellent. I believe, with your abilities, you must have successfully passed the assessment. Am I correct? With a gentle smile, Mu Chen further inquired. Yes, we both passed. Uncle Mu Chen, Yao Xuan affirmed with a nod. Splendid. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Xinyu, I never anticipated that you have taken on 2 remarkable disciples. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Mu Chen's smile deepened as he turned to Xinyu and spoke. Esteemed president, they are not my disciples, but rather the apprentices of the esteemed Master Mang Tian from Ally City. Seeing Mu Chen gaze in his direction, Xinyu also waved his hand and replied, Ah, so they are disciples of Master Mang Tian. Listening to Xinyu, Mu Chen furrowed his brows. If these 2 young individuals were Xinyu's disciples, it would merely be a matter of a single word for him to take them under his wing. However, if they belonged to Mang Tian, it would pose a slight complication, albeit a minor one. President, what troubles you? Have they caught your eye? Xinyu curiously inquired, gazing at Mu Chen. Indeed, 2 9-year-old level 2 blacksmiths. Surely you understand the significance of this. Mu Chen replied, casting a sidelong glance at Xinyu while extending his spiritual energy to perceive the states of Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling. Impossible. As Mu Chen's spiritual energy swept over Yao Xuan, a flicker of incredulity flashed in his eyes. Nevertheless, drawing upon his mastery as an 8th-level saint craftsman, he swiftly concealed his expression and, with a subtle surge of soul power, enveloped both himself and Yao Xuan. Yao Xuan, I have a question for you, and you must answer truthfully. With fervor gleaming in his eyes, Mu Chun fixed his gaze on Yao Xuan and continued, "All right, Uncle Mu Chun." Sensing the earnestness in Mu Chun's demeanor, Yao Xuan nodded slightly, anticipating the inquiry. "Yao Xuan, have you completed the 1,000 forgings yet?" "Rest assured. I have isolated our conversation with my soul power. No one else will know." After a brief pause, Mu Chun pressed on with his inquiry. "Indeed. I have completed the 1,000 forgings. However, Uncle Mu Chun, how did you discern this?" A hint of curiosity sparkled in Yao Xuan's eyes as he posed the question back. "From your spiritual energy, I detected the scent of refined gold. Only those blacksmiths who have completed the 1,000 forgings, having truly engaged with metals, experience such a transformation in their spiritual energy." A 9-year-old level 3 blacksmith, my heavens. After addressing Yao Xuan's question, Mu Chun couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, his expression gradually returning to composure. "I may have lost my composure, but I must tell you, a 9-year-old level 3 blacksmith is unprecedented in the annals of Douluo Continent's history. You are a true prodigy in blacksmithing. To call you a genius would not be an exaggeration. Therefore, Yao Xuan, would you be willing to take me as your master?" Struggling to suppress his inner joy and excitement, Mu Chun inquired as calmly as he could. "Uncle Mu Chun, you are an 8-star saint craftsman. I would be honored to take you as my master. However, I already have a mentor in blacksmithing, teacher Meng Tian, and I must seek his approval." Listening to Mu Chun's words, Yao Xuan responded, "To respect one's teacher and value the way is a commendable quality. Rest assured, I shall discuss this matter with your esteemed teacher, Meng Tian, as long as you have no objections." With that, Mu Chun proceeded to lift the soul power seal. "Yao Xuan, what did Uncle Mu Chun inquire about?" Tang Wulin asked curiously upon Yao Xuan's return. "It's nothing much. You shall find out soon enough." Yao Xuan whispered softly into Tang Wulin's ear. "Very well, I shall wait a little longer," Tang Wulin replied. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin ceased his inquiries and fell into a tranquil silence, while Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin engaged in their hushed conversation on another side. Mu Chun had obtained the soul communicator number of Meng Tian from Xinyu. He quietly dialed the number and once more summoned his soul power to isolate the surrounding environment. "Hello, this is Meng Tian from the Meng Tian Forging Studio. Who am I speaking with?" Meng Tian paused momentarily at the unfamiliar number displayed on the soul communicator, but eventually proceeded to answer the call. "Greetings, I am Mu Chun, the president of the Forging Association in East Sea City, an 8-star master craftsman." Listening to Meng Tian's words, Mu Chun also introduced himself. It turns out he is Chairman Mu, whose esteemed name has long been known. Chairman Mu's call must surely pertain to the two children, Yao Xuan and Wu Lin. Listening to Mu Chun's words, Meng Tian respectfully replied, inquiring further. Despite his inherent arrogance, before the legendary figure of the forging world, Mu Chun, Meng Tian could only harbor admiration in his heart. Indeed, Meng Tian, you are truly profound, a 9-year-old third-tier blacksmith. I am in awe. May I ask, how did you cultivate such a prodigy? Upon hearing the words of Meng, MCHN also spoke up to confirm, and then, with a hint of curiosity in his expression, inquired. A third-tier blacksmith? How did you come to discover that Yao Xuan possesses the skills of a third-tier blacksmith? I distinctly instructed him not to reveal his third-tier abilities prematurely. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Meng Tian did not respond immediately, but instead posed a counter-question. As for this matter, Yao Xuan has not revealed his prowess as a level 3 blacksmith. However, upon completing 1,000 forges, a certain trace of the blacksmith's mental energy inevitably remains, which I happen to notice. Rest assured, aside from myself, no one else is aware of his attainment as a level 3 blacksmith. Seeing Meng Tian seek his insight, Mu Chun remained unperturbed and patiently elucidated. Chapter 56, Apprenticeship to Mu Chun that is indeed reassuring. If his talents were to be exposed so early on, it would not bode well for Yao Xuan. In my humble opinion, upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Meng Tian also let out a sigh of relief, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. You are indeed correct. Those malevolent cults would certainly not wish to witness the emergence of a second divine craftsman within the Sun Moon Federation. Recently, the Holy Spirit sect has shown signs of resurgence, orchestrating numerous attacks and assassinations. Should Yao Xuan's extraordinary talent be revealed, it would inevitably make him a target for their nefarious plots. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Meng Tian concurred, the second divine craftsman? Do you truly believe that? Listening to Mu Chen's words, Meng Tian's tone became equally fervent. Indeed. Given Yao Xuan's innate talent, if the Douluo Continent is fortunate enough to witness the emergence of another divine craftsman, I can hardly conceive of anyone else who would be a worthy candidate besides him. Mr. Meng Tian, I earnestly make this request of you. I wish to take Yao Xuan as my disciple, to impart to him the knowledge of forging and guide him on the path to becoming a divine craftsman. In response to Meng Tian's remarks, Mu Chun did not hesitate to extol Yao Xuan, and then spoke with utmost sincerity to take him as a disciple. Is it? Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Meng Tian felt a profound sense of comfort, yet a twinge of reluctance stirred within him. It was important to note that Yao Xuan was a product of his meticulous cultivation over 3 years. To relinquish him so readily was somewhat disheartening. Nevertheless, he understood that Mu Chen's willingness to accept a disciple presented a significant opportunity for Yao Xuan, one that would greatly benefit his future development. Indeed, Mr. Meng Tian, as a 6th-level master craftsman, you are certainly capable of guiding Yao Xuan through the trials of the 1,000 forges and even the spiritual forges. However, once he reaches the soul forging stage, it may prove challenging for you to continue assisting him. Conversely, my position is quite different. Even when Yao Xuan aspires to become a holy craftsman, I can provide him with ample guidance. Furthermore, if the day arrives when he must confront the heavenly forge, I could enlist the assistance of Master Zhenhua, a divine craftsman and my esteemed senior. I recognize that you must feel a deep sense of reluctance. However, for the sake of the forging realm and the future of the Douluo Continent, I earnestly beseech you to allow Yao Xuan to become my disciple. Of course, even thereafter, you will remain his teacher, albeit with me instructing him on your behalf. What do you think? Additionally, I am aware that due to insufficient soul power, you suffered an injury during your attempt at the spiritual forge, an affliction that has hindered your progress. Should you permit Yao Xuan to study under me, I could seek out spiritual materials to aid in your healing. What are your thoughts on this? Mu Chen, as the president of the Forging Masters Association of Donghai City, articulated his proposal with clarity and depth, his sincere emotions resonating throughout his discourse. Under his persuasive counsel, Meng Tian began to waver in his resolve. Indeed, Yao Xuan was his disciple, yet he was also a gem born of the forging world and the Douluo Continent. If his own selfishness were to impede Yao Xuan's growth, he would surely become a timeless sinner. Moreover, Mu Chun had promised that despite Yao Xuan becoming his disciple, Meng Tian would still hold the position of his teacher, thus not diminishing his contributions. As a form of compensation, Mu Chun also offered to heal his chronic ailment. Such terms were undeniably difficult to refuse. Very well, President Mu Chun, I agree to allow Yao Xuan to become your disciple. For his development and the future of the forging realm, I cannot afford to be overly selfish. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Tian finally reached his decision and conveyed it through the soul communicator. Thank you, Mr. Meng Tian. On behalf of the forging community, I express my gratitude for your generosity and understanding. Listening to Meng Tian's words, Mu Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he subsequently expressed his gratitude. It is nothing. It is my duty, he replied. By the way, President Mu Chun, I would like to recommend my other disciple, Tang Wulin, to become your student. Although his talent may not match that of Yao Xuan at the age of 9, he has already advanced to a level 2 blacksmith, and he is merely a step away from achieving level 3. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Meng Tian continued, Tang Wulin? Oh, indeed. That young man's talent can be deemed as true genius. I shall grant your request. Upon hearing the words of Meng Tian, Mu Chen was reminded of Tang Wulin, who had come to the assessment alongside Yao Xuan. He undoubtedly possessed extraordinary talent, qualifying him to become Mu Chen's disciple and aspire to the status of a saint craftsman. However, in the wake of Yao Xuan's astonishing feats, he had momentarily overlooked this matter. Now, with Meng Tian's reminder, Mu Chun was more than willing to accept such a request. Thank you, President Mu, he expressed. I shall not take up more of your valuable time. Seeing Mu Chen's willingness to accept Tang Wulin, Meng Tian responded with delight. No trouble at all. At that time, do visit Donghai City, where I will arrange for a healing soul master to assess your condition and procure spiritual items to aid in your recovery. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Meng Tian, Mu Chun finally ended the call and approached Tang Wulin and Yao Xuan. Yao Xuan, Meng Tian has already agreed to let you be my disciple. Additionally, Wulin, your talent is impressive. I would also like to take you on as my disciple. And Meng Tian concurs with this notion. Would you be willing to accept me as your master? With a warm smile directed at Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, Mu Chun posed the question. I am willing, Uncle Mu Chun. Upon hearing Mu Chun's words, a glimmer of light flickered in Tang Wulin's eyes, and he subsequently replied, All right. Very well. However, from now on, there is no need to refer to me as Uncle Mu Chen. You should call me Master instead. Looking at Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling before him, Mu Chen cheerfully reminded them, Greetings, Master. Listening to Mu Chen's words, Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling exchanged knowing glances and respectfully bowed to him, then obediently exclaimed, All right, all right. Allow me to introduce to you, Mu Chen continued with a smile. This is your senior sister and also my daughter, Mu Shi. She is currently a fifth-year student at Donghai Academy and has just passed the Level 2 blacksmith assessment today. By the way, you are also students of Donghai Academy, so Mu Shi is indeed your senior. He gestured towards the young girl behind him. Yes, we are all students of Donghai Academy. Greetings, senior sister Mu Shi, Yao Xuan said, addressing the girl before him. While Tang Wuling beside him also extended his greetings to Mu Shi. Hello, my two junior brothers. Hiki, if you encounter any bullying at Donghai Academy, you can come to your senior sister for help. I will protect you. Mu Shi replied with a cheerful smile, looking at Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling. Thank you very much, senior sister Mu Shi. Although Yao Xuan believed that no intermediate students would dare to bully him, he nonetheless appreciated Mu Shi's goodwill and refrained from contradicting her. Mu Shi, you speak as if you were the leader of a ruffian gang, Mu Chen playfully chided. Then turned to Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling. However, if you find yourselves in trouble at school, you can indeed seek her assistance. Her reputation there is quite notable. Chapter 57, Mu Shi's Challenge, the appearance of Wu Changkong having gained the recognition of the significant figure Mu Chen. Yao Xuan received a notification from the system, Gold Evolution Points X50. By the way, Yao Xuan, Wuling, do you have soul guide numbers? Mu Chen suddenly inquired with a smile. Master, we do not have any, they replied. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling exchanged subtle shakes of their heads. The price of a soul guide communicator exceeds 10,000 federal coins. While neither Yao Xuan nor Tang Wuling lacked the means to purchase one, it was evident that such an acquisition would not be a prudent investment for them. In that case, allow me to gift you these two items as a token of my appreciation. As he spoke, a radiant glow emanated from Mu Chen's hand, and two delicate soul guide communicators materialized before him. Thank you, Master. Listening to Mu Chen's words, Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling expressed their gratitude respectfully, extending their hands to receive the items, each taking one and adorning their wrists. Now, please take note of my soul communicator number, should you encounter any significant troubles. Do not hesitate to contact me. In 2 days, you may return here to collect your forging metals, after which you will be able to undertake tasks at the Forgers Association. In the meantime, continue your personal cultivation, and every weekend afternoon, I will guide you collectively for half a day. Furthermore, I must remind you not to become lax in your soul power training. In any field, the absence of formidable soul power will hinder one from reaching the pinnacle. Particularly you, Wuling, who must dedicate even more effort to your soul power cultivation. Observing Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling before him, Mu Chen patiently imparted his instructions. We are grateful for the Master's teachings. Yao Xuan, Tang Wuling will surely keep them close to heart. Upon hearing the responses from Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling, Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Mu Shi approached him, her demeanor resolute as she declared, Yao Xuan, I wish to challenge you to a forging contest. As the favored daughter of heaven, Mu Shi had long been regarded as a prodigy in the realm of forging. Having achieved the rank of a level 2 forging master at the tender age of 13, surpassing even Mu Chen during his own formative years. Today marked a momentous occasion for Mu Shi, as she successfully broke through to become a level 2 forging master. However, the emergence of Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling abruptly overshadowed her achievement, particularly Yao Xuan, who was mistakenly believed by his father to be a level 4 forging master. Driven by a spirit of tenacity instilled in her since childhood, Mu Shi harbored a burning curiosity to ascertain the true extent of Yao Xuan's capabilities. Sheer, do not be foolish. Upon hearing Mu Shi's words, Mu Chen cast a reproachful glance in her direction. Father, I merely wish to exchange experiences in forging with Yao Xuan. I harbor no other intentions. Mu Shi hastily clarified, meeting Mu Chen's gaze. Oh, very well, very well. Yet, how could Mu Chen fail to discern the true sentiments within his daughter's heart? Nevertheless, after a moment's reflection, he considered that perhaps the path of forging had been too smooth for his daughter. Allowing her to encounter a minor setback this morning might not be detrimental. Thus, he ultimately refrained from obstructing Mu Shi. Senior Mu Shi, it would be an honor to compete with you. However, Wuling and I must return to report. Perhaps this weekend. When I come to learn forging from my master, we could converse further. Listening to Mu Shi's words, Yao Xuan responded, Very well, it shall be as such. A promise is a promise. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Mushi nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin departed from the Blacksmith Association, making their way back to Donghai Intermediate Academy. The following morning at 8 o'clock, students from both the intermediate and advanced divisions gathered in the expansive central square of Donghai Academy. Once all the students assembled, the academy's principal, an elderly gentleman in his 60s with the surname Yu and wearing glasses, ascended the podium to deliver a speech. This principal Yu was quite loquacious. Although he spoke without a script, he elaborated for a full 15 minutes before concluding. Thereafter, the other students exited in succession, leaving only the first-year students of the intermediate division to await their class assignments. The process of class allocation was straightforward. Prior to this moment, the student strengths, innate soul power, soul spirits, martial souls, and mental attributes had been thoroughly assessed, and they were assigned to classes based on specific calculations. Today was merely the announcement of the results. Stepping up to the podium, Long Hangshu offered a few encouraging words before commencing the class distribution. As expected, Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, Xie, and Zhou Changxi found themselves placed in Class 5, the least distinguished class. Upon learning the results, Xie and Zhou Changxi displayed expressions of regret, while Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin remained composed. Now, the respective class teachers led their students back to their classrooms to familiarize themselves with the academy. Once the class assignments concluded, Long Hangshu clapped his hands, and 5 teachers emerged. One teacher, with lake blue hair, approached Class 5. The moment the children, except for Yao Xuan, laid eyes on him, they couldn't help but momentarily freeze. This class teacher was undeniably handsome, standing approximately 6 feet tall with a slender, towering physique, his dark eyes sparkling. Dressed in a flowing white robe, his waist-length hair cascaded down his back, giving him an ethereal appearance. However, his face bore no expression, and his gaze was somewhat frigid. He was none other than Wu Changkong. Wow, our teacher is so handsome. Several girls whispered to one another as they gazed at Wu Changkong. Follow me, he said calmly to the assembled students, and an aura of chill emanated from his being. As the students sensed the coldness radiating from Wu Changkong, nearly all of them involuntarily shuddered, with Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin being the notable exceptions. Observing them, Wu Changkong displayed a hint of intrigue. After conducting a brief assessment of the students, Wu Changkong led them to their classroom. Since Class 5 was the lowest ranked, their classroom was located on the ground floor, at the innermost part of the building. Embodying the principle of meritocracy in the realm of soul masters, aimed at motivating students to strive diligently. Upon entering the classroom, they found 30 sets of desks and chairs, with the podium situated at the front, accompanied by a blackboard. Take your seats, Wu Changkong instructed indifferently as he approached the podium. Yao Xuan chose a seat in the second row, with Xie and Tang Wulin flanking him on either side. I am Wu Changkong. For the next 6 years, I shall be your homeroom teacher. As his gaze swept across the students, those engaged in conversation felt a chill run down their spines, quickly silencing themselves. And the classroom fell quiet. Wu Changkong proceeded to introduce himself while inscribing his name on the blackboard. Now, I ask each of you to introduce yourselves. State your name, soul power, martial soul, and future aspirations. You start, he said, pointing to the first student in the front row. Hello, my name is Yun Xiao. My martial soul is the star disc, and my soul power is at level 12. My goal is to become a wise support-type soul master. The first student, a slight boy, stood trembling as he introduced himself. Next, Wu Changkong acknowledged with a slight nod, offering no further commentary. One by one, the students stood to introduce themselves until it was Tang Wulin's turn. I am Tang Wulin. My martial soul is Blue Silvergrass, level 12, and my aspiration is to become a powerful soul master. Tang Wulin stated earnestly as he rose. Blue Silvergrass, a useless martial soul. Yet he wishes to become a powerful soul master. What a laugh. A discordant voice echoed from the back of the classroom as Tang Wulin spoke. In that instant, accompanied by a swift whoosh, a piece of chalk was precisely hurled by Wu Changkong, lodging itself in the throat of the student who had mocked Tang Wulin, causing him to gag. Wu Changkong's icy voice followed. Remember this. There are no useless martial souls in this world, only useless individuals. Before you label others as worthless, reflect on your own character. Are you not deemed worthless to be placed here? Continue. I am Yao Xuan. My martial soul is the lizard dragon, level 18. My goal is to become a formidable soul master and battle armor master. Yao Xuan stated calmly as he stood, listening to Yao Xuan's introduction. The other students cast envious glances his way. Achieving level 18 at the tender age of 9 is indeed a remarkable feat with just 2 more levels to ascend. He will advance to become a great soul master and acquire his second soul skill. Reaching level 18 by 9 years old is already a testament to his extraordinary talent. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is almost certain that he will elevate to Soul Sovereign before the age of 15 and gain admission to a prestigious academy. Oh, you possess soul power at level 18? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Wu Changkong was momentarily taken aback, and then for the first time, he inquired, Yao Xuan, to share how you came to be assigned to Class 5. Someone bullied my good friend Tang Wulin, and I got into a scuffle with him, which was a violation of school regulations, prompting Director Long to reassign me to Class 5. Upon hearing Wu Changkong's inquiry, Yao Xuan responded candidly, Fighting? So that is the case. Very well, follow my lead, and you shall have ample opportunities for combat and practical experience. Please, take a seat. With a slight nod, Wu Changkong gestured for Yao Xuan to sit down. Following Yao Xuan was Xie, whose impressive level of 18 once again astonished the entire class. 2 students at level 18. These should typically be found among the elite of Class 1. That fellow Long Hngshu certainly knows how to play his cards right. Observing the levels of Yao Xuan and Xie, Wu Changkong was well aware of Long Hngshu's intentions. Nevertheless, he was more than willing to mentor those with greater talent. Indeed, though all have gathered in Class 5, each harbors a fervent desire for growth, and I am quite pleased. Over the next 6 years, my goal is to cultivate you into the strongest among your peers. Do you possess the confidence for this endeavor? As all the students had introduced themselves, Wu Changkong once again stood at the center of the podium and spoke. Do you? Apart from the confident affirmations from Yao Xuan and Xie, the responses from the other students were somewhat subdued. I cannot hear you. Let's try again. As the students' responses reached his ears, a flicker of displeasure crossed Wu Changkong's face, accompanied by a subtle chill that emanated from him. Responding to the frosty aura he exuded, the voices of the students involuntarily rose a few notches, striving to counterbalance the faint coldness. Lacking vigor, such feeble utterances, and yet they aspire to become formidable soul masters? Gazing upon the students before him, Wu Changkong's icy demeanor intensified, causing even Tang Wulin to shiver slightly, while only Yao Xuan remained composed and unperturbed. Bolstered by the dual stimuli of the chilling atmosphere and Wu Changkong's words, the classmates answered this time with voices that nearly approached a shout. Excellent. Now that exhibits spirit. Listening to the words of his classmates, Wu Changkong nodded in satisfaction. You all have confidence. Splendid. Tomorrow morning, we shall commence formal classes. My teaching method will greatly differ from that of other instructors. If you fear hardship, exhaustion, pain, or injury, it would be wise to transfer or find a way to switch classes. However, if you choose to remain, prepare yourselves mentally for rigorous training. I hope you can maintain the same spirit you displayed today during the training. With that, Wu Changkong turned and left the classroom, leaving behind a flurry of discussions among the students. The following morning marked the beginning of formal classes. Most of your courses will be personally taught by me. Now, everyone, please stand and follow me to the playground. Dressed in a crisp white shirt and checkered trousers, Wu Changkong commanded coldly. Silence, form 2 lines. Observing the somewhat chaotic students, Wu Changkong remained unperturbed and calmly instructed them. Under his formidable presence, the students obediently arranged themselves into 2 lines, no one daring to continue their loud conversations. As I mentioned yesterday, my teaching style diverges from that of other teachers, who primarily focus on theory and practice. My approach emphasizes practical combat, which is the best way to enhance your abilities. Today's first lesson is practical combat. You will pair up and engage in combat, while I will serve as the referee. It will be a single elimination format, and I wish to assess your strengths to devise a training plan for everyone. As the students formed their lines, Wu Changkong continued. Teacher Wu, I am a support-type soul master. Do I also need to engage in combat? At that moment, a timid student named Yun Xiao, whose martial spirit was a star chart, raised his hand to ask. Of course. Imagine if you were on the battlefield and informed your enemy that you are a support-type soul master. Would they spare you? Henceforth, I do not wish to hear any doubts regarding my commands. Otherwise, as he spoke, Wu Changkong emanated a chilling aura, causing Yun Xiao to shudder. There will be consequences. Now, let us begin with you. Wu Changkong pointed to the first pair of students, who happened to be Tang Wulin and Shou Changxi. Hmph. Tang Wulin, last time Yao Xuan assisted you, but this time, without his protection, I shall teach you a lesson, Zhou Changxi declared, clenching his fists as he glared at Tang Wulin. Bring it on. I will not lose. Tang Wulin retorted stubbornly. Commence. There are no rules. Knock out your opponent using any means necessary. There is no need to hold back. With me here, no one will be harmed. Wu Changkong announced, signaling the beginning of the battle. As the battle commenced, Zhou Changxi summoned his soul power, and a vividly animated brown monkey appeared on his shoulder. This monkey was Zhou Changxi's tenure spirit, and upon its release, he activated his first soul skill, charging aggressively at Tang Wulin. Despite not being as physically imposing as Zhou Changxi, Tang Wulin showed no fear, delivering punches with a force of 500 kilograms. He was confident that in terms of strength, he would not be outmatched by any of his peers aside from Yao Xuan. With a resounding clash, the fists of Tang Wulin and Zhou Changxi collided. Contrary to expectations, the seemingly frail Tang Wulin remained steadfast, while the taller Zhou Changxi stumbled back 3 steps, his face displaying disbelief. Instantly, the gazes of their classmates shifted, now filled with a mix of respect and fear towards Tang Wulin. While Xie regarded him with newfound interest, realizing that Yao Xuan's little brother possessed some skill. Seizing the advantage, Tang Wulin relentlessly pursued Zhou Changxi, landing several punches until Zhou Changxi was ultimately eliminated. Tang Wulin wins. Next group, Wu Changkong coldly instructed, while Zhou Changxi departed the stage, filled with embarrassment. One by one, the students faced off, and soon it was Yao Xuan's turn against Li Chuxue, whose martial spirit was a black cat and soul power level was 12. Unsurprisingly, Yao Xuan defeated Li Chuxue with a single punch, earning a bit of golden evolution points in the process. As the next round commenced, Yao Xuan faced Han Lan, whose martial spirit was earth elemental and soul power level was 13, making her one of the strongest students in Class 5, aside from Yao Xuan and Xie. Nevertheless, in Yao Xuan's presence, Han Lan appeared utterly weak. Without even activating his soul skills, Yao Xuan merely summoned his martial spirit and unleashed a claw strike, shattering Han Lan's meticulously constructed stone prison, compelling her to concede. With 2 rounds of combat concluded, only 5 students remained: Yao Xuan, Xie, Tang Wulin, and 2 others. After a brief 5-minute intermission, the 3rd round commenced. Coincidentally, Xie and Tang Wulin faced the 2 remaining students, effortlessly defeating them, leaving Yao Xuan as the sole contender. Yao Xuan, your opponent is me. 3rd round, 3rd match, Yao Xuan versus Wu Changkong. Wu Changkong stated coolly, pointing at Yao Xuan. Teacher Wu. This seems rather unfair, Yao Xuan replied, though internally he felt a surge of excitement. I find it quite agreeable. Rest assured, I shall not use my full strength. I will only employ my 18th level soul power and my first soul skill. Furthermore, if you can withstand 3 of my strikes, you shall be deemed the victor. Wu Changkong asserted confidently, his tone leaving no room for argument. Understood, Teacher Wu. Upon hearing Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan ceased to decline and strode confidently to the center of the arena. Now, let the contest commence. Almost instantaneously upon the declaration, a flash of cerulean light emanated from Wu Changkong's hand, as streams of soul energy converged to form an elegantly elongated sword, shimmering with a soft blue hue. It was an exquisite longsword, exuding an aura of frost, the manifestation of Wu Changkong's martial spirit, the heavenly frost sword. How cool! Exclaimed the onlookers. What a magnificent sword! Such a powerful presence! I wonder if Yu Xin can withstand a strike from Teacher Wu? As they observed Wu Changkong's offensive move, the students murmured in admiration, their eyes gleaming with envy. With the emergence of the frost sword, a subtle chill enveloped Wu Changkong, and simultaneously, his speed surged dramatically. He stepped forward and swung the sword, unleashing a piercing beam of icy blue light, directed at Yao Xuan's midsection. Remarkably swift, Yao Xuan thought to himself, silently appreciating Wu Changkong's prowess. After all, he was a prodigy who had previously attended Shrek Academy. Even with his soul power suppressed to the 18th level and not fully exerting himself, his combat capability far surpassed Yao Xuan's current abilities. Despite his astonishment, Yao Xuan did not falter. He retreated while fervently channeling his soul power. In comparison to Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan's summoning of his martial spirit was notably slower. Only after Wu Changkong's attack did the 9-colored radiance begin to coalesce, forming the ethereal image of his ancestral dragon martial spirit before his right hand. Ancestral dragon, embody. He commanded internally, and the ancestral dragon spirit surged upward, accelerating toward the crown of his head. Meanwhile, Wu Changkong's heavenly frost sword, imbued with a chilling aura, drew closer to Yao Xuan. Ancestral dragon's shattering steps. As he observed Wu Changkong's strike, Yao Xuan had yet to fully embody his martial spirit. Instead, he activated the bloodline abilities bestowed by his ancestral dragon, deftly maneuvering his body in accordance with spatial phasing, executing a precise sidestep to evade Wu Changkong's attack. Wu Changkong gasped softly, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Yao Xuan, merely a soul master, could execute such an intricate step. Impressive. He actually dodged it, murmured the students, their admiration palpable. Indeed, I couldn't even perceive Teacher Wu's sword shadow, yet Yao Xuan managed to evade it. Incredible! If only I possessed such strength. While the onlookers regarded Yao Xuan with envy and respect, he himself felt unsatisfied with his performance. His control over his martial spirit paled in comparison to Wu Changkong's. Had this been a true life-and-death battle, he would have found himself at a severe disadvantage, having only activated his martial spirit after Wu Changkong's strike. As Yao Xuan reflected, the ancestral dragon spirit descended from above, merging with his form. A layer of shimmering, 9-colored scales began to manifest upon his body, augmenting both his strength and aura significantly. Noticing the surge in Yao Xuan's presence, Wu Changkong's eyes widened in astonishment. Yao Xuan's aura had now become comparable to that of the weaker soul sovereigns. Even among his peers at Shrek Academy, achieving such a level would be a formidable challenge, particularly considering Yao Xuan had not undergone systematic training. Wu Changkong couldn't help but feel he had discovered a gem of great potential. Chapter 60, this time. I acknowledge my defeat. Be careful, Teacher Wu, Yao Xuan announced, channeling his martial spirit. In the next moment, the ancestral dragon spirit materialized before him, and the first ring of yellow soul rings behind him flared brightly. Ancestral dragon's heaven-rending strike, he roared in his heart, as this formidable soul technique made its debut on the Douluo Continent. With the flash of the soul ring, Yao Xuan propelled himself forward, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow racing towards Wu Changkong. Simultaneously, he crossed his arms before him, claws positioned in a diagonal cross, and lunged toward Wu Changkong with ferocity. How astonishingly swift! A century-old soul ring. Truly remarkable. I can scarcely discern his speed. No wonder he is an 18th-level soul master. As Yao Xuan's strike approached, the envy in the eyes of his fellow students intensified, and even CSCA regarded him with admiration. For Tang Wulin, who had never witnessed Yao Xuan in action, his gaze was filled with awe and respect. Brother Xuan is incredible. If only I possessed half of his prowess. Is it truly possible for a soul master to unleash such an attack? Wu Changkong mused, a look of disbelief flickering in his eyes. Had he not known that Yao Xuan was merely an 18th-level soul master, he would have thought this strike belonged to a soul sovereign's third soul skill. By Shrek Academy's standards, Yao Xuan's attack could be deemed exceptional. Moreover, upon scrutinizing Yao Xuan's technique, Wu Changkong could find only one word to describe it: flawless. While the techniques of other students were riddled with flaws and weaknesses, Yao Xuan's strike was a seamless whole. Even as a soul emperor from Shrek Academy, Wu Changkong found himself momentarily unable to detect a single imperfection. With a swish, Yao Xuan's claws sliced through the air, leaving behind 2 nearly imperceptible afterimages as he swiftly approached Wu Changkong. As the ancestral dragon's heaven-rending strike neared, a serious expression crossed Wu Changkong's face. Should he rely solely on his 18th-level soul power, he might not be able to fully counter this strike. Nonetheless, Wu Changkong was a man of his word. Having declared that he would only use 18th-level soul power, he had no intention of going back on his promise. Silently channeling his soul energy, the first ring of deep yellow soul rings behind him began to glow. Frost Trace. With a gentle flick of his right hand, Wu Changkong directed the Tian Shuang sword towards Yao Xuan's claws. In an instant, strands of sky blue sword energy erupted from the Tian Shuang sword, intertwining and merging into a delicate blue light shield. Yao Xuan's Zilong Liantian strike crashed against the azure barrier before Wu Changkong, unleashing a wave of frigid air that surged towards Yao Xuan, causing a thin layer of frost to form upon his arm. Fortunately, the protective dragon scale shielded him from injury. Meanwhile, the blue shield before Wu Changkong trembled violently, despite Yao Xuan's Zilong Liantian strike not reaching its full potential. Its penetrating power against soul force remained formidable. After half a second, the blue shield shattered abruptly, transforming into countless particles of blue light that dissipated into the air. In that moment, Wu Changkong unleashed another strike, cutting through a streak of azure light towards Yao Xuan. Observing this attack, a grave expression crossed Yao Xuan's face. With a thought, he summoned the forged tungsten hammer from the spatial soul guide, gripping its handle firmly as he prepared to meet Wu Changkong's Tian Shuang sword. Taken aback by Yao Xuan's response, Wu Changkong had never anticipated such a maneuver. The clash of metal resonated with a dull thud as Yao Xuan's hammer met the Tian Shuang sword. In an instant, a deep crack formed on the tungsten hammer. Yet Wu Changkong's strike was halted. Had Wu Changkong utilized soul force at the Soul Emperor level, his blow could have cleaved through even a battle armor, let alone the humble tungsten metal. However, at this moment, he had only employed Soul Master level power, which allowed the tungsten metal to withstand the force, causing him to stagger backward from the tremendous impact. What immense strength! The force of that strike must have been at least 3,000 kilograms. Yao Xuan is truly a formidable opponent. As he felt the overwhelming force coursing through his arm, Wu Changkong inwardly marveled, simultaneously elevating his soul force to the soul sage level, deftly stabilizing his trajectory in midair to avoid embarrassing himself in front of his classmates. Well done, Yao Xuan. In this instance, I concede, Wu Changkong said coldly, a hint of admiration gracing his features. Having defeated Wu Changkong and gained his acknowledgement, Yao Xuan received 20 golden evolution points. With Wu Changkong's concession, the system's notification chimed in Yao Xuan's ears. Indeed, combat proved to be the most effective means of acquiring golden evolution points. With this influx, Yao Xuan's total golden evolution points surged to 98, despite having reached level 18. His daily training yielded only 5,000 ordinary evolution points, meaning it took 2 days to accumulate a single golden evolution point. Now, merely engaging in 3 exchanges with Wu Changkong had netted him 20 golden evolution points, an astonishing gain. Thank you, Teacher Wu, for your leniency. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan also bowed and expressed his gratitude. No, I have shown no leniency. This is merely a reflection of your own formidable strength. Quite impressive. In the 4th round, Tang Wulin is set to face Xie, with the victor advancing to challenge Yao Xuan. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's response, Wu Changkong shook his head and subsequently lavished praise upon him, before announcing the commencement of the next round of combat. As his words echoed, Tang Wulin and Xie stepped into the central arena, and the battle commenced. Despite Tang Wulin's advantage in strength, his lack of combat experience rendered him vulnerable, and he was easily defeated by the agile Xie. Fortunately, due to Wu Changkong's intervention, Xie's light dragon dagger did not inflict any harm upon Tang Wulin, preventing the manifestation of the golden scale phenomenon. Ultimately, it was time for the duel between Yao Xuan and Xie. A hint of bitterness crossed Xie's face as he approached Yao Xuan. Teacher Wu, may I concede? He timidly inquired, not wishing to endure another punch from Yao Xuan, remembering all too well the stomachache he had suffered the previous day. No. The battle begins. Upon hearing Xie's words, Wu Changkong coldly rejected him and subsequently announced the commencement of the battle. Rest assured, I will control my strength, Yao Xuan remarked indifferently, gazing at Xie before launching his attack. After several exchanges, despite Xie's evasive maneuvers, he was ultimately struck on the shoulder by Yao Xuan's punch, falling to the ground under the combined pressure of Yao Xuan's Zulong Suikong step and extraordinary insight. Chapter 61. Selection, Promotion Tournament concluded. Yao Xuan emerged victorious. Looking at the fallen Xie, Wu Changkong coldly declared the result. Yao Xuan, you explicitly stated that you would control your strength, Xie said with a hint of dissatisfaction, casting a glance at Yao Xuan. Enough of the chatter, get up quickly, Wu Changkong interjected, glaring at Xie. Feeling the chill in Wu Changkong's gaze, Xie obediently rose to his feet. Gather round, Wu Changkong addressed the assembled students with an indifferent tone. The competition has concluded. Do you have any notion of the impression you have left on me? Wu Changkong's icy question hung in the air as he surveyed his classmates. Aside from Yao Xuan, I can succinctly describe the rest of you in 5 words. Rottenwood cannot be carved. It is no wonder you have been assigned to Class 5. Before the students could respond, Wu Changkong answered his own question. However, do not be disheartened. Even Rottenwood can shine brightly in my hands. From your battles, I have discerned a significant issue. Your physical conditioning is woefully inadequate. You may believe that physical strength is irrelevant at this stage, but that is a grave misconception. I can assure you, a strong physique is the foundation for becoming a formidable soul master, especially now with the advent of mechas. Even an ordinary person without soul power can become a mecha master. Compared to soul power, robust physical fitness is paramount for a mecha master, as only a resilient body can withstand the impacts and high-intensity combat within a mecha. Given the general weakness in your physical abilities, we shall commence specialized physical training starting tomorrow. Every morning, you will engage in physical conditioning, and in the afternoons, I will impart theoretical knowledge. This morning's class has concluded. You are dismissed to reflect on today's battles. Wu Changkong analyzed the students' performances with a detached demeanor, ultimately announcing the forthcoming arrangements in an authoritative tone. Yao Xuan, xie, Tang Wulin, follow me. As the students dispersed, Wu Changkong called the three who were preparing to return to their dormitory, leading them to his office. 5 minutes later, having traversed the halls, Wu Changkong brought the trio into his modest office, a small room of approximately 10 square meters, furnished with only a desk, a bookshelf, and a chair, devoid of extravagance. You three have performed the best in our class, especially you, Yao Xuan. Your martial soul and soul skills are truly exceptional. Wu Changkong regarded Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, and Xie with a calm demeanor. The reason I summoned you is straightforward. You have been selected as representatives of Class 5 for the promotion tournament. Wu Changkong began to elucidate. Each year, Donghai Academy hosts a promotion tournament, engaging all grades. It is a grand event for our institution. The promotion tournament entails selecting students from the weakest class to challenge the next higher class. Class 5 challenges Class 4, and so forth. If victorious, the class designation is exchanged. This means that if you triumph over Class 4, we shall no longer be Class 5, but rather Class 4. Moreover, you may continue to challenge higher classes until a defeat occurs. Additionally, should you vanquish Class 1, you can challenge students from the 2nd, 3rd, up to the 6th grade. Victory yields substantial rewards, representing a battle for honor and an opportunity to secure more resources for your cultivation. In the promotion tournament, the number of combatants is determined by the lower-ranked class, but must not be fewer than 3. Thus, the representatives from our class will be you 3. Wu Changkong explained patiently to Yao Xuan and the others. We understand, and we will strive diligently. Listening to the words of Master Wu Changkong, the 3 nodded vigorously. Indeed, splendid. Initially, my ambition was to elevate our class to the esteemed title of 1st grade, Class 1. However, with the presence of Yao Xuan, this aspiration must soar even higher. Your task is to defeat at least the 1st class of the 3rd grade. The class promotion competition will take place in 3 months. Therefore, starting tomorrow, in addition to our regular lessons, I shall conduct intensive training sessions for the 3 of you every evening. Now, Tang Wulin, Xie, you are dismissed. I wish to speak with Yao Xuan alone. Having elucidated his objectives to the trio, Master Wu Changkong gestured for Xie and Tang Wulin to leave, retaining only Yao Xuan. Yao Xuan, your performance today was commendable. Now, I wish to pose a question to you, and I hope you will answer truthfully. What is the true nature of your martial soul? Closing the office door, Master Wu Changkong inquired with utmost seriousness. I am not entirely certain. The spirit master initially stated that my martial soul is a lizard dragon, yet I know that it cannot possibly be a lizard dragon. The exact nature eludes me. Master Wu, you are well versed in such matters. Surely you can discern what my martial soul truly is? Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan naturally understood that the explanation of the lizard dragon could not deceive Wu Changkong. Thus, he responded with a mixture of truth and pretense, saying, First, release your martial soul, and I shall observe it carefully. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Wu Changkong also responded, Yes, Teacher Wu. With Wu Changkong's reply, Yao Xuan's thought stirred, and he summoned his soul power, causing the ancestral dragon martial soul to manifest abruptly. This is rather unique. I do not believe I have encountered a martial soul of this kind before. However, this weekend, I shall consult a few well-informed friends, and by then, your martial soul should be properly identified. After observing Yao Xuan's martial soul for a considerable time, Wu Changkong gently shook his head and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Thank you, Teacher Wu. Upon hearing the words of Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan expressed his gratitude, secretly amused in his heart. In the current realm of Douluo Continent, it is virtually impossible for anyone to recognize his ancestral dragon martial soul. Even Yue Na, at most, could only perceive the power that shares its origins with the dragon god, but could never utter the name of the ancestral dragon. It's nothing. By the way, is your hammer today a forging hammer? Wu Changkong inquired, gazing at Yao Xuan. Indeed, I have studied the art of forging, Yao Xuan replied. Upon hearing the words of Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan nodded in response. Soul Master, why would a Soul Master learn forging? With a furrowed brow, a hint of displeasure flickered in Wu Changkong's eyes. Teacher Wu, the cultivation of a Soul Master requires resources. My pursuit of forging is to acquire those essential resources. Furthermore, I aspire to become a battle armor master, which entails an even greater consumption of resources. Hence, I believe that learning forging is indeed imperative. After listening to Wang Changkong's words, Yao Xuan responded, Indeed, it is quite remarkable that at such a tender age, one comprehends the significance of a second profession. However, For soul masters, acquiring knowledge in mecha design, mecha construction, and mecha repair is typically more advantageous. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Wu Changkong nodded slightly and continued speaking. Chapter 62, Physical Training, Gu Yu's Arrival. Thank you, Teacher Wu, for your guidance. However, I have already attained the rank of a level 2 blacksmith and have been accepted as a disciple by Master Mu Qin. Therefore, I wish to persist on my path in the art of forging. Listening to Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan offered a bow and then explained, Mu Qin, are you referring to our esteemed president of the East Sea Cities Forging Association, the esteemed Master Mu Qin, a level 8 Saint craftsman? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Wu Changkong displayed a hint of surprise on his face before responding with a counter-question. Indeed, nodding in affirmation, Yao Xuan continued, if he is willing to accept you as his disciple, then I wholeheartedly support your pursuit of forging as your secondary vocation. However, you must always remember that the essence of a soul master lies in their soul power. Do not let your study of forging lead to negligence in the cultivation of your soul strength. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Changkong added, I understand, Teacher Wu. Master Mu Qin has also imparted this wisdom to me. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan nodded in response. That's good. Keep striving. I eagerly anticipate your progress over the next month. As he spoke, Wu Changkong also issued an order for the students to disperse. The following morning at 8 o'clock. At Donghai Academy's playground, after having breakfast, all the members of Class 5 gathered punctually at the center of the playground, with no student daring to arrive late. Excellent. No one is late. This morning, your task is to run 10 laps around the playground. Gazing at the students before him, Wu Changkong coldly issued the command. Listening to the commands of Wu Changkong, the trainees, though intimidated by his formidable presence, harbored a deep-seated resentment within. The playground of the intermediate department at the East Sea Academy stretched a full 800 meters in circumference. 10 laps amounted to a grueling 8 kilometers. This was no trifling challenge, even for those students endowed with the soul power of soul masters. Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, Xie, step forward. After announcing the task, Wu Changkong proclaimed loudly. Understood. Upon hearing the words of Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan and 2 others stepped forth from the ranks. In a month's time, Donghai Academy will hold a promotion competition with the following rules. As the victors of yesterday's battle, Yao Xuan and his companions will represent our class. To hone their abilities, unlike the rest of you, they shall undergo additional weighted training. Now, let us proceed. After elucidating the rules of the competition, a glimmer of light flashed in Wu Changkong's hand, revealing 3 iron chain suits which he proceeded to distribute to Yao Xuan and the others. Among them, Tang Wulin and Xie received suits weighing 20 pounds, while Yao Xuan's suit bore a weight of 100 pounds. 5 times that of Tang Wulin and Xie. Now, let the training commence. After distributing the iron suits, Wu Changkong issued a cold command, prompting the students to grit their teeth and begin their run. As Xie, though burdened with 20 pounds, maintained impressive speed, while Tang Wulin, albeit slightly slower, managed to keep pace with the majority. As for Yao Xuan, despite carrying 5 times the weight of Tang Wulin and Xie, his speed, bolstered by the initial ancestral dragon physique and bloodline, surpassed even that of Xie, placing him at the forefront and drawing the collective attention of his classmates. 1 lap. 2 laps. 5 laps. By the 5th lap, nearly half of the students had fallen behind, and Xie felt as if his legs were weighed down with lead, his lungs ablaze. Only Tang Wulin and Yao Xuan retained their vigor, breathing steadily and maintaining a steady pace. In truth, had Yao Xuan exerted himself fully, he could have completed 10 laps by now. But such an act would attract too much attention and serve little purpose. Thus, he chose merely to lead the group without accelerating further. Observing the struggling students on the field, Wu Changkong remained silent, yet his furrowed brow betrayed his concern. The foundational skills of these children were generally quite poor. Just as the students were immersed in their rigorous training, a graceful young girl approached from the pathway leading from the intermediate department's playground to the school gate. Clad in white trousers and a matching top, she appeared to be of similar age to the other first-year students, yet her beauty was strikingly exceptional. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, smooth and delicate, framing a slender neck that supported an exquisitely flawless visage, captivating to behold. What an enchanting sight she presented. Her porcelain-like cheeks glowed softly, akin to jade, while her sparkling amethyst-like eyes radiated vitality, complemented by a delicately upturned nose and slightly pursed lips that evoked admiration. As for her figure, it was equally astonishing, a veritable embodiment of perfection. Although certain aspects of her physique were still developing due to her age, she was undeniably a stunning beauty, further accentuated by her fair and radiant skin. Moreover, this girl seemed to exude a peculiar aura, reminiscent of a lotus that rises unsullied from the mud, transcending the mundane, akin to a celestial being. Her movements possessed a unique rhythm, as harmonious as a graceful dance. "Hello, may I inquire which class you belong to?" Wu Changkong's gaze lingered momentarily upon the girl, who was not clad in the school uniform and was, at present, amidst class hours. He stepped forward and posed his question. "I am here to attend school, but they informed me that the registration period has already passed." While responding to Wu Changkong's inquiry, the young girl's gaze remained fixed on the leading Yao Xuan, her eyes sparkling with an inexplicable interest in him. "Here to attend school? Are you a student of Douluo Academy?" Wu Changkong furrowed his brow, continuing to question her. "Not yet, but I hope to study here. May I, esteemed teacher?" Upon hearing the words of Wu Changkong, the young girl continued, "If it were an ordinary teacher, she would perhaps have been dismissed immediately. However, Wu Changkong is far from an ordinary educator." She paused, contemplating the environment of the Soul Master Academy, where one must rely on their own abilities to succeed. Gazing at the girl, Wu Changkong affirmed, "I am willing to accept your challenge." The girl smiled softly in response. "Very well, what is your name?" Wu Changkong inquired further. "Guyu," she replied gently. "Excellent, Guyu. I shall offer you an opportunity." With that, Wu Changkong turned to the running Yao Xuan and called out, "Yao Xuan, come here." "Yes, Teacher Wu," he replied, suppressing the excitement stirring within him as he approached Guyu. "This is Yao Xuan, the strongest student in our class. If you can defeat him, it will prove your strength, and you may remain here." Wu Changkong continued, her gaze fixed on Guyu. "Understood." Guyu answered while casting a radiant smile toward Yao Xuan. "Yao Xuan, I shall grant you 10 minutes to rest. The battle will commence thereafter." Wu Changkong stated calmly. "Understood." Although Yao Xuan had only expended a fraction of his energy, he settled into a meditative position to recuperate. "Prepare yourselves, 30 meters apart," Wu Changkong announced, observing Yao Xuan and Guyu as they retreated to the designated distance. As Yao Xuan beheld Guyu, he couldn't help but admire her beauty. She truly embodied the essence of the Silver Dragon King, Yue Na, captivating him instantly. If Yue Na evoked his protective instincts, Guyu, on the other hand, radiated an exquisite beauty that ignited his desire for conquest. While Yao Xuan appraised Guyu, she too scrutinized him intently, her eyes reflecting a serious demeanor with an undercurrent of unexplainable emotion. "Let the battle begin," Wu Changkong declared succinctly, recognizing their readiness. "Zulong, merge with me." As soon as Wu Changkong's command echoed, Yao Xuan focused his thoughts, channeling the soul power within him, and the radiant aura of the Zulong martial spirit manifested before him. "This is..." As Guyu sensed the presence of the Zulong martial spirit, disbelief flickered in her eyes, momentarily halting her actions. "A dragon? The dragon god? How can this be? The aura of the dragon god emanating from a human?" Her mind raced with confusion. Hadn't the dragon god fallen? Wasn't she the inheritor of the dragon god's rational attributes? Yet, what was this aura emanating from him? Despite her astonishment, Guyu, being the primary persona of the Silver Dragon King, quickly regained her composure and entered a battle stance, summoning her yellow soul rings from beneath her feet. It was not surprising that she misinterpreted the Zulong's aura as that of the dragon god. After all, the dragon god was born from a fragment of the Zulong's bloodline, sharing a common origin and exhibiting a strikingly similar aura. As Guyu summoned her soul rings, Yao Xuan's Zulong martial spirit soared upwards before swiftly turning to merge with his being. With the Zulong's fusion, Yao Xuan's presence surged, his body adorned with delicate scales that offered protection, while his fingertips transformed into sharp dragon claws. Indeed, this was undeniably the essence of the dragon god. As Guyu perceived the aura surrounding Yao Xuan post-fusion, her earlier conjectures solidified. She began to recall memories from a time before her secondary persona, Nar, had manifested. During that period, she had lived with Yao Xuan for 2 years, believing her name held the character Na. Throughout that time, she had felt an inexplicably enticing aura emanating from him. Could this have been the influence of the dragon god's essence? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. As a noble silver dragon king and the sovereign of soul beasts, how could she possibly be attracted to a human's essence? It had to be the dragon god's aura that drew her in. Yet, why was the dragon god's essence present within a human's body and martial spirit? This mystery eluded her understanding, but she remained unperturbed. After all, her purpose in approaching Yao Xuan was to win him over, and surely, with time, the answers would reveal themselves. With a myriad of thoughts swirling in her mind, Guyu continued to release her soul technique. As her soul rings shimmered beneath her, a crimson glow flickered behind her. She extended her delicate arm forward, conjuring a fireball the size of her fist that shot forth with intense heat toward Yao Xuan. Fire element control? Impressive. This child possesses commendable martial spirit quality and solid foundational skills, Wu Changkong remarked approvingly, observing Guyu's assault. What a beautiful girl. Such a magnificent fireball. I wonder if Yao Xuan can withstand this attack. Meanwhile, the other students in Class 5, who were jogging, slowed their pace. Captivated by the duel between Yao Xuan and Guyu, each silently contemplating the unfolding spectacle. As Guyu unleashed her fireball, Yao Xuan, having completed his martial spirit fusion, faced the incoming projectile without fear. He discreetly activated the Zulong's void step, swiftly evading to the side. With Yao Xuan's deft maneuver, Guyu's fireballs had passed him, missing him entirely. Guyu's eyes widened in surprise. She had sensed a fluctuation in space during Yao Xuan's evasion. Wu Changkong, observing closely, narrowed her eyes, marveling at the intricacy of Yao Xuan's movements. Having avoided Guyu's strike, Yao Xuan pressed forward, determined to engage her directly while channeling his soul power, igniting the first yellow soul ring behind him. Zulong Sky Splitter. In the face of other soul masters, Yao Xuan would typically exercise caution with this technique, as excessive force could unintentionally harm an opponent. However, against Guyu, he held no such reservations. The esteemed Silver Dragon King should surely be able to endure his first soul skill. Observing Yao Xuan's movements, Wu Changkong's expression turned serious from a distance, quietly channeling his soul power, ready to intervene and prevent Yao Xuan's soul skills from harming Guyu. However, in the face of Yao Xuan's strike, Guyu remained unfazed, her countenance calm and serene, showing no signs of fear. As the soul ring shimmered, Yao Xuan's voice shot towards Guyu, his arms crossing defensively in front of him, claws positioned in a diagonal cross, launching an assault towards her. As Yao Xuan's attack approached, just as Wu Changkong prepared to act, the red aura behind Guyu suddenly transformed into a vibrant blue, her speed accelerating dramatically. Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon strike swept past Guyu, the powerful gust of wind billowing her shirt, yet it did not touch her. A dual-element martial soul of wind and fire? Could it be that I've stumbled upon a treasure? Observing Guyu's reaction, Wu Changkong was secretly astonished, his gaze fixed intently on the confrontation between Yao Xuan and Guyu. Chapter 64. Stalemate. Guyu joins Yao Xuan's attack missed its mark, and at that moment, the aura behind Guyu unexpectedly shifted to a golden hue. In the next instant, the ground beneath Yao Xuan's feet softened as if it had become a swamp, firmly ensnaring his feet. She can manipulate earth elements too? In this level of control, it seems even soul masters at the revered rank might struggle to achieve this. Watching Guyu's maneuvers, Wu Changkong couldn't help but marvel internally, feeling a burgeoning admiration for such talent. This child embodies the potential he yearned to nurture. In the midst of battle, Yao Xuan furrowed his brow, preparing to exert force to break free from the bindings. Just then, the aura behind Guyu flickered once more, transforming into a cerulean hue. With a gentle wave of her right arm, she conjured a sharp ice spear, imbued with a chilling aura, and launched it towards Yao Xuan's chest. Water. She can also manipulate water elements. Earth, wind, water, and fire. What an extraordinary martial soul. As Wu Changkong scrutinized Guyu's techniques, his astonishment deepened. Even with his extensive knowledge, he could not identify the nature of Guyu's martial soul. Yao Xuan is indeed trapped. This girl is remarkable. What a swift ice spear. I wonder if Yao Xuan can withstand this attack. On the playground, as the ice spear barreled towards Yao Xuan, the hearts of the observing classmates raced in anticipation of his response. It's futile. Yao Xuan, however, displayed no fear in the face of Guyu's ice spear. He simply clenched his right hand into a fist and struck at the spear. Bang! With a resounding thud, Yao Xuan's fist collided with Guyu's ice spear, resulting in an explosive sound. In an instant, the spear shattered into countless shards, scattering in all directions, while Yao Xuan's fist remained unscathed, marred only by a faint white mark and a delicate frost from the chilling aura. Such formidable defense. Watching the seemingly unperturbed Yao Xuan, both Guyu and Wu Changkong felt an inward admiration. The power of that ice spear would have severely injured even a high-ranking soul master if struck directly. Yet it failed to penetrate Yao Xuan's defenses. With a single punch, Yao Xuan obliterated Guyu's ice spear and activated his bloodline ability, the ancestral dragon shattering step, leveraging spatial momentum to free himself from the swamp and surge towards Guyu once more. Hmph, take this. As Yao Xuan charged at her again, Guyu huffed coldly, her hands weaving through the air, unleashing a barrage of ice spears, fireballs, and wind blades towards him. This. So many. How ruthless. This is incredible. Good heavens. If it were me, I would surely be defeated in an instant. Watching Guyu unleash her onslaught, the other students felt their hearts race, stunned by the sheer intensity of her attacks, likening her to a human artillery. Could Yao Xuan really withstand this? This girl is astonishingly powerful. Able to exchange blows with Yue Na. Wearing iron chain armor, Xie also fixed his gaze on the duel, marveling quietly. If he were to face her, he would likely be defeated without question. Here they come. Yet, as various elemental attacks rained down upon him, Yao Xuan's expression remained unperturbed. Although Guyu's attacks were swift, their power barely reached the level of a high-ranking soul master and posed no real threat to him. With each punch, Yao Xuan shattered Guyu's elemental assaults, swiftly closing the distance between them. Truly, one who can captivate Nara's heart is formidable, but I shall not yield. Gazing at Yao Xuan, Guyu's eyes flickered with admiration, which quickly transformed into determination, her soul power aura intensifying further, her attacks becoming increasingly fierce. Facing the earnest Guyu, Yao Xuan finally felt a modicum of pressure, his school uniform bearing several scorch marks and tears, clearly the result of her strikes. Enough. It shall end here. You two may be considered evenly matched, Guyu. You have proven your strength. Seeing the two stalemated, Wu Changkong stepped in to interrupt the conflict between Yao Xuan and Guyu, acknowledging that, in terms of strength, they were equals, thus validating Guyu's prowess. Indeed, upon hearing the words of Wu Changkong, Guyu retracted her martial soul, ceasing to wield elemental power against Yao Xuan, who likewise quietly dispelled his martial soul manifestation. Their fierce confrontation culminated in a stalemate, resulting in the acquisition of 20 golden evolution points. As the clamor of battle subsided, the system notification chimed in Yao Xuan's ears. Simultaneously, Guyu turned to Wu Changkong and inquired, "Teacher, may I enroll?" "Certainly," he replied with a smile. "I shall fulfill my promise. However, you must first divulge your background and the specifics of your martial soul." With a slight nod, Wu Changkong responded cheerfully. "Now that the battle has concluded, resume your training without delay. No slacking off. The last one to finish will run an additional 3 laps. He then directed his attention to the students on the training field, issuing commands with a commanding voice. Having listened to the words of Changkong, the students finally regained their composure after the extraordinary and intensely fierce battle. They then resumed their strides, seemingly quickening their pace compared to before. Though it remained unclear whether this was due to the fear of punishment or the inspiration drawn from the duel between Yao Xuan and Guyu. "Very well, esteemed teacher. Here is my letter of recommendation for the junior college, and regarding my martial spirit, it is that of an elemental manipulator." Listening to Wu Changkong, Guyu took out a letter from the spatial soul guide and handed it over, subsequently explaining, "Elemental master?" Upon hearing Guyu's response, Wu Changkong couldn't help but furrow his brow once more. Although he prided himself on his extensive knowledge, he had indeed never encountered such a martial soul. "Teacher, my martial soul allows me to manipulate the 6 elements of earth, water, wind, fire, light, and space. However, my soul rings cannot augment any of these elements. In other words, I can control the elements, but I am unable to enhance them. My first soul skill is called Elemental Tide, which reduces the consumption of my elemental manipulation and enhances my control over them." Noticing the astonishment in Wu Changkong's eyes, Guyu patiently elaborated. "What a remarkable martial soul. By the way, you mentioned that you can manipulate the element of space. Could you demonstrate that for us?" Listening to Guyu's explanation, a look of sudden realization appeared in Wu Changkong's eyes. Although Guyu's martial soul allows her to wield 6 elements simultaneously, she cannot specialize in any one of them, which aligns with the common understanding in the realm of soul masters. Nevertheless, this further accentuates Guyu's astonishing control, despite her inability to enhance the elements. She resolutely withstood the formidable Yao Xuan solely through the inherent power of the elements. What an extraordinary talent and mastery this reflects. "Very well, esteemed teacher." Listening to Wu Changkong, Guyu smiled faintly, and a flash of silver light appeared behind her, suddenly manifesting 3 meters away. "Well, very well, from this moment on, you are a member of our class, Class 5 of the 1st grade," Wu Changkong remarked, his smile deepening as he observed Guyu's actions. "Thank you, teacher." Guyu replied with a charming smile directed at Wu Changkong. "No need for that. My name is Wu Changkong. You may simply call me Teacher Wu from now on. Furthermore, Since you have joined Class 5, let us proceed with our running exercises, 10 laps in total. As it is a requisite for our physical training, Wu Changkong continued. Understood, Teacher Wu. Guyu responded with a slight smile, not hesitating to comply. She swiftly made her way to the edge of the playground, joining her classmates from Class 5 in their run. Meanwhile, Yao Xuan donned his iron chain suit nearby, also joining the group. How heavy is your iron chain suit? Guyu inquired curiously as she accelerated to run alongside Yao Xuan. 100 pounds. He replied while maintaining his pace. 100 pounds? That's quite heavy. Your stamina must be exceptional. Moreover, you fought remarkably well against me today. Guyu continued with a smile. Indeed, this level of weight poses no challenge for me. Additionally, you are quite formidable yourself. If it were a typical 18th level soul master in my place, they would likely struggle to withstand even 3 of your strikes. Yao Xuan praised, gazing at Guyu's exquisite visage with admiration. You flatter me. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Guyu replied graciously. As the members of Class 5 were fervently engaged in their training, Wu Changkong, holding Guyu's recommendation letter, arrived at the Academic Affairs office. Through a combination of persuasion and a hint of forceful intimidation, Long Hangsu complied and assisted Guyu in completing her enrollment procedures. Henceforth, Guyu would officially be a student of the intermediate department at Donghai Academy. Gather around, Wu Changkong announced calmly upon returning from the office, finding that the students had nearly completed their running drills. Listening to the command of Wu Changkong, the trainees resembled weary and defeated soldiers, each dragging their exhausted bodies, barely managing to stand firm. This morning, the training concluded, and considering your inadequate physical condition, additional training will be conducted in the afternoon. All right, you are dismissed. Yao Xuan, Guyu, Xie, Tang Wulin, you 4 remain. Gazing at the disheartened Class 5 trainees, Wu Changkong continued to instruct additional training. In the afternoon? Listening to the words of Wu Changkong, the initially relieved expressions of the students contorted once again into grimaces, yet no one dared to voice dissent. As the other students gradually dispersed, only 4 remained on the playground, Yao Xuan and 3 others. Among them, despite carrying a burden 5 times heavier than that of his peers, Yao Xuan remained unfazed, with a steady heartbeat and merely a sheen of perspiration adorning his brow. Standing nearby, Tang Wuling appeared to be in good condition as well, showing no signs of fatigue. As for Guyu, although she was a girl, she effortlessly completed the task, aided by the wind's gentle embrace, her cheeks flushed with a charming rosy hue, and her attire slightly dampened, revealing the delicate skin beneath. The most beleaguered among the 4 was, surprisingly, Xie. Despite being an agility-focused soul master, physical endurance was not his forte. Coupled with the weight of the iron chain attire, he was now breathless, every muscle in his body protesting. Were it not for Tang Wulin's support, he would have nearly collapsed to the ground. Guyu, your enrollment procedures have been completed. From this moment forth, you are a member of our first-year Class 5. Here are your school uniform, textbooks, and dormitory key. Do take them. As he spoke, Wu Changkong extended a bag towards Guyu. Thank you, Teacher Wu. Guyu replied softly as she accepted the bag. The reason I summoned you here is quite straightforward. There will be changes to the participants for our class's advancement competition. Guyu, let me first explain the rules of the advancement competition to you. After elucidating the rules to Guyu, Wu Changkong turned back to address everyone. Previously, the participants from Class 5 were Yao Xuan, Xie, and Tang Wuling. Now, with the addition of Guyu to our class, the participants will be Yao Xuan, Guyu, and Xie, with Tang Wuling serving as a reserve. However, he will still partake in special training. Do you understand? With a stern gaze, Wu Changkong declared. Understood. Listening to the words of Wu Changkong, the 4 individuals responded in unison, yet only Tang Wuling's eyes betrayed a hint of reluctance. Observing Tang Wuling's expression, Yao Xuan gently patted his shoulder as a gesture of comfort. All right, everyone, you may disperse. Rest well at noon, as your training will intensify in the afternoon, and you will also partake in specialized training this evening. After announcing the changes in the competition participants, Wu Changkong signaled for everyone to take a proper rest before departing. I am quite famished. Let us proceed to the dining hall, Tang Wuling remarked, rubbing his stomach as he approached Yao Xuan. Very well, let us go, Yao Xuan replied. Listening to Tang Wuling's words, Yao Xuan nodded and then took the lead ahead. Yao Xuan, I happen to be hungry as well. Could you guide me to the cafeteria? At that moment, from a distance, Guyu approached with a sweet smile, saying charmingly, Of course, I would be delighted to assist. As he spoke, Yao Xuan nodded in agreement. 15 minutes later, at the cafeteria of Donghai Academy, as usual, Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, and Xie gathered their respective meals, forming a line. Yao Xuan sat in the center, while Tang Wulin and Xie occupied the seats on either side of him. This afternoon, the main dish for the third meal was steamed buns. After a day of rigorous training, all three, Tang Wulin, Yao Xuan, and Xie, found their appetites greatly enhanced. Even Xie, known for his modest portions, ordered several large meat buns. As the trio prepared to indulge in their meal, a female voice suddenly interrupted beside Xie. You, move to the side. On what grounds? Without a moment's hesitation, Xie retorted, his displeasure evident as he turned away. I wish to converse with you, Xian. Your presence is obstructing me, so please make way. Gu stated in a tone that brooked no dissent. No. Given his background from a prominent family, Xie was unaccustomed to being addressed in such a manner. Furthermore, recalling that Gu, as a transfer student, had usurped the opportunity to compete alongside his roommate, Tang Wulin, only fueled his irritation, prompting him to resolutely refuse. If you refuse to move, does that imply you wish to spar with me? Listening to Xie's words, Guyu's voice suddenly rose a pitch. Shortly thereafter, Xie felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Unbeknownst to him, an icicle had already been pressed against it. All right, you are formidable, I concede. I concede. Listening to Guyu's tone, Xie could only let out a helpless sigh and obediently respond. Recalling the battle between Guyu and Yao Xuan that took place in the morning, Xie realized that although Guyu was a girl, he was undoubtedly no match for her. After all, she could contend evenly with Yao Xuan, while he was swiftly defeated by Yao Xuan in just a few moves. The disparity was glaringly evident. Chapter 66. You are merely coveting her form. Truly, the Silver Dragon King exudes an impressive aura. Listening to Guyu's words, which exuded an air of dominance, Yao Xuan couldn't help but silently reflect. If one were to adhere strictly to the rules, how could Guyu ever be worthy of the noble title of the Silver Dragon King? Indeed, this seemed to be the truth. Listening to Xie's words, Guyu finally nodded in satisfaction, the ice spike pressed against Xie's neck vanishing quietly. Subsequently, Guyu gracefully took her tray and seated herself beside Yao Xuan, while Xie, looking rather dejected, settled beside Tang Wulin. Guyu, you're eating so little? We have training in the afternoon, you should eat a bit more. Observing Guyu, who had only taken a portion of the second course and 3 buns, Yao Xuan inquired with a smile. He couldn't help but reminisce about Na, who had once possessed an astonishing appetite. Thank you for your concern, Yao Xuan. However, my appetite is quite modest. This amount is just about sufficient for me. In contrast, Guyu remarked, glancing at the large bowl before Yao Xuan filled with at least 20 substantial meat buns. A hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes, recalling how this fellow could still eat as much as he did in the past. Although Guyu and Na had undergone a separation of personalities, they both inherited the memories of the Silver Dragon King, which included the memories of Na during the time she had lost her recollection. In other words, they both possessed the memories of their interactions with Yao Xuan. However, Na embodied the personality formed during the Silver Dragon King's amnesia, holding benevolence towards humanity, while Guyu inherited the Silver Dragon King's animosity towards humans. Nevertheless, she still harbored a certain fondness for Yao Xuan, and the ancestral dragon aura surrounding him evoked a subtle attraction, even a certain charm. Furthermore, due to her agreement with Na, she was indeed at the East Sea Academy to win over Yao Xuan. According to their pact, whoever could ultimately capture Yao Xuan's affection would assume dominance upon their eventual merging. Of course, being able to eat is a blessing. Now, let us eat while it's hot. We have training in the afternoon. Judging by Teacher Wu's demeanor, the afternoon training will surely not be easy. Upon hearing Guyu's words, Yao Xuan responded with a smile and soon began to indulge in the buns before him. At noon, in the 205 dormitory, Xie leaned closer to Yao Xuan and, with an air of mystery, inquired, Do you think Guyu has feelings for you? She insisted on sitting next to you and even used force to drive me away. Returning to the dormitory, Yao Xuan pondered, perhaps. Regardless, I find myself developing feelings for her. If she reciprocates, wouldn't that be a mutual affection? Listening to Xie's words, Yao Xuan responded with a cheerful smile. As long as he could conquer the heart of Guyu, coupled with Na's feelings for him, he would have completely won over the Silver Dragon King, Guyu Na. Naturally, the process of winning Guyu's heart could not be achieved overnight. It would require numerous shared battles and experiences to ultimately unlock her heart, allowing her to cast aside her hatred and truly fall in love with him. This journey would undoubtedly be a lengthy one. Yet Yao Xuan possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to assist Gu Yu in freeing herself from the shackles of hatred, enabling them to live happily together. However, conquering Gu Na was not Yao Xuan's ultimate goal. What he truly desired was to grant Gu Na a genuine redemption. Yet, this noble aspiration could not escape the interference of the shadowy figure, Tang San. To accomplish this grand redemption, formidable strength was an essential safeguard. And he must not become complacent. Oh dear, forsaking friends for the sake of desire, Yao Xuan. Let me tell you, that is not admiration. You are merely coveting Gu Yu's form. Listening to Yao Xuan's response, Xie jested. This is not forgetting friends for the sake of beauty. It is a spark of the soul, a case of love at first sight. What are you, a mere child, understand? With a playful nudge to Xie's shoulder. Yao Xuan chuckled, though internally, he had to concede. Indeed, I am quite enamored by Gu Yu's physique. Speaking as if you were not a child yourself, Xie muttered, turning away, evidently displeased with Yao Xuan's prioritization of beauty over friendship. Wu Lin, do not lose heart. Train diligently. Even if you cannot participate in the promotion tournament, the opportunity to receive specialized training from teacher will surely benefit you greatly. Keep pushing forward. Yao Xuan encouraged as he approached Tang Wulin's bedside. Yes, Xian Ge, I will cherish this opportunity and strive to improve myself, Tang Wulin replied earnestly. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with determination. I believe in you, he declared. Yao Xuan responded with a slight nod. By the way, Xian Ge, you mentioned that you fell in love with Gu Yu at first sight. Is that true? At that moment, Tang Wulin curiously inquired. Of course. What is wrong with that? Yao Xuan countered, gazing at Tang Wulin. It's nothing. I just feel that your love came rather unexpectedly, like a whirlwind. However, I trust that Xian Ge will surely win her heart, Tang Wulin said earnestly, shaking his head slightly. Thank you, Wulin. I also believe that I will win her over. Yao Xuan replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, his heart secretly elated. Although Tang Wulin was merely a level 12 soul master, Yao Xuan recognized him as the destined child of this era. The words of such a fated individual were undoubtedly more than mere jest. They possessed the power to alter the course of destiny. Moreover, Tang Wulin's statement signified his complete severance from the karmic ties with the Silver Dragon King, rendering him incapable of intervening in the love between Yao Xuan and Gu Na, despite his lineage of the Golden Dragon King. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, on the playground of the intermediate department of Donghai Academy, the students gathered punctually, prepared for their physical training. Although it had been arranged for physical training in the morning and theoretical classes in the afternoon, the students had no choice but to comply with Wu Chongkong's sudden change of plans. Compared to the morning, the afternoon's physical training was far more grueling. Shifting from endurance exercises to strength training, including frog jumps, squats, and push-ups. Having already exhausted themselves during the morning session, and with the scorching sun overhead, it took less than half an hour for the students of Class 5 to collapse onto the playground, utterly fatigued. In light of this situation, Wu Chongkong did not express anger but instead organized a period of relaxation exercises for the students. Only after they had somewhat recovered their strength did he commence the second round of strength training. Several hours elapsed, and at last, the physical training concluded amidst the eager gazes of the students. Rest well, and use the movements I taught you to relax your muscles. Dismissed, Wu Chongkong announced. Looking at the students, he then added, Yao Xuan, Gu Yu, Xie, and Tang Wulin. After you finish dinner, come to my office at 7:30. The students were taken aback. We have to come back in the evening? Upon hearing the words of Tang Chongkong, Xie could not help but emit a mournful cry. The teacher is also doing this for our own good. Come, allow me to escort you back, urged Tang Wulin, supporting the trembling Xie. All right, thank you, Wulin. Listening to Tang Wulin's words, a look of gratitude appeared in Xie's eyes, and his fondness for Tang Wulin grew a little stronger. Chapter 67, Preparation for Special Training. Gu Yu, I shall take my leave now. See you tonight. With a radiant smile directed at Gu Yu, Yao Xuan spoke. All right, see you tonight. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Gu Yu couldn't help but smile slightly before turning away and making her way towards the girls' dormitory on the other side. In truth, as she observed Tang Wulin supporting Xie, Gu Yu felt a strong desire to ask Yao Xuan to assist her in returning as well. However, upon reflection, she deemed such an action overly intimate and ultimately dismissed the thought. Upon returning to the dormitory, she indulged in a refreshing hot shower. While Yao Xuan settled onto his bed, silently activating the creation soul refinement technique. Although Wu Chongkong had intentionally doubled his training load, Yao Xuan's physical attributes and endurance, bolstered by the initial ancestral dragon physique and dragon bloodline, allowed him to recover nearly 90% of his stamina merely half an hour after concluding his training, rejuvenating him entirely. Similarly, while Tang Wulin had not activated the Golden Dragon King's bloodline seal, he still benefited from its enhancement. Although he felt somewhat fatigued, he managed to muster enough energy to engage in meditation. As for Xia, possessing the weakest constitution, he lay completely exhausted on the bed, drifting into a deep sleep. As Yao Xuan guided the creation soul refinement technique, a surge of abundant celestial soul power began to converge within the dormitory, causing the soul power concentration in room 205 to nearly double. Beside Yao Xuan, the soul power concentration intensified almost tenfold. Tang Wulin, who was meditating, distinctly sensed the shift in the surrounding soul power density, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Yet, he refrained from voicing his curiosity, instead seizing the opportunity to absorb the surrounding soul power, knowing that such a rich atmosphere would undoubtedly aid in his cultivation. Feeling the dense, celestial soul power enveloping him, Yao Xuan continued to channel the creation soul refinement technique, beginning the process of absorption, compression, and guidance, transforming the soul power into a semi-liquid state for refinement within his dantian. As the soul power was refined, a smile crept onto Yao Xuan's face. After a day of training, not only had his physique improved, but his capacity to bear soul power seemed to have increased significantly, enhancing the efficacy of his cultivation. An hour and a half later, Yao Xuan concluded his cultivation session, slowly opening his eyes. With this training, his soul power cultivation progress surged by 1.7, reaching 95. 1. Just 3 more days of dedicated practice would allow him to successfully break through his current bottleneck. Xia, wake up. It's already 6:40. We need to leave, Yao Xuan said, gently squeezing Xia's shoulder as a reminder. Oh, right. Thank you, Yao Xuan. If it weren't for your reminder, I surely would have overslept. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Xia was momentarily taken aback before promptly rising to his feet and expressing his gratitude. Meanwhile, Tang Wulin had also concluded his meditation, getting up from his bed and joining Yao Xuan's side. Let's walk together, Yao Xuan declared, leading Tang Wulin and Xia out of the boys' dormitory towards Wu Changkong's office. By the way, Brother Xian, during my cultivation just now, I suddenly sensed that the surrounding soul power concentration seemed to have significantly increased, and it appeared particularly elevated next to you, Tang Wulin remarked with curiosity as they walked. Indeed, your perception is accurate. It could be that my martial soul is rather unique, resulting in some extraordinary phenomena during cultivation. Otherwise, with my innate soul power only at level 5, how could I progress so swiftly? Listening to Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xuan nodded in agreement. The extraordinary phenomena that occurred during the practice of the creation forging soul technique cannot be concealed from others. However, Yao Xuan had no intention of revealing the secrets of the technique itself. So that is how it is. I truly envy you, Brother Xian. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin sighed. It was only after I advanced to the rank of Soul Master that I experienced such transformation. From now on, we shall cultivate together during my training sessions. Your soul power level will surely ascend at a swifter pace. Keep it up, Yao Xuan encouraged, patting Tang Wulin on the shoulder. Thank you, Brother Xian, Tang Wulin replied, his face radiating gratitude. As they conversed, the trio arrived at Mu Changkong's office, precisely at 7:15, a quarter of an hour earlier than the designated time. Similar to Yao Xuan and the others, Guyu also arrived shortly after them, gracefully donning the East Sea Academy uniform. Yet, the uniform did little to conceal her elegance. She remained strikingly beautiful. Excellent. Since everyone is here, follow me, Mu Changkong stated. Unlike the morning, he was now clad in a black tracksuit, though his expression remained stern. He gazed at Yu Xian and the others and issued a calm command before turning to lead the way. Following Mu Changkong, the 5 of them ventured deeper into the academy. After traversing approximately 1 kilometer, Mu Changkong guided them to an indoor training facility located at the rear of the academy. This venue had been specifically requested by him from Long Hngshu for today's training. Although Mu Changkong's demeanor was not particularly endearing, his professional capabilities were indeed commendable. Upon Mu Changkong's assurance of support for Long Hngshu's endeavors, the latter generously prepared this training ground for him. The training area was circular, protected by a soul guide array and surrounded by a faintly glowing purple soul guide barrier, typically reserved for the advanced students. This venue was more expansive and resilient than the training grounds where Yao Xuan and Xia had previously battled, capable of withstanding combat at the Soul King level. After retrieving a token and validating it, Mu Changkong opened the gates to the training ground and led Yao Xuan and the others to the center of the arena. From today onward, every evening you shall undergo special training with me in preparation for the promotion competition in 3 months, he stated, looking at the four before him. Then focusing on Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin, your martial soul is blue silver grass, and your soul power level is merely at 12. You were selected because, at that time, no one else was stronger than you. Now that Gu has arrived, her prowess surpasses yours. In the realm of soul masters, strength reigns supreme. She will take your place in battle. Understood, Teacher Mu, Tang Wulin replied, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes as he pressed his lips together. However, as compensation, I shall still provide you with special training. If your strength meets my expectations, I will allow you to fight, of course. You may also choose to withdraw if it becomes too much for you. Mu Changkong continued, nodding slightly. Yes, Teacher Mu. I will strive to prove myself. A glimmer of determination shone in Tang Wulin's otherwise dim eyes as he responded enthusiastically. Chapter 68. Your opponent is me good. I believe in you. Possessing the blue-silver grass martial soul and gaining admission to the Intermediate Academy already demonstrates your character and perseverance. Listening to Tang Wulin's words, Wu Changkong encouraged him. By the way, Teacher Wu, what exactly will our special training focus on? Surely, we are not going to train our physical endurance again? At that moment, Xie, gathering his courage, also inquired. Of course not. My training philosophy emphasizes a balanced approach that encompasses all aspects. During this period, the only focus of your evening special training will be practical combat. Wu Changkong replied, casting a cold glance at Xie before continuing, in my view. The most effective way for a soul master to enhance their strength is through real combat. Engaging in actual battles not only sharpens your combat experience, but also unleashes your latent potential, facilitating your cultivation. It is in the face of life and death that one can most easily transcend their limits. Life and death. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Xie couldn't help but shiver. Could it be that this special training posed a life-threatening risk? The delicate balance between life and death. However, fear not. For during our special training, it is absolutely impossible for any of you to perish. At most, you will only sustain some superficial injuries. Now, without further ado, let me elucidate the key points of your cultivation before we commence the training. First and foremost, Yao Xuan, your soul power, soul skills, endurance, and strength significantly surpass those of your peers. Although I am not one to lavish praise upon others, I must concede that your foundation is undoubtedly the most formidable among your contemporaries that I have encountered. Yet, do not let this acclaim lead to arrogance. I can discern that your practical experience remains somewhat lacking. While your control over martial souls and soul skills is commendable compared to your peers, there exists a considerable gap between you and the true elite. In the future, I shall provide specialized training to enhance these two aspects of your abilities. Gazing at Yao Xuan, Wu Changkong first offered a compliment and then proceeded with a meticulous analysis. Thank you, Teacher Wu, for your guidance. I will strive earnestly in my training, Yao Xuan replied. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan responded with genuine admiration. Wu Changkong, indeed a product of Shrek Academy, possessed an astute insight that immediately discerned Yao Xuan's shortcomings. Through diligent study and heightened comprehension, Yao Xuan had gained commendable mastery over his martial soul and soul skills, rivaling that of Xie, who hailed from a prestigious family and was guided by esteemed mentors. Nonetheless, despite his achievements, the lack of practical experience and mentorship meant that Yao Xuan's training in martial souls and soul power remained somewhat insular. While he had made considerable progress, there remained ample room for improvement before he could attain the pinnacle of mastery over his martial soul and soul skills. Although Wu Changkong was merely a soul emperor, his roots in Shrek Academy and his master, the title Douluo Shi, lent significant weight to his guidance. With his innate understanding, Yao Xuan was confident that his strength would soar to new heights. Guyu, during your battle with Yao Xuan today, I observed your command over the elements. I can say without exaggeration that your current mastery is commendable. However, as you mentioned, your inability to enhance each element reveals a flaw in your martial soul. To become a true powerhouse, my advice is to experiment with the fusion of multiple elements. If you can achieve this, the future holds great promise for you at the pinnacle of the Soul Master realm, Wu Changkong remarked, his eyes reflecting admiration as he looked at Guyu. Yes, thank you, Master. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Guyu nodded in acknowledgement, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. She had not anticipated that a mere soul emperor could possess such profound insights. It appeared that the advancements of humanity over the years were indeed formidable. Xie. As for you, you have met the standards in terms of speed. However, your stamina is lacking, making prolonged combat difficult. A truly formidable soul master must not have any weaknesses. Therefore, I offer you 2 pieces of advice. First, you must train diligently to enhance your physical endurance. Second, during battles, you need to learn how to manage your stamina effectively. Lastly, if I am not mistaken, you possess dual martial souls, do you not? Wu Changkong remarked, gazing at Xie with a composed expression. Teacher Wu, how could you possibly discern that? Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Xie displayed an expression of surprise and retorted, of course. The fluctuations produced by your other martial soul cannot escape my notice. A faint sense of pride glimmered in Wu Changkong's eyes as he responded, and upon hearing his words, Xie also revealed a trace of admiration. I have 2 additional pieces of advice regarding your situation. Firstly, do not neglect the cultivation of your mental strength. Secondly, refrain from casually utilizing your second martial soul. Instead, consider it as a trump card to catch your opponents off guard. Gazing at Xie, Wu Changkong continued. Having a dual martial soul signifies that a soul master possesses 2 martial souls. If this were a millennium ago, any soul master with dual martial souls would undoubtedly be highly sought after. Dual martial souls imply double the soul rings, double the soul skills, and an extraordinary enhancement in combat prowess. However, with the emergence of soul spirits, the allure of dual martial soul masters has diminished. If one's mental strength is insufficient to merge with powerful soul spirits, the second martial soul may fail to acquire formidable soul skills and may even become a burden. I understand, Teacher Wu. I will strive to improve in these areas. Xie bowed deeply, his face radiating utmost respect. Excellent, keep it up. Lastly, Tang Wulin, your combat awareness and physical prowess surpass that of your peers, and your martial soul has mutated, rendering it more resilient than ordinary blue-silver grass. Your current task is to skillfully master your martial soul and develop towards a control-type soul master. Looking at Tang Wulin, Wu Changkong offered his guidance. Thank you. Teacher Wu. Tang Wulin's face lit up with surprise at the unexpected guidance from Wu Changkong, attentively absorbing his teachings before bowing deeply once more. All right, the special training begins now. As he spoke, Wu Changkong walked toward the center of the arena. Teacher, surely it cannot be that our opponent is you? A sense of foreboding crept into Xie's heart as he gazed at Wu Changkong, prompting him to inquire. Ah, quite astute, Xie. Indeed, you are correct. I am your opponent. When the time comes, the 4 of you may unleash your full potential. I will utilize the soul power of a level 21 Great Soul Master, but will refrain from employing soul skills. Now let us commence. As he spoke, a soft blue glow of soul power enveloped Wu Changkong's body. With a flick of his right hand, the Tian Shuang's sword materialized in his grasp. And with a swift motion, he thrust the sword towards Xie, emanating a chilling radiance. Chapter 69. Battling Wu Changkong. Teacher, given your esteemed status, is it appropriate to ambush a mere 9-year-old student such as myself? This is not right. You lack martial ethics, Xie exclaimed, watching the sword aimed at him, before hastily channeling his soul power and retreating backward. Enough with the idle chatter. On the battlefield, it is a matter of victory or defeat. There is no room for discussion of martial ethics. Although Xie's response was swift, Wu Changkong's strike was even quicker, akin to a relentless parasite, swiftly closing the distance between them. Seeing the gap between Wu Changkong and Xie shrink to less than 5 meters, the 3 others, including Yao Xuan, sprang into action. First was Yao Xuan, whose presence radiated a faint 9-colored aura of soul power. Particles coalesced to form the shape of the ancestral dragon martial soul, which quickly merged with Yao Xuan's body. As the ancestral dragon martial soul enveloped him, dragon scales reappeared on his body, and his hands morphed into dragon claws, glinting ominously. Yao Xuan then summoned his soul power, manifesting the ancestral dragon spirit, with the first yellow soul ring flashing behind him, unleashing the soul skill ancestral dragon sky splitter. In a flash, Yao Xuan lunged toward Wu Changkong, his claws shimmering with a faint rainbow light, crossing in a diagonal formation before viciously tearing toward Wu Changkong's chest with tremendous force. Next came Guyu. Her soul rings flickered as a blue halo appeared behind her. With a graceful wave of her jade-like hand, sharp eye spikes shot forth like bullets from a machine gun, hurtling toward Wu Changkong. The slowest to react was Tang Wulin. After a brief pause, a faint blue light flickered in his hand, revealing a golden little snake, his soul spirit, Golden Light. With the appearance of Golden Light, Tang Wulin's first white soul ring glimmered, activating his first soul skill, Binding. as strands of blue-silver grass emerged before Wuchang, obstructing his path. Well coordinated. Wuchang observed the attacking trio with a gentle smile. Clearly pleased with their reaction speed, he then waved his arm lightly, bringing the Tian sword down. With a swift motion, the blue-silver grass that Tang Wulin had released shattered almost instantaneously, consuming nearly a third of his soul power in an instant, leaving his complexion slightly pale from the immense drain. Next came Gu Yu's ice spikes. Faced with the rapid and sharp projectiles, Wuchang remained unfazed. With a flick of his wrist, he elegantly danced the Tian sword, striking precisely at the vulnerable points of the ice spikes, shattering them one by one. Finally, it was Yao Xuan's turn. In response to Yao Xuan's assault, Wuchang's demeanor shifted from relaxed to serious as he once again summoned the Frost Thread Soul skill, weaving strands of sword energy into a protective shield. With a resounding crash, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon sky splitter collided violently against Wuchang's sword shield, producing a deep thud. The shield quivered violently but ultimately held firm. Unlike the previous encounter, this time Wuchang had learned from past mistakes, refraining from using level 18 soul power and instead elevating it to level 21, that of a great soul master. Though the distinction between a soul master and a great soul master is merely a single character, the disparity between them is vast, both in the total amount of soul power and its purity. Wuchang's enhancement allowed him to effortlessly withstand Yao Xuan's attack. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. After dismantling the offensive maneuvers of Yao Xuan and the others, Wuchang still had strength to spare, continuing his thrust towards Xie. However, the momentum had waned, and with Gu Yu's acceleration skill in play, Xie barely managed to evade. Again, despite the unsuccessful strike, Wuchang remained unperturbed. This time, his target shifted to Yao Xuan as he summoned his soul power once more, the first yellow soul ring illuminating behind him. Frost Thread. Although it was the same first soul skill, this time, it was employed for offense rather than defense. In Wuchang's hands, the Tian sword danced through the air, releasing chilling, formidable strands of sword energy that intertwined in complex trajectories as they surged toward Yao Xuan. Truly impressive. Teacher Wu is serious now. As he gazed upon the assault from Wuchang, Yao Xuan couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. Previously, he had managed to withstand 3 of Wuchang's strikes, and even repel him, solely because Wuchang had been striking casually. Now that Wuchang was fully engaged, the ferocity of his combat prowess was truly terrifying. Although he was merely employing soul power at the Great Soul Master level, Yao Xuan could distinctly perceive that each wave of sword energy unleashed by Wuchang was comparable to the full-force strike of an ordinary initial stage Soul Master. The barrage of over a dozen sword energies, even a typical high-ranking Soul Master would find themselves injured by such an onslaught. Moreover, while the sword energies appeared chaotic, they were intricately interconnected, effectively sealing off all of Yao Xuan's avenues of retreat, leaving him with no means of evasion. Faced with such an assault, a chill crept into Yao Xuan's heart. Though he was not gripped by fear, his alertness soared to its peak in an instant. If he mishandled this strike, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. In his mind, various counter-strategies flashed by, and relying on his combat instincts, Yao Xuan chose to evade in the direction where Wuchang's sword energy was least likely to reach. He summoned his soul power and activated the ancestral dragon sky-splitting strike once more. Meanwhile, Gu Yu, Xie, and Tang Wulin, who were not idle, launched their own attacks against Wuchang, just as they had previously assisted Xie. The aura behind Gu Yu shifted to a brilliant white as she activated her soul skill, Elemental Tide, sending a sphere of white light hurtling towards Wuchang's eyes, which then erupted into a dazzling display. Next was Xie, who summoned his soul power, swiftly appearing behind Wuchang, brandishing his soul weapon, the light dragon dagger, and aiming for Wuchang's back. Finally, Tang Wulin, having learned from prior experiences, refrained from directly ensnaring Wuchang with his blue-silver grass, knowing that Wuchang could easily break free, resulting in a significant drain on his own soul power, a futile endeavor. Instead, he recalled the battle between Yao Xuan and Wuchang from the previous day, acknowledging that while his martial soul may not be as formidable, he possessed a strength advantage. Tang Wulin retrieved his 1,000-forged tungsten hammer from his storage soul guide and swung it towards Wuchang's thigh. Chapter 70. Battle Results and Gains Futile. Wuchang smiled confidently as he defended against the combined onslaught from Gu Yu, Xie, and Tang Wulin while continuing his relentless assault on Yao Xuan. With a flick of his Tian sword, another wave of sword energy was unleashed, encircling the luminous sphere launched by Guyu and completely isolating her mental influence. Deprived of Guyu's control, the gathered light elements instantly dissipated, losing their intended potency and transforming into pure light energy. Simultaneously, as Wu Changkong swung his sword, another blade of energy shot towards Xie, who was positioned behind him. Compared to the sword energy aimed at Yao Xuan, this one was considerably weaker, reaching only the mid-level Great Soul Master standard. Nonetheless, it was still fierce enough to interrupt Xie's attack, ultimately striking against his light dragon dagger. As the blade of energy made contact, a layer of deep blue ice rapidly formed around Xie's body, extending to nearly encase his arm entirely, reaching toward his chest and back before finally halting. Then came Tang Wulin. As he swung his hammer in midair, Wu Changkong merely drifted slightly forward, effortlessly evading the strike, leaving Tang Wulin with a hint of embarrassment on his face, while Wu Changkong dealt with the combined assault from Guyu and the others. A series of chillingly sharp sword energies traversed space, closing in on Yao Xuan and bringing with them a biting cold. Yao Xuan managed to evade nearly two-thirds of the incoming sword energies, but the remaining 5 collided head-on with his ancestral dragon sky-splitting strike. Despite Yao Xuan's soul power being only at level 18, his foundation was exceptionally robust. His soul power so pure that it even surpassed that of an ordinary high-level Great Soul Master, coupled with his ancestral dragon martial soul and spirit. The might of the ancestral dragon sky-splitting strike was undoubtedly at the level of a soul master, rivaling Wu Changkong's own attacks. With a resounding thud, the sword energies clashed against Yao Xuan's strike, shattering into a flurry of cold air, while simultaneously, the power of the ancestral dragon's sky-splitting strike waned. The technique shattered 4 of the sword energies, expending half the energy of the last one before finally dissipating, with the final sword energy striking Yao Xuan directly. Remarkable! To withstand my strike and shatter 4 of my sword energies, Yao Xuan truly possesses immense potential. Observing Yao Xuan's actions, Wu Changkong felt a surge of astonishment, inwardly commending him. Although the dozen sword energies were far from Wu Changkong's limit, Yao Xuan's performance was commendable, worthy of pride. Meanwhile, Xie and Tang Wulin, witnessing Yao Xuan's prowess, felt an unspoken admiration rise within them. Was this truly the extent of Yao Xuan's capabilities? Simultaneously, they were ignited by a fervent desire to grow stronger, unwilling to be left behind. As for Guyu, observing the duel between Yao Xuan and Wu Changkong, her expression remained tranquil. To her, Yao Xuan emanated a pure dragon god aura, possibly even the reincarnation of a remnant soul of the dragon god. It would indeed be strange if he could not withstand this strike. Clang! Amidst the concerned gazes of Tang Wulin and Xie, the final sword energy struck Yao Xuan's arm, producing a faint sound of metal clashing. Although this sword energy had been weakened, its power remained considerable. Even an ordinary initial stage soul master would likely suffer injury and bleed upon being struck, let alone Yao Xuan, who was merely an 18-level soul master. However, the reality was quite the opposite. When Wu Changkong's sword energy collided with the dragon scales on Yao Xuan's arm, it left behind merely a shallow indentation the size of a pinky finger, less than a centimeter deep, radiating intense cold that froze Yao Xuan's right arm. Such formidable defense. Perceiving the effect of his sword energy, astonishment flickered in Wu Changkong's eyes. He was aware of Yao Xuan's formidable defensive capabilities, but never anticipated that his strike would fail to even breach Yao Xuan's defenses. Yet, in the next moment, the astonishment in Wu Changkong's eyes was replaced by elation. With such extraordinary talent, it surely seemed destined that Yao Xuan would gain admission to Shrek Academy. To recruit a prodigy like Yao Xuan for Shrek Academy would serve as atonement for his past actions. Furthermore, although he could not discern the specifics of Yao Xuan's martial soul, it was undoubtedly dragon-related, having previously betrayed his teacher, Zhuang Shi. The thought of recommending Yao Xuan to become his disciple alleviated any concerns about his legacy lacking in air. As this thought crossed his mind, Wu Changkong calmly stated, "Excellent. Continue." He then resumed his fierce assault against the 4, while Yao Xuan lightly shook his arm to shatter the icy layer and pressed on towards Wu Changkong. Half an hour later. Very well, today's special training will conclude here. As the Tian Shuang's sword transformed into a flurry of azure particles, Wu Changkong instructed, "Yes, teacher Wu." Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan and the other 3 beside him let out a sigh of relief and came to a halt. Over the past half hour, Yao Xuan, Guyu, and the others had endured a relentless barrage of attacks from Wu Changkong. In their efforts to withstand his onslaught, they had exerted themselves to the utmost. Particularly for Yao Xuan, who had been the primary focus of Wu Changkong's attention for at least 2/3 of that time. The pressure he faced was immense. Even with the enhancement of the ancestral dragon martial soul and the ancestral dragon physique, Yao Xuan's soul power was completely depleted, and he found himself on the verge of overexertion. However, where there is effort, there is reward. In the course of his combat training against Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan had acquired a substantial 15 golden evolution points. Although this was less than what he had gained during their first encounter, it was nonetheless quite significant. Furthermore, this battle had allowed Yao Xuan to greatly unleash and develop his combat instincts. Previously, despite possessing formidable strength, he had lacked opponents and opportunities to showcase his abilities. However, in his exchanges with Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan was finally able to unleash his full potential, expressing his combat instincts to their fullest extent. As the battle progressed, Yao Xuan felt himself entering a state of increasing proficiency. The ancestral dragon was an existence that traversed the myriad realms, slaying gods and Buddhas, with power that ranked among the pinnacle across all universes. As the bearer of the ancestral dragon martial soul, Yao Xuan naturally inherited this instinct. Over the past 3 years, due to the absence of such intense battles, this combat instinct had remained dormant. Yet, with each clash against Wu Changkong, this instinct was rapidly awakening, swiftly adjusting Yao Xuan's combat style and significantly enhancing his actual combat capabilities. Chapter 71. Breaking the Siege, Elevating the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline after this half-hour of combat. Although his soul power had not seen a substantial increase, Yao Xuan had improved his reaction speed, control over soul power and soul skills, and actual combat strength by at least 20%. During their skirmishes, Wu Changkong keenly perceived Yao Xuan's continuous adjustments and could not help but marvel inwardly. Was this what true genius looked like? Without even uttering a single word of guidance, merely relying on his own comprehension, Yao Xuan had made such remarkable progress. No, this could not merely be described as genius. Even in a place as filled with talent as Shrek Academy, Yao Xuan's abilities would undoubtedly shine above the rest. Such talent was nothing short of monstrous. Not only would he have no trouble entering Shrek Academy, but he would also undoubtedly succeed in gaining admission to the Sea God Pavilion in the future. Looking at it this way, Yao Xuan was indeed a piece of uncut jade, a precious gem bestowed by the heavens. Wu Changkong resolved to dedicate himself to refining this talent, believing that perhaps he could atone for some of his past mistakes in the process. Everyone's performance was commendable, though there remained numerous flaws. Now, I shall elucidate the issues that became apparent among you despite feeling an overwhelming excitement within. Wu Changkong maintained a calm demeanor, a hint of approval glimmering in his eyes as he began to provide his critique. Although the combat and coordination displayed by Yao Xuan and the other three appeared rather immature, it was their first experience working together, and their performance had far exceeded Wu Changkong's expectations, especially that of Yao Xuan and Guyu. As for Xie and Tang Wuling, while their accomplishments did not match those of Yao Xuan and Guyu, at their tender age of 9, they were already showing potential that pleased Wu Changkong, who was eager to nurture these two young talents. By the way, Tang Wuling, have you also studied forging? Wu Changkong inquired, his expression betraying a hint of displeasure as he turned to Tang Wuling. Yes, Teacher Wu, Tang Wuling replied. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Tang Wuling nodded and responded, a subtle pride evident on his face. Nonsense. Your martial soul talent is already inferior to others, and yet you divert your attention to forging. How can that be acceptable? Wu Changkong said with a tone of reproach as he gazed at Tang Wuling, however, lowering his head and avoiding direct eye contact. Tang Wuling exhibited a hint of grievance in his eyes, yet lacked the courage to voice a defense. Teacher Wu, Tang Wuling possesses considerable talent in forging. He is now a second-level forger and, moreover, he is my junior disciple under Master Mu Chen, Yao Xuan interjected, coming to his aid. Oh. He is also a disciple of Master Mu Chen? Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Wu Changkong's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment as he inquired, indeed, Teacher Wu. And forging is not without its merits, it can also enhance my strength and soul power. At that moment, Tang Wuling finally nodded silently. If that is the case, it is certainly a viable option. Given your talent in forging, in the future, you can amass resources through this craft, purchasing rare materials or employing special soul guide formations to elevate the qualities of your martial soul. This indeed presents a worthy choice. Gazing at Tang Wuling, Wu Changkong ultimately nodded in approval of his decision. Well, your soul power and physical strength are nearly exhausted. Tonight's special training concludes here. Return and reflect thoroughly on your experiences. I hope to witness your progress each day. You are dismissed. As he spoke, Wuchangkong deactivated the soul guide shield of the training ground and led the 4 individuals away. Goodbye, Teacher Wu. Upon exiting the training area, Yao Xuan and the others bid farewell to Wuchangkong. Yes, I shall await you here punctually tomorrow evening. Do not be late. I will first conduct a test of your mental strength before we commence training. With that, Wuchangkong turned and departed. Gu Yu, your performance today was truly remarkable. Until tomorrow, Yao Xuan praised, gazing into Gu Yu's violet eyes. Thank you for the compliment. Classmate Yao Xuan's performance was quite valiant as well. Until tomorrow then. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Gu Yu's delicate face flushed slightly. She waved goodbye to Yao Xuan and walked towards the girls' dormitory, while Yao Xuan, accompanied by Xie and Tang Wulin, returned to the boys' dormitory. In room 205, Yao Xuan silently opened the system panel. Golden evolution points, 133. Gazing at the numbers displayed on the panel, a faint smile graced Yao Xuan's face. 133 evolution points. Truly splendid. It seems that combat is indeed the most effective method for accumulating golden evolution points. Nodding slightly, Yao Xuan continued to navigate the system panel. Spending 120 golden evolution points could enhance the concentration of his ancestral dragon bloodline by 1.0. After the enhancement, your ancestral dragon bloodline concentration will reach 11.2. Would you like to proceed? As Yao Xuan contemplated, a system prompt appeared. To enhance the ancestral dragon bloodline by just 1, it required 120 golden evolution points. Although opportunities to acquire golden evolution points had increased significantly, augmenting the ancestral dragon bloodline remained a formidable task. Observing the system prompt, Yao Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, but silently confirmed his choice. In the next moment, with a thought, 120 golden evolution points surged forth, transforming into pure evolution energy that flowed into Yao Xuan's meridians, subsequently absorbed by his ancestral dragon bloodline, steadily increasing its concentration. As the concentration of the ancestral dragon bloodline rose, Yao Xuan's physical attributes also improved further, with his strength reaching 500 kilograms. His meridians and dantian were rapidly fortified, allowing for the accommodation of greater and more potent soul power. The next day arrived swiftly. As on the previous day, under Wuchangkong's orders, the students continued their physical training, with Yao Xuan being the exception. Although the reason behind Yao Xuan's extraordinary strength and physical prowess remained a mystery, Wuchangkong understood that ordinary physical training was trivial for Yao Xuan, merely a waste of time. Thus, Yao Xuan was specially excused from these exercises. However, this did not imply that Yao Xuan had it easy. On the contrary, while other students engaged in physical training, Wuchangkong initiated combat training for Yao Xuan. After a grueling session, 20 minutes later, Yao Xuan's soul power and stamina were nearly depleted, and Wuchangkong finally ceased, allowing Yao Xuan to rest. Despite his exhaustion, Yao Xuan bore no resentment towards Wuchangkong. Rather, he felt a quiet joy, as he had just earned another 12 golden evolution points through the recent battle, and his combat prowess had once again been enhanced. As afternoon arrived, the students were met with physical training once more, but this time, many classmates succumbed to fatigue, collapsing in droves. Wuchangkong eventually announced that starting tomorrow, physical training would only occur in the morning, with afternoons reserved for practical combat classes. Soon, evening fell, and like the previous day, Yao Xuan, Gu Yu, Xie, and Tang Wulin gathered outside the training venue. Before long, Wuchangkong gracefully arrived. True to his earlier words, Wuchangkong did not immediately commence training for the 4, but instead led them to another grand building within the school. Chapter 72, Mental Power Test, shocked Wuchangkong. After passing through security checks, Wuchangkong guided the 4 into the building and then took the elevator to the second floor, traversing a corridor imbued with a futuristic aesthetic. The 5 finally entered a testing room, approximately 50 square meters in size. The walls of the testing room were adorned with a layer of silver metal panels, engraved with numerous soul guide runes that emitted a faint purple glow, dazzling to behold. Within the testing room, large, technologically advanced instruments were arrayed, each appearing to be of considerable value based on their exterior alone. As they surveyed these unprecedented devices, curiosity sparkled in the eyes of Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. While Xie seemed unfazed, as if he had encountered such equipment before, Gu shared a similar demeanor. Now, we shall commence the mental power test. Xie. Step forward. You are the first. Wuchangkong instructed, gazing at Xie. Taking his seat in the testing chair, Wu Changkong pressed a button. In the next instant, a silver helmet descended, enveloping Xie's head, while a screen beside him displayed a white beam of light, accompanied by a scale and numbers. 10, 15, 29. The numbers on the screen gradually ascended, ultimately stabilizing at 29, marking the peak of the initial stage of the spiritual origin realm. Not bad. Keep pushing forward. Strive to break 30 points before the class advancement competition, reaching the mid-stage of the spiritual origin realm, Wu Changkong encouraged, observing Xie. Thank you, Teacher Wu, Xie replied, stepping back. Following Xie, it was Tang Wulin's turn for testing. Wu Changkong held little expectation for Tang Wulin, considering he was a soul master with a blue-silver grass martial soul. How high could his mental power possibly be? However, the reality astonished Wu Changkong. As due to prolonged training, Tang Wulin's mental power exceeded that of Xie, reaching an impressive 38 points, already achieving the mid-stage of the spiritual origin realm. Excellent. Mid-stage of the spiritual origin realm. Continue your training and elevate your soul power as quickly as possible, Wu Changkong remarked, pleasantly surprised by Tang Wulin's results, offering encouragement. Yao Xuan, it's your turn, Wu Changkong said, turning to Yao Xuan with a glimmer of anticipation. Yes, Teacher Wu. Yao Xuan stepped forward and seated himself in the testing chair. Pressing the button, with a beeping sound, the mental testing helmet slowly descended, enclosing Yao Xuan's head. Subsequently, the soul guide array on top began to emit a faint glow, while the scale indicating mental power strength surged rapidly. 20, 40, 60, 100. Under the watchful eyes of Tang Wulin and Xie, Yao Xuan's mental power surpassed 100 points in less than a second, and the display shifted from white to yellow. Over 100 points. Xian Gu is truly formidable, Xie and Tang Wulin exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Yao Xuan as if he were a monster. 100 points of mental power signifies that a soul master's mental prowess has reached an entirely new realm, transitioning from the spiritual origin realm to the spiritual communication realm, granting them superior control over their mental power and the ability to fuse with purple soul spirits, acquiring a 1,000-year soul ring. Moreover, the spiritual communication realm is a prerequisite for entering advanced soul master academies, barring 90% of soul masters from admission. Achieving this milestone before the age of 15 qualifies one as an exceptional talent, and Yao Xuan, at merely 9 years old, had already attained this remarkable feat meanwhile. Observing Yao Xuan's test results, a flicker of surprise crossed Gu Yu's beautiful eyes as she mused, his mental power is truly impressive. It seems I must showcase more of my abilities as well. As for Wu Changkong, gazing at Yao Xuan's results, the calmness that once resided in his eyes now sparkled with excitement and fervor. The spiritual communication realm. Remarkably, he has reached this spiritual communication realm. During the battle with Yu Xian, Wu Changkong discerned that Yao Xuan's mental prowess far surpassed that of Tang Wulin and Xie. However, he never anticipated that Yao Xuan's mental strength had already reached the realm of spiritual communication. Although Xie and Tang Wulin were aware of the formidable nature of a 9-year-old possessing such abilities, it was Wu Changkong, hailing from the Shrek Academy, who truly comprehended the extraordinary nature of this achievement. It is worth noting that even within the records of Shrek Academy, there have been only a handful of soul masters who attained spiritual communication before the age of 9. Each of these prodigies was a force capable of dominating an era and vanquishing all adversaries. Among them was the current Sea God Pavilion Master, the towering Douluo Yunming. Given this perspective, it is evident that with Yu Xian's innate talent, he undoubtedly possesses the potential to ascend to the pinnacle of extreme Douluo, a truly remarkable gift. Simultaneously, Wu Changkong felt a profound sense of responsibility. Having the opportunity to mentor such a student, he vowed to devote himself fully to nurturing Yao Xuan's potential. Under the attentive gazes of Wu Changkong, Gu Yu, Xie, and Tang Wulin, the beam of light representing Yao Xuan's mental strength continued to ascend. 110. 120. As Yao Xuan's mental prowess reached 160 points, the rate of ascent finally began to slow. Approximately 10 seconds later, it stabilized at 195 points. A mental strength of 195 points. This reached the peak of the initial stage of spiritual communication, with only a single step remaining to advance to the mid-stage. Wonderful, wonderful, splendid. Gazing at Yao Xuan, Wu Changkong's eyes burned with fervor, his tone brimming with excitement. Even someone as adept at cultivating internal energy as Wu Changkong could hardly contain his astonishment and elation. Good heavens, 195 points of mental strength. Such a talent cannot merely be described as genius. It is truly an extraordinary phenomenon. Staring at Yao Xuan, Wu Changkong gasped in astonishment, his voice trembling. Yao Xuan, your mental strength has actually reached the level of spiritual communication? On the other side, Xie fixed his gaze on Yao Xuan, disbelief evident in his eyes. Brother Xian's mental prowess is simply astonishing. He truly is a polymath. If only I possessed half, no, a third of Brother Xian's talent. Besides Xie. Although Tang Wulin did not voice his thoughts, his heart brimmed with admiration and envy, his eyes reflecting a sense of yearning. Indeed, my mental strength is, in fact, at the level of spiritual communication. After listening to the inquiries of Xie and Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan calmly nodded in affirmation. Yes, the spirit connection realm, splendid. Wu Changkong then continued, by the way, Yao Xuan, I would like to pose a question to you. When did you approximately break through to the spirit connection realm? What was your experience during that breakthrough? Despite still being astonished internally, Wu Changkong, being a soul emperor and a product of Shrek Academy, had encountered numerous significant events. His cultivation and self-restraint was also commendable. At this moment, he finally managed to adjust his tone and expression, inquiring of Yao Xuan with as much composure as possible. Chapter 73. Guyu's Test. Wu Changkong's astonishment revisited the spirit connection realm. You say? I believe I achieved that breakthrough at the age of 8. At that time, I didn't experience much sensation. It was merely as if I heard a crack sound, followed by an overwhelming sense of clarity. Everything appeared more vivid, and my thoughts became notably sharper. Listening to Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan concealed the existence of the soul-forging technique and recounted the other circumstances truthfully. At the age of 8, he broke through to the spiritual realm, and now his mental prowess stands at 195 points. Given this pace, he could potentially strive for the Sea of Spirits realm by the 4th grade. Upon receiving Yao Xuan's response, excitement sparkled in Wu Changkong's eyes, prompting him to analyze further. When a soul master's mental prowess reaches 500 points, a qualitative transformation occurs, allowing the transition from the spiritual realm to the Sea of Spirits realm. This distinction delineates the ordinary soul masters from the formidable ones. The mental prowess of the Sea of Spirits realm is sufficient to merge with a millennium soul spirit, enabling advancement to soul saint and the operation of two-word battle armors. Even within the Federation, two-word battle armor masters are deemed powerful, capable of holding positions as brigade majors. Based on Yao Xuan's annual increase of 100 points in mental prowess, it is evident that within 3 years, he will undoubtedly surpass the Sea of Spirits realm, with an even more limitless future ahead. Teacher Wu, I will certainly strive to excel. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan nodded earnestly, responding that, for himself as well as for Guyu and Na, he must grow stronger, and he certainly will. All right, Guyu, it's your turn. With Wu Changkong's command, Guyu was the last to take her place at the apparatus. As the helmet gently descended, the numbers beside the machine, representing Guyu's mental strength, soared rapidly under the watchful eyes of Yao Xuan and the others. 20, 40, 100. Almost mirroring Yao Xuan's earlier test, Guyu's mental strength surpassed 100 points in just a second, entering the realm of the spiritual connection, and continued to rise. After another 10 seconds, the figures on the screen finally stabilized, settling at just over 200. A mental strength of 200 points signifies the mid-stage of the spiritual connection, surpassing Yao Xuan by 6 points. Guyu, this girl, truly has a competitive spirit. Observing Guyu's test results, Yao Xuan was not surprised, yet he silently pondered. He was aware that in the original timeline, during the first test, Guyu had exhibited a mental strength of 116 points, whereas now she displayed 201 points, evidently unwilling to fall behind him in terms of mental prowess. Meanwhile, beside them, Xie and Tang Wulin also wore expressions of astonishment at Guyu's results. Yao Xuan's mental strength was already remarkable, yet they had not anticipated that this classmate named Guyu would possess even greater mental strength. As for Wu Changkong, standing to the side, upon witnessing Guyu's final test score, the astonishment returned to his eyes, which had only just regained composure from Guyu's meticulous control over the elements. Wu Changkong had sensed her formidable mental strength, yet he had never imagined it would reach the mid-stage of the spiritual connection, even surpassing Yao Xuan. Well done, Guyu. Your mental strength is indeed impressive. No wonder, although you cannot enhance the elements, you can wield their power to perfection. I believe that in the future, you will certainly achieve extraordinary accomplishments. Having witnessed Yao Xuan's mental prowess, although Guyu's strength was even greater, Wu Changkong quickly regained his composure and began to commend her. Yes, I will strive diligently to improve myself, Teacher Wu. Listening to the words of Wu Changkong, Guyu nodded, her expression remaining serene. Well, next, let's proceed with the strength test. With that, Wu Changkong led the 4 individuals to another apparatus. The first test subject was Yao Xuan, whose right hand exhibited a strength of 2,620 kilograms, while his left hand demonstrated a power of 2,480 kilograms. Gazing at Yao Xuan's results, both Tang Wulin and Xie Xie displayed looks of awe, while Wu Changkong felt an increasing surge of excitement within. As for Guyu, upon witnessing Yao Xuan's prowess, she became ever more convinced that he was no ordinary human. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of the dragon goddess remnant soul? Gradually, this thought took root in her mind. After all, in the great battle of the past, even she had managed to escape. If the dragon god had chosen to preserve a fragment of his soul while splitting into the Golden Dragon King, it was not entirely implausible that he too had successfully evaded capture. If this were not the case, Guyu found it hard to explain why Yao Xuan emanated the aura of the dragon god, and why she had felt an inexplicable affinity towards him from the beginning. Following Yao Xuan, it was Tang Wulin's turn to undergo the test. He threw a series of punches. Although he had not unlocked the first bloodline seal of the Golden Dragon King, he still managed to deliver a force exceeding 500 kilograms. Wu Changkong was similarly astonished by Tang Wulin's results, feeling a heightened desire to nurture him. Though Tang Wulin's talent might not rival that of Yao Xuan and the others, he was still worthy of cultivation. Finally, Guyu and Xie Xie took their turns to test. Thanks to the enhancement of their twin martial souls, Xie Xie exhibited impressive strength, reaching 120 kilograms. Surprisingly, Guyu, though seemingly delicate, demonstrated strength that was only slightly less than Xie Xie's, causing him to instinctively retract his neck. Was Guyu truly an ordinary human? She was practically a female Tyrannosaurus. However, Xie Xie was self-aware enough not to voice these thoughts aloud, merely muttering them in his heart. Well, quite impressive. I now have a clearer understanding of everyone's physical capabilities. Now, let us continue with the special training. After conducting a few more tests with Yao Xuan and the others, Wu Changkong nodded and then led them back to the training ground. Half an hour later, just like the previous day, after a bout of combat with Wu Changkong, the soul power and stamina of Yao Xuan and the others were nearly depleted. Wu Changkong then provided feedback on their performance. Compared to the first day, Yao Xuan appeared significantly more composed when facing Wu Changkong. Yet this time his combat power had only increased slightly, by less than 5%, and he had also acquired 2 fewer points of golden evolution points, totaling 10. Beginning on the 3rd day, the students' training reverted to morning physical training and afternoon theoretical studies. Of course, as competition participants, Yao Xuan and the others still faced Wu Changkong's special training in the evenings. Soon, for days passed, and Sunday arrived. Unlike ordinary academies, the Soul Master Academy operates on a single rest day, allowing students to freely arrange their time only on Sundays. Wu Changkong, understanding the principle of balance, did not assign any special training tasks for Yao Xuan and the others. Thus, on Sunday morning, Yao Xuan took Tang Wulin and left the EC Academy to visit the Blacksmith Association to receive their blacksmith badges and to learn from Mu Chun. Chapter 74. Bestowing Forging Knowledge. Mu Chen's expectations. After 4 days of training, Yao Xuan's soul power had steadily risen, successfully breaking through to level 19. In terms of mental strength, with the practice of the art of soul forging, Yao Xuan's mental capacity grew daily, reaching 197 points after several days. Regarding the ancestral dragon bloodline, due to daily combat training with Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan accumulated a significant number of golden evolution points through intense battles. Over the 4 days of practical training, he garnered nearly 80 golden evolution points, and combined with his previous points, his ancestral dragon bloodline successfully elevated to 11. 7. However, as his combat ability increased, the pressure Wu Changkong applied diminished, resulting in Yao Xuan earning only 9 golden evolution points per battle, down from 12. Nevertheless, as battles progressed, the coordination among Yao Xuan, Guyu, Xie Xie, and Tang Wulin became increasingly harmonious, evolving from chaotic skirmishes to more coordinated efforts. Particularly between Yao Xuan and Guyu, a unique synergy seemed to blossom, evoking envy from Xie Xie and Tang Wulin. While walking, Yao Xuan reflected on his recent gains, feeling quite satisfied. Under Wu Changkong's guidance, his strength and progress had reached unprecedented heights. Engrossed in thought, he soon arrived at the East Sea City Blacksmith Association. After presenting their tokens, Tang Wulin and Yao Xuan were escorted to Mu Chen's forging chamber. Compared to Meng Tian's forging room, Mu Chen's was undoubtedly more luxurious, adorned with numerous soul-guiding arrays etched into the walls, elevating the soul power concentration within the chamber to approximately 4 times that of the outside world. Forging is an exceptionally soul power-intensive endeavor, particularly for advanced techniques such as spirit forging, fusion forging, and soul forging, which require substantial soul power support. With the aid of these soul-guiding arrays, Mu Chen would undoubtedly find his forging tasks considerably easier, enhancing his success rates. Come, Yao Xuan, Wu Lin. I shall now bestow upon you the blacksmith badges and impart to you the intricacies of forging. With this, Mu Chen retrieved a tray from his spatial soul-guiding device, upon which rested a piece of red cloth, atop which lay 2 badges. Upon closer inspection, the craftsmanship of the badges was exquisite. They were hexagonal with a blue base and featured a protruding hammer shape in the center, flanked by 2 white stars, signifying their status as second-level blacksmiths. Personally placing one badge on Yao Xuan's right chest, Mu Chen then affixed the other badge to Tang Wu Lin's left chest. Wu Lin, Yao Xuan, splendid. Do you realize that your age at which you broke through to second-level blacksmiths has shattered the records of our East Sea Blacksmith Association? Congratulations. You must continue to strive for excellence. A smile graced Mu Chen's face as he encouraged them. Thank you, master. We will certainly work hard. Yao Xuan and Tang Wu Lin responded as they bowed respectfully to Mu Chen. By the way, I have 2 more items to present to you. With that, Mu Chen's hand shimmered, and the original tray vanished, revealing 2 ancient-style rings of a light blue hue, adorned with a layer of intricate dark patterns that created a dizzying effect. These are 2 spatial soul-guiding devices, each with a storage capacity of 10 cubic meters. This will facilitate your future task submissions and allow you to carry necessary items with ease. However, these spatial soul-guiding devices are merely lent to you for now. You will truly possess them only after you advance to 4th-level blacksmiths. This is one of the benefits provided by our Blacksmith Association. After speaking, Mu Chen handed over the 2 rings. Thank you, master. Tang Wu Lin's eyes sparkled with delight as he received the ring, and both expressed their gratitude in unison. Now, it is time to formally begin imparting the knowledge of forging to you. During the forging process, it is imperative that you diligently complete each creation, infusing it with your very soul and allowing your life to inspire it. True forging transcends the mere act of hammering metal. It is about the creation of life itself. With a composed demeanor, Mu Chen elucidated this concept, as Yao Xuan and Tang Wu Lin listened intently, their eyes shimmering with excitement and their hearts resonating with a profound awakening. Now, I shall demonstrate the technique of Qian Dui, he declared. With that, a resplendent forging hammer, radiating an overwhelming aura, materialized in Mu Chen's hand. He then opened the forge and commenced the detailed demonstration. Have you grasped it? This is the direction in which you must strive. Qian Dui, also known as semi-spiritual forging, is your objective. You must endeavor to create a piece of Qian Dui before you turn 15. As the final strike fell, the metal block before Mu Chen erupted in a dazzling brilliance, the light soaring to a height of 1.5 meters before it finally subsided. Mu Chen continued his explanation. Yes, we understand, master. We will certainly exert ourselves. Listening to Mu Chen's words, Yao Xuan and Tang Wu Lin responded, excellent. The master opens the door, but the cultivation relies on the individual. This is my distilled essence of the 1,000 forgings. Should you encounter any perplexities, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Henceforth, you are to come here weekly for half a day's practice. Do not lose your touch, understood? Listening to the conversation between Yao Xuan and Tang Wu Lin, Mu Chen nodded with satisfaction. He then produced 2 small booklets and handed them to Yao Xuan and Tang Wu Lin. Thank you, master. Both Yao Xuan and Tang Wu Lin replied respectfully as they accepted the booklets from Mu Chen. All right, Wu Lin, you may proceed with your training. I have a few questions for Yao Xuan. After sending Tang Wu Lin away, Mu Chen approached Yao Xuan, and with a thought, he released his soul power, creating a barrier around them. By the way, Yao Xuan, what is the highest level of forging you can currently achieve? Mu Chen inquired, gazing at Yao Xuan. Master, I can currently forge up to the 2nd rank of 1,000 forgings, though my success rate is not particularly high. Out of 100 forging attempts, I should manage to create 10 pieces of 2nd rank 1,000 forging metal, but there is also a chance that 1 piece may reach the 4th rank of 1,000 forgings. Listening to Mu Chen's inquiries, Yao Xuan replied candidly, you have already reached the level of Qian Zhu and RPN. It is astonishing. The incredulity shimmered in Mu Chen's eyes as he gazed at Yao Xuan. Oh my, I never imagined you would attain such heights. If your soul power keeps pace, You shall be qualified to challenge true Lingzhu in before turning 15. This is my expectation for you. Persevere diligently. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to leave me a message via the soul communicator. Once you have mastered Qi In Zhu in YPN, do inform me, and I shall impart the techniques of Lingzhu into you. He patted Yao Xuan on the shoulder, striving to steady his emotions as he encouraged him. Yes, master. I shall not disappoint you. Yao Xuan replied earnestly, nodding vigorously. Furthermore, do not become lax in your cultivation of soul power. A robust soul power is the foundation for your advancement to Saint Craftsman and beyond, to the realm of divine craftsman. Do you understand? Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction, continuing to offer his counsel. I understand, master. I shall commence my training now, Yao Xuan affirmed. Very well, off you go. With a gentle smile, Mu Chen waved goodbye to Yao Xuan. Yao Xuan, you have arrived. Last week, you promised to compete with me in forging, so let us begin now. A clear, melodious voice rang in his ears as he stepped out of Mu Chen's workshop. Ah, senior sister Mu Shi, please lead the way. Raising his head, Yao Xuan acknowledged the call from Mu Shi, who was indeed the one summoning him. Guiding Yao Xuan, Mu Shi led him into a forging chamber. In contrast to Mu Chen's workshop, this one appeared much simpler yet was undeniably neater and more aesthetically pleasing than Meng Tian's studio. Come, little junior brother. As you are younger, I shall yield to you. Choose a metal, and we shall compete. Upon entering the forging chamber, Mu Shi spoke. Very well. Let us forge with refined gold. Without hesitation, Yao Xuan selected the metal he excelled at, responding to Mu Shi's suggestion. Refined gold? I did not expect my little junior brother to possess such confidence. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Mu Shi exclaimed in astonishment. Among metals, exquisite gold is indeed one of the most challenging to master. Then let us commence. Listening to Mu Shi's words, Yao Xuan smiled faintly and replied, Of course. Mu Shi nodded slightly, retrieving 2 pieces of refined gold from the storage rack, and they commenced their forging. They ignited the forge and placed the refined gold within, patiently awaiting the process. Yao Xuan's gaze remained as tranquil as water, while Mu Shi's eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit. 15 minutes later, the refined gold was ready, and Yao Xuan and Mu Shi simultaneously extracted the glowing, red-hot metal, seizing their hammers to begin striking. The clear sound of forging reverberated throughout the workshop, clang, clang. Another 10 minutes passed, and they completed the quenching of the refined gold in succession, sharing a knowing smile. Come, junior brother. Let us compare the final quality of the refined gold we have forged, Mu Shi suggested, looking at Yao Xuan. All right, he replied with a slight nod. And they approached the analyzer. First, Mu Shi placed her forged refined gold into the device, and beams of light radiated as it scanned the piece. The screen displayed, refined gold, volume reduction, 14, density increase, 17, impurities removed, 96, quality, excellent. A subtle smile graced Mu Shi's face as she regarded her results. Though not perfect, her work was merely a step away from excellence. Junior brother, it is your turn now, she said, pride tinging her voice as she looked at Yao Xuan. Okay, senior sister, Yao Xuan replied, his face beaming with confidence as he placed his piece of refined gold into the analyzer. Moments later, the device revealed, refined gold, volume reduction, 15, density increase, 20, impurities removed, 100, quality, superior. How is this possible? Mu Shi exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief as she beheld Yao Xuan's results. Superior. Such a designation was extraordinary. Despite the mere difference of one word between excellent and superior, the disparity in value and the difficulty of forging was monumental, exceeding 5-fold. Furthermore, using superior metal for forging would yield a success rate approximately 20% higher than its excellent counterpart. Junior brother, you are truly remarkable. Mu Shi marveled at Yao Xuan. It was merely good fortune, Yao Xuan humbly replied. Senior sister, achieving excellent refined gold is already an impressive feat. Nonsense. You need not console me. I am well aware of the distinction between excellent and superior metals, Mu Shi said, her lips pressed together, revealing a hint of disappointment. By the way, senior sister, let us discuss our perspectives on the art of forging, Yao Xuan suggested, quickly shifting the topic upon noticing her demeanor. Certainly, junior brother. Please share your thoughts on forging. Mu Shi encouraged. Listening to the forge, Mu Shi's mood visibly brightened. As for forging, my understanding of it is that it involves subduing metal. Metal is inherently unruly. Each particle possesses its own pride, leading to mutual repulsion and a sense of chaos. During the forging process, what I strive to do is harness my mental power to tame them, to bring them under my command, and to arrange them according to my will. positioning each metal particle in its most suitable place. My insight is that a blacksmith must be the commander of the metal, and the process of forging is akin to strategizing, a meticulous arrangement of metal particles according to the blueprint in one's mind. Once successful, the metal will exhibit its most exquisite qualities. Observing Mu Shi, Yao Xuan articulated his understanding. Subduing, commanding, strategizing? Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Mu Shi pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, this encapsulates my understanding of forging. Nodding slightly, Yao Xuan affirmed, "Thank you, junior apprentice." Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Mu Shi's eyes. Accompanied by a profound sense of respect, she realized that while her own forging skills had merely reached a level of proficiency through practice, Yao Xuan had already formulated his own methodology. Indeed, junior brother, your understanding of forging is so profound. You must be nearing the stage of 1,000 forges. Am I right? She inquired, gazing at him with admiration. Well, senior sister, to be candid, I have indeed reached the stage of 1,000 forges. However, my teacher, fearing that I might be targeted by others, has urged me to wait for another 2 years before undergoing assessment. Please, keep this information between us, Yao Xuan replied. Looking at Mu Shi earnestly. What? Junior brother, you have already completed 1,000 forges? In that instant, Mu Shi's gaze towards Yao Xuan transformed. A 9-year-old who had achieved 100 forges was within her realm of comprehension, but a 9-year-old who had accomplished 1,000 forges was entirely beyond her imagination. Yes, Yao Xuan affirmed with a slight nod. Junior brother, that is truly astonishing. A 9-year-old third-tier forger. As she looked at Yao Xuan, the last remnants of her competitive spirit dissipated, leaving only pure admiration. She finally recognized the vast chasm between her capabilities and Yao Xuan's. A gap so wide that it rendered her pursuit futile. 1,000 forges, she, as the daughter and disciple of Mu Chun, was acutely aware of the distinction between 1,000 forges and 100 forges. Mu Chun had once told her that if she completed 1,000 forges before the age of 18, she would be considered a super genius with the potential to become a master craftsman. Yet, Yao Xuan had achieved this in merely half the time, or even less. Chapter 76, Breakthrough, Grand Soul Master. Perhaps it is my innate talent, combined with relentless effort, Yao Xuan continued. Senior sister Mu Shi, if the opportunity arises in the future, I hope we can continue to exchange insights on forging, assisting one another to improve. Listening to Mu Shi's words, Yao Xuan humbly responded, No. This is not merely an exchange. It should be regarded as a consultation. Junior brother Yao Xuan, I am grateful for your guidance. There are always individuals beyond oneself. In realms beyond the heavens, I realize I have been somewhat too proud. In truth, I still lag significantly behind genuine prodigies. With a glimmer of gratitude in her eyes, Mu Shi sincerely remarked. Subsequently, Mu Shi inquired about several forging-related questions, to which Yao Xuan provided earnest answers. With his extraordinary insight, Yao Xuan's explanations were naturally profound and incisive. After listening to Yao Xuan's enlightening words, Mu Shi gained considerable insights, deepening her admiration for him. Shortly thereafter, Yao Xuan bid farewell to Mu Shi and entered a forging room that Mu Chun had specially prepared for him, commencing his forging work and returning to the East Sea Academy only later in the evening. As days passed, Yao Xuan's life became increasingly regimented. During the academic week, he trained with Wu Changkong during the day, engaged in theoretical studies in the afternoon, and participated in specialized training sessions with Wu Changkong at night, teaming up with Gu Yu and 2 others to face off against him. On weekends, Yao Xuan would forge alongside Tang Wulin at the Blacksmith Association, accumulating experience while earning a modest share of federal currency. Although Yao Xuan was yet unable to undertake the 1,000 forging tasks, his speed in forging even the 100 forging tasks allowed him to earn a significant amount of federal currency. In this diligent routine of training, 2.5 months slipped by unnoticed. 2.5 months ago, Yao Xuan had reached the soul power level of 19. A further breakthrough would allow him to officially ascend to the rank of Great Soul Master. However, compared to the previous minor advancements, this significant breakthrough demanded a greater accumulation of soul power. Even with the transformation forging soul technique, after 2.5 months of cultivation, Yao Xuan's progress in soul power reached 99.5, and with additional training, he could smoothly transition to the rank of Great Soul Master. In addition to his advancements in soul power, Yao Xuan's mental strength also improved at an average rate of 1 point per week, culminating in a mental strength of 207 points, marking his progression into the mid-stage of the spiritual connectivity realm. As for the ancestral dragon bloodline, with the passage of time, the golden evolution points he could earn from battling Wuchang Kong decreased from 10 points to 5 points. Nonetheless, through consistent efforts, his bi-daily battles still accrued nearly 1,000 golden evolution points. Yao Xuan invested all these points into enhancing his ancestral dragon bloodline, elevating it from 11.7 to 14.5, bringing him closer to the coveted 15 mark. Once the ancestral dragon bloodline reaches 15, the second cycle of blood circulation within Yao Xuan's body would initially form, significantly boosting his vitality, strength, and endurance attributes, thus enhancing his overall power. Even before this second cycle formed, the improvement in his ancestral dragon bloodline had already led to a substantial increase in his strength, reaching an astounding 3,000 kilograms. Should he activate his martial spirit embodiment, his strength could soar to 4,500 kilograms. With the right claw dragon transformation, he could approach 7,000 kilograms. Coupled with the destructive power of the ancestral dragon's right claw, his combat prowess could even pose a threat to ordinary initial stage soul masters. Even without the right claw dragon transformation, Yao Xuan's strength was firmly at the level of an ordinary high-level soul master. Consequently, in their encounters, Wuchang Kong increased his soul power from level 21 to level 24, entering the mid-tier Great Soul Master rank to provide Yao Xuan with greater pressure. Aside from advancements in soul power cultivation, Yao Xuan also made notable progress in forging. As an 8th-level Saint Craftsman, Mu Chen's insights and experiences, detailed in his notes, provided Yao Xuan with invaluable knowledge. With continuous training, Yao Xuan's success rate for crafting second-grade 1,000 forging items approached 20%, bringing him closer to achieving first-grade 1,000 forging and advancing to a level 4 craftsman. Finally, through increased collaborative efforts and Wuchang Kong's meticulous guidance, the synergy among Yao Xuan and his 3 companions grew remarkably, forming a cohesive small team. Undoubtedly, the most harmonious partnership was between Yao Xuan and Gu Yu, whose cooperation was nearly seamless, often allowing them to assist each other without the need for words. While Xie Xie and Tang Wulin also shared a high degree of synergy with Yao Xuan, they still fell slightly short compared to Gu Yu, leading to playful banter about Yao Xuan's apparent favoritism. Yet, in his interactions with Gu Yu, Yao Xuan had not achieved significant breakthroughs. He sensed that although Gu Yu yearned to draw closer to him, she seemed to deliberately maintain a certain distance. Was she concerned that overtly intimate behavior might arouse his suspicions, opting instead for a more gradual approach? Faced with Gu Yu's subtle actions, Yao Xuan could only speculate in silence. In truth, possessing the ancestral dragon martial spirit, Yao Xuan's aura was irresistibly sweet to Gu Yu, the Silver Dragon King, making her want to be close to him, even to the extent of wanting to affectionately touch his face. However, Gu Yu herself recognized that such actions might be deemed overly intimate, leading her to exert considerable effort in controlling herself to avoid raising Yao Xuan's suspicions or misunderstandings. Reflecting on the progress made over the past 2.5 months, Yao Xuan gradually closed his eyes as he sought to break through to Great Soul Master. He did not remain at the East Sea Academy, but instead ventured to the Blacksmith Association, entering a training room that Mu Chen had prepared specifically for him. Compared to his dormitory, the concentration of soul power here was undoubtedly richer, with the air imbued with a unique fragrance that instilled a sense of tranquility and suggested an increase in mental acuity. This aroma emanated from a special incense, crafted from several precious millennium-grade spiritual materials, serving as an exceptional aid for soul masters seeking to break through their limits. The price for such incense exceeded 1 million federal coins per stick and was often scarce in the market. When Yao Xuan aimed to ascend to Great Soul Master, Mu Chun provided this incense, reflecting his high regard for Yao Xuan. As the fragrance enveloped him, Yao Xuan cast aside distracting thoughts and activated the first layer of the transformation forging soul technique. With the invocation of this technique, waves of heavenly soul power surged into the training room, amplifying the soul power within by nearly 5-fold in just half a minute. Following this, guided by Yao Xuan, external soul power continuously flowed into his body, rapidly condensing and ultimately coursing through his meridians into his dantian, where it underwent relentless refinement. As the external soul power was refined, the soul power within Yao Xuan intensified, surging like a tidal wave against the barrier of his near-great soul master threshold, causing it to crack and loosen progressively. Finally, the moment arrived for him to decide. Should he spend 10 golden evolution points to enhance his soul power and break through the level 20 barrier? As this thought crossed Yao Xuan's mind, a prompt resounded in his consciousness. Yes. With the confirmation from Yao Xuan, the 10 golden evolution points vanished, transforming into the purest soul power that swiftly merged into his meridians, joining the ranks of those striving to break through their limits. The influx of this fresh vitality caused the tidal wave of soul power within Yao Xuan to surge dramatically, enhancing the impact against the bottleneck by nearly 50%, leading to a rapid increase in the cracks upon the barrier that held him, teetering on the brink of collapse. Crack. Finally, accompanied by a crisp shattering sound echoing in his consciousness, the binding barrier disintegrated, propelling Yao Xuan's soul power from the 19th level to the 20th, marking his ascension to the realm of a quasi-great soul master. With the breakthrough, a formidable pulling force erupted from his dantian, drawing in the ambient soul power, which was swiftly refined within him, significantly augmenting his soul power. Approximately 10 minutes passed before this phenomenon subsided, during which Yao Xuan's soul power had enhanced by at least 20%, with a notable increase in purity. His meridians also became more supple. However, Yao Xuan's advancement process was far from complete. In the era of soul rings past, he would have needed to venture into the soul beast forest to hunt for soul beasts, obtaining suitable soul rings to fuse with in order to formally break through to the great soul master level. Yet, the times had changed. In the current era of soul spirits, the process of breaking through the ranks of soul masters was significantly less cumbersome. A single soul spirit could provide multiple soul rings. In most instances, a soul master merely needed to compel their soul spirit to condense a new soul ring to achieve a breakthrough. Thus, Yao Xuan silently urged his soul power, and before him, a faint spectrum of 9 colors shimmered as his ancestral dragon martial soul and ancestral dragon soul spirit manifested, hovering in front of him. Then, as Yao Xuan focused his thoughts, the ancestral dragon soul spirit gently opened its mouth, releasing an ethereal yellow ring that floated slowly towards the ancestral dragon martial soul. Compared to the soul ring he fused with during his initial encounter with the ancestral dragon soul spirit, this ring's hue was markedly richer. This was due to the soul forging technique, which not only enhanced the soul master, but also elevated the soul spirit during cultivation. Through this period of training, although Yao Xuan had never entered the spirit tower, the cultivation of his ancestral dragon soul spirit had quietly advanced from a century to 4 centuries, thereby amplifying the potency of the soul skills it granted him. The illusory yellow ring passed before Yao Xuan, who directed his ancestral dragon martial soul towards it. Ultimately, the soul ring was consumed, commencing the refining process. As the soul ring was refined, the previously settled fluctuations of soul power within Yao Xuan surged violently once more, boiling forth and relentlessly battering against the great soul master's barrier. Bang, bang, bang. Within his consciousness, Yao Xuan seemed to hear the voice of his soul power. And with a resounding crack, the confines that had restrained him shattered completely. In an instant, he felt a lightness in his body, as if a veil had been lifted. In the following moment, an even more vigorous pulling force emanated from Yao Xuan's dantian, fervently absorbing the soul power within the room, compressing and refining it to further enhance his soul power and expand his meridians. Moreover, Yao Xuan sensed a scorching sensation emerging from his spine, as torrents of searing heat akin to molten lava flowed out from his tailbone, coursing through his veins to every part of his body. This intense heat continued to diffuse within him, absorbed by his cells, while simultaneously, intricate 9-colored energy spread rapidly, forming an extraordinarily powerful 9-colored matrix that emanated an ancient and primal aura. With the emergence of this matrix, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon martial soul began a further metamorphosis, its scales transitioning from a grayish-white to a faintly iridescent hue, exuding an increasingly potent aura. Furthermore, as the aura intensified, the size of the ancestral dragon martial soul expanded, its claws and horns sharpening to a chilling edge, seemingly capable of piercing through any adversary in its path. This aura, could it be Yao Xuan? It now felt as though the essence of the dragon god within him had become even more profound and pure, raising questions about his identity as a reincarnation of the dragon god. Sensing the aura emanating from Yao Xuan's advancement, Yu silently lifted her gaze towards the East Sea Blacksmith Association, contemplating inwardly. Without delving into Guyu's thoughts, within the Blacksmith Association, Yao Xuan's ascension was nearing completion. As his ancestral dragon martial soul awakened further, Yao Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, akin to returning to the womb, entering a state of harmonious unity, where every aspect of his being received immense nourishment, enhancing his soul power, mental strength, and physical prowess. Ding! Congratulations on fusing the second soul ring. Acquiring the soul skill Ancestral Dragon Dominance. and advancing to level 21 Great Soul Master. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task of advancing to Great Soul Master. And for receiving the task reward, 1,000 Golden Evolution Points, Extraordinary System Ability Condensation, and System Ability Simulation Combat Space. Ding! Successfully advanced to Great Soul Master. Personal information has been updated. Would you like to view it? Half an hour later, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon martial soul had completed its evolution, and his soul power had smoothly transitioned to level 21, breaking through to Great Soul Master, at which point the system prompt sounded. Yes, Yao Xuan thought to himself. Name, Yao Xuan. Age, 9. System abilities. I have observation, enhanced charisma, enhanced comprehension, spatial storage, 50M, enhanced meditation, extraordinary condensation. Simulation combat, space, martial soul, ancestral dragon soul power, level 21, 0, 0, Great Soul Master, cultivation technique, soul forging technique, ancestral dragon bloodline unlock level, 14. 5 mental strength, 237, 0, 0, mid-spirit communication stage, soul spirit, ancestral dragon, 400 years, soul skills, ancestral dragon sky splitter. Ancestral dragon dominance bloodline abilities, passive initial ancestral dragon body. Right claw dragon transformation bloodline abilities, active ancestral dragon void step battle armor, none mecha, none evolution points, 3277 golden evolution points, 1005 skills, forging, level 3. Mecha design, level 0, mecha manufacturing, level 0, mecha maintenance, level 0. As Yao Xuan contemplated, the system's prompt displayed the information regarding his breakthrough, and upon reviewing his post-breakthrough attributes, he nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 78. New task. Activate extraordinary condensation system ability. Second update. Seeking subscriptions. Fantastic. My strength has grown once more. Gazing at the attributes displayed on the panel, and sensing the vigorous soul power coursing through his meridians alongside the formidable vitality within, Yao Xuan could not help but smile, revealing an expression of immense satisfaction. After merging with the second soul ring provided by the ancestral dragon soul, Yao Xuan's soul power level naturally surpassed 20, reaching a remarkable 21, successfully advancing to the rank of a Grand Soul Master. Although the distinction between a Soul Master and a Grand Soul Master is merely one character, the disparity between the two is indeed substantial. Following his ascension, Yao Xuan's reserve of soul power surged to approximately 1.5 times its previous amount, with the purity of that power also increasing by the same ratio. In essence, Yao Xuan's total soul power had doubled, if not more. Furthermore, upon achieving the status of Grand Soul Master, his mental acuity had soared by over 30 points, reaching a total of 237. In terms of strength, while the ancestral dragon bloodline had not augmented, the further awakening of the ancestral dragon martial spirit had directly enhanced Yao Xuan's physical power from 3,000 kilograms to 4,000 kilograms, further elevating his vitality and resilience. Additionally, upon completing the Grand Soul Master Challenge, Yao Xuan was awarded 1,000 golden evolution points. These points were sufficient for Yao Xuan to once again elevate his ancestral dragon bloodline, completing the second round of Vitality Soul Rings, thereby further strengthening his power. Moreover, there was a small surprise regarding the system. The spatial capacity had expanded from 5 cubic meters to 50 cubic meters, a 10-fold increase. Ding! A new mainline task has been assigned, Breakthrough to Soul Sovereign. Will you accept this task? As Yao Xuan contemplated his physical condition, the system's prompt echoed once more within his consciousness. Naturally, he accepted. With a thought, a flash of silver light appeared before him, and the previous information panel vanished, replaced by an ancient-looking task frame. Task name, Breakthrough to Soul Sovereign. Task description. After entering the realm of Grand Soul Master, your strength has seen further enhancement. However, in comparison to your future adversaries, you remain relatively weak. Thus, you must not become complacent but instead strive forward to attain the next level, Soul Sovereign. Time limit, 3 years. Failure penalty, none. Failure to complete within the time limit will result in forfeiture of task rewards. Task rewards, Golden Evolution Points x10, 000. System ability Supernatural Meditation, enhancement of system intelligence. Special reminder, the ancestral dragon martial spirit and bloodline are mutually reinforcing. To ensure your flawless ascension, please endeavor to elevate your ancestral dragon bloodline to level 20 and unlock the second phase of bloodline abilities before breaking through to level 30. Or it may adversely affect your future development. A 3-year quest to attain Soul Sovereign, while also elevating the ancestral dragon bloodline above level 20. This indeed presents a considerable challenge. Fortunately, the zero class will soon be established, allowing me to enjoy superior cultivation resources. My rate of advancement will surely accelerate then. Contemplating the new system task, Yao Xuan furrowed his brow, reflecting, well, dwelling on it now is futile. The essence lies in diligent cultivation and elevating my soul power. Nevertheless, let me first examine the effects of the two new system abilities. With a thought, Yao Xuan's consciousness delved into the system panel, and he gently tapped on it. Ding. You currently possess an unlocked system ability, supernatural condensation. Would you like to activate it? Effect of supernatural condensation. This system ability allows you to spend golden evolution points to condense the items you require, be they 10,000-year spirit materials, soul bones, 4-character battle armor, 12th level fixed soul-guided missiles, or even divine artifacts. The system can condense them, provided you possess sufficient golden evolution points. As Yao Xuan focused, he heard a chime, and concurrently, a system prompt appeared in his consciousness. Supernatural condensation. According to the description, it essentially functions as the system's marketplace, correct? Indeed, I shall activate it. Reflecting on the description of this system ability, Yao Xuan confirmed his decision. In the next moment, a stream of profound energy surged from the supernatural system within his consciousness, coalescing in the air and undergoing a mysterious transformation, ultimately materializing into an exquisitely crafted workbench rune, suspended within his mind. Ding. The system ability supernatural condensation has been successfully activated. Within a minute, accompanied by a chime, the workbench rune stabilized, and the system's prompt sounded once more. With anticipation, Yao Xuan directed his thoughts towards the workbench rune. As he concentrated, a golden list materialized in his consciousness, presenting an array of exceedingly rare treasures. Each item, without exception, could incite chaos in the realm of soul masters. Moreover, regarding the supernatural system, even divine artifacts, the essence of worlds, and true divine medicines, objects that could incite greed in deities, could be condensed by the system. However, upon observing the costs associated with condensing such treasures, Yao Xuan could only shake his head in resignation. With his current stock of golden evolution points, attempting to condense such treasures would be tantamount to a drop in the ocean. Even the most basic inferior divine artifact would demand billions of golden evolution points, let alone more precious items, which were beyond Yao Xuan's reach in the near term. Continuing to scroll down to the level of millennium spirit materials, spirit-forged metals, and millennium soul spirits, the golden evolution points required for their condensation finally fell within a range acceptable to Yao Xuan, such as condensing a millennium spirit material, which only required several thousand points. However, compared to the rarity of millennium spirit materials, golden evolution points are undoubtedly far more precious. Using them to condense millennium spirit materials would be a colossal waste. Any rational person would refrain from such a choice. Thus, it could be said that for Yao Xuan at present, the supernatural condensation ability provided by the system appeared somewhat redundant. Nevertheless, this was not surprising. This ability was akin to a double-edged sword. In the future, as Yao Xuan's strength grew, so too would his accumulation of golden evolution points. At that time, the supernatural condensation capability would undoubtedly shine, granting him access to divine artifacts that ordinary soul masters could scarcely obtain. After meticulously browsing through the capabilities of supernatural condensation, Yao Xuan felt a tinge of disappointment as he exited the functionality page, akin to returning empty-handed from a treasure trove. However, he merely sighed for a few seconds before pressing another option on the system panel, preparing to activate the next system ability. Ding. You currently possess an unlocked system ability, Simulated Battle Space. Would you like to activate it? Effect of Simulated Battle Space. This system ability allows you to enter a simulated battle environment and conjure the enemies you require for simulated combat. If the simulated opponent has previously engaged you in real combat, the authenticity of the simulation will be significantly enhanced. However, engaging in simulated battles will consume your mental energy. The stronger the simulated enemy, the greater the duration and mental energy expenditure. Additionally, you can freely adjust the pain level within the simulated battle space. But any injuries sustained during the simulation will not harm your physical body. As Yao Xuan concentrated, the system prompt reappeared. This ability holds far greater significance to me now than the extraordinary condensation, as it can significantly enhance my practical combat capabilities, akin to carrying a portable transcendence tower space, allowing me to select my adversaries freely, albeit without augmenting my spiritual cultivation. Gazing at the description of the system's functions, a flicker of fervor ignited in Yao Xuan's eyes. And he silently intoned, "Activate." With his mental command, the enigmatic ability surged forth once more, coalescing into a fist-shaped rune, resplendent in red and crackling with yellow lightnings, exuding an impressive aura. Ding! The simulation combat space has been successfully initiated. 5 minutes later, the fist-shaped rune stabilized, and the system's prompt chimed again. Excellent. Let me experience the effects of the simulated combat space. Just in time, I need to practically test my second soul skill. With a mere thought, Yao Xuan's consciousness touched the fist-shaped rune. In the blink of an eye, he found himself enveloped in darkness, only to awaken in a vast, vacant metallic chamber measuring 20 square meters. Welcome to the simulated combat space. Below are the instructions for utilizing the virtual combat space. A mechanical voice resonated, followed by a torrent of information flooding into Yao Xuan's consciousness. Indeed, this virtual combat space is truly wondrous. Accepting the system's transmitted knowledge, Yao Xuan nodded quietly. With another thought, the environment swiftly transformed into an expansive grassland, then morphed into a forest, a city, a wasteland, and finally, a volcano. Splendid. Now, let us test the simulation's efficacy against foes. Once more, he concentrated, and a target materialized before him, which subsequently transformed into a formidable soul master, and finally morphed into a 1,000-year-old soul beast. Ah, this system ability is indeed practical. Now, let me witness the true power of the ancestral dragon's dominance. Nodding slightly, Yao Xuan activated the system's ability, the Eye of Detection, directing it towards himself. Second soul skill name, Ancestral Dragon's Dominance. Effect, consume soul power to invoke the might of the ancestral dragon, entering the state of Ancestral Dragon's Dominance. During this state, greatly enhance one's vitality and soul power. Additionally, after activating Ancestral Dragon's Dominance, your attack and defense will triple, agility and soul power will double, while granting substantial reductions against mental attacks, elemental strikes, and abnormal conditions. Triple attack power. How utterly terrifying. Staring at the description of the Ancestral Dragon's Dominance, Yao Xuan couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, contemplating the immense combat prowess it promised. After breaking through to the realm of the Grand Soul Master, even without utilizing the Ancestral Dragon's Dominance, Yao Xuan's strength had been notably elevated, allowing him to rival ordinary mid-level soul masters and suppress regular high-level soul masters. Such power is already astonishing. Once he activated the Ancestral Dragon's Dominance, his prowess would amplify threefold, rendering even typical low-level or mid-level soul masters potentially powerless against him. Of course, this applies to ordinary soul masters. Against prodigies like Wu Changkong, whose combat strength during the soul master phase still surpasses Yao Xuan's current abilities, the outcome might differ. However, even Wu Changkong, without unleashing his initial soul master power, would find it impossible to contend with Yao Xuan. Very well, let us test my combat capabilities through simulated battles. With a thought, the environment transformed into a vast combat arena, and a blue-haired figure materialized 100 meters away, radiating the powerful aura of a low-level soul master, resembling Wu Changkong precisely, an illusion conjured by the system. Simulated battle commence. Yao Xuan silently declared as the blue-haired illusion wielded a shimmering blue blade, the frost sword, and charged towards him. Ancestral Dragon, manifest. In an astonishingly brief moment of half a second, the Ancestral Dragon martial spirit emerged and fused into Yao Xuan's being. Having undergone 2.5 months of practical training, Yao Xuan's control over the Ancestral Dragon martial spirit had reached an unparalleled level, significantly accelerating the manifestation process compared to before. As the Ancestral Dragon martial spirit merged, a layer of faintly colored scales adorned Yao Xuan's body, while his nails elongated into formidable dragon claws. Ancestral Dragon's Dominance. With another thought, the spirit of the Ancestral Dragon materialized before Yao Xuan, and the second yellow soul ring flickered behind him. In the next instant, Yao Xuan felt his soul power surging like boiling water, while his vitality swelled, radiating a captivating 9-colored brilliance. What an overwhelming sensation! As he reveled in the instantaneous surge of soul power and strength, Yao Xuan's face lit up with joy. He then unleashed his first soul skill, the Ancestral Dragon's sky-shattering strike, directed at the Wu Changkong illusion, clawing towards its chest. Unperturbed, the illusion of Wu Changkong retaliated, wielding the frost sword and activating a soul skill to meet Yao Xuan's assault. Clang! The moment their claws clashed with the long sword, a sharp sound resonated, sending the Wu Changkong illusion reeling, yet it swiftly regained its footing and advanced again. In the virtual combat space, Yao Xuan and the illusion of Wuchang engaged in an intense melee, blue sword energy and 9-colored light swirling in a dazzling display. Powerful energy waves radiating outward. In less than 5 minutes, Yao Xuan had exchanged over 100 blows with the illusion of Wuchang. At this juncture, both their energies had diminished, and they bore numerous wounds. However, it was evident that the illusion had fallen into a position of absolute disadvantage. Ancestral Dragon's sky-shattering strike. Once more invoking the soul skill, Yao Xuan advanced towards the Wuchang illusion, which still rushed toward him with its sword raised. Crack. This time, the Wuchang illusion's soul power had nearly been depleted, and Yao Xuan's claw shattered the frost sword in an instant, subsequently tearing the illusion's form asunder. Victory. The power of Ancestral Dragon's dominance is indeed formidable. With a thought, the surrounding scenery shifted again, returning him to the original small space. However, I must acknowledge that the adversary I just defeated was merely a simulated illusion of Wuchang. Although its power was considerable, it was still far inferior to the true Wuchang. Nevertheless, being able to transcend a major rank and vanquish the illusion of Wuchang is sufficient to affirm my strength and further validate the terrifying might of the Ancestral Dragon's dominant soul skill. Despite achieving victory, Yao Xuan did not allow himself to become complacent. The foe he had bested was merely a system-generated illusion of Wuchang. If a real battle were to ensue, the outcome remained uncertain. Yet, Yao Xuan was confident that even if Wuchang unleashed his initial soul master power and employed his first 3 soul skills, he would possess the capability to withstand the confrontation. Even if he ultimately fell short, he would at least hold out until his soul power was exhausted, rendering the Ancestral Dragon's dominance unsustainable. Indeed, the Ancestral Dragon's dominant soul skill is immensely powerful, capable of tripling my combat strength. However, the cost is rather steep. As Yao Xuan continued to analyze the battle, he pondered. Indeed, during the recent combat, I activated the Ancestral Dragon's dominance for less than 5 minutes, and my soul power has already been reduced by nearly half. In other words, the consumption of soul power by the Ancestral Dragon's dominance reaches an astonishing 10% per minute. It is essential to note that, with the soul forging secret art, Yao Xuan's reserves of soul power and its purity far exceed those of an ordinary soul master of the same rank, being more than 10 times superior. Even a typical high-ranking soul sovereign might not match Yao Xuan's soul power reserves. With such a formidable supply, the activation of the Ancestral Dragon's dominant soul skill can only be sustained for a mere 10 minutes, which underscores the terrifying consumption involved. Although Yao Xuan considers this expenditure worthwhile, the limitation of sustaining the Ancestral Dragon's dominance in battle for no more than 10 minutes, perhaps even less, presents a slight regret. Nevertheless, Yao Xuan firmly believes that as his strength increases, this issue will undoubtedly be resolved. Once he breaks through to the soul sect, he can condense a soul core according to the principles of the soul forging secret art, thereby significantly enhancing his soul power recovery rate, potentially increasing it tenfold and allowing him to maintain the Ancestral Dragon's dominance for a more extended period. At that moment, a stream of information surged into Yao Xuan's consciousness within the simulated combat space, analyzing his shortcomings in this battle. This feature is one of the many benefits of the simulation space. It not only simulates combat, but also analyzes battle outcomes, continuously optimizing Yao Xuan's abilities. Indeed, let us examine the mental energy consumed in this bout. After reviewing the battle analysis report, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction, his thoughts prompting him to exit the simulated combat space. A flash of silver light enveloped him, and reality re-emerged before his eyes. Remarkably, this battle consumed only 10% of his mental energy, truly splendid. Feeling the minimal depletion of his mental stamina, Yao Xuan couldn't help but laugh, acknowledging how exceptionally low this consumption was. Based on this rate, Yao Xuan could engage in 10 or even more simulated battles daily against opponents of Wuchang's caliber. Though these simulations do not yield golden evolution points, they undeniably contribute to Yao Xuan's growth. Furthermore, the process of activating the simulation space serves as a form of mental training, refining Yao Xuan's mental prowess, truly a twofold gain. Next, let us reinforce the Ancestral Dragon bloodline. With a thought, Yao Xuan gently clicked on the enhancement section of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline within the system. After his breakthrough to Great Soul Master, he had acquired 1,000 golden evolution points, which he naturally wished to convert into strength. Currently, he possessed 1,005 golden evolution points, with the Ancestral Dragon bloodline unlocked to 14. 7. A cost of 960 golden evolution points would elevate the bloodline by 1. 6, bringing it to 16. 3. Would he like to proceed? With a mental command, a system prompt appeared before him. Yes. A twinge of pain flickered in his eyes as Yao Xuan confirmed silently, reflecting on how the cost of unlocking the ancestral dragon bloodline escalated with each increment. Ding. Enhancement commencing upon receiving Yao Xuan's confirmation, the system's notification resonated once more. Instantly, 960 golden evolution points vanished within the super divine system, transforming into the purest source of evolution energy, flowing into Yao Xuan's body. As the energy surged within him, his cells rejoiced, fervently absorbing the evolution source, while the latent ancestral dragon bloodline within him became active, continuously purifying itself. A soft, multicolored glow emanated from his skin, and simultaneously, the vitality within Yao Xuan intensified, boiling with power and enhancing his potential for advancement. When the ancestral dragon bloodline surpassed 15, a unique connection suddenly formed within Yao Xuan's once chaotic vitality, linking through his veins and meridians, creating a delicate 9-colored lattice that established a special circulation. The second layer of vitality circulation of the ancestral dragon bloodline had finally begun to take shape. With this formation, the previously tumultuous vital energy within Yao Xuan became orderly, easier to control, and more potent and pure, granting him greater strength. Ding. Enhancement concluded. The ancestral dragon bloodline's unlock level increased by 1. 6, bringing the current unlock level to 16. 3. Half an hour later, the evolution source energy within Yao Xuan was completely absorbed, and his vitality regained its tranquility. Meanwhile, the system's notification chimed in his ears. Excellent. My power has surged once more. With the advancement of the ancestral dragon bloodline and the preliminary formation of the second layer of vitality circulation, Yao Xuan's physical attributes improved significantly, enhancing his strength, endurance, defense, speed, and recovery rate. To illustrate, his foundational strength had now reached an astonishing 5,000 kilograms. For reference, even Tang Wulin from the original timeline, after unlocking the first layer of the Golden Dragon King seal and activating the Golden Dragon Claw, had strength that barely matched this. 5,000 kilograms of foundational strength. Such immense power is terrifying. Even a mere punch could unleash destruction comparable to that of a soul sovereign. Furthermore, when Yao Xuan activated his martial spirit, his strength could rise to 7,500 kilograms, and with the triple enhancement from the ancestral dragon's dominance, it could soar to 20,000 kilograms, truly a force to be reckoned with. Not to mention, Yao Xuan possessed the bloodline skill of the ancestral dragon's right claw, which, when activated, would amplify his strength by an additional 5 times, reaching an awe-inspiring 30,000 kilograms. In the original timeline, even during Tang Wulin's soul sovereign phase, his strength could not compare to Yao Xuan's current might, underscoring Yao Xuan's formidable prowess. Excellent. Now, I eagerly await the commencement of the promotion tournament. With a slight nod, Yao Xuan rose from his training chamber, contemplating quietly. Chapter 81. The promotion tournament begins. 5th update. Subscription requested. With his understanding of the original timeline, Yao Xuan knew that within the first-year class, there were 2 powerful great soul masters, Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie, whose strength was quite formidable. More importantly, they could deploy a martial spirit fusion skill. Martial spirit fusion skills are exceedingly rare within the realm of soul masters. Once executed, they can elevate a soul master's strength by 1 or 2 major ranks. If their compatibility reached 100%, theoretically, it could even result in defeating an opponent across 3 major ranks. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie's martial spirit fusion skill falls into the category capable of overcoming adversaries by 2 major ranks. Although they could not fully unleash this ability at the time, the power they exhibited was still close to that of an ordinary initial stage soul sovereign. However, so what? Setting aside the absolute dominance of the ancestral dragon martial spirit over dragon-type martial spirits, Yao Xuan, with his current strength, could effortlessly defeat them. Thus, in the days that followed, Yao Xuan continued his routine training, patiently awaiting the arrival of the promotion tournament. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. 2 weeks had elapsed since Yao Xuan's breakthrough to Great Soul Master, and on this day, the promotion tournament at Donghai Academy officially commenced. For Donghai Academy, the promotion competition undoubtedly represents an annual grand event. When this day arrives, the atmosphere within Donghai Academy is exceptionally lively, with all grades and classes in the intermediate department eagerly celebrating the occasion. Each student at Donghai Academy naturally yearns to participate in the promotion competition and emerge victorious, as it not only brings them immense honor but also benefits their future development. Indeed, excelling in the promotion competition ensures that their achievements are recorded, greatly assisting their aspirations to advance to a higher Soul Master Academy or pursue careers in the military or politics, not to mention the tangible rewards that await them. Not only the students, but even the homeroom teachers at Donghai Academy are equally excited. When their students achieve victory, they too receive commendations, enhancing their prospects for career advancement. Among all the homeroom teachers, Wu Changkong undoubtedly remains the most composed. After witnessing Yao Xuan's formidable strength upon breaking through to the great Soul Master level, Wu Changkong is almost certain that even if it is just Yao Xuan alone, he possesses a significant chance of overcoming all 6 grades. Indeed, during his combat with Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan has displayed combat prowess comparable to that of an ordinary junior Soul Master, while the strongest student in the entire intermediate department has only reached the high-level Soul Master rank, even though that particular Soul Master is not without merit. Possessing some ability to fight beyond their rank, it is evident that in comparison to Yao Xuan, his combat strength pales in significance. Moreover, within the first-year Class 5 team, Yao Xuan is not the sole standout. The progress of Guyu and Xie has also greatly pleased Wu Changkong. Firstly, Xie, after undergoing special training with Wu Changkong, has shed his previously indifferent demeanor. In the week leading up to the promotion competition, his soul power has broken through the 20th level, advancing to the Great Soul Master rank, alongside Yao Xuan. As for Guyu, when she first entered Donghai Academy, her soul power was at level 17, and now she has reached level 19. Yet she still has some distance to go before breaking through to the Great Soul Master level. Additionally, Tang Wulin has made considerable progress as well. Utilizing the heaven and earth soul power drawn in by Yao Xuan during cultivation, Tang Wulin has rapidly advanced his soul power, and with his resilience, he has surprisingly broken through 2 levels, reaching level 14. Finally, there is Yao Xuan. After advancing to the Great Soul Master level, he has finally met the conditions to cultivate the second layer of the transformation soul refining technique. Compared to the first layer, the second layer undoubtedly yields more powerful effects, allowing Yao Xuan to absorb soul power at an accelerated rate, with the refined soul power becoming denser, approximately 20 of which is already liquefied. Of course, even with the transformation soul refining technique, it is impossible for Yao Xuan to break through a level within 2 weeks. He will require at least another half-month of rigorous training to advance to the 22nd level of Great Soul Master. But he continues to see improvements in his mental strength and physical attributes. Furthermore, after breaking through to the Great Soul Master level, the intensity of battles between Yao Xuan and Wu Changkong has increased, resulting in Yao Xuan's golden evolution points doubling from 5 to 10, a pleasant surprise. Consequently, after 15 days of training, Yao Xuan has accumulated nearly 300 golden evolution points and successfully enhanced his bloodline by 0.5, reaching 16.8. Yet his golden evolution points have nearly returned to 0. That afternoon, the promotion competition officially commenced. In preparation for the event, a competition arena had been set up in the center of the intermediate department's playground, with a thick layer of 10-centimeter metal plates reinforced by soul guide runes laid beneath, accompanied by a soul guide shield generator to prevent any unforeseen incidents. To avoid disrupting the students' regular studies, the matches for the lower grades were scheduled to occur after school. As the school bell rang, students streamed out of the classroom building. However, only a handful made their way to the competition venue to spectate. For most senior students, the matches involving first-year newcomers held little interest. Only a few idle senior students gathered, creating a bustling yet sparse audience. Nevertheless, as the participants for the following day's competition, all members of first-year Class 3 were present, understanding that knowledge of both themselves and their opponents is key to victory. Even so, the stands still appeared quite empty. Following Wu Changkong's lead, the students of first-year Class 5 formed a neat line and stood to the side, while moments later, the students of first-year Class 4 arrived in a flurry. "Teacher Wu, you truly are a remarkable talent transferred from the senior department. Your ability to train students is commendable. Just look at how orderly this line is," said Kong Hanwen, the homeroom teacher of first-year Class 4, a short and stout middle-aged man, as he approached Wu Changkong, a playful smirk adorning his face as he provocatively spoke. Listening to Kong Hanwen's words, Wu Changkong remained unfazed, merely gazing silently ahead, treating Kong Hanwen as if he were but air. This left Kong Hanwen feeling rather disheartened, his frustration evident as his nose wrinkled in irritation. It seems that Teacher Wu possesses considerable confidence in his students. We shall see one another on the competition stage. With a sardonic remark, Kong Hama joined the ranks of the students from Class 4. Today marks the commencement of the promotion competition, with Class 5 of the first year challenging Class 4. Teacher Wu Chong Kong, have you confirmed the number of participants from your class? After a brief interlude of 5 minutes, the director, Long Hengxiu, arrived at the venue, ascended the competition platform, and inquired. Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, Xie, step forward, Wu Chong Kong instructed with a slight nod. Understood. The trio responded in unison, their voices ringing out clearly. Meanwhile, gratitude shimmered in Tang Wulin's eyes as he cast a glance at Wu Chong Kong. In his heart, Tang Wulin understood that the selection of participants by Teacher Wu was intended to accommodate him. Otherwise, among the 4 individuals in special training, Guyu's strength far surpassed his own. Why then would Teacher Wu choose him to compete? Was it not to grant him the opportunity to participate as well? Oh. Tang Wulin? Long Hengxiu's brow furrowed in confusion as he stole a glance at Tang Wulin. He naturally recalled that Tang Wulin was the student who had been bullied by his classmates on the very first day of school. Possessing neither formidable soul power nor a particularly impressive martial spirit, which appeared to be blue silvergrass? Why then would Wu Chong Kong choose to send forth a soul master with a blue silvergrass martial spirit? This left Long Hengxiu somewhat perplexed. Class 5 will field 3 participants. Teacher Kong, I shall grant you 5 minutes to finalize your selections. Turning to Kong Hanwen, Long Hengxiu commanded. No need for 5 minutes, I have already chosen the combatants. Galen, Lin Zunyan, Mose, you 3 shall compete. Remember, you represent the honor of Class 4. Ensure you display your vigor. Upon hearing Long Hengxiu's words, Kong Hanwen promptly responded. All right, let the competitors from both sides enter the arena. With a wave of his hand, Long Hengxiu signaled the chosen participants to step forward. As he spoke, 6 students from both sides made their entrance. Leading the first grade Class 5 was Yao Xuan, flanked by Tang Wulin and Xie on either side. In contrast, the 3 competitors from first grade Class 4 were led by MOC, a rather stout figure despite his shorter stature. Behind Galen stood the slightly frail Lin Zuanyu and the moderately built MOC. Glimpsing the students from Class 5, the trio from Class 4 exhibited a glimmer of eagerness in their eyes, clearly eager to prove themselves in this battle. In the promotion match, harmony was emphasized. They were to strike without causing serious harm to others. Now prepare. 3, 2, 1, begin. As the competitors retreated to a distance of 50 meters, Long Hengxiu's voice rang out. With his command, the promotion match commenced, and both sides unleashed their martial souls and soul rings. Among the Class 4 team, Galen took a formidable step forward, letting out a low growl as his body expanded significantly, his arms and thighs growing more robust, and his originally brown eyes turning yellow. He charged towards Yao Xuan. Meanwhile, a faint white light materialized into a long staff in Lin Zinyu's hands, accompanied by a white halo appearing behind him. As the soul ring shimmered, a soft red beam shot forth from the staff's tip, striking Galen in the back. In the next moment, a flash of crimson appeared in Galen's yellow pupils, his momentum surging as he ballooned in size once more, accelerating towards Yao Xuan. As for MOC, after activating his martial soul and soul skills, his figure blurred and vanished behind Galen. The combination of a powerful attacker, a swift attacker, and a support-type soul master showcased a commendable synergy, and it was evident that the trio had come well prepared. Galen's strength is impressive. Indeed, based on soul power, he should be at level 15. Coupled with the enhancements from the support soul master, even an 18-level battle soul master would struggle against him. Let's see how Class 5 responds. I hope they can force Class 4 to reveal more of their hidden strengths. Observing the 3 competitors from Class 4, the students from Class 3 discussed amongst themselves, generally skeptical of Class 5's chances. Historically, those assigned to Class 5 are typically the weakest students. What remarkable performance can we expect? In stark contrast, as the battle commenced, Yao Xuan, Xie, and Tang Wulin did not summon their soul rings but charged straight ahead. Are they not going to unleash their martial souls? Galen pondered, taken aback. Just then, Yao Xuan suddenly accelerated, zipping towards Galen like a bolt of lightning. And with a swift motion of his right arm, he struck at Galen's chest. So fast, Galen thought, realizing too late that he needed to counter with his own punch. With a resounding thud, Yao Xuan's fist collided with Galen's, and in an instant, Galen was sent flying off the stage, having lost according to the tournament rules. How is this possible? A single strike knockout. And he hasn't even used his martial soul. What a freak. As Galen was sent tumbling, the spectators were left in shock. Their expressions reflecting astonishment, even Long Hengshi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yet, the students of Class 5 maintained their composure, accustomed to Yao Xuan's prowess. Did I just get knocked out? Galen scratched his head in disbelief, having been eliminated without Yao Xuan revealing his martial soul. At the same time, Yao Xuan dispatched Galen. Tang Wulin approached Lin Zuanyu, while Xie charged at MOC. Though Tang Wulin was only at level 14. Not particularly strong, Lin Zuanyu's soul power was merely at level 15, and he was a support soul master. In an instant, Tang Wulin activated his martial soul. Blue silvergrass, and his white soul ring shimmered, triggering his soul skill to ensnare. In the next moment, tendrils of blue silvergrass emerged from Lin Zuanyu's side, tightly binding him and rendering him incapable of resistance. On the other side, as a 22nd level Grand Soul Master, Xie, though weaker than Yao Xuan and Guyu, exhibited dominance over the 15-level MOC. With a swift motion, Xie appeared behind MOC, his light dragon dagger slicing through MOC's uniform. The cold blade tip pressing against his spine, causing MOC's legs to go weak as he surrendered. Knockout after knockout. Indeed, Yao Xuan, Xie, and Tang Wulin had all dispatched their opponents in a single move, showcasing terrifying prowess. Witnessing this decisive and overwhelming match, the faces of Class 3 students reflected bitter smiles. Their confidence and victory thoroughly shaken. Is this truly Class 5? Even the previous year's Class 1 couldn't compare. The victor is Class 5. Tomorrow, you will continue to challenge Class 3. After the battle concluded, Long Hengshi returned to the stage to announce, his expression one of approval as he regarded Wu Changkong. Hooray! We've won. Instantly, cheers erupted from Class 5, welcoming Yao Xuan and his companions back like heroes. Nearby, Guyu offered Yao Xuan a sweet smile, her eyes brimming with admiration. In response, Yao Xuan nodded slightly, returning her smile as he approached her side. Well done, Yao Xuan. Do you praised? Her voice melodious as she complimented him. It was merely a warm-up. For us, these first-year students are merely stepping stones. I suspect only those in 4th grade and above will pose a challenge. We must strive together then, Yao Xuan replied, glancing at Guyu. Indeed. I am confident that as long as we fight side by side, even overcoming the students of 6th grade Class 1 will not be an issue. Guyu smiled, her eyes glinting with assurance. Overcoming 6th grade? That is indeed feasible. Listening to Guyu's words, Yao Xuan nodded in agreement. Recognizing that as long as those upperclassmen lacked martial soul fusion techniques, their combined efforts could indeed have a significant chance of overcoming the entire intermediate division. However, Yao Xuan was aware that, in accordance with the original timeline, to preserve the confidence of the upperclassmen, Donghai Academy had deliberately canceled the cross-grade challenge for this year. Therefore, their ambition to team up and breach the 6th grade was highly unlikely to materialize. Despite their victory in the competition, Yao Xuan felt no elation. Instead, he experienced a tinge of perplexity, and it was not for any trivial reason, but rather concerning the golden evolution points. Indeed, after defeating the students of Class 4 in the first year, Yao Xuan received not a single golden evolution point. He only obtained 100 ordinary evolution points. In terms of the conversion ratio of 1 to 10,000, this amounted to a mere 0.001 golden evolution points. For Yao Xuan, after advancing to the Great Soul Master level, utilizing the 2nd tier of the Creation Soul Refinement technique, he could earn 12,000 ordinary evolution points with each training session, equating to 1.2 golden evolution points. Conversely, the paltry 0.001 golden evolution points represented the outcome equivalent to merely 1 minute of his cultivation efforts. This disheartening realization led to Yao Xuan's frustration. It seemed that his plan to accumulate golden evolution points through the promotion competition had been thoroughly dashed. The only way to acquire more golden evolution points would be upon entering the Ascension platform. Much like in fierce battles, defeating enemies would allow the Super God system to harvest golden evolution points. Yet thus far, Yao Xuan had not secured any golden evolution points through enemy eliminations. After all, in the Sun Moon Federation, soul masters who killed civilians were branded as evil soul masters and hunted down. Thus, Yao Xuan refrained from pursuing such a path. However, no such restrictions existed concerning soul beasts, and once he entered the Ascension platform, Yao Xuan could freely amass golden evolution points through the Super God system. At that time, his soul rings would evolve to the millennium level, elevating his strength to a new pinnacle. With these thoughts, Yao Xuan's earlier gloom began to lift considerably. As long as he performed well in the promotion competition and entered zero class, he would not lack for golden evolution points in the future. Just then, Xie and Tang Wuling approached him. "Boss, how about we go out for some fun?" Xie exclaimed excitedly, a smile illuminating his face as he stood beside Yao Xuan. "Go out for some fun? That sounds wonderful, but where shall we go?" To maintain their physical fitness and optimal condition, the evening training sessions had been cancelled during the promotion competition, thus Yao Xuan readily agreed, and then inquired, "Where to?" "It's just about mealtime, and I suspect everyone is famished. Since we've enjoyed a successful start, let us celebrate with a grand feast." Conveniently, there's a food street right beside Donghai Academy, and I'll treat everyone. Listening to Yao Xian's inquiry, Xie responded generously, "Sure, I'm just a bit hungry. So let us set off." Nodding slightly, Yao Xuan agreed, and upon hearing Xie's invitation to dine, the foodie Tang Wuling's eyes sparkled with delight. "Come, I shall lead the way. Hee, I assure you, following me, a local of Donghai City, will never steer you wrong. I have sampled nearly all the delectable delights and attractions the city has to offer." With a hint of pride glimmering in his eyes, Xie held his head high as he spoke. "By the way, Guyu, will you be joining us?" Turning to the side, Yao Xuan warmly invited Guyu. "Of course," Guyu replied with a radiant smile. Yet Xie's face contorted in disdain as he remarked, "Hmph, no girls allowed." "Oh, Xie, care to repeat that?" A mysterious smile graced Guyu's face, and a faint blue aura flickered behind her, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet a few degrees. "All right. If you wish to come along, then so be it. However, I must clarify that I will not be covering your expenses." Recalling Guyu's formidable combat prowess, Xie's bravado diminished, and his tone softened as he retorted in a huff. Despite having advanced to the rank of Great Soul Master, he still felt overshadowed by Guyu, who remained at the Soul Master level, compounded by his previous experience of being threatened during their first meal together. He had always regarded Guyu with disdain, often labeling her as a female tyrant in the dormitory. Female tyrant. Every time Yao Xuan heard this term, he couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Although Xie had uttered it out of spite, he had inadvertently hit the nail on the head. Guyu's true identity was indeed that of the Silver Dragon King. Of course, Yao Xuan could only scoff inwardly at this revelation. "No problem at all. Do you think I appear to be in need of money? At the very least, I could always ask Yao Xuan to treat us, couldn't I?" Guyu shot a sly smile at Xie. Delighted to oblige, Yao Xuan replied with a grin. "Then let us be off." Observing Guyu's smile, Xie felt a surge of frustration, yet he recognized that whether in physical confrontation or verbal sparring, he was no match for Guyu. And thus he suppressed his irritation and set off. Unlike many boarding schools on the planet, Donghai Academy did not impose stringent regulations on its students. They were free to enter and exit the campus without requiring leave notes, provided they returned on time. Exiting Donghai City, the four of them strolled down the street, with Yao Xuan at the center and Guyu to his right. Though they did not hold hands, they walked closely, occasionally brushing against each other, which brought a soft and pleasant sensation. The fragrant aroma emanating from Guyu also invigorated Yao Xuan. To Yao Xuan's left was Tang Wuling, and to Wuling's left was Xie. Together, they walked down the street in the direction described by Xie. Approximately 5 minutes later, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, intensifying with their progress. "We've arrived," Xie announced, halting before a rather narrow street. "The enticing aroma we encountered earlier is emanating from this very street." Standing at the entrance of the street and gazing inward, they saw a myriad of shops lining both sides, each offering an array of tantalizing snacks that left them spellbound. The sight of such exquisite delicacies made all four of them salivate, involuntarily licking their lips. Chapter 84. Heartfelt Conversations 1. Subscription for more updates. Seeking subscriptions. Let me think. How about we indulge in some braised beef today? After all, we've just participated in a competition, and a hearty meal of beef would replenish our strength. I happen to know a quaint little place where the braised beef is utterly tender and exceptionally delicious. After a moment's contemplation, Xie proposed. "Sounds great." Upon hearing Xie's words, Yao Xuan, Guyu, and Tang Wuling nodded in agreement. Since Xie had wholeheartedly recommended it, they naturally had no reason to decline. Seeing that the three had consented, Xie took the lead, guiding them to the exterior of a modest establishment. This shop, though not expansive, featured a rectangular stove outside, adorned with over 100 small flames, each hosting a brownish-yellow earthen jar. Inside these jars lay the renowned braised beef, crafted solely from authentic beef devoid of any additives. combined with dozens of meticulously blended secret spices, making it a celebrated delicacy of East Sea City. As they approached the shop, a rich aroma of beef wafted through the air, evoking involuntary salivation, particularly in Tang Wulin, whose eyes sparkled at the sight of the row of jars. Under Xie's guidance, the four entered the shop and settled around a square table. Who would have thought that a wealthy young master like you would indulge in street food? Tang Wulin jested, patting Xie on the shoulder. My mother used to adore the braised beef from this shop, so I come here every now and then, Xie replied, his tone suddenly tinged with melancholy. Ah, Xie. You're here. And you've brought friends. How delightful. Is it the usual fare? At that moment, a middle-aged man, clad in a somewhat stained apron and possessing a slightly portly figure, approached them with a warm smile, his age around 50. Yes, thank you, Uncle Li, Xie responded. Listening to the words of the middle-aged man, Xie's expression swiftly returned to normal, and he replied with a smile, all right. Before long, for portions of braised beef, for bowls of white rice, and 3 side dishes were brought to the table, wishing everyone a delightful meal. Xie, this is your first time bringing friends here. These 3 side dishes are a gift for you, a token of our meeting. Uncle Li said with a beaming smile as he reached out and gently ruffled Xie's hair, akin to how one might treat a beloved nephew. Thank you, Uncle Li. Everyone, let us eat while it's hot. Xie expressed his gratitude while urging everyone to dig in. At this moment, Tang Wulin, observing Xie, displayed a hint of astonishment. It is worth noting that Xie had a mild case of obsessive cleanliness. Yet he showed no inclination to shy away from the touch of a greasy uncle. Though surprised internally, Tang Wulin swiftly lifted the lid of the clay pot, and an inviting waft of steam and rich aroma enveloped him, igniting his appetite. Peering into the pot, he beheld chunks of beef, dyed a dark golden hue, immersed in a robust broth, appearing utterly delectable. I'm digging in, Tang Wulin exclaimed, unable to contain his eagerness as he picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. The next moment, an expression of ecstasy graced his face. Heavens! This is exquisite. Xian Gu, you must try this. Indeed, of course, Yao Xuan replied, as he too seized a piece of beef. It's truly delicious. Gu Yu. You should hurry and have some as well. Relishing the taste of the beef, Yao Xuan could not help but marvel at its superiority over the fare served in the East Sea Academy cafeteria. The braised beef surpassed it manifold in terms of color, aroma, and flavor, prompting him to nudge Gu Yu beside him. All right, I'll give it a try. Quite delightful. Uncle Li, let us have 20 more portions. Faced with such scrumptious food, all 4 pots of beef were soon devoured, and at this juncture, Xie greeted Uncle Li, fully aware of Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin's considerable appetites as his roommates. Can you handle another 20 portions? Upon hearing Xie's words, a look of surprise crossed Uncle Li's face as he retorted, Haha, rest assured, Uncle Li, for here we have 2 voracious eaters. Upon hearing Uncle Li's words, Xie burst into laughter. Very well, I shall go and prepare for you. With that, Uncle Li exited. Thank you. Upon hearing Xie's words, Tang Wulin replied, What do you mean? With a hint of confusion, Xie looked up and inquired. No, I am referring to your name, Xie. It is rather easy to misinterpret. Tang Wulin explained with a trace of helplessness on his face. Indeed, it can lead to misunderstandings. However, it carries profound significance. This name was bestowed upon me by my mother. In my childhood, I was ridiculed for it, and in my anger, I confronted her. She explained that she named me such as a gesture of gratitude for that fateful encounter. I recall her saying that the happiest moment of her life was the moment she met my father. Yet, as he spoke, Xie's expression suddenly turned pale, and tears glimmered at the corners of his eyes. Could it be that your mother? Listening to Xie's words, Tang Wulin seemed to have grasped something, gently holding Xie's hand and softly inquiring. Yes, she has already passed away. I still remember that night. My mother was gravely ill, yet my father was still out and about. Before she departed, her final wish was simply to see my father one last time. However, that night, he did not return, and ultimately, my mother left this world with regrets. Every time I reflect on this, an intense hatred for my father wells up within me, an overwhelming loathing. In truth, I even harbor some resentment towards my own name. Entering a wealthy family is akin to sinking into the depths of the sea. Had it not been for that fateful encounter, perhaps my mother would not have suffered such a fate nevertheless. This is also one of the relics she left behind upon uttering these words. It seemed that some emotion within Xie had been liberated, and tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks as he slumped weakly onto the table. After 3 months of battling together, it was evident that Xie had fully accepted Tang Wulin and Yao Xuan. Even Gu Yu, despite their frequent quarrels, was regarded as a trustworthy comrade. It was precisely for this reason that, upon arriving here, he finally shed the facade of his aloofness and revealed his innermost feelings. This child is truly pitiable, alas. Yet, sometimes, expressing the suppressed emotions within can indeed be a blessing. You all are his friends, right? Please take good care of him and assist him. At that moment, Uncle Li entered with a pot of braised beef, glancing at the weeping Xie and sighed. Do not cry. Everything will be all right. Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin comforted him, patting Xie on the shoulder, while Gu Yu, observing the sobbing Xie, felt a shift within her, a burgeoning understanding of emotions and love. Chapter 85. Heartfelt Conversations 2. Thank you all. Speaking my heart has lightened my spirit considerably. I no longer feel so dreadful. After a full 5 minutes, Xie finally managed to suppress his emotions, slowly wiping away his tears before lifting his head and whispering. Yes, sometimes it is like this. Bottling up pain within only magnifies the suffering, whereas sharing it with others can alleviate the burden. Yao Xuan spoke softly, then continued. Since Xie has opened his heart, I too shall share my childhood with everyone. In truth, my childhood was not particularly pleasant either. I am an orphan. He deliberately displayed a hint of sorrow on his face. An orphan? Instantly, Tang Wulin, Xie, and Gu Yu turned their gazes towards Yao Xuan. Yes, an orphan. When I was about 2 years old, my parents encountered a tsunami while at sea, and they never returned. I was subsequently sent to the Hmph orphanage. However, my situation was considerably better than that of a true orphan. At the age of 6, upon being identified with soul master potential, the school arranged for a foster mother for me. She treated me exceptionally well, and I felt the warmth of home. Yao Xuan recounted, his tone laced with nostalgia. Boss. I initially thought my own plight was tragic, but it turns out, upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Xie's eyes reflected a deeper shade of compassion. And he silently admired Yao Xuan's fortitude. It's nothing. Everything is in the past. Besides, my childhood was not as dreadful as you might imagine. After finding a new home, I resumed a life akin to that of an ordinary person, and I even gained a sister named Na. Shaking his head, Yao Xuan continued, clearly confiding in Gu Yu. Upon hearing the name Na, Gu Yu's body involuntarily trembled, and she listened intently. In truth, although I refer to her as my sister, she is not my biological sibling. Yet, the bond we share is even more profound than that with a blood sister, Qiong. She, like me, is an orphan. One day, while returning from school, I rescued her from the clutches of villains. She had forgotten her home. She is an exceptionally adorable girl, and I could not bear to see her suffer in an orphanage. I persuaded my mother to let her stay, and she consented. So she moved in with us and became my sister. I lived with Na for 2 years, a period that constituted my happiest moments. However, after 2 years, Na departed. I still recall that fateful night when she left without a word, leaving only a note behind. Alas, I wonder when I shall see her again. Shaking his head, Yao Xuan spoke with a tinge of regret. Gu, she must have her own unspoken troubles, right? At that moment, Tang Wulin inquired. Indeed. She mentioned that she had begun to remember her lost memories, and if she remained, it would bring calamity upon us. I suspect she may be a princess of the Douluo Empire, perhaps persecuted by treacherous officials and lost her memory, only to end up here, Yao Xuan elaborated. Boss. Your conjectures are quite astute, a princess of the Douluo Empire. While I find this rather implausible, it matters not what her identity is. As long as your strength is formidable enough, you will surely overcome all obstacles and reunite with her. Xie chimed in. Indeed, I believe that too. The prospect of meeting her again someday serves as one of my motivations for cultivation. When I have gained sufficient strength, I will personally seek her out. Yao Xuan affirmed earnestly. I shall say no more. Having shared my innermost thoughts, I feel considerably lighter. Wulin, do you have anything you wish to share? Yao Xuan turned his gaze towards Tang Wulin. Do I have something to say from the heart? Indeed, though my family is somewhat impoverished. My parents are healthy and love me dearly. However, I do have heartfelt words to express. With that, Tang Wulin turned to Yao Xuan. Gu, I am truly deeply grateful to you. Were it not for your unwavering encouragement and guidance, I might have lost confidence and failed to progress to become a soul master, let alone gain admission to the EC Academy. In my heart, you are more than just an elder brother. You are my life mentor and idol. Good. I am endlessly thankful to you. For me, one of the purposes of cultivation is to keep pace with you, to honor the investment you have made in me, and to be there for you in times of trouble. Tang Wuling said with utmost sincerity, bowing deeply to Yao Xuan. Ding. Initial submission from the fated child, Tang Wuling. Received, granting 500 gold evolution points. Accompanied by Tang Wuling's words, the system's notification rang out once more. Meanwhile, Yao Xuan patted Tang Wuling on the shoulder, encouraging him. Wuling, believe in yourself. You can do it. Thank you, Xiangu. I will give it my all. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wuling felt invigorated and nodded in agreement. Guyu, what about you? Do you have any heartfelt words you wish to share with everyone? Yao Xuan inquired, glancing towards Guyu with a smile. At that moment, Guyu was still absorbed in Yao Xuan's account of his experiences. Her heart filled with a mix of emotions, some nostalgia, a touch of guilt, and a hint of curiosity. Was her decision to leave without a word truly the right one? How should she confront him, and how should she face Nar? What was his true identity? Was he a reincarnation of the dragon god, or was there a deeper secret? As Guyu pondered these thoughts, Yao Xuan's voice broke through her reverie, prompting her to respond. Me? Yao Xuan nodded affirmatively. Heartfelt words? Over the past 3 months with all of you, I have learned so much. Indeed, a great deal. After a brief pause, Guyu spoke, acknowledging that expressing her true feelings was virtually impossible for her, yet she was unwilling to fabricate a response, thus resorting to vague remarks. And so, the four continued to eat and chat, their bonds gradually strengthening with each passing moment. After more than an hour, they finally left the small eatery, satisfied. Looking at the towering stack of over 40 clay pots on the table, Uncle Lee's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, 42 portions. Goodness. How can today's youth eat so much? In reality, more than 30 of those portions had already found their way into the stomachs of Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling. Yet neither of them showed any signs of being full. Salted prawns, honey-glazed roasted rabbit, crispy fried chicken. As they walked, an array of delectable dishes whetted their appetites, filling the air with laughter and joy. Naturally, the majority of these culinary delights ended up in the stomachs of Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling. You three certainly have hearty appetites, Xie remarked, patting his round belly and leaning on Tang Wuling's shoulder. Indeed, despite their indulgence, it seemed only he had overindulged. Even the slender Guyu appeared unfazed, showing no signs of having eaten to excess. Let us go home, Tang Wuling suggested, and after savoring every delicacy on the street, the four set off contentedly. Just then, Xie noticed some commotion at Uncle Lee's shop. Wait, it seems someone is causing trouble at Uncle Lee's place. As they approached the exit of the food street, Tang Wuling suddenly pointed towards the entrance, where a crowd had gathered around Uncle Lee's beef shop, the scene chaotic. Come on, let us hurry over and take a look. Despite his full stomach, Xie's eyes gleamed with urgency as he dashed towards the direction Tang Wuling indicated, followed closely by Yao Xuan and the others. You can't do this. You mustn't. A heart-wrenching wail pierced through the air. It was Uncle Lee's voice, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. Upon hearing Uncle Lee's anguished cries, Xie felt a surge of anxiety. To him, Uncle Lee was one of his few remaining relatives after his mother's passing. Consequently, he swiftly pushed through the crowd, making his way inside. At that moment, in front of the braised beef restaurant, the rectangular stove had been overturned. With clay pots shattered on the ground, their contents, soup, beef, and shards of glass mingling in a chaotic scene. Witnessing this, Xie felt a tide of anger swell within him, which intensified upon seeing Uncle Lee beside him. At the entrance of the restaurant, Uncle Lee lay on the ground, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. One eye swollen and bruised, half his face swollen, his expression filled with sorrow, despair, and rage. Beside him stood 4 burly men, led by a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, with a muscular build and a brutish demeanor that struck terror into the heart, his bald head glistening ominously. Despite the winter chill, this man wore only a thin shirt, exposing his bare arms, which were adorned with tattoos of a green dragon and a white tiger. Unmistakable signs of a hardened criminal. Behind this leader stood 3 equally imposing men wielding wooden clubs, glaring fiercely and exuding an aura of violence, their muscular frames betraying their malicious intent. Those who know the times are wise. On this street, there is not a soul brave enough to refuse my protection fees. The bald man sneered. You, who constantly evade payment, do you take me for a beggar? Do you think I come here to collect a pittance daily? If it weren't for the decent quality of your braised beef, I would have dismantled you long ago. However, today is your last chance. If you cannot produce the money, every time you open the shop, I shall come to destroy it. With icy menace in his eyes, the bald man glared down at Uncle Lee on the floor, threatening him. At that moment, a crowd had gathered around them, yet no one dared to speak. Brother Guanglong, it's not that I refuse to pay, but I truly cannot afford it. My wife has fallen gravely ill, and I have been working tirelessly just to cover her medical expenses. I have no spare change left. Uncle Li pleaded, tears welling in his eyes as he struggled to rise, kneeling before Guanglong. I beg you, do not destroy my business. If you do, my wife will not survive. Spare you? What would become of my dignity? Guanglong retorted. I warn you, my patience has limits. If you can't pay, get lost. I don't need your pitiful display. Boys, destroy it. With a wave of his hand, the burly men surged forward, clubs raised, ready to wreak havoc. You scoundrels. I will fight you. Uncle Li shouted, his heart aching as he witnessed his livelihood being demolished. He forced himself to stand and lunged at Guanglong in defiance. Fight me? You dare challenge me? Do not forget, I am a soul master. Guanglong scoffed, delivering a swift kick that sent Uncle Li soaring, crashing into a nearby beam before collapsing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. See this? This is the fate of those who dare oppose me. Now, what are you all gawking at? Get lost. Guanglong sneered at the onlookers, a cruel smile on his face. You bastard. How dare you harm Uncle Li? I will kill you. At that moment, Yao Xuan and his companions burst through the crowd, arriving at the scene. Xie's rage flared as he shouted, while Tang Weilin rushed to support Uncle Li. Kill me, you little brat. Guanglong laughed heartily, eyeing Xie in his school uniform. That is the funniest joke I've ever heard. You will regret this. Die. Xie growled, channeling his soul power. Sparks of yellow light flickered as Guanglong's blade spirit manifested in Xie's hand. In the next instant, he dashed forward, a blur of motion aimed at Guanglong. A soul master? So am I, Guanglong declared, as gray light flickered around him, two soul rings rising behind him, one white, one yellow. As his soul rings appeared, Guanglong entered the state of spirit possession, his skin turning a solid iron gray, his muscles bulging grotesquely, his presence exuding a formidable ferocity. A great soul master. This man is a great soul master. Xie thought, a hint of apprehension creeping into his eyes. He could not afford to underestimate his opponent and activated his second soul skill, Light Dragon Storm. With a flash of his yellow soul ring, Xie's figure spun rapidly, the tip of his blade swirling like a tempest as he launched a frenzied assault on Guanglong. Ha! Is this a mere tickle? Guanglong laughed, deflecting Xie's strikes with ease, the sounds of clashing echoing as sparks flew, completely unscathed. Guanglong's spirit, the iron-armored dragon, was a subspecies of the earth dragon, renowned for its strength and defense, enhanced by his 27th level of soul power and his first soul skill, iron armor possession, rendering his defense terrifyingly close to that of a soul venerable. Moreover, Xie's agility was crucial, yet after feasting and indulging in the street food earlier that evening, he could only muster half of his strength, ultimately failing to breach Guanglong's defenses. How is this possible? Xie gasped, astonished to see Guanglong unharmed. A sense of dread washing over him. Chapter 87. Yao Xuan Strikes, Annihilating Guanglong. Subscription for more content. Please subscribe. Ha! You reckless child. Guanglong's underlings cheered, reveling in the spectacle as they egged him on. Take this. Guanglong sneered, raising his massive, scaled hand. A fierce wind swirling as he aimed a devastating blow at Xie's midsection. Xie barely managed to raise his blade in defense, but Guanglong's strike landed with such force that it sent Xie's weapon flying, crashing against his ribs. With a resounding thud, Xie's body was hurled backward, colliding painfully with the wall before collapsing beside Uncle Li. Despite the protective barrier of his soul power and Guanglong's restrained strike, Xie felt as if a fire ignited within him, excruciating pain coursing through his body, causing him to retch violently. Xie, you must go. They won't dare kill me, Uncle Li urged, forcing himself to speak despite the pain. No, Uncle Li, do not worry. They will not succeed. Boss, I cannot defeat him. It seems I must rely on you. With a gaze filled with both self-reproach and hope, Xie turned to Yao Xuan and implored. Do not worry, Xie. This mere trifle shall not trouble me, Yao Xuan replied, nodding slightly as he strode confidently towards the light dragon. Meanwhile, Guyu approached Xie, invoking the element of light to alleviate his injuries. Such arrogance from a mere boy. And did that worthless fool just call you boss? You should simply scurry away, for I have no desire to hear your pitiful cries. Ha ha ha. The light dragon sneered at Yao Xuan. Indeed, be off with you. A mere child should not meddle in affairs beyond his kin. When the time comes, do not weep for your mother. Ha ha ha. Echoed the jeers of the light dragon's minions. I shall defeat you in merely 3 moves. In the face of the ridicule from the light dragon and his lackeys, Yao Xuan's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond as he responded coolly. In the realm of soul masters, strength reigns supreme. To contend with someone like the Light Dragon, one must simply demonstrate sufficient power. 3 moves? Ha ha ha. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, the Light Dragon erupted into laughter once more, as if he had heard an amusing joke. At that moment, Yao Xuan sprang into action. With a sudden surge of vitality, he stepped forward and unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at the Light Dragon's chest. Ha ha ha. You don't even need to use your martial soul. Have you gone completely daft? The Light Dragon taunted, his frivolous demeanor evident. Yet, in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically, transforming into one of grave seriousness, and his body began to tremble slightly. How is this possible? This aura. As Yao Xuan's fist approached, the Light Dragon felt an overwhelming dread descend upon him, as though Yao Xuan's fist were a meteor hurtling towards him at high speed. In that moment, a chill ran down his spine, and waves of cold fear surged within him. Despite the paralyzing terror, the Light Dragon, being a soul master with years of experience, reacted swiftly. Instinctively, he raised his fist, channeling his soul power to meet Yao Xuan's oncoming strike with all his might. Boom! The clash resonated with a forceful impact, sending a gust of wind rippling outward. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the Light Dragon's massive frame was sent hurtling backwards. How is this possible? The Light Dragon has been knocked back. That young man is truly formidable. He is a great soul master. As this scene unfolded, the surrounding spectators gasped in awe, their eyes filled with reverence for Yao Xuan. How can this be? Our leader has been repelled. My heavens, who is that young man? In stark contrast to the exhilarated crowd, the expressions of the Light Dragon's subordinates morphed into fear as they contemplated fleeing. However, they were promptly blocked by Tang Wuling, trapping them within the premises. Bang! With Yao Xuan's punch, the Light Dragon was sent crashing into a nearby wall, producing a dull thud. In an instant, a large human-shaped dent appeared in the previously smooth wall. Thud! The Light Dragon's insides churned violently, his bones felt as if they were dislocated, and his mind became a fog due to the impact. He collapsed forward, sprawled on the ground in utter disarray. For Yao Xuan, a traveler from Earth, such ruffian behavior was utterly detestable. Thus, even without summoning his martial soul, he wielded 80% of his strength against the Light Dragon, demonstrating his seriousness in combat. Having enhanced his powers through the ancestral dragon bloodline and solidified 2 blood soul rings, Yao Xuan's strength had reached an astounding 5,000 kilograms. 80% of that equated to 4,000 kilograms, a force comparable to that of an ordinary novice soul master. As for the Light Dragon, although his martial soul was commendable and his physical strength reached 2,500 kilograms, he was utterly overwhelmed by Yao Xuan's might. The second strike. Having sent the Light Dragon flying with a single blow, Yao Xuan offered no respite. He swiftly advanced and delivered a powerful kick to the Light Dragon's side before he could rise. The Light Dragon let out a heart-wrenching scream, curling up in agony, his limbs twitching uncontrollably, completely devoid of the ability to resist, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. There won't be a third strike. This is a gift for you, Yao Xuan coldly remarked, then spat a mouthful of saliva that landed squarely on the Light Dragon's face. Humiliated in front of the crowd, the Light Dragon's heart burned with rage, wishing to rise and eliminate Yao Xuan immediately. Yet, the excruciating pain rendered him incapable of even moving a finger, leaving him to glare resentfully at Yao Xuan. Brother Xuan is magnificent. Our leader is so powerful. Tang Wuling and Xie gazed at Yao Xuan with admiration, their hearts filled with pure reverence. The Light Dragon has fallen. This young warrior is truly extraordinary. A hero for the people, a valiant defender. Observing the defeat of the Light Dragon, the surrounding onlookers expressed their admiration, having suffered under his tyranny as local shopkeepers. Witnessing his downfall at the hands of Yao Xuan, they were filled with joy and gratitude, casting appreciative glances at him. Chapter 88, Wuchang. Rest assured, subscription request. Ding. Defeated the level 27 Soul Master Light Dragon. Awarded 1 golden evolution point. Ding. Gained the admiration of the crowd. Awarded 1 golden evolution point. Calmly withdrawing his fist, Yao Xuan heard the system's notification in his ear. Only 1 golden evolution point? The Light Dragon was truly pathetic, hardly worthy of the super god system's attention. However, acquiring golden evolution points through the crowd's admiration is a first. Listening to the system's prompt, Yao Xuan quietly pondered. The admiration and reverence of the crowd represented an energy akin to the power of faith, although not as pure and stable as the latter. It could still be harnessed by the super god system, transforming it into golden evolution points to enhance Yao Xuan's bloodline, soul power, mental strength, and various attributes. Previously, While Yao Xuan was quite renowned at Hoshan Academy, it was evident that his peers did not harbor such profound admiration or reverence for him. Even if they did, it was superficial at best, and thus, he could not accumulate golden evolution points. However, this time, by effortlessly defeating the light dragon, Yao Xuan garnered the intense gratitude and adoration of over 100 shopkeepers surrounding him, finally reaching the threshold that allowed the super god system to condense a point of golden evolution. Due to the existence of such a mechanism, the description of the avenues for acquiring golden evolution points within the super god system included a notable mention if Yao Xuan could establish a renowned name in the Douluo Continent. The immense admiration and reverence from the masses could similarly yield a substantial amount of golden evolution points. Such an opportunity may not yet exist, but Yao Xuan was aware that in the future, the chances for him to achieve fame would undoubtedly surpass 1 or 2. Allowing the system function to be effectively utilized to reap a bountiful harvest of evolution points. Boss, thank you for avenging Uncle Li and me. At this moment, bolstered by the healing light of the ancient moon's elemental energy and his powerful physique as a soul master, Xie had managed to stand up. A hint of color returning to his face, looking much more spirited as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Yao Xuan. Xie, what are we being so formal about among brothers? Moreover, I have always had a disdain for such scum. Teaching them a lesson this time also serves as a release of pent-up frustration. Yao Xuan replied, waving his hand while gazing at Xie. Boss, what should we do with these guys? At this point, Tang Wulin inquired, pointing at a few thugs trembling in fear inside the room. Desperately trying to escape but blocked from doing so, their faces displaying utter despair. Them? They should be ordinary people. According to the laws of the Sun Moon Federation, if a soul master strikes at ordinary individuals, it reflects poorly. However, we need not handle them ourselves. Upon hearing Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xuan calmly assessed the situation before addressing the surrounding shopkeepers. Esteemed proprietors, as soul masters, it is impractical for us to engage with ordinary individuals. Therefore, we shall leave the matter of these minions of the light dragon to you. This is a perfect opportunity for those who have suffered under their tyranny to exact some well-deserved retribution. Absolutely. Fear not. Thank you, young warrior. Should you return to our humble establishment, we shall ensure you dine to your heart's content, free of charge. With expressions of gratitude, a throng of shopkeepers advanced menacingly towards the small minions. Please, be gentle. We wouldn't want any fatalities. Yao Xuan cautioned, rejoining Gu Yu's side. Uncle Li's condition appeared rather dire. He was already afflicted with hypertension, and his constitution was somewhat frail. Coupled with the brutal kick from the light dragon, it was likely we would need to transport Uncle Li to the hospital for medical attention. At that moment, Xie turned to Yao Xuan. Then let us hasten to take Uncle Li to the hospital. Come, Xie, lead the way. Upon hearing Xie's words, Yao Xuan responded. He disassembled a piece of the door panel, ingeniously transforming it into a makeshift stretcher. Together with Tang Wulin, they lifted Uncle Li and, under Xie's guidance, hurried to the nearest hospital. Presenting the credentials of a Grand Soul Master, Uncle Li was swiftly transported to a hospital bed for examination. Xie left a sum for medical expenses along with a soul guide number, and subsequently, the four departed from the hospital, returning to EC Academy. After such tumultuous events, by the time they returned to EC Academy, the clock had already struck 9:30, leaving merely half an hour before the Academy's gates closed. By the way, Brother Xian, should we inform Teacher Wu about today's incident? Asked Tang Wulin, as they finally caught their breath after nearly an hour of frantic travel. Indeed, it would be prudent to inform Teacher Wu. Yao Xuan nodded in agreement, recalling the radiant light that had accompanied Guanglo. It would be wise to notify Wu Zhongkong about this matter. Gu Yu, see you tomorrow. Yao Xuan waved goodbye as they reached the fork between the boys' and girls' dormitories. Yes, see you tomorrow, Gu Yu replied sweetly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The silver moonlight cascaded down, illuminating her dark hair with a soft silvery glow. In that moment, Gu Yu resembled a celestial being, elegant, noble, and breathtakingly beautiful, evoking a sense of admiration in those who beheld her. Even several minutes after parting ways with Gu Yu, Yao Xuan's mind remained captivated by her remarkable figure. At that moment, the three arrived at Wu Zhongkong's dormitory door. Knock, knock. Yao Xuan rapped lightly on the door. Who is it? Came Wu Zhongkong's somewhat frosty voice. It's me, Yao Xuan. I, along with Xie and Wulin, have something to report to you, Yao Xuan replied candidly. All right, come in. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Wu Zhongkong nodded in agreement, and the dormitory door slowly creaked open. As a teacher, Wuchang accommodation was naturally far superior to that of Yao Xuan and his peers, boasting an area twice as large, a private room, and a dedicated bathroom, dressing room, and a small living room, resembling a compact apartment, albeit lacking a kitchen. "Why have you come to see me at such a late hour?" Wuchang inquired directly, gazing at Yao Xuan. "Well, we went out to celebrate this evening, and subsequently, this is how the events unfolded." "I hope it does not trouble you." Yao Xuan recounted the night's experiences in detail to Wuchang. "Indeed, what you have done is commendable. Punishing the wicked and upholding righteousness is precisely what we, as soul masters, ought to do. Moreover, your decision to refrain from harming ordinary citizens was a wise one, as it avoids giving anyone leverage against you. However, I must caution you that trouble may indeed arise. In our Donghai city, it is not uncommon for individuals to brazenly extort protection fees and recklessly injure civilians. The figure behind this Guanglong likely has a formidable shield, one of considerable influence. Rest assured, as the saying goes, when the heavens fall, there will be a tall person to bear the brunt. Should anyone foolishly seek retribution, I shall intervene to assist you." Wuchang first expressed his approval, then spoke with a cold resolve. "Thank you, Teacher Wu." Listening to Wuchang's words, Yao Xuan and the other two quickly expressed their gratitude. Chapter 89. Guyu's speculation. Do not worry. Focus on your cultivation without dwelling on this matter. However, Xie, your performance today has greatly disappointed me. Wuchang gestured for Yao Xuan and the others to disregard the issue before turning his stern gaze upon Xie. Speaking in a severe tone, "You are a dual martial soul master, blessed with innate full soul power, with 200-year soul rings, and have even received my special training. Yet, you could not even defeat a mere miscellaneous soul master. This is truly shameful. Teacher Wu, I apologize, but I was somewhat full at the time, and my speed was significantly affected, preventing me from exhibiting my true strength. If I were in peak condition, I would surely not lose." Xie replied, a stubborn look on his face. "In battle, there are no ifs. A loss is a loss. You are fortunate that the light dragon did not go all out against you. Otherwise, had it truly intended to kill you, you would have been dead in an instant." Wuchang reprimanded. "You are right, but..." Just as Xie attempted to continue his defense, Wuchang's icy voice interrupted him. "There is no but. I do not consider the reasons, only the results. I hope you learn from this lesson and pay closer attention in future battles. It seems my previous training was insufficient to unlock your potential. From now on, your physical training will be doubled. Why is it always me who gets hurt?" Upon exiting Wuchang's office, Xie could not help but lament. "Alas, Xie. Teacher Wu is doing this for your own good. Your physical abilities certainly need improvement. However, to be honest, you are indeed quite unfortunate." Tang Wulin consoled, patting Xie's arm. "Yes, I am quite unfortunate. Besides, my physical capabilities cannot possibly compare to you two freaks. This is clearly unfair. Moreover, I am a sensitive attack-type soul master." Xie complained as they walked. As Xie's complaints echoed, the trio returned to their dormitory. After joining the special training team, Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, and Xie jointly requested Wuchang to transfer Zhou Changxi out of the dormitory, leaving only Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, and Xie in room 205. "Xiangu, it's time to cultivate." With fervent anticipation in their eyes, Tang Wulin and Xie turned to Yao Xuan. Having spent 3 months with him, they had already tasted the benefits of cultivating together, which was the secret to their rapid improvement in soul power. Of course, sitting on the bed, Yao Xuan silently activated the creation soul refinement technique, and a surge of soul power flooded into the dormitory as Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, and Xie seized the opportunity to cultivate. In the dead of night, seeing that Tang Wulin and Xie had fallen asleep, Yao Xuan quietly left the dormitory building. Today, having gained Tang Wulin's preliminary submission, Yao Xuan had also acquired 500 gold evolution points. Thus, he prepared to further enhance his ancestor dragon bloodline that evening. However, to avoid stimulating Tang Wulin and accelerating the awakening of his Golden Dragon King bloodline, Yao Xuan chose not to complete this process in the dormitory. In fact, every time he had enhanced his ancestor dragon bloodline, he had deliberately avoided Tang Wulin. For Yao Xuan, the later Tang Wulin unlocked his Golden Dragon King bloodline, the slower his rate of power increase would be, thus minimizing the impact on future circumstances. This was undoubtedly good news. Since Yao Xuan had arrived here with the super god system, it was only fitting that he, Yao Xuan, be the protagonist of this era, rather than Tang Wulin. Therefore, while Yao Xuan would assist Tang Wulin in trivial matters, He would center crucial decisions around his own interests and strive to seize Tang Wulin's opportunities. Of course, Yao Xuan had no intention of eliminating Tang Wulin. To kill a child of destiny in this world would surely invite the world's backlash, potentially leading to a decline in the world's status, which would be utterly pointless. Instead, what Yao Xuan aimed to achieve was to cultivate the child of destiny as a subordinate, making him serve his interests while continually seizing his fortune and opportunities. This was the most prudent course of action. Lost in thought, Yao Xuan made his way to the training ground. He then silently tapped on the system. And in the next moment, 460 evolution points transformed into evolution energy, surging into Yao Xuan's body. His ancestor dragon bloodline swiftly ascended from 16.8 to 17.4. Gold evolution points are truly exhausting. Observing the progress of his ancestor dragon bloodline, Yao Xuan furrowed his brow. It took a full 500 gold evolution points to increase his bloodline by merely 0.6. A quick calculation revealed that to elevate his ancestor dragon bloodline to 20, he would require an astounding 2,500 points. 2,500 evolution points. The mere thought of this figure filled Yao Xuan with a sense of heavy responsibility. Furthermore, to elevate his bloodline to 30, each increment would demand 1,000, 2,000, even 10,000 gold evolution points. Just contemplating those terrifying numbers sent shivers down his spine. At that moment, as Yao Xuan enhanced his ancestor dragon bloodline, in the distant girl's dormitory, Yu quietly opened her eyes. Once again, the aura of the dragon god. Its location is on the training ground. Could it be him? I must go and see. Quietly pondering, a faint silver light flickered behind Yu, and her figure vanished from the dormitory bed, appearing outside the dormitory. She swiftly made her way to a corner where she could observe the training ground. Squinting her eyes and following the moonlight, Yu saw, as expected, Yao Xuan sitting cross-legged on the training ground, with a barely visible 9-colored aura shimmering beside him, resonating with the power within him. Indeed, this is the power of the dragon god, and he is actively cultivating it, since he can release and manipulate the dragon god's power. He must be the reincarnation of the dragon god himself. But why does he not acknowledge me? A hint of confusion and perplexity flashed in Gu Yu's eyes as she contemplated. Could it be that the dragon god was gravely injured and has completely lost his memory, leaving only the essence of his soul? If that is the case, it would be dire. The dragon god has reincarnated as a human. What should I do? Gazing at Yao Xuan, an unsettling suspicion arose within Gu Yu, accompanied by a trace of urgency in her eyes. Initially, she harbored the notion that Yao Xuan's dragon god power stemmed from some artifact. Although she knew the likelihood was slim, there was still a possibility. However, today, having witnessed Yao Xuan wielding the dragon god's power, Gu Yu was now entirely convinced that he was indeed the reincarnation of the dragon god's essence. Otherwise, a mere human could never possess such power. Yet, if the dragon god truly reincarnated as a human, what then? The mere thought of this question caused Gu Yu considerable distress. Even with her rational side as the Silver Dragon King, she was uncertain of how to navigate this situation. Chapter 90. Gu Yu scheming. The second battle of the class tournament. Regardless, the first step is to ascertain whether Yao Xuan is indeed the reincarnation of the dragon god. If that is the case, I must invite him to my home and conduct a test using the artifact left by the dragon god. Shaking his head, Gu Yu resolved to set aside his troubling thoughts and continue his analysis. Moreover, the sooner this test was conducted, the better. After all, if Yao Xuan truly was the reincarnation of the dragon god, many plans would undoubtedly require adjustment. Thus, it would be ideal to take Yao Xuan home for examination during the upcoming winter break. However, it was evident that if the break arrived, Yao Xuan would prioritize returning to Aolai City to reunite with Lin Shiming, and he would certainly not accompany me, which posed a minor dilemma. The most straightforward approach would be to eliminate Lin Shiming, yet she had once treated me kindly, and such an action would not align with my true intentions. Furthermore, if Yao Xuan were to discover the truth, it might lead to a rift between us, making this an absolutely undesirable option. Was there an alternative solution? If only I could arrange for Lin Shiming to have a boyfriend. If she were to fall passionately in love with another man, she would undoubtedly be disinclined to have Yao Xuan return for the winter break. This way, he would be alone, increasing the likelihood of his accompanying me home for the test. Yet, there remained a minor issue: how to persuade Yao Xuan to come home with me. I could mention that our family belongs to a lineage of soul masters, offering him the opportunity to address his martial soul concerns. Yes, that could work. After pondering for a moment, Gu Yu settled on his decision, nodded slightly, and retrieved a specially designed soul guide communicator. He dialed the number and coldly issued instructions, devoid of the tenderness he had shown Yao Xuan. In the blink of an eye, it was the following afternoon. As on the previous day, teacher Wu Changkong led the first-year class 5 students to the competition venue, while on the other side, the homeroom teacher of first-year class 3, Yingrong, also made her entrance with her students. Compared to Kong Hanan from yesterday, Yingrong was undoubtedly a sight for sore eyes. Standing around 7 meters tall, her figure was impeccably proportioned, and her fair skin radiated an aura of delicacy. Behind Yingrong, her light green hair was tied into a neat ponytail, accentuating her charming oval face, with a small cherry-like mouth and rosy cheeks. To the casual observer, one might easily mistake her for a senior student. In truth, Yingrong was indeed quite young. At 23, she had only graduated a year prior. However, her strength was formidable, being a 4th-ring soul master, placing her among the elite of her peers, which allowed her to teach at Donghai Academy. "Hello, Teacher Wu," she said, approaching with a smile. Her gaze filled with admiration for Wu Changkong. "Hello, Teacher Yi," he replied. Listening to Yingrong's words, Wu Changkong's face revealed no expression. He merely responded with a faint tone. "He actually remembers my surname. Oh my, I am truly fortunate." Although Wu Changkong did not look at her, the mere sound of her surname called out by him stirred a flutter in Yingrong's heart. Mingled with a hint of regret, why must such a handsome and exceptional man always maintain such an aloof demeanor? As the second match of the promotion competition approached, Hmph inquired, "Will Class 1, Year 5 still send 3 participants?" "Yes." Yao Xuan, Gu Yu, and Xie stepped forward, Wu Changkong instructed, glancing behind him. Having provided Tang Wulin with the opportunity to participate and considering his pride, it was evident that Tang Wulin would not have the chance to compete again. On one hand, he was the weakest among them. On the other, Wu Changkong hoped to enhance the synergy among Yao Xuan, Gu Yu, and Xie for their subsequent battles. As Wu Changkong spoke, Yao Xuan led Gu Yu and Xie onto the field. Meanwhile, Yingrong turned her gaze toward her own students. "Gu Tianri, Gu Tianwei, Gu Tianming, you 3 will compete. Remember, friendship comes first, competition second. Give it your all." "Yes, Teacher Yi." The 3 triplets, who bore an uncanny resemblance to each other, standing around 8 meters tall and appearing somewhat slender yet possessing sharp gazes and remarkable coordination, responded in unison. "Oh." Listening to the voices of the 3 individuals, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in the eyes of Wu Changkong, clearly indicating his keen interest in the trio of siblings. Shortly thereafter, the competitors took to the stage, with Hmph also ascending to the arena. As before, Yao Xuan and the other 2 positioned themselves in a triangular formation, with Yao Xuan at the forefront, while Gu Yu and Xie flanked him on the right and left, respectively. In contrast, the Gu family brothers formed a straight line, arranged from left to right as Gu Tianwei, Gu Tianri, and Gu Tianming. "Prepare, 3, 2, 1, begin." With Hmphu's command, the battle commenced. Almost simultaneously, the 3 Gu brothers unleashed their martial souls, and in the next instant, a pair of gray wings unfurled behind them, lifting them into the air. Flying martial souls? How on earth are we supposed to combat that? Watching the Gu brothers soar, Xie's eyes betrayed a hint of bitterness as he inquired. For more advanced soul masters, possessing mech armor or battle armor could enable flight even without reaching the rank of soul sage, rendering airborne adversaries relatively manageable. However, for lower-tier soul masters like Yao Xuan, Xie, and Gu Yu, unless they possessed flying martial souls, they lacked the means to ascend, which was precisely why Xie felt a sense of helplessness when confronted with aerial opponents. "Never mind, just watch me." Upon hearing Xie's words, Yao Xuan merely smiled faintly. At that moment, the ancient family's 3 brothers stabilized their forms in the sky, subsequently channeling their soul power, as their white soul rings shimmered. Streams of azure wind blades surged towards Yao Xuan. In the face of these approaching wind blades, Gu smiled lightly. A yellow radiance flickered behind her as the earth element coalesced, swiftly forming a robust earthen wall that effortlessly thwarted the wind blade attacks. Although the ancient brothers possessed the ability to fly, their soul power was only at level 14, rendering them incapable of breaching Gu Yu's defenses. "Gu Yu, conjure some ice spheres. I shall bring them down," Yao Xuan commanded, gazing at the trio in the sky. For Yao Xuan, his physical prowess was several times that of an ordinary person, enabling him to leap 100 meters off the ground with ease, allowing for a close confrontation with the ancient brothers. However, he preferred to resolve the battle through alternative means. "Understood." Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Gu Yu smiled gently and summoned her soul skill, Elemental Tide. Water elements gathered around her, transforming into dozens of fist-sized ice orbs that slowly settled onto the ground. Thank you. Grabbing one of the ice orbs, Yao Xuan expressed his gratitude, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a sudden forceful motion of his arm, the ice orb shot upwards like a cannonball, aimed directly at the nearest Gu Tianming. Chapter 91. A victory with ease, is it truly possible? The previous day's overwhelming defeat of Class 1, Year 4 quickly spread throughout the advanced division of Donghai Academy. Consequently, many students from the second and third years began to take an interest in Class 1, Year 5. As a result, the number of spectators on the playground today exceeded 5 times that of yesterday. Witnessing Yao Xuan's display, they were all amazed, exclaiming in wonder. Beside them, Wu Changkong silently nodded, recognizing that adaptability is one of the essential abilities of a soul master. Yao Xuan's quick response and ability to devise a feasible strategy was commendable. Meanwhile, in the air, Gu Tianming found himself momentarily stunned as he gazed at the ice orb hurtling towards him, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes, and his reaction slowed considerably. Previously, the 3 Gu brothers had engaged with other classmates, and whenever they took to the skies, those classmates could only watch helplessly as they were mercilessly struck, ultimately surrendering. However, today, the situation appeared to differ. In the instant of Gu Tianming's hesitation, the ice orb Yao Xuan had thrown swiftly approached, crashing forcefully against Gu Tianming's wings. Confronted by a soul master-level opponent, Yao Xuan had not unleashed his full power. Otherwise, not even the strongest of materials would withstand such force. Nevertheless, the speed and potency of the ice orb were still formidable. Upon contact with Gu Tianming's wings, the orb exploded, causing his wings, conjured from soul power, to quiver violently. Simultaneously, his soul power was rapidly depleting, and in the blink of an eye, Gu Tianming's energy was nearly exhausted. Without the support of his soul power, Gu Tianming could no longer maintain his martial spirit form. In the next moment, his wings vanished, and his body plummeted toward the ground like a kite severed from its string. Brother Ming, Gu Tianri, and Gu Tianyue looked on with urgency, their bodies racing downward in an attempt to catch Gu Tianming, but they were always a step too slow. Anxiety etched across their faces. Just then, Wu Changkong sprang into action. His figure soared into the air, a faint glow of soul power flashing before he caught Gu Tianming and swiftly carried him away from the arena. Gu Tianming was out of the match. Observing this, Long Hingshu looked at Wu Changkong with gratitude before announcing, Wu Changkong's intervention was timely and precise. He has rendered significant assistance. Thank you, Teacher Wu, Yingrong said, gazing at Wu Changkong from afar. Not at all. I merely wish to prevent my student from bearing undue responsibility, Wu Changkong replied nonchalantly. Could he not express himself more graciously? After all, someone is thanking him. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yingrong silently lamented. How could this be? My flight martial soul has been so easily countered. After being released by Wu Changkong and returning to the ground, Gu Tianming's eyes shimmered with dissatisfaction, feeling a sense of loss. They really brought it down. The speed of that ice ball is astonishing. What immense strength must be behind it? It seems that this generation of juniors should not be underestimated. As Gu Tianming took the stage, the surrounding audience buzzed with excitement, casting astonished glances at Yao Xuan. Continue. With a successful strike, Yao Xuan swiftly picked up another ice ball from the ground, launching it towards Gu Tianri, who remained in the arena. Learning from Gu Tianming's failure, Gu Tianri and Gu Tianyu elevated their altitude significantly, closely monitoring Yao Xuan's movements and dodging swiftly, with ample preparation. This time, Yao Xuan's ice ball did not hit them, and they gazed at him with a provocative glint in their eyes. Don't get too complacent. Observing the two in the air, Yao Xuan merely smiled faintly. He grasped 2 ice balls, one in each hand, calculating their trajectories before hurling them towards Gu Tianri. Is this possible? Watching the 4 ice balls, each following an unpredictable path and descending upon him like celestial blossoms, Gu Tianri felt a chill of apprehension. He could easily evade a single ice ball, but facing 4, his scalp prickled with anxiety, leaving him uncertain of how to dodge. He instinctively veered to the right. Gu Tianri's evasion was not entirely futile. At the very least, he avoided 2 ice balls. However, he was powerless against the remaining 2, which struck him directly, depleting his soul power in an instant and causing him to plummet. Following the same strategy, Yao Xuan effortlessly knocked down Gu Tianyu with another ice ball. Thus, all 3 flying soul masters from Class 1 of Year 1 had taken the stage, leading Class 4 of Year 1 to victory in this match. Yay, we won. From now on, we are Class 3. Yao Xuan is truly remarkable. It was unclear who initiated the cheer, But soon the students of Class 5 of Year 1 erupted into jubilant celebration. Class 5 of Year 1, victorious, would temporarily retain their title until the class promotion matches concluded, at which point they would change their class designation. Re-entering the competition arena. Long Hengsu regarded Yao Xuan with a peculiar expression, feeling a twinge of regret for not placing Yao Xuan in Class 1 directly. Faced with formidable flying soul masters, Yao Xuan and his companions had achieved victory with such ease. Given their strength, they could likely overcome even the fourth-year students without issue. Only the fifth-year students, possessing soul respecters, stood a chance of halting them. If Class 5 of Year 1 truly accomplished such a feat, wouldn't that be a severe blow to his pride? The more he thought, the more Long Hengsu felt regret. Meanwhile, observing the Gu brothers being defeated by Yao Xuan's ice balls in mere moments, Yingrong was momentarily stunned. She never imagined that the Gu brothers, trained for months as flying soul masters, would fall in such an absurd manner. This Yao Xuan possesses immense strength and power. Moreover, that peculiar throwing technique is not something an ordinary person could master. Could it be that this is all due to Wu Changkong's influence? Teacher Wu, congratulations. From now on, you have become Class 3. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Yingrong turned to Wu Changkong with a smile. Thank you, but this is not my ultimate goal. Wu Changkong replied with a slight nod, then approached Yao Xuan and the other two, saying, well done. On the battlefield, adaptability is essential. However, today's victory was somewhat fortunate. Your opponents were rather weak. In the future, before you acquire mechs or battle armor, the best strategy against flying soul masters will be defense. With that, Wu Changkong turned and departed. Wow, Teacher Wu praised us. Listening to Wu Changkong's words and waiting for him to walk away, Xie displayed a smug expression on his face, and then exclaimed with surprise. What are you so proud of? Teacher Wu did not commend you. He praised Yao Xuan. What does that have to do with you? Do not indulge in such self-importance. Observing Xie, Guyu retorted sharply. Is it truly necessary for you to act this way? He has worked very hard. Can you not offer him a bit of consolation? Listening to Guyu's words, Xie inquired with dissatisfaction. My answer is no, Guyu replied calmly. Hmph. Upon hearing Guyu's words, Xie let out a cold snort and turned his head away. All right, Xie, do not be upset. Guyu, do take it easy in the future. Refrain from provoking Xie too often, for he has indeed been making progress. Yao Xuan interjected, noticing the silent tension between the two, and then called out to Tang Wulin in the distance. Although they had been together for 3 months, Yao Xuan and the others had developed a certain camaraderie in battle. However, in daily life, apart from his close bond with Yao Xuan, Guyu maintained a rather aloof demeanor towards the others. Consequently, whenever discontent arose among the group, it was often Yao Xuan who took on the role of mediator. Very well. A good man should not quarrel with a bad woman. I shall not be angry any longer. Upon hearing Yao Xuan's words, Xie responded somewhat reluctantly, while the nearby Guyu cast a glare at him that could kill. Brother Xian, your move was simply magnificent. If it were me, I could never have devised such a clever strategy. At that moment, Tang Wulin stepped out from the class ranks and approached Yao Xuan, expressing his admiration. Haha, it was merely a moment of inspiration. There's nothing to boast about, Yao Xuan replied. Today we achieved victory, and it calls for a celebration. Come. Allow me to treat you to a splendid meal. He patted Tang Wulin on the shoulder as he spoke. Wonderful. Thank you, Brother Xian. Listening to Yao Xuan's invitation to dine, Tang Wulin felt a considerable alleviation of the regret that had lingered in his heart due to his inability to participate. He expressed his gratitude, and thus the four of them made their way to the dining hall. After enjoying their evening meal, Xie suggested they venture out for some leisure, but Yao Xuan declined his proposal for a simple reason. He wished to engage in cultivation. This, of course, was merely a pretext for Yao Xuan to deter others from going out. According to the original timeline, he had brutally defeated the Light Dragon, and today, the Light Dragon's brother, Guang Biao, would come seeking retribution. To venture outside now would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Upon returning to their dormitory, they each entered the bathhouse for a cleansing soak. Just as they were about to commence their soul power cultivation, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open with urgency. Yao Xuan, Xie, Wulin, something's amiss. You must hurry outside to see. Our academy is besieged by a group of individuals, and their influence is significant. Moreover, they are brandishing large photographs of the three of you and Guyu, proclaiming you to be the culprits. What on earth have you done? Their classmate, Yun Xiao, gasped for breath, his face a portrait of anxiety. Could it be related to yesterday's events? Upon hearing Yun Zhao's words, Tang Wuluan's eyes shifted as he inquired, "Is it possible? Did not Teacher Wu mention yesterday that there might be someone behind that light dragon? Xian, what should we do now?" Xie nodded in affirmation and then turned to Yao Xuan. "Let us seek out Teacher Wu. Did he not say yesterday that he would resolve any troubles we encounter?" Yao Xuan replied with a composed demeanor. "Indeed, yes, Teacher Wu." Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Xie and Tang Wulin seemed to have found their backbone, feeling considerably more at ease. As the three had just stepped out of the dormitory, a striking figure sprinted towards them from a distance, dressed in a white school uniform. With long black hair flowing behind her, it was Guyu. "Guyu, have you heard about it?" Yao Xuan inquired. "Yes, it should be from yesterday. I was just about to look for you." Guyu nodded, her expression remaining calm and composed. "I think we should go to the school gate." "Wulin, Xie, please inform Teacher Wu promptly." Yao Xuan confirmed with a nod to Tang Wulin and Xie. "Understood, we will hurry," replied Tang Wulin and Xie. As they quickly made their way towards Teacher Wu's office, while Yao Xuan and Guyu walked side by side towards the school entrance, two faint gusts of wind swirled around them, and in less than a minute, they arrived at the school gate. Outside Donghai Academy, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of burly men, their intimidating presence filling the area. Each of these formidable figures wielded various weapons, including some military-grade soul-guiding devices capable of injuring soul masters at the soul sovereign level, an audacious reason for their blockade of the academy. At the forefront of these muscular men stood a figure clad in purple armor, exuding a powerful aura, his body rippling with bulging muscles, clearly the leader. Beside him, several men carried a stretcher upon which lay a figure swathed in bandages, bruised and battered, Guang Long. Behind Guang Long, a few robust men held up 4 large photographs, featuring Yao Xuan and the other 3, while another group brandished a massive banner that read, "An eye for an eye, a life for a life. Donghai Academy. Hand over the culprits. You dare to cause trouble at Donghai Academy? Who are you?" The group of burly men shouted, their voices booming as they blocked the entrance. Soon, Long Hngshu emerged with several teachers, their expressions filled with anger, confronting the men. "What do you want?" "I am here to demand justice for my brother, the leader." Guang Biao replied coldly. "This is my brother, Guang Long. Last night, 4 students from your academy assaulted him severely. I demand that you hand them over." Guang Biao. "Are you the captain of the Donghai City Mecha team?" Long Hengshu's pupils contracted as he sensed Guang Biao's powerful soul energy, realizing he was likely facing a soul emperor. "Indeed, I am Guang Biao. However, I am also a brother seeking justice for my injured sibling, so I insist you hand over the assailants immediately, or else." Guang Biao's foot stomped down hard on the ground. The sheer force of his soul emperor level combined with the power of his mecha sent tremors through the earth, causing many students to nearly stumble or fall. Accompanied by Guang Biao's threat, the men behind him raised their weapons, chanting for the surrender of the culprits. The situation swiftly turned dire for Donghai Academy. These humans love to play the victim. It is utterly disgusting. A deep-seated hatred glimmered in Guyu's eyes, her voice icy and laced with venom. "Captain Guang Biao, please calm your anger. I believe there's been a misunderstanding. You see, the individuals in these photographs are merely children. Could it be that your brother was harmed by children?" Long Hengshu spoke, struggling to suppress his own fury, his tone forced to be humble even as he felt urgency within. As the director of the intermediate department at Donghai Academy, Long Hengshu possessed a formidable Soul King rank. Nonetheless, compared to Guang Biao, his combat prowess was significantly inferior. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be? My brother is gravely injured, nearly losing his life. And he personally identified his assailants. Enough of this nonsense. I give you half an hour to hand them over, or we will search for them ourselves. But let me warn you, my brothers are not gentle souls. If anything happens, don't blame me for not giving prior notice." Guang Biao scoffed, looking down at Long Hengshu as he continued to threaten. "Captain Guang Biao, you are overstepping. According to the laws of Donghai City, if you wish to apprehend someone, you must first apply for an arrest warrant from the Donghai City Court. Otherwise, you will find it impossible to take anyone from our academy." Long Hengshu retorted, anger flickering across his face. "Impossible? Do you think that you, a Soul King who has never seen battle, can stop me?" Guang Biao's eyes glimmered with malice as he spoke coldly. "I may not be your match, but if you want to enter the academy, you will have to step over our corpses." Long Hengshu declared, channeling his soul power, releasing his martial spirit, as over a dozen teachers followed suit, readying themselves for battle. In the background, witnessing this scene, students who had previously grumbled about Long Hengshu's stern demeanor were now inspired, filled with fervor. Some older, more powerful students stepped forward, releasing their martial spirits to stand behind Long Hengxiu. Very well, you choose to reject my goodwill. Do you truly believe you can stop me? I will make you understand the gap between you and a soul emperor. Never forget, in the world of soul masters, strength reigns supreme. Guang Biao's powerful aura surged forth, pressing down on Long Hengxiu and the others. While Long Hengxiu and the teachers managed to withstand the pressure, many students behind them faltered. Though I find you repugnant, I must concede to one of your statements. In the realm of soul masters, strength indeed holds dominion. A chilling voice rang out as a blue figure soared into view. Landing gracefully before Guang Biao, it was Wu Changkong. Clad in a flowing white robe, his light blue hair cascading behind him, Wu Changkong stood proudly. His emerald eyes glinting with cold light, fixated on Guang Biao, emanating a subtle chill. And who might you be? Gazing at Wu Changkong, Guang Biao's eyes revealed a hint of gravity. He could distinctly sense that with Wu Changkong's arrival, the momentum he had gathered was instantly shattered. It seemed that he was up against a formidable opponent, one not inferior to himself. Who I am is of little consequence, however. The 4 students you seek are my disciples. Defeat me, and you may proceed. Lose, and you shall depart, Wu Changkong stated coolly. Your students? Very well, let you, their teacher, experience the pain inflicted upon my brother. Guang Biao sneered, unleashing his soul power. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, as 2 yellow and 4 purple soul rings materialized behind him, and his martial spirit was summoned, enveloping him. With the manifestation of his martial spirit, Guang Biao's stature surged by 1 meter, and thick, iron-gray scales cascaded down from his forehead, completely encasing his body like a robust armor. Simultaneously, 3 luminous orbs flickered upon his shoulders, 1 yellow and 2 purple, representing his soul spirits. With the emergence of his martial spirit and soul spirits, Guang Biao's aura intensified significantly, exuding a formidable pressure that seemed capable of shattering mountains and reshaping the earth, causing many students to break into a cold sweat for Wu Changkong. Guang Biao then fixed his gaze fiercely upon Wu Changkong, his overwhelming momentum akin to a whirlwind that tousled his long hair. At that moment, Wu Changkong finally moved. With a flick of his arm, a faint blue glow of soul power shimmered, and the sky-blue Tian Shuang sword appeared in his hand. Holding the sword, Wu Changkong took a gentle step forward. In an instant, Guang Biao's violent aura was once again dismantled, vanishing without a trace. Moreover, as Wu Changkong executed this strike, an incredibly frigid aura, seemingly capable of freezing all, surged toward Guang Biao. How chilling. Although Wu Changkong aimed his attack at Guang Biao, even the surrounding students felt a wave of cold wash over them, their bodies involuntarily shivering. Even Yao Xuan, situated dozens of meters away, sensed the chill in the air. As the target of Wu Changkong's strike, Guang Biao felt as if he were ensnared in an icy realm, struggling to escape. How could this be? So powerful? With disbelief flashing in his eyes, Guang Biao exerted all his might, barely breaking through Wu Changkong's aura. Yet, the astonishment in his eyes deepened as he noticed the 6 flickering soul rings behind Wu Changkong, unlike his own configuration of 2 yellow and 4 purple rings. The last 2 rings of Wu Changkong were of faint black, 10,000-year soul rings. They are indeed 10,000-year soul rings. As a soul emperor, Guang Biao naturally understood the rarity of 10,000-year soul rings. Even the spirit transmission tower, the progenitor of soul spirits, found it exceedingly difficult to create a 10,000-year soul spirit, requiring immense resources and manpower, let alone other factions. Consequently, whenever a 10,000-year soul spirit appeared at an auction, it would incite a frenzy among soul masters, often fetching prices in the billions of federal currency and frequently sold through barter, as wealth alone could not secure one. An ordinary soul master, without the backing of a powerful faction, would find it nearly impossible to obtain a 10,000-year soul ring. Even the favored light dragon of a certain military bigwig lacked the qualifications to acquire one. Yet, at this moment, the long-haired man before him possessed 2 10,000-year soul rings, indicating that his identity was anything but ordinary, far beyond that of a mere instructor. Who on earth are you? Guang Biao questioned Wu Changkong, his voice tinged with unease. Accept this strike, and you shall earn the right to know. Wu Changkong replied coldly, and then the 3rd purple soul ring behind him began to gleam. Tian Shuang slash. As the soul ring glimmered, in the next instant, Wu Changkong's figure vanished, reappearing before Guang Biao, delivering a ferocious slash with the Tian Shuang sword, emanating a chilling aura that seemed capable of severing all, aimed straight at Guang Biao. Impossible. This sensation, faced with Wu Changkong's strike, Guang Biao felt as though an iceberg were descending upon him. his soul power seemingly freezing in the wake of the overpowering cold. A shiver of dread surged through him, and he trembled uncontrollably, consumed by fear. Although he quivered from the frigid air, Guang Biao was, after all, a soul emperor and had previously joined the Soul Master army, possessing considerable combat experience. Thus, he desperately channeled his soul power, activating several soul rings behind him. In the next moment, the scales adorning his body radiated an iron-gray glow, and a gray-black soul power shield, covered in dragon scales, materialized before him, appearing exceedingly sturdy. However, under the might of Wu Changkong's strike, all of Guang Biao's resistance proved futile. When the Tian Shuang slash struck the soul power shield, the seemingly indestructible barrier quaked violently and shattered within less than half a second. Subsequently, the condensed sword light cleaved into Guang Biao's chest. As Wu Changkong's sword neared him, Guang Biao felt as if his senses had dulled, his blood seeming to congeal, rendering him nearly incapable of resistance. The strike landed upon his chest, severing the mech crafted from 1,000-fold metal, inscribed with numerous soul guide formations, in an instant, shattering it to pieces. The Tian Shuang sword sliced through Guang Biao's famed scales as if they were mere vegetables. Immediately, the sharp blade pierced his skin, yet strangely, no blood flowed forth. It had all been frozen by the chilling aura of the Tian Shuang sword. Am I to perish? How regretful indeed. At this moment, Guang Biao's mind was consumed by this singular thought. But then, Wu Changkong withdrew his sword. You have been defeated. I have no desire to take a life. Leave with your people, Wu Changkong stated coldly, observing Guang Biao, who trembled continuously, his gaze vacant, a gruesome wound marring his chest. That move. You hail from that place. Guang Biao finally grasped the truth, murmuring in terror. Indeed. So, take your companions and depart. Your brother has committed offenses. My students have informed me, and I believe their actions were warranted. Should I ever see you again, it will not merely be a matter of minor injuries. Wu Changkong's frosty words resonated. Yes. It is all my fault, entirely my fault. I shall leave at once. Panting heavily, Guang Biao replied, his tone exceedingly humble, akin to a stray dog, as he hurriedly retreated with his subordinates. Hero. Teacher Wu is magnificent. Long live Teacher Wu. As Guang Biao fled, a wave of fervent cheers erupted among the students, the male students casting admiring glances at Wu Changkong, while the female students gazed at his figure with adoration. And the other teachers expressed their gratitude. 20 minutes later, in Wu Changkong's office. I apologize, Teacher Wu. We have caused you trouble. Yao Xuan, Gu Yu, Xie, and Tang Wulin chorused their apologies. It is of no concern. Return to your cultivation, Wu Changkong replied coolly. Teacher, you do not hold us accountable? Xie inquired with curiosity. You have not committed any wrongdoing. Why should I blame you? However, to prevent retaliation and other nefarious actions, it was decreed by Wu Changkong that, aside from rest days, no one was permitted to leave the school premises after nightfall. Understood. The four pledged their commitment and returned to their dormitories. They engaged in dining, cultivation, physical training, and theoretical studies, and soon, another day had elapsed. In the afternoon, the class promotion competition recommenced, this time against Class 2 of the first year. Compared to previous occasions, the number of spectators had notably increased. With even advanced students in attendance, it was evident that rather than merely coming to observe, they were drawn to witness Wu Changkong's prowess. Since yesterday's battle, his reputation had resounded throughout the Donghai Academy. Faced with Class 2 of the first year, Yao Xuan and his fellow competitors did not exert their full strength, effortlessly defeating their opponents and securing victory. This nonchalant triumph, coupled with Wu Changkong's renown, solidified the reputation of Class 5 of the first year, elevating it within the intermediate division. The following day was a rest day, consequently, the promotion competition was postponed until the upcoming Monday, generating considerable interest among the majority of the intermediate division. On one side stood the Dark Horse team, led by Wu Changkong, which had easily vanquished 3 other classes. On the other was an established powerhouse, boasting the strongest contenders of the grade, including high-ranking Soul Master students, who would emerge victorious. While the thoughts of other students were disregarded, on this day of respite, Tang Wulin unexpectedly expressed a desire to visit the auction house. It appeared that Tang Wulin's bloodline was beginning to awaken, although he had not been provoked into revealing the might of the Golden Dragon King prematurely. The unlocking of his bloodline seal was indeed an unstoppable process. Listening to Yao Xuan, he naturally comprehended the events surrounding Tang Wulin and thought to himself. However, Yao Xuan was also aware that this time, the progress of Tang Wulin's bloodline unlocking would undoubtedly be slower than in the original timeline. At the very least, with his presence, Tang Wulin had no reason to hastily confront the first layer of the seal. With a protective future ahead of him, Tang Wulin would not recklessly take risks to challenge the seal prematurely. Chapter 95, Spiritual Artifacts and Golden Evolution Points. Class 1, Subscription requested. Without the enhancement of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, relying solely on his blue-silver grass martial soul, Tang Wulin's strength would naturally lag significantly compared to the original historical line. This was not a bad thing for Yao Xuan, as he could seize more fortune from Tang Wulin. As for Tang Wulin's suggestion to visit the auction house, Yao Xuan had no objections. He, too, wished to explore the auction house and witness the various spiritual artifacts of the Douluo Continent. After all, according to the rules of the super god system, consuming spiritual artifacts could also yield golden evolution points for Yao Xuan. Early the next morning, Yao Xuan and the other two departed from the school, guided by Xie towards the East Sea auction house. Accompanying them was Guyu, who decided to join Yao Xuan upon learning of his visit to the auction house. The East Sea auction house is located in the heart of East Sea City, adjacent to the East Sea City Museum, and is affiliated with the East Sea City Lord's Mansion. It hosts small auctions monthly and large auctions annually. After a 20-minute walk, the four arrived at the auction house. Upon presenting their identities as soul masters, they quickly gained entry. By the way, Wulin, what made you suddenly think of coming to the auction house? Xie inquired curiously as they entered. Well, I'm not quite sure how to explain it. Perhaps it was a sudden whim? Tang Wulin replied, scratching his head. Although he trusted Yao Xuan and the others, the mysterious voice had instructed him not to disclose anything regarding the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, so he kept it concealed. All right, I won't pry further, Xie conceded, seeing Tang Wulin's reluctance to share. As they walked, at Tang Wulin's behest, they arrived at the spiritual fruit section. The spiritual fruit area was a rectangular room, approximately 300 square meters in size, containing numerous transparent compartments made of special alloys, reinforced by soul guide arrays, which could only be destroyed by soul kings. Within each transparent alloy compartment lay a uniquely shaped spiritual fruit, alongside its age, effects, and starting bid, with none priced below 100,000 federal coins. So expensive, Tang Wulin exclaimed, a hint of conflict visible in his eyes as he clenched his fists. These were merely decades-old spiritual fruits, and their prices were already staggering. The 100-year spiritual fruits he sought would undoubtedly cost even more. Like Tang Wulin, Yao Xuan activated his observation eye, scanning the various spiritual fruits. Name, Dragon Spirit Grass Age, 10 years type, rare vegetation effect, enhances constitution. Grants 7 golden evolution points upon consumption, with diminishing returns on repeated use. Name, Ice Crystal Fruit Age, 30 years type, Ice Attribute Spiritual Fruit Effect, boosts soul power, doubles effect for Ice Attribute Martial Souls, grants 4 golden evolution points upon consumption, with diminishing returns on repeated use. Name, Purple Sprout Flower Age, 50 years type, Spiritual Fruit Effect, enhances soul power and potential, grants 10 golden evolution points upon consumption, with diminishing returns on repeated use. As Yao Xuan perused the spiritual fruits, their information appeared before him, revealing a flicker of disappointment on his face. Initially, he hoped to take advantage of his observation eye to find a hidden gem, but the appraisers at this auction house were evidently knowledgeable, and he did not find any undervalued spiritual artifacts. Simultaneously, Yao Xuan deduced a pattern. For every 40,000 federal coins spent on 10-year spiritual fruits, he could expect to gain a single golden evolution point. By this calculation, to acquire 100 golden evolution points through the consumption of 10-year spiritual fruits, Yao Xuan would need to expend 4 million federal coins, an exceedingly low cost-effectiveness. Xie, why are there no 100-year spiritual fruits here? After surveying the exhibits, Tang Wulin asked Xie, somewhat disappointed. 100-year spiritual fruits? Such precious auction items are likely on the second or even third floor. However, to access the second floor, we need to spend 100,000 federal coins to obtain bidding qualifications, Xie explained. 100,000 federal coins just for bidding qualifications? Tang Wulin frowned. Yes, 100,000 federal coins. Furthermore, that amount only grants access to the second floor's auction items. To reach the third floor, one must spend 1 million federal coins for VIP bidding qualifications. Of course, this only covers access to view and bid any 100-year spiritual artifact, unless it has exceptionally poor effects, generally starts at over 1 million federal coins, Xie elaborated. Over 1 million federal coins. Tang Wulin clenched his fists. Although he still had nearly a year to prepare, a faint sense of urgency and helplessness arose within him. Gathering 4 types of spiritual artifacts would require 4 million federal coins, if not more, which seemed exceedingly challenging. What is bothering you, Wulin? That you're suddenly thinking about all this? Xie asked, noticing Tang Wulin's expression. It's nothing. Tang Wulin shook his head. All right, if you're facing any troubles, don't keep it to yourself. Talk to me and Xian Gu. Perhaps we can offer assistance, Xie comforted, patting Tang Wulin's shoulder. Thank you, Xie. Tang Wulin replied sincerely, feeling slightly less disheartened. He still had close to a year and, with everyone's help, it was not impossible to successfully collect the 4 types of spiritual artifacts. After examining the spiritual artifacts, the 4 did not leave immediately but continued to explore the first floor of the auction house, witnessing various soul-guided devices and rare treasures. Before returning to East Sea Academy at noon. Before long, the afternoon of the second day arrived. However, the competition did not commence immediately due to an anticipated powerful typhoon, which postponed the event by a week, disappointing many students who had prepared to watch. A week swiftly passed, the typhoon subsided, and that afternoon, the promotion match finally recommenced. Compared to previous competitions, a larger number of students attended this match, nearly filling the hundreds of seats in the playground. Even many senior students came to spectate. Drawn by the match's growing reputation, amidst the eager gazes of the students, the participating teams took the stage in succession. On the left side of the dual platform, the first-year Class 5 team, led by Wu Changkong, comprised Yao Xuan, Guyu, and Xie once again. Their appearance elicited enthusiastic cheers and attention, particularly from the female students. After a week, Yao Xuan, Guyu, and Xie's strengths remained unchanged, still at levels 21, 19, and 21, respectively. As for Tang Wulin, he had naturally not broken through the first layer of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline seal. On the right side of the dual platform stood Ying Luo, the homeroom teacher of first-year Class 1. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to Ying Rong. Yet she lacked the latter's approachable demeanor, exuding an air of pride instead. Chapter 96. The Battle Begins. The Siege. Subscription for more. Please subscribe. Standing behind Ying Luo were the first-year contestants. Positioned at the center was a tall young man with a square face and penetrating eyes, exuding a remarkable composure that suggested a maturity beyond his years. To his right stood a remarkably gaunt boy, whose pale complexion and faintly ominous aura made him appear unapproachable, his eyes glimmering with a chilling light. To his left was a smaller, slender boy, leaving a faint azure afterimage as he moved, clearly indicating his identity as a sensitive attack-type soul master. Finally, the moment had arrived. Who would emerge victorious? It was said that this year's first class was hailed as the strongest in a century. However, the nearby 5th class was no less formidable, having previously secured swift victories. Let us eagerly anticipate the outcome of this contest. As both sides made their appearances, the surrounding audience buzzed with discussion, their eyes fixated on the arena, eager to witness this clash. First-year 5th class, please confirm the number of contestants and send out your representatives, commanded Hmph as they ascended the platform. First-year 5th class. 3 contestants, Yao Xuan, Guyu, and Xie, step forward, he continued, as Yao Xuan led Guyu and Xie onto the stage. First-year 5th class has dispatched 3 participants. Now, first-year 1st class, please send out your representatives, Hmph directed, glancing at Ying Luo. Yangzi, go forth and teach them a thorough lesson, Ying Luo declared fiercely, casting a resentful glance at Wu Changkong. Yes, teacher, the composed student referred to as Yangzi replied, stepping forward to lead his teammates. Oh dear, my sister still harbors resentment towards Wu Changkong, sighed Ying Rong, observing Ying Luo. Ever since Ying Luo's unrequited confession to Wu Changkong 2 years ago, her pride had been wounded, fueling her desire to exact revenge. Meanwhile, on the stage, the 6 contestants from both teams locked eyes, their gazes brimming with fervent combat intent. First-year 1st class, Captain Zhang Yangzi, the calm young man announced. Wang Jinxia, replied the slender, cold boy from the back. Wei Xiaofeng, today you shall witness what true strength entails. Do not presume that having defeated some weaklings makes you our equals. You are not worthy. Wei Xiaofeng taunted, extending his right hand downward in a provocative gesture. This guy. Xie seethed with anger, clenching his fists. First-year 5th class, Captain Yao Xuan stepped forward, proclaiming. Guyu Xie, today I shall demonstrate the consequences of underestimating others. his eyes glinting with cold resolve. Xie glared at Wei Xiaofeng. I must emphasize, this is a competition within the academy. We must adhere to the principles of martial ethics. No clever tricks or attempts to harm your opponents, or the academy will impose additional penalties. Understood? Long Hangshu warned, frowning at the tense atmosphere between the two sides. Understood. The six responded in unison. All right, both sides retreat. Prepare. 3, 2, 1. Under Long Hangshu's command, both teams stepped back, creating a 50-meter distance between them. Begin. With Long Hangshu's booming voice, the ultimate showdown representing the strongest freshmen commenced. Would the fifth class charge forward like a tempest, creating a miracle, or would the first class remain steadfast, preserving their title as the strongest? The onlooking students were filled with anticipation for the unfolding battle. At that moment, on the stage, the sensitive attack-type Soul Master Xie and Wei Xiaofeng surged forward almost simultaneously, charging at each other. First, Wei Xiaofeng activated his soul power. A flash of azure light enveloping him as his martial soul, the azure shadow serpent, manifested and merged with him, propelling him into a state of martial soul possession. A small azure serpent appeared on his shoulder, adorned with a pair of translucent wings, exuding a formidable aura. As his soul spirit materialized, 2 yellow soul rings emerged behind him, amplifying his momentum and speed. Moreover, with the martial soul's manifestation, his body became supple, a layer of faint azure scales forming on his skin. On the other side, Xie also sprang into action, 2 yellow soul rings appearing behind him, elevating his aura as golden light coalesced into a luminous dragon dagger. In an instant, he darted toward Wei Xiaofeng. The next moment, the two were entangled in a fierce clash, their azure and golden afterimages flickering, making their movements nearly impossible to track. Only a handful of senior students able to discern the intricate details of their confrontation, while Xie and Wei Xiaofeng battled fiercely in front of Yao Xuan. Wang Jinxie and Zhang Yangzi also activated their martial souls and advanced towards him. Zhang Yangzi, with his martial soul. The Dark Phantom Eagle, a top-tier martial soul, possessed an innate soul power of level 8, currently reaching level 22, even surpassing Yao Xuan. Upon activating his martial soul, a faint layer of eagle feathers enveloped his body, and a pair of wings sprouted from his back, increasing his speed by approximately 50%. Additionally, his hands transformed, becoming large and sharp, resembling daggers. As the first soul ring flickered behind him, Zhang Yangzi unleashed his first soul skill, the Dark Sky, enveloping himself in an aura of shadow, rendering his position elusive and suggesting the imminent threat of a lethal strike from the darkness. Meanwhile, Wang Jinxie also activated his martial soul. His martial soul, the Bone Dragon King, a top-tier dark-type martial soul, possessed an innate soul power of level 9, matching Yue Xian at level 21. Upon activating his martial soul, Wang Jinxie's bones expanded, causing his body to swell to twice its size, his strength and presence surging dramatically, particularly in his claws and feet, which transformed into menacing dragon-like appendages radiating a fearsome aura of destruction. With the flicker of his yellow soul ring, Wang Jinxie activated his first soul skill, the Bone Dragon Claw, as his right claw glimmered with a faint black light. Multiplying his power several times and imbued with attributes of darkness and venom, he struck fiercely toward Yao Xuan's chest. Impressive. Are these truly first-year students? Wang Jinxie's combat strength could likely rival some weaker soul masters, exclaimed onlookers in awe. Indeed, it will be fascinating to see how Yao Xuan counters this attack. I heard he hasn't even utilized his martial soul power yet, relying solely on his physical strength to sweep away his opponents this time. We hope to see him unleash his full potential. As they observed Wang Jinxie and Zhang Yangzi's actions, the surrounding students whispered among themselves, their gazes filled with reverence. Some senior students were secretly astonished, realizing that they might not stand a chance against either of them, let alone facing both in tandem. How would Yao Xuan respond to the two powerful soul masters' assault? Would he withstand their combined onslaught? What is his martial soul? At that moment, all the spectators' gazes converged upon Yao Xuan. Chapter 97. Fierce Battle, Suppressing Zhang Yangzi, Wang Jinxie. The cooperation between Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie was remarkably harmonious. Not only did they launch their assault with full force, but they also aimed to eliminate Yao Xuan in a single stroke, clearly having come prepared. In fact, prior to their appearance, Zhang Yangzi and the other two competitors had already engaged in discussions and rehearsals. With the ambush on Yao Xuan being the battle plan they ultimately chose to execute, they believed that with Wei Xiaofeng's strength, it would be effortless to entangle the equally powerful Xie. and as long as they could eliminate Yao Xuan, the remaining opponent, Gu Yu, who was merely a soul master, would pose no significant threat, allowing them to secure an easy victory. Here they come. As Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie charged towards him, Yao Xuan remained calm internally, yet a rare seriousness and gravity appeared on his face. Both Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie were great soul masters, wielding top-tier martial souls. And with their premium soul spirits and rigorous training, their strength matched that of weaker initial soul kings. Their combined efforts elevated their power to an even higher tier. Such combat prowess, while not a true threat to Yao Xuan, warranted his earnest attention. Thus, after the battle against the Long Hngshu commenced, Yao Xuan swiftly began to channel his soul power. The soul power surged through his meridians, pulsating vigorously. In the next instant, glimmers of nine-colored light flickered around Yao Xuan. And then the ancestral dragon martial soul manifested before him. With the enhancement of his soul power and the unlocking of the ancestral dragon bloodline, the appearance of the ancestral dragon martial soul had become considerably more formidable compared to his soul master days, its length extending nearly to 1 meter, emanating a powerful aura of dominance. Heavens, what is this martial soul? Indeed, what an overwhelming presence. This martial soul is simply magnificent. The spectators gazed in awe at Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon martial soul, their expressions reflecting astonishment. On the battlefield, upon the emergence of the ancestral dragon martial soul, Wang Jinxie felt a faint sense of dread emanating from his own martial soul, causing his soul power to momentarily stagnate. What is this sensation? Is it martial soul suppression? Impossible. My Bone Dragon King martial soul is among the top-tier dragon martial souls. How could it be suppressed? It must be an illusion. Despite the trepidation coursing through him, Wang Jinxie endeavored to suppress his fear and commanded his bone dragon claws to attack Yao Xuan. Ancestral Dragon, embody. With the manifestation of the ancestral dragon martial soul, Yao Xuan's aura surged, radiating a faint nine-colored glow. In the next moment, the ancestral dragon martial soul soared into the air and accelerated towards Yao Xuan's crown, ultimately merging with his body in a flash of light. As the ancestral dragon martial soul integrated with him, the nine-colored glow rapidly coalesced, forming a layer of faint nine-colored scales that enveloped Yao Xuan's skin, shielding most of his body. Simultaneously, a small ancestral dragon spirit, approximately 20 centimeters long, appeared before Yao Xuan, while 2 rings of yellow soul rings manifested behind him, further amplifying his presence. Additionally, upon the fusion with the ancestral dragon martial soul, Yao Xuan's stature increased, and the shape of his hands and feet transformed into sharp dragon claws, glimmering with a cold light, as if capable of tearing through anything. Then, Yao Xuan continued to channel his soul power. In the next moment, the first yellow soul ring behind him suddenly shone brightly. First soul skill, Ancestral Dragon Sky Cleave, activate. The nine-colored brilliance condensed, and Yao Xuan's claws sparkled with dazzling light as he leaped into the air like a swift arrow, aiming for Wang Jinxie's bone dragon claws. However, at that moment, a shadow burst forth from behind Yao Xuan, revealing a figure adorned with a triumphant smile, Zhang Yangzi. Having activated the soul skill Dark Canopy and infiltrated the shadows, Eagle Strike in the Sky. With the second soul ring shimmering, Zhang Yangzi unleashed his second soul skill, his speed doubling as he charged forward, claws accompanied by blades of azure light, fiercely striking towards Yao Xuan's back. Yao Xuan, be careful. Gu Yu, witnessing Zhang Yangzi's approach, displayed a hint of urgency in her eyes and quickly called out a warning. She then activated her soul skill, summoning a thick earthen wall behind Yao Xuan for defense. Understood. Just take care of yourself. Yao Xuan roared, and in midair, his ancestral dragon sky cleave collided violently with Wang Jinxie's bone dragon claws. Bang! The moment their claws met, a resounding clash reverberated, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent gusts of wind cascading outward. As the energy shockwave spread, Wang Jinxie felt an overwhelming force surge through him, as if his right arm no longer belonged to him. His body was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud, his formidable bone dragon claws now marred with cracks. After executing the bone dragon claw soul skill, the hardness of Wang Jinxie's dragon claws had increased at least tenfold, nearing the defensive capabilities of an ordinary initial soul king. Gazing at the fissures on his arm, fear flickered across Wang Jinxie's face. Heavens, what kind of monster is this Yao Xuan, to shatter my bone dragon claws? This is terrifying. In truth, Wang Jinxie was utterly unaware that Yao Xuan had not exerted his full strength. He had not employed his 2 major skills, Ancestral Dragon Dominance and Right Claw Dragon Transformation. And even the power he had unleashed was merely 70% of his total potential. The actual combat effectiveness he displayed was less than 30% of his peak power. The reason for holding back was Yao Xuan's clear understanding of his capabilities. If he had truly gone all out, a single strike would have shattered Wang Jinxia's right arm into fragments. Such an act would undoubtedly lead to disciplinary action from the academy, scorn from his peers, and potentially leave a blemish on his record. No one with a sound mind would engage in such self-destructive behavior, which is precisely why Yao Xuan controlled his strength. Nevertheless, even with this restraint, the might of Yao Xuan's attack was formidable, and the outcome instantly ignited a wave of cheers throughout the arena. Incredible! A single strike to defeat him. Is this the strength of Class 5 in the first year? This is simply absurd. Yet, Zhang Yangzi was still a formidable foe. How would Yao Xuan respond to him? Amidst the spectators' discussions, Zhang Yangzi waved his claws, causing the earthen wall formed by Gu Yu to collapse instantly, creating a large humanoid gap. He then charged through the opening, his sharp claws aimed at Yao Xuan's back, swirling with blades of wind. A commendable tactic, but alas, too slow. Feeling the fierce wind pressure behind him, Yao Xuan remained unfazed. He summoned his blood vitality, activating the first circle of blood circulation within him. First blood ability. Ancestral Dragon Shattered Sky Step. Engage. Chapter 98. Overwhelming Power, Martial Soul, Fusion Skill, Dark Black Eagle Dragon. In an instant, Yao Xuan's body flickered bizarrely, as though melding into the very fabric of space. The next moment, Yao Xuan's figure appeared 1 meter away, while Zhang Yangzi's attack completely missed, failing to graze even a hair on Yao Xuan, let alone inflict any harm. What kind of footwork is this? Am I seeing things? Did he just teleport? It is truly astonishing. As they observed Yao Xuan's movements, the surrounding students engaged in fervent discussions, yet none could discern the specific intricacies of his steps. This is hardly surprising. After all, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon's shattering steps pertains to the laws of space, a bloodline ability far beyond the comprehension of mere spirit masters. Great spirit masters or spirit emperors. The fluctuations of space? Yao Xuan's technique astonishingly harnesses a sliver of spatial power, truly remarkable. Unlike most of the students, Wu Changkong recognized the subtle brilliance behind Yao Xuan's strike and nodded in silent admiration, a hint of envy gleaming in his eyes. How is it possible? How did you evade my attack? Zhang Yangzi exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Your speed is simply too slow. Now, it is my turn. Ancestral Dragon Sky-Splitting Strike. With the first circle of yellow spirit rings shimmering behind him, Yao Xuan once again unleashed the Ancestral Dragon Sky-Splitting Strike, wielding immense power as he clawed towards Zhang Yangzi. Naturally, just as he had done in his previous encounter with Zhang Yangzi, he refrained from exerting his full strength, only utilizing 30% of his power to avoid inflicting severe harm upon him. Nevertheless, the might of this strike was sufficient to instill fear in Zhang Yangzi, prompting him to flicker away, attempting to merge once more into the dark celestial veil to evade the attack. However, at that moment, Gu Yu, who had been observing from the sidelines, took action. Elemental Tide. As the yellow spirit rings behind her glimmered, Gu Yu's eyes sparkled with intensity. The aura surrounding her transformed into a mesmerizing blend of white and red, harmoniously illuminating her presence. Raising her hands, a fleeting silver glimmer danced in the depths of her gaze, and then, an intensely radiant sphere of light, reminiscent of a miniature sun, erupted from her palms, hurtling towards the dark celestial veil unleashed by Zhang Yangzi. Upon impact, the light sphere ignited a brilliant conflagration of golden-red flames, scorching the dark veil. The veil, subjected to the dual elemental onslaught of light and fire, crumbled almost instantaneously, revealing Zhang Yangzi's figure. Moreover, under the combined elemental attributes of Gu Yu's light and fire, the dark attribute spirit power enveloping Zhang Yangzi was severely depleted. Though Gu Yu's rank was lower than Zhang Yangzi's, her formidable spirit power, exceptional control, and elemental advantage allowed her to pose significant challenges to them. Elemental combination? How astonishing! Yuingluo's face reflected her shock as she gazed at Gu Yu on the stage. It is worth noting that elemental combinations are advanced techniques typically considered only by spirit kings, yet here was Gu Yu, merely 9 years of age, adeptly merging light and fire, truly extraordinary. No wonder Wu Changkong was so resolute in wanting to recruit her. A glimmer of realization crossed Long Hengshu's mind as he contemplated the situation, accompanied by a tinge of regret for having placed Yao Xuan and Xie Xie in the 5th class. His intention had been to temper their characters before promoting them to the 1st class, yet he had never anticipated their rapid ascent, now having advanced to great spirit masters. with Yao Xuan's prowess rivaling that of the top 3 prodigies in the first-year class. Meanwhile, Wu Changkong nodded slightly, satisfied with Gu Yu's response. Her mastery over the elements, and her synergy with Yao Xuan. Just as Gu Yu dispelled Zhang Yangzi's dark celestial veil, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon's claw descended from the air, aimed squarely at Zhang Yangzi's chest. Zhang Yangzi, witnessing this move, displayed a hint of resignation as he summoned all his spirit power, activating his second soul skill, Eagle Strike, to counter Yao Xuan's assault. Bang! The clash between Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon's claw and Zhang Yangzi's eagle claw resonated in the air, producing a muffled sound. In the next moment, Zhang Yangzi's body was sent hurtling backward like a kite with its string severed, crashing heavily onto the ground. What? Zhang Yangzi has been defeated in an instant. My goodness, another one-hit knockout. This is terrifying. Yao Xuan's strength must rival that of a low-tier spirit emperor. Within mere exchanges, the once arrogant Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxin were effortlessly crushed by Yao Xuan, a display of strength that ignited fervent discussions among the observing students, even eliciting incredulous glances from many teachers. You are certain to lose. Serves you right for your insolent remarks. Ha ha ha. In the distance, Xie, engaged in a fierce battle with Wei Xiaofeng, glanced at the fallen Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxin, bursting into laughter. No, we have not lost yet. Listening to the taunts of Xie, a glimmer of determination flickered in Zhang Yangzi's eyes as he resolutely proclaimed, "Do we truly need to?" A hint of hesitation surfaced in Wang Jinxia's gaze as he inquired, "Given our strength, for the honor of our class, we cannot concede defeat," Zhang Yangzi asserted, rising from the ground. Though a faint ache lingered in his body and his right claw, which had clashed with Yu Xian, felt somewhat uncontrollable. His eyes remained sharp and his voice unwaveringly resolute. "Indeed, for the glory of our class." At this moment, Wang Jinxia also stood up, emboldened by Zhang Yangzi's words. He straightened his back with fervor and let out a low, thunderous roar, exuding a powerful surge of dark energy. What were these two contemplating? They had already been crushed by Yao Xuan's strike, their condition severely diminished. Could it be that they still possessed hidden cards yet to be revealed? Listening to the conversation between Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxia, the spectators displayed a glimmer of curiosity in their eyes as they contemplated the unfolding events. Suddenly, amidst the crowd's gaze, Zhang Yangzi soared into the air, swiftly darting behind Wang Jinxia, emitting a resounding eagle cry. With a dramatic flourish, he extended his arms and clasped Wang Jinxia around the waist. The dark hawk dragon, the deep rumble of a dragon's roar harmonized with the piercing cry of an eagle. Simultaneously, the bodies of Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxia transformed into an inky darkness and remarkably fused together. More precisely, Zhang Yangzi's form morphed into a shadowy light, seamlessly merging into Wang Jinxia's being. As this integration occurred, Wang Jinxia's physique rapidly expanded, tripling in size within an instant. Moreover, from behind Wang Jinxia, a pair of ebony wings sprouted, akin to Zhang Yangzi's previous eagle wings, albeit larger and darker. Additionally, a massive skeletal tail erupted from Wang Jinxia's back, while his previously shattered bone claws regenerated, now radiating a sharp brilliance. Chapter 99, Battle of the Dark Hawk Dragon. With the fusion of their bodies and martial souls, the duo's aura surged immensely, emanating a formidable dark energy that enveloped the surrounding space, instilling fear in onlookers. Initially, with their supreme martial souls, Wang Jinxia and Zhang Yangzi already surpassed the typical high-ranking soul masters, falling just short of the initial rank of soul venerables. However, upon unleashing their martial soul fusion technique, their presence ascended to an entirely new echelon, approaching the realm of ordinary initial rank soul venerables. In the realm of soul masters on the Douluo Continent, soul venerables are regarded as elite figures, with many graduates from advanced soul master academies merely achieving this rank, underscoring its rarity. It is noteworthy that the students qualifying for such esteemed academies are truly exceptional. Consequently, a soul venerable, if willing, can pursue various lucrative careers, enjoying a promising future. For Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxia, merely 9 years old yet on the verge of soul venerable strength, their future is indeed bright. The martial soul fusion technique. My eyes must be deceiving me. It truly is the martial soul fusion technique. Watching this match has proven invaluable. Indeed, the misfortune befalling Yao Xuan is clear. He faces the daunting reality of confronting such a formidable martial soul fusion technique. It seems he is destined to face defeat. Indeed, with the martial soul fusion technique, Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxia may very well overturn the odds. No wonder they were so confident moments ago. As the audience beheld the transformation of Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie, their eyes ignited with fervor, eagerly discussing the spectacle. Some even stood to gain a clearer view. The martial soul fusion technique is an extraordinary phenomenon. It is essential to recognize that even across the entire Douluo Continent, martial soul fusion techniques are exceedingly rare. Only when two soul masters' martial souls resonate to a significant degree and undergo extensive training together can they master such exceptional combat skills. The martial soul fusion technique is not merely a simple sum of its parts. Even the most basic fusion technique can grant soul masters the ability to combat beyond their rank, while more potent techniques can enable them to surpass two ranks, serving as true game-changers in battle. Indeed, the martial soul fusion technique they are wielding is the formidable Dark Hawk Dragon, which theoretically could elevate their power by two ranks. However, given their current strength, they are not yet fully capable of manifesting the Dark Hawk Dragon, as this technique can only be executed once they both advance to soul venerable status. At that point, their strength would be sufficient to contend with ordinary soul kings lacking mechas or battle armor. Nonetheless, even in its incomplete form, their combined prowess approaches that of a soul venerable, instilling them with confidence to defeat Yao Xuan. The martial soul fusion technique. I never anticipated these two would surprise me in such a manner. Wu Changkong, prepare for a bitter lesson. Observing Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie's martial soul fusion technique, Yi Yingluo couldn't suppress her smugness as she cast a glance towards Wu Changkong. Yet, to her astonishment, Wu Changkong remained unfazed. His expression is tranquil as a still lake, calmly gazing at the arena. Could it be that Wu Changkong believes Yao Xuan can withstand the martial soul fusion technique? He is truly adept at feigning calm. Soon, I shall relish the opportunity to mock him for underestimating my capabilities. Watching Wu Changkong's demeanor, Yi Yingluo seethed with frustration. The martial soul fusion technique. These youngsters possess intriguing potential. It seems Yao Xuan must exert himself fully to secure victory against them. Contemplating the formidable Dark Hawk Dragon radiating a terrifying aura, Wu Changkong harbored no doubts about Yao Xuan's ability to prevail. He held unwavering confidence in Yao Xuan's capabilities. Indeed, even Wu Changkong must utilize the strength of an initial rank soul venerable to exert any form of suppression against Yao Xuan. Who is Wu Changkong? A prodigy hailing from Shrek Academy, mentored by the title Douluo, he possesses the cultivation of a soul emperor. Even if he engages solely with the power of an initial rank soul venerable, he can easily dominate an ordinary initial rank soul venerable, illustrating Yao Xuan's prowess. Thus, Wu Changkong remained fully confident in Yao Xuan, eager to observe Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie's reactions and how long they could withstand Yao Xuan's onslaught. Excellent. Witnessing Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie activate their martial soul fusion technique, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction. In truth, Yao Xuan could have easily eliminated Wang Jinxie and Zhang Yangzi, knocking them out of the arena and disqualifying them from combat. However, he refrained from doing so, biding his time for their martial soul fusion technique to manifest, ensuring that Class 0 would naturally make an appearance. Sensing the energies of Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie, Yao Xuan understood that he must summon greater strength. While he need not resort to unleashing his bloodline ability, the Grand Dragon's right claw, he could no longer conceal his second soul skill, Grand Dragon's dominance. With a focused thought, the Grand Dragon spirit before Yao Xuan emitted a low growl, while the second yellow soul ring behind him flickered intensely. As the soul ring shimmered, Yao Xuan's internal soul power ignited, boiling with fervor, consuming rapidly, yet simultaneously, his soul power intensity doubled, and the radiant multicolored brilliance enveloping him intensified considerably. Not only did his soul power surge, but activating the Grand Dragon's dominance also significantly amplified Yao Xuan's vitality, enhancing both his offensive and defensive capabilities to an impressive threefold, while his agility, though slightly less augmented, still reached a twofold increase. As the Grand Dragon's dominance surged forth, Yao Xuan's aura escalated dramatically, matching and even slightly surpassing the formidable Dark Hawk Dragon released by Wang Jinxie and Zhang Yangzi. Heavens, what an overwhelming presence! Is this Yao Xuan's trump card? It seems he may possess the means to counter that martial soul fusion technique. This cohort of junior students is truly remarkable. Indeed, even the seniors in the 5th and 6th grades may not possess such formidable abilities. As they observed Yao Xuan's transformation, the discussions among the students grew increasingly fervent. They were utterly astonished to discover that Yao Xuan had not yet unleashed his full potential until now, revealing his trump card, which appeared to be remarkably powerful, rivaling the spirit fusion techniques of Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie in terms of momentum. Chapter 100, Effortlessly Suppressing dark magic flash. Undoubtedly. While the students believed Yao Xuan might have the potential to counter the spirit fusion techniques, the majority of spectators, aside from the first-year students of Class 5, remained more optimistic about the duo of Wang Jinxie and Zhang Yangzi. After all, spirit fusion techniques are indeed formidable. Although they were witnessing such techniques for the first time, under the illustrious title of spirit fusion, they did not perceive Yao Xuan as having a significant chance of victory. The strength of Yao Xuan is truly terrifying. Could it be that this is the confidence of Wu Changkong? Gazing at Yao Xuan, Yingluo's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise, her disdain for Wu Changkong diminishing, replaced by a hint of admiration. It seems that although this man is exceedingly aloof, he indeed possesses remarkable skill in both strength and student cultivation. This new batch of freshmen is undeniably a gathering of hidden talents. Whether it be Yao Xuan, Gu Yu, Wang Jinxie, or Zhang Yangzi, their prowess is already on par with that of third and fourth-year students, while the strengths of Xie Xie and Wei Xiaofeng are also commendable. For them, a methodical approach to learning is utterly meaningless and would instead hinder their progress. Given Teacher Wu's teaching capabilities, it is indeed a waste to confine him to instructing Class 5 of the first year. If a special class could be formed under the guidance of Teacher Wu and provided with unique resources, it would undoubtedly benefit these students significantly. Furthermore, should they have the opportunity to enroll in esteemed institutions such as Shrek Academy, it would serve as excellent publicity for our Donghai Academy. Observing the 6 individuals on stage, Long Hngshu contemplated a rather audacious idea. Meanwhile, on the arena, Yao Xuan was confronted. Surrender. Our spirit fusion technique is unstoppable. We are still mastering it. And it would be unfortunate if you were injured in the process. The dark eagle dragon's eyes glinted with intensity before a deep voice echoed. I have confidence in my strength. Come at me with all you've got, Yao Xuan replied, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent as he faced the distant dark eagle dragon. Meeting an equally matched opponent is something Yao Xuan eagerly anticipated. Very well, brace yourself. The deep voice resonated once more, and in an instant, the dark eagle dragon vanished, appearing before Yao Xuan, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. So swift. All the students were struck with astonishment at the dark eagle dragon's movements. Even several senior students at the Soul Master level could merely catch glimpses of the Dark Eagle Dragon's actions, silently amazed. Come on. Although the Dark Eagle Dragon's speed appeared lightning fast to ordinary students, Yao Xuan perceived every movement of the Dark Eagle Dragon as if it was under his complete surveillance. As he watched the imposing figure of the Dark Eagle Dragon charge towards him, Yao Xuan silently summoned his soul power. Ancestral Dragon Splitting Sky Strike. Once more channeling his soul power, the surging energy coursed through his veins towards the soul rings behind him. With his incantation, the first yellow soul ring behind him erupted with dazzling brilliance. As the soul ring shimmered, a cascade of 9-colored radiance enveloped Yao Xuan's claws, infusing them with an aura capable of tearing apart anything and shattering all that stands in their way. Subsequently, Yao Xuan lunged to his right, his claws viciously clawing forward. At that moment, the figure of the Dark Eagle Dragon appeared almost simultaneously, its robust claws converging with formidable dark power, exuding an overwhelming aura as it lunged toward Yao Xuan. Boom! In midair, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon claw collided with that of the Dark Eagle Dragon, producing a resounding crash that echoed across the arena, causing nearby students to instinctively cover their ears. Where their claws met, a tempest of energy surged outward, striking the soul-guiding barrier beside the arena and creating rippling waves of intense disturbance. Witnessing this scene, many students near the combat platform rose to distance themselves. At that moment, Long Hngshu's voice rang out. Students, rest assured, the soul-guiding barrier of the arena can withstand battles at the soul sect level. There will be no accidents. Upon hearing these words, the initially anxious students found their composure and resumed their seats. At the center of the arena, with the collision of forces, the Dark Eagle Dragon formed by Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie was once again repelled by Yao Xuan. However, unlike before, this time the Dark Dragon Eagle was pushed back less than 5 meters before regaining control of its form, avoiding the heavy crash to the ground that had occurred previously, indicating a significant improvement in its condition. As for Yao Xuan, after unleashing this powerful strike, he remained unfazed, with a demeanor of calm detachment. How could this be? Yao Xuan had actually subdued the martial soul fusion technique of Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie. It was beyond belief. After all, this was a martial soul fusion technique. How terrifying was Yao Xuan's combat prowess? Instantly, astonishment filled the eyes of all the students present. Although they believed Yao Xuan could contend with the Dark Eagle Dragon, None had anticipated that he could effortlessly repel it, even dominate it. Yao Xuan's power was truly extraordinary. How had Wuchang managed to cultivate such a prodigy? The other teachers, including Long Hngxiu, couldn't help but ponder, feeling a newfound respect for Wuchang. Meanwhile, within the Dark Eagle Dragon, a similar disbelief flickered in its eyes. They had never imagined that after activating their martial soul fusion technique, they would still be overpowered. Moreover, gazing at their right claw, the astonishment deepened. Indeed, a deep claw mark had formed on the bone-like claws, which rivaled forged metal. Just how terrifying was Yao Xuan's strength? Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxia mused in their hearts. Yield. You are no match for me. If you continue to fight, you will be injured, Yao Xuan declared calmly. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the Dark Eagle Dragon. Yao Xuan, your strength has earned our respect. You are the most formidable Grand Soul Master we have ever encountered, bar none. Thus, prepare to experience our most powerful strike. The Dark Eagle Dragon spoke with fervor. As its dark aura suddenly surged exponentially, dark magic flash, accompanied by a low, rumbling roar, the dark energy surrounding the Dark Eagle Dragon erupted violently. Converging wildly towards its beak, Yao Xuan, surrender quickly. Once this technique is unleashed, even we cannot control it. A voice filled with a hint of arrogance emanated from the Dark Eagle Dragon. For Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxia, they had never executed the dark magic flash before. Yet today, under Yao Xuan's pressure, they had succeeded, igniting their excitement. I fear not this move. Go ahead, unleash it. Yao Xuan replied, his expression finally turning serious. And he spoke coolly. Very well, brace yourself. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxia finally activated the dark magic flash. The beak of the Dark Eagle Dragon opened wide, releasing a fearsome black beam of light, charged with destructive energy, hurtling towards Yao Xuan. This is utter madness. It's merely a match. Observing the attack from Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxia, Long Hngxiu's eyes revealed a flicker of anxiety as he shouted. With his experience as a Soul King, he could clearly see that after unleashing the dark magic flash, Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxia had completely lost control of the surging energy, a perilous situation indeed. Sensing the violent power within the dark magic flash, Long Hngxiu's heart sank. Its might had utterly shattered the limits of soul sect levels, comparable to the full force of an ordinary initial-level soul master. If Yao Xuan were struck, the consequences could be dire. Suddenly rising, Long Hngxiu prepared to leap into action to intercept the attack, but a cold hand unexpectedly grasped his arm. Wuchang, what are you doing? Yao Xuan is in grave danger. Long Hngxiu exclaimed, anxiety etching his features. If Yao Xuan were to be injured or worse, he could not bear the responsibility. Not just to the school but to the entire Soul Master community. I have faith in Yao Xuan. He can withstand this strike, Wuchang replied, his demeanor serene and filled with conviction. You, stalled by Wuchang. Long Hngxiu found himself unable to intervene, leaving him to watch helplessly as the dark magic flash hurtled towards Yao Xuan. In that moment, all observing students were riveted on the arena's center, their eyes fixed on the approaching dark magic flash, their hearts a mixture of fear, shock, and awe. Even the senior students who had attained soul respect felt a profound sense of helplessness. Many teachers from the intermediate division also believed they could not endure the dark magic flash. What would Yao Xuan do? At this moment, that thought raced through the minds of all students, and the arena fell into an almost suffocating silence as they awaited his response. Truly impressive. It seems I have somewhat underestimated the world's heroes. Merely 2 Grand Soul Masters can compel my ancestral dragon's right claw. It appears that in my future cultivation, I must remain humble and vigilant. Observing the dark magic flash, imbued with terrifying power and seemingly capable of blotting out the sun, Yao Xuan felt not an ounce of fear, but rather reflected inwardly, then summoned his life force with fervor. Ancestral Dragon's right claw, a torrent of life force coalesced, activating the first cycle of his life soul ring. The 9-colored Ancestral Dragon's power surged towards Yao Xuan's right arm. In the next moment, a dazzling rainbow glow erupted from Yao Xuan's right arm. Suddenly, his arm transformed, becoming immensely robust, adorned with a thick layer of 9-colored dragon scales. Simultaneously, his palm expanded, and razor-sharp dragon claws emerged, instilling dread in all who beheld them. Moreover, with the emergence of the Ancestral Dragon's right claw, Yao Xuan's aura surged dramatically, the powerful 9-colored brilliance dispelling the surrounding dark energy, while his eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. This was indeed the power of the Dragon God. It seemed that the probability of Yao Xuan being a reincarnation of the Dragon God had surpassed 90%. feeling the familiar aura and energy fluctuations emanating from Yao Xuan. Guyu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance, accompanied by a hint of helplessness. If Yao Xuan were indeed the reincarnation of the dragon god, his return would be a boon for the Soul Beast clan. However, at present, Yao Xuan seemed devoid of any memories of the dragon god, to the extent that even I, the Silver Dragon King, was unrecognizable to him. More critically, it appeared that Yao Xuan had completely adopted the identity of a human. This trajectory was far from favorable and could jeopardize my plans. Clearly, adjustments were necessary. I must first draw Yao Xuan back into the fold of the Soul Beasts. This also meant that I could finally confront my feelings for him, to love him sincerely, pursue him, and ultimately commit to a lifelong bond. Originally, Guyu had come to the East Sea Academy to fulfill a wager with Nar, to win over Yao Xuan and demonstrate the fickleness of human emotions. Yet, it seemed she no longer needed to approach him with ulterior motives. She could now follow her heart and genuinely fall in love with him. Besides, loving Yao Xuan authentically, rather than with a purpose, aligned perfectly with her desires. Thus, the revelation of Yao Xuan as the dragon god brought her a sense of joy. From the moment she first encountered Yao Xuan, Guyu sensed a unique charisma about him that irresistibly drew her in. Coupled with his ancestral dragon aura, her fondness for him only intensified. After 3 months of shared experiences, both in daily life and combat, she became increasingly enamored with Yao Xuan. If she had previously engaged with him for misguided reasons, guilt now filled her heart, but now she could pursue him openly, which delighted her. After all, what I am currently doing is merely an attempt to guide Lord Dragon God back on track, is it not? Meanwhile, myriad thoughts raced through Guyu's mind as she faced the encroaching dark magic flash. At last, Yao Xuan made his move. Ancestral Dragon Sky Splitter. Once again invoking his first soul skill, the first yellow soul ring behind Yao Xuan gleamed anew, but this time, its radiance was undeniably more resplendent. As the soul ring shimmered, ancestral dragon power and soul energy surged toward his right arm, causing Yao Xuan's aura to skyrocket, emanating a 9-colored brilliance that appeared divine and exquisite. Suddenly, with a powerful thrust of his right foot, he propelled himself like a rocket into the air, charging towards the dark energy column, and then, with a fierce concentration, unleashed his claws. With a resounding boom, Yao Xuan's right claw collided ferociously with the dark energy column, resulting in a violent explosion that sent shockwaves and turbulent energy surging in all directions, causing the entire arena to tremble. At the intersection of the explosion, the 9-colored ancestral dragon power clashed violently against the inky dark force. Despite the latter's overwhelming presence, it swiftly crumbled and dissipated beneath the might of the 9-colored ancestral dragon power. In less than a second, the formidable dark magic flash, brimming with terrifying energy, was obliterated by Yao Xuan's claw, leaving behind only scattered remnants of dark energy that spread chaotically. Heavens, it was shattered. Unbelievable that such a powerful attack could be nullified by Yao Xuan. Indeed, I believe even a soul sovereign would struggle against this. But Yao Xuan is merely a great soul master. Such combat prowess is simply astonishing. In an instant, the surrounding students gazed at Yao Xuan with awe and disbelief. No one had anticipated that he could dismantle such an attack so effortlessly. Among the spectators, even the teachers and Long Hngxi were left in sheer astonishment, regarding Yao Xuan as if he were not of this realm. Only Wu Changkong remained composed amidst the chaos. How could this be? You actually blocked that attack. We have lost. The Dark Eagle's eyes brimmed with resentment and desolation as it gazed at Yao Xuan from afar, letting out a mournful sigh. In the next moment, the Dark Eagle disintegrated, leaving Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie unconscious, plummeting to the ground. They had intended to fully activate the Dark Eagle, requiring a soul sovereign strength. However, their forced attempt had drained their soul energy, and the subsequent activation of the dark magic flash had left them in a state of dual exhaustion, both mentally and spiritually. Previously, bolstered by sheer willpower, Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie had managed to persevere, but upon realizing their full-strength attack could not affect Yao Xuan, they succumbed to unconsciousness. Yangzi, Jinxie. Seeing the two plummeting from afar, Wei Xiaofeng's eyes widened with concern as he dashed toward them, attempting to catch them. Observing Wei Xiaofeng's actions, Xie chose not to intervene further. What reckless individuals! For the sake of becoming classmates in the future, I shall lend you a hand. With a thought, Yao Xuan reverted his ancestral dragon claw to normal, then activated the ancestral dragon void step, gracefully catching Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie's falling bodies, gently lowering them to the ground. Thank you. Approaching the scene, Wei Xiaofeng expressed his gratitude as his eyes softened with appreciation. It is of no consequence. We are all classmates. However, you have lost. It is time to concede. Responding to Wei Xiaofeng, Yao Xuan merely smiled lightly. Indeed, we have lost. I apologize for my earlier words. You are a worthy opponent. As he acknowledged defeat, a shade of shame crossed Wei Xiaofeng's face. Class 1, Grade 5, victorious. With lingering astonishment upon his face, Hmph ascended the duel platform to announce the result, all the while reflecting on the sheer terror of Yao Xuan's strength. We won. Class 1, Grade 5 triumphed. What a miraculous feat. This battle was truly exhilarating. It was worth attending this event. Indeed, yet Yao Xuan's strength is astonishing. He even overcame such a formidable martial soul fusion skill. Hmphu's voice roused the audience from their shock and silence. And soon they erupted into lively discussions filled with excitement. Ding. Defeated the Dark Eagle, awarded 30 golden evolution points. Ding. Achieved fame at the East Sea Academy's junior division. Earning the admiration of many students, awarded 50 golden evolution points. Amidst the cheers and discussions of his classmates, the system's notifications rang in Yao Xuan's ears. 80 golden evolution points, truly impeccable. Listening to the system's prompt, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to the newly established class, one of the first grade. Initially, the subsequent competition was set to pit them against Class 5 of the second grade. However, given their overwhelming prowess, such a confrontation would be rendered futile. Therefore, the school has resolved to discontinue intergrade challenges. After a brief pause, Hmph continued, stating that tomorrow's challenges would resume with Class 2 of the first grade. As for the participants from the newly formed Class 1 of the first grade, do not fret about the lack of subsequent rewards. On the contrary, the Academy is prepared to bestow upon you some special accolades. The specifics of this reward scheme will be discussed with the Board of Directors and the Dean. Now, let us once again celebrate the birth of Class 1 of the first grade with a resounding round of applause. Additionally, I kindly request the Healing Soul Masters to assist classmates Wang and Zhang with their recovery. As Hmphu's words echoed, all the observing students erupted into enthusiastic applause, with many teachers joining in, creating a resounding ovation that filled the entire playground. Yao Xuan, your arm underwent a sudden transformation during the battle. What extraordinary ability is this? Why hadn't I seen you utilize it before? After the fight, buoyed by the warm welcome from his classmates, Guyu leaned closer to Yao Xuan, curiously probing. This ability is something I recently awakened. It does not deplete my soul power. Rather, it consumes my vitality. As for the specifics, I am also uncertain. Perhaps it is related to my martial soul. After all, my martial soul is quite unique, and it seems that upon its breakthrough, I gained certain extraordinary abilities. Listening to Guyu's words, Yao Xuan realized that she had discerned something. Yet he could not possibly disclose the existence of the super god system and the ancestral dragon martial soul. Thus, he responded with a blend of truth and pretense. I see. Your martial soul is indeed quite unique. Coincidentally, my family has a profound interest in martial souls, and I would like to invite you to my family during the winter break to assist in examining your martial soul. What do you think? A gentle smile graced Guyu's face as she spoke. Can you really help me examine my martial soul? That would be wonderful. Thank you, Guyu. I would certainly be willing to go, but I might need to inform my mother first. While expressing his gratitude, Yao Xuan replied, Well then, I look forward to your good news. Guyu said softly, her face radiating a sweet smile. Subsequently, the two of them, along with Xie and the arriving Tang Wuling, headed to the cafeteria for a meal. Chapter 103. The establishment of Class 0 is this. A meeting with the parents? As they walked towards the cafeteria, Yao Xuan pondered Guyu's earlier words. At that moment, he roughly guessed Guyu's thoughts. She likely regarded his ancestral dragon martial soul as akin to the dragon god and wanted to take him for an examination. Yao Xuan was neither surprised nor worried about this. The ancestral dragon martial soul was formed from a fragment of the ancestral dragon's soul. While the dragon god of this world descended from a drop of the ancestral dragon's blood, both were inherently connected. Thus, unless the dragon god itself were to be reincarnated, typical detection methods would fail to reveal any disparity between the ancestral dragon martial soul and the dragon god. Yao Xuan also recognized that if he were perceived as the reincarnation of the dragon god, it would undoubtedly benefit his relationship with Guyu. Meanwhile, Yao Xuan and his companions eagerly made their way to the cafeteria, while on the other side, in the office of the East Sea Academy's president. So, Teacher Long, are you suggesting the establishment of a special class for first-year students, with Wu Chongkong as the homeroom teacher? and implementing specialized training? The president of East Sea Academy, Yuzhen, inquired of Long Hmph, his eyes sparkling with interest. Indeed, Mr. President. You may not be aware of just how exceptional this year's students are. Even as first years, they have produced no fewer than 5 great soul masters. For context, there are only 3 great soul masters among the second-year students. Furthermore, during yesterday's promotion competition, 2 of the great soul master students demonstrated the ability to execute martial soul fusion techniques, while another great soul master single-handedly countered such a technique. Long Hmph elucidated. Single-handedly counter a martial soul fusion technique? That is implausible, Yue Na exclaimed, disbelief evident in his expression. Mr. President, how could I possibly deceive you? Over 1,000 teachers and students witnessed the competition. If you have doubts, you may investigate for yourself, Long Hmph replied. Very well, I believe you. Please continue with your thoughts, Yue nodded in agreement. Certainly. Regarding Wuchang, while he may have a somewhat abrasive demeanor, his strength and teaching prowess are undeniably formidable. Furthermore, from the conversation between Guang Biao and Wuchang, it seems that teacher Wu hails from Shrek Academy. With such a talented incoming class and such an exceptional teacher, I believe we can effectively combine their strengths and allocate the Academy's best resources to propel them toward Shrek Academy. If we can secure a few students, it would undoubtedly enhance our Academy's reputation and attract better prospects, Long Hmph analyzed and suggested earnestly. Shrek Academy, your idea is quite commendable. Upon hearing the 5 words Shrek Academy, a look of reverence and longing appeared in Yuzhen's eyes. Although Donghai City is a prosperous metropolis, its remote geographical location and lack of top-tier powerhouses have made it difficult for Donghai Academy to attract promising soul masters. Perhaps this year's new students present an opportunity? Well, I am inclined to agree with your proposal. Tonight, the school board will convene to discuss this matter. Very well, you may return now. Yuzhen nodded in agreement. Later that evening, after deliberation by the Donghai Academy Board, the proposal to establish a special class was nearly unanimously approved. The following afternoon, Wuchang was invited to the principal's office by Long Hmph. So, that is the general situation. Teacher Wu, would you be willing to serve as the homeroom teacher for this special class? The Academy will provide you with the finest teaching facilities and all necessary resources. Gazing at Wuchang, Yuzhen outlined the circumstances and then inquired. A special class aimed at entering Shrek Academy? I am willing. Upon mentioning Shrek Academy, a hint of nostalgia and regret flickered in Wuchang's eyes as he continued, however. I have one request regarding the candidates for this special class. I hope to include my student, Tang Wulin, among them. Tang Wulin? That may be difficult. His soul power is far too low, only at level 14, and his martial soul is blue silvergrass, which does not meet the cultivation criteria. Long Hmph furrowed his brow and replied. Director Long, quite the opposite. I believe Tang Wulin perfectly fits your cultivation requirements. The establishment of this class is precisely to prepare students for admission to Shrek Academy, is it not? I am 90% certain that, with my guidance, Tang Wulin will be capable of joining Shrek Academy in 6 years. Wuchang stated confidently. Really? A glimmer of disbelief flashed in Long Heng's eyes. I assure you, Wuchang affirmed with confidence. Being an alumnus of Shrek Academy, Wuchang understood the admission standards well, in terms of physical fitness, mental strength, secondary profession, temperament, and willpower. Tang Wulin meets the criteria. Although his soul power is somewhat lacking, with proper training, he can certainly reach the required standards. Very well. We shall add one more quota. However, regular assessments will be conducted for the students of this special class, and should they fail to meet the standards, the Academy reserves the right to dismiss them from the class. While Long Heng remained hesitant, Yuzhen readily concurred. All right, I will do my utmost to nurture them. Wuchang replied earnestly with a slight nod. The next afternoon, at the junior department playground, given the outstanding performance of Class 1 in the first year, the school has decided to reward them with a premium meal each day for the remainder of the semester. Next, I would like to invite Principal Yu to announce an important notification. With that, Long Heng passed the microphone to Yuzhen. Due to the excellent performance of this year's first-year students, the school board has decided, after deliberation, to establish a pilot class for first-year students to select the most outstanding individuals. The class will tentatively be named First-Year Zero Class, with teacher Wuchang serving as the homeroom teacher. The initial batch of students is as follows. Class 1, Yao Xuan, Gu Yu, Xie, Tang Wulin. Class 2, Zhang Yangzi, Wang Jinxie, Wei Xiaofeng. As for the other students, do not lose heart. If you perform exceptionally, there is still a possibility of joining the zero class. Additionally, the homeroom teacher for Class 1 will be temporarily filled by Director Long Hung until a new teacher is appointed. Gazing at the students before him, Yuzhen announced solemnly, "First year zero class? What on earth is that?" Listening to Yuzhen's words, the students appeared somewhat bewildered, as did many of the teachers. For this was the first occurrence in the history of Donghai Academy. All right, the other students may continue with the promotion competition. The 7 students whose names I just called, please accompany me to the principal's office. Immediately, amidst the astonished and envious gazes of the other students, Yao Xuan and the 6 other students followed Yuzhen to the office, while the remaining students continued with their promotion competition. Chapter 104, Signing the Agreement. The first class 10 minutes later, in the principal's office. Children, you must be curious why the academy has decided to establish a first-year zero class. The reason is simple. The school recognizes your strength and potential and does not wish for you to be hindered or your talents buried due to conventional training methods. For the 7 of you in the zero class, the academy will invest the best resources in your development. Correspondingly, your singular goal is to strive for admission into the legendary Shrek Academy. To achieve this, you must set aside any arrogance stemming from your talents and continue to work diligently. Remember, within the Federation, there are many individuals as exceptional as, or even more so than, you, and in order to gain entrance to Shrek Academy, you must compete with them. Therefore, to motivate you, the Academy will implement the strictest evaluations each semester. Failing these evaluations will result in expulsion from the zero class, so you must not become complacent. Understand? Yuzhen spoke solemnly. Understood. The 7 answered in unison. Good. Here, I must particularly remind Tang Wuling that originally, your name was not on the list. It is only due to Teacher Wu's request that you have been temporarily given this opportunity. So you need to express your gratitude to Teacher Wu and put in double the effort compared to the other students. Do you understand? Yuzhen directed his gaze towards Tang Wuling. I understand. I will definitely work twice as hard. Tang Wuling replied vigorously, a look of determination and seriousness in his eyes as he glanced gratefully at Wu Changkong. All right then, everyone, please sign this agreement. With a flick of his wrist, Yuzhen produced a stack of papers filled with text, distributing them to the 7 students. Upon reviewing the agreement, the content was rather straightforward. Aside from outlining the benefits provided by the Academy, the primary stipulation was that upon signing the agreement, unless admitted to Shrek Academy, they must complete their studies in the intermediate and advanced divisions of Donghai Academy and may not transfer midway. It must be said that this was a very reasonable agreement, since Donghai Academy was investing additional resources in training the students. It was only natural to ensure they could continue their education without being poached by other advanced Soul Master Academies. Principal Yu, my family hopes that I will attend the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy in the future, so I need to discuss signing this agreement with my elders. Wei Xiaofeng said, scratching his head hesitantly. No need for discussion. I am quite busy and do not have the time to wait for you to deliberate. You either sign the agreement now or return to your original class to continue your studies. I will not force you, Yuzhen replied, a hint of displeasure flickering in his eyes. This is quite a coercive tactic. Principal Yu is truly shrewd. Yao Xuan thought to himself, yet he calmly signed the agreement. For him, gaining admission to Shrek Academy was a certainty. Beside him, Guyu and Tang Wuling also signed the agreement in succession. On the side, Xie had similar reservations as Wei Xiaofeng, but seeing that Yao Xuan and the other 3 had signed, he felt he could not voice any objections and ultimately signed the agreement as well. As for Zhang Yangzi and the other 3, in the end, Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie chose to sign the agreement and enter the zero class, while Wei Xiaofeng contemplated for a long time before ultimately choosing to forego it. Thus, the final number of students in the zero class was set at 6. Excellent. By signing this agreement, you have officially become the Academy's core elite. I respect Wei Xiaofeng's choice, but I believe he will surely regret today's decision in the future. Although Donghai Academy does not rank high on the continent, we are financially robust, backed by Donghai City. With the full allocation of our resources, I am confident you will have the opportunity to challenge for admission to the legendary Shrek Academy. The Academy's expectation is that 6 years from now, at least 4 of you will gain admission to Shrek Academy. Of course, if all of you can gain admission, that would be even better. Seeing the students sign the agreement, the stern expression on Yuzhen's face instantly softened into a gentle smile, and he continued with a smile. Thus, the first-year zero class of Donghai Academy was officially established. As stated in the agreement, Donghai Academy indeed granted them treatment far superior to that of ordinary students. First and foremost, their classroom was relocated to a spacious private room, complete with an exclusive combat room and other supporting training facilities. As for their dormitory, it was similarly upgraded. Yes, upon joining the Zero class, they no longer shared rooms of 4, but each student had a private room, equivalent in size to that of the teachers' dormitories. In other words, in terms of accommodation, they enjoyed the same privileges as ordinary teachers. The 6 dormitories were conveniently situated together, with Yao Xuan choosing one room, while Gu Yu unabashedly occupied the one to his left. And Tang Wulin was assigned the room to his right. Ultimately, arranged from left to right, the 6 dormitories belonged to Gu Yu, Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, Xie, Zhang Yangzi, and Wang Jinxie, while Wu Changkong was assigned a new teacher's dormitory adjacent to Wang Jinxie's. In addition, there were dietary benefits. For the members of the Zero class, the academy provided special subsidies, offering them up to 2 servings of premium meals for each of their 3 daily meals, while the secondary meals were served without restriction, laying a solid foundation for them. It could be said that the academy was quite generous. And the numerous other benefits were equally impressive. After the establishment of the Zero class, the academy granted them half a day for orientation, and the formal classes began the following afternoon. In the large classroom, the 6 students sat in a row, aligned from left to right as in their dormitory arrangement. Soon, Wu Changkong entered the classroom with a stern expression, surveying the 6 students before him. I am Wu Changkong, your homeroom teacher for the next 6 years. Among you, I have already taught Yao Xuan and 3 others for some time. As for Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie, you are new students. However, I am already aware of your martial soul conditions and will tailor my instruction accordingly. Unlike other teachers, I have my own understanding of teaching, so starting tomorrow, your curriculum will undergo significant changes with a substantial increase in practical combat content. I hope the 2 new students can adapt, Wu Changkong said, his gaze flicking towards Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie, who looked on with admiration and nodded in affirmation. Chapter 105, Mechas and Battle Armor, Second Profession, Further Testing. Very well. Now, I will explain an essential aspect of your future training in combat, which is mechas, or more accurately, battle armor. Wu Changkong continued. Mechas and battle armor? Upon hearing these 2 terms, everyone couldn't help but be taken aback. According to traditional training programs, Soul Masters only delve into the knowledge of mechas and battle armor after entering advanced Soul Master academies. Seemingly sensing the confusion in the eyes of the students, Wu Changkong continued to elucidate. I have mentioned before that my teaching approach diverges from conventional models, for your goal is not merely to attend an ordinary advanced academy, but rather to aspire to Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy is a prestigious institution dedicated to nurturing prodigies, and thus, it does not adhere to a rigid curriculum. There are 2 standards at Shrek Academy. One must complete a character battle armor by the age of 20 to gain admission to the inner court for further study. Otherwise, one must remain in the outer court. Moreover, to graduate from Shrek Academy, one must successfully complete a character battle armor by the age of 35. Upon hearing the words of Wu Changkong, a glimmer of yearning sparkled in the eyes of the 6 students. Now, returning to the topic at hand. When discussing battle armor, one must inevitably mention the soul-guided mechas, which represent the pinnacle of soul-guided device development. With a voice that carried a hint of coolness, Wu Changkong recounted the historical evolution of soul-guided devices and mechas, while the students listened intently. While soul-guided mechas are undeniably formidable for truly powerful soul masters, the goal should not be the creation of mechas, but rather the crafting of battle armor. Given your innate talents and future aspirations, your development must lean towards the concept of battle armor. Both mechas and battle armor serve similar purposes, utilizing soul-guided devices to amplify a soul master's abilities. However, mechas typically trend towards a medium-sized form, suitable for lower-ranked soul masters or even ordinary individuals devoid of soul power. In contrast, battle armor is designed to be more compact, sometimes as small as a close-fitting suit of armor, which is the origin of its name. Now, allow me to elucidate the classifications of battle armor. There are 4 grades: 1 character, 2 character, 3 character, and 4 character, with the cultivation requirements for each typically being 5 rings, 6 rings, 7 rings, and 9 rings, respectively. Once activated, battle armor can elevate a soul master's cultivation by an entire realm. For instance, a soul king donning 1 character battle armor can possess combat prowess comparable to that of a soul emperor, while a soul master equipped with 4 character battle armor may rival the might of a limit Douluo, marking them as an unparalleled powerhouse. in comparison to mechas. The greatest advantage of battle armor lies in its ability to achieve perfect synergy with a martial soul and soul spirit, thereby truly unleashing the combat potential of the Soul Master. This necessitates the direct involvement of the Soul Master in the crafting process, which is crucial for your future career paths. In terms of your second profession, you may choose from mecha designer, mecha manufacturer, and mecha repair specialist. Only through personal interaction with battle armor can you forge the armor that best complements your abilities. Wu Changkong continued. The notion of battle armor and second professions resonates deeply with you all. The aspiration to become a powerful soul master is a dream shared by every youth on the Douluo Continent. There is no rush in selecting your second profession. You may finalize your decision before the end of your third year. Of course, some of you have already made your choices. Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling have opted for forging as their second profession. Personally, I do not advocate for a battle armor master to pursue forging. Yet Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling possess considerable talent in this field and may continue on this path. As for the four of you, it would be prudent to consider other professions. Today, we will only provide a brief overview of mechas and battle armor to clarify your future directions. Once you enter the fourth year and select your second profession, we will delve deeper into the subject. Until then, our classes will primarily consist of 3 segments: practical training, physical conditioning, and theoretical study, with practical training being the most substantial, occurring daily, while physical conditioning and theoretical study will alternate. As for our immediate training objectives, we will focus on foundational techniques, specifically combat prowess without the utilization of soul skills, relying solely on the martial soul itself. Wu Changkong then addressed the students once more. Basic combat techniques. Except for Yao Xuan and Gu Yu, the other 4 students displayed varying degrees of skepticism on their faces, as they believed that as soul masters possessing soul skills, releasing those skills sufficed to achieve their combat objectives. Indeed, foundational combat abilities are essential. You may perceive them as insignificant, but in truth, even a titled Douluo can wield only 9 soul skills, and in combat, it is often the basic techniques that see the most frequent use. Mastering these foundational techniques may not elevate your upper limit of attack power, yet it undoubtedly enhances your overall strength. A formidable soul master cannot afford any weaknesses. Proficiency in basic combat techniques is a vital prerequisite for becoming a powerful soul master. Wu Changkong's incisive explanations prompted thoughtful expressions among the students. Thus concludes our first lesson. My aim is to illuminate your future paths, helping you to avoid unnecessary detours and prepare ahead of time. To tailor our training to your individual attributes, I must first assess your capabilities. Therefore, this afternoon's second task will involve a quality test. With that, Wu Changkong led the 6 students towards the testing room within the Donghai Academy. Another test awaits us. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan's thoughts seemed to drift back 3 months. Over this period, he had made remarkable progress. His soul power had risen from level 18 to level 21, and his ancestral dragon bloodline had advanced to 17. 6, elevating his combat prowess to a higher echelon. It was now time to assess his improvements. As before, the first test conducted was that of mental strength. The first to undergo the assessment was Xie, whose mental strength had risen by 2 points compared to last time, reaching 31 points, thereby entering the mid-stage of the spirit origin realm. Next was Tang Wuling, whose mental strength had experienced even greater advancement, escalating from 38 to 42 points over the past 3 months. Following them were Wang Jinxie and Zhang Yangzi. Zhang Yangzi's mental strength was comparable to Tang Wuling's, achieving 41 points, while Wang Jinxie, standing beside him, displayed rather feeble mental strength at only 18 points, barely above that of an ordinary non-soul master. Wang Jinxie, you must strive to enhance your mental strength, otherwise, you will find it challenging to integrate more soul spirits in the future, Wu Changkong admonished with a slight frown. Yes, I will do my best, Teacher Wu, Wang Jinxie replied, a hint of shame flickering in his eyes as he nodded in agreement. Yao Xuan, it's your turn. After 3 months of cultivation and the boost from breaking through to the Great Soul Master level, your mental strength should have seen significant enhancement. Wu Changkong then turned his gaze towards Yao Xuan, his voice laced with anticipation. Upon hearing this, the other 5 students also cast curious looks, particularly the newcomers Wang Jinxie and Zhang Yangzi, who were eager to discover just how formidable Yao Xuan was, the one who had bested their martial soul fusion technique. Yes, Teacher Wu. With that, Yao Xuan calmly stepped forward and seated himself at the testing apparatus. As the helmet descended to envelop his head, a flash of white light illuminated the room. The numbers on the device's display fluctuated rapidly, transitioning from white to orange and ultimately settling at 242 points. For Tang Wuling, Xie and Gu Yu, who had witnessed Yao Xuan's mental strength a month prior, this revelation was hardly shocking. However, the astonished expressions on Wang Jinxie and Zhang Yangzi's faces were unmistakable, their mouths agape in disbelief. 242 points? How is this even possible? They could hardly believe their eyes, wishing they could rub them to confirm the reality before them. They had never anticipated that Yao Xuan's mental strength could be so extraordinary. Reaching the mid-stage of the spirit communication realm, it was no wonder he could effortlessly overpower them. Wang Jinxie and Zhang Yangzi silently lamented, their competitive spirits extinguished, replaced instead by pure admiration. Indeed, a substantial improvement. Continue to work diligently and strive to challenge the spirit sea realm soon, Wu Changkong remarked, nodding in satisfaction at Yao Xuan's mental strength. Teacher Wu, my mental strength did experience a growth upon breaking through to the great soul master level. If it were merely through cultivation, my mental strength would not have improved this rapidly, Yao Xuan added at this moment. Yes, I understand. Even excluding the boost from your advancement, your rate of improvement is commendable. Gu Yu, it's your turn to be tested. Wu Changkong nodded and continued. Understood. Teacher Wu, with a radiant smile, Gu Yu stepped forward to undergo the assessment. This time, Gu Yu's mental strength measured exactly 247 points. Still 5 points higher than Yao Xuan's, clearly a deliberate effort on her part. As they observed this number, Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie, whose mouths had just closed, gaped once more, as if they could fit a fist in there. The stunning girl had a mental strength that eclipsed even Yao Xuan's. This is utterly absurd. Oh, Gu Yu, your increase in mental strength seems rather excessive. Seeking quick results is not advisable, Wu Changkong remarked, frowning at Gu Yu's test results. Rest assured, Teacher Wu, my martial soul is rather unique, which accounts for the rapid increase in my mental strength. This is a normal phenomenon and will not compromise the purity of my mental power. After listening to Changkong's words, Gu Yu elucidated. Is it the peculiarity of your martial soul? I understand now. However, an excessively rapid enhancement of mental power is not necessarily a good thing. In the future, I shall intensify your training in the control of mental energy to ensure your perfect mastery over it. Upon hearing Gu Yu's words, Wu Changkong nodded slightly and replied earnestly, Thank you, Teacher Wu. Gu Yu smiled in response, then cast a glance filled with a hint of reproach at Yao Xuan, pondering why this fellow's mental prowess had advanced so rapidly. Well then, let us proceed to test our strength, she declared, leading everyone to another apparatus. Addressing the two newcomers, she instructed, Wang Jinxie, Zhang Yangzi, you shall go first for the assessment. Wu Changkong said this with a calm demeanor as she regarded the two. Upon hearing the words of Wu Changkong, Wang Jinxie and Zhang Yangzi subsequently undertook their tests. The first to be tested was Zhang Yangzi. Although his martial soul, the dark illusionary demon eagle, belonged to the agility-based attack category, he demonstrated a remarkable strength of 200 kilograms in each hand, reaching 2/3 of the normal standard for a second-ring assault soul master. This indeed highlights the formidable nature of a top-tier martial soul. Excellent, Wu Changkong nodded in approval. Next, it was Wang Jinxie's turn. As a powerful assault soul master with a supreme martial soul, he effortlessly exhibited a strength that was double that of Zhang Yangzi, nearing 500 kilograms, prompting a slight nod of appreciation from Wu Changkong. Following them, Xie, Gu Yu, and Tang Wuling also underwent testing. Thanks to their daily physical training, all three had shown significant improvement compared to 2 months prior. However, due to Tang Wuling not having unlocked the first seal of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, his strength remained unchanged. Finally, it was Yao Xuan's turn to be tested. At this moment, both Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxie were intently focused on the testing apparatus, eager to ascertain the extent of Yao Xuan's strength, as were the other students. Under the gaze of everyone, Yao Xuan smiled slightly, directed his energy towards the strength tester, and unleashed a punch. Bang! Left hand, 4,810 kilograms. Bang! Right hand, 5,120 kilograms. With 2 resounding thuds, 2 crimson numbers abruptly appeared on the strength tester. Gazing at these figures, Wang Jinxie and Zhang Yangzi were momentarily taken aback. 5,000 kilograms of strength, and that was without activating his martial soul. Could this Yao Xuan truly be human? He resembled nothing less than a humanoid behemoth. Not only Wang Jinxie and Zhang Yangzi, but even Tang Wuling, Xie, and Wu Changkong exhibited expressions of astonishment. They all recalled that 2 months ago, Yao Xuan's strength barely exceeded 2,000 kilograms. It was astonishing to see it double within 3 months. Among the 6 observers, the only one maintaining composure was Gu Yu. To her, as a reincarnation of the dragon god, Yao Xuan possessing such formidable strength was entirely normal. Yao Xuan, how did your strength increase so rapidly? Wu Chongkong inquired, furrowing his brow once more. Teacher Wu, my situation is somewhat similar to Gu Yu's. My martial soul is quite unique, and after breaking through to the great soul master level, my strength saw a significant increase. Furthermore, my power continues to grow daily. Yao Xuan replied, omitting the details about the golden evolution points, offering a half-truth. Is this also a result of the changes brought about by the martial soul? If that is the case, then it is indeed understandable. Subsequently, I will intensify your training in foundational techniques, combined with your physical attributes. It will undoubtedly enhance your combat capability significantly. Wu Chongkong nodded slightly. Thank you, Teacher Wu, Yao Xuan responded. Very well. Now use your martial soul to strike again, and let us see, Wu Chongkong instructed. Teacher Wu, won't this damage the equipment? Yao Xuan queried. Not at all. Feel free to strike. If it breaks, you won't be held responsible, Wu Chongkong replied nonchalantly. Understood, Teacher Wu. With that, Yao Xuan activated his soul power, summoning the ancestral dragon's embodiment. Instantly, 9 colored scales emerged around him, his hand transformed into a claw, and his entire being surged with vitality, resulting in a 50% increase in strength along with enhancements to other attributes. Here it comes again, that subtle feeling of suppression. What exactly is Yao Xuan's martial soul that it can instill fear in my own? Wang Jinsi thought to himself while observing Yao Xuan. What a delightful aura. I wish I could just lean in and take a bite. Feeling the 9-colored sacred dragon's energy radiating from Yao Xuan, a fleeting glimmer of longing appeared in Gu Yu's eyes as she mused inwardly. However, as a rational silver dragon king, Gu Yu would never truly entertain the idea of biting Yao Xuan. She understood that in matters of affection, one must take a gradual approach. Acting impulsively would only startle Yao Xuan, yielding no positive outcome. Furthermore, given Yao Xuan's current demeanor, despite his lost memories, the bond between the dragon god and the silver dragon king, coupled with her own charm, suggested that he had indeed developed feelings for her. As long as she nurtured their relationship in a normal manner, that would suffice. For instance, during this winter break, if she could invite him to her home, it would not only allow her to confirm his true identity, but also serve as a splendid opportunity to deepen their bond. As Gu pondered this, Yao Xuan, having transformed with the ancestral dragoness embodiment, gathered his strength once more and struck. Bang! A dull thud resonated, and this time, the entire testing room seemed to tremble. The screen of the testing apparatus boldly displayed the figure of 7,540 kilograms. Not only that, but fine cracks appeared on the sturdy testing panel made of tempered metal where Yao Xuan had struck. Such immense strength. Wang Jinsi and Zhang Yangzi gazed in awe, their admiration for Yao Xuan growing even stronger. 7,500 kilograms. Even a Soul King-level assault soul master would find it challenging to match such physical prowess, let alone the fact that Yao Xuan was merely a great soul master. I recall that your second soul skill greatly enhances your physical attributes, along with your newly acquired special ability. It appears that if you hone your foundational combat skills, it will be tremendously beneficial for you. In the future, I will focus on training your fundamental combat techniques, Wu Chongkong remarked, his eyes shimmering with unmistakable excitement as he observed Yao Xuan's power. After the test of strength and mental acuity, Wu Chongkong led them through a series of additional assessments. Upon completion, he announced the session's end. And under Yao Xuan's guidance, the 6 of them proceeded to the dining hall. This time, Wang Jinsi and Zhang Yangzi were once again taken aback, not by anything other than Tang Wulin's astonishing appetite. My goodness, this kid can eat far too much. One night passed in silence, and soon the next day dawned. In the morning, within the grand classroom, the sound of footsteps echoed as Wu Chongkong entered. From today onwards, the focus of our practical lessons will be to refine your techniques. During this period, the use of soul skills is prohibited. You may only utilize your martial souls and your own physical strength. Yao Xuan, you are also not permitted to use the abilities of your right claw. As for the training methodology, it will be through actual combat. Your opponent will be me. Through this combat, I shall identify your shortcomings and point them out. Subsequently, you may ponder and correct them amongst yourselves, though you may also engage in practice with one another. Now, rise and follow me as we head to the combat room to commence our first foundational training session. Wu Chongkong succinctly outlined the lesson plan and then led the class of 5 out of the classroom. Yao Xuan, are we really going to engage in combat with Teacher Wu? But he is a soul emperor. Zhang Yangzi questioned, his eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Indeed. However, do not worry. Teacher Wu will not unleash his soul emperor-level soul power. His objective is not to overpower us but to apply pressure, enabling us to grow under that pressure. This is how he has trained us in the past, Yao Xuan reassured him. Ah, that makes sense. No wonder your strengths are so formidable and your teamwork so seamless. With a glimmer of realization in his eyes, Zhang Yangzi spoke. Soon, the 7 individuals arrived at the training ground, whereupon the fundamental combat training commenced. This training primarily aimed to enhance their basic combat capabilities while also fostering cohesion within the newly formed team. Due to the presence of the anomaly known as Yao Xuan, Wu Changkong dared not suppress his soul power to that of a great soul master. Instead, he unleashed the soul power of a soul respecter to ensure that Yao Xuan faced sufficient pressure. Naturally, Yao Xuan bore the brunt of this pressure during the combat exercises. However, the greater the pressure, the more significant the progress. Through numerous battles, Yao Xuan's foundational combat skills saw remarkable advancement. In addition to Yao Xuan, the others also experienced substantial improvement in their basic combat abilities under this unique training regimen. Moreover, their teamwork gradually became more harmonious, coalescing around Yao Xuan as their core, thereby forming a certain tactical synergy. Just a week after the commencement of their training, on that particular afternoon, having concluded their theoretical studies, Wu Changkong summoned Yao Xuan to his office. Yao Xuan, do you recall our previous conversation regarding clarifying the nature of your martial spirit? Regrettably, it is challenging for my associates to ascertain the true nature of your martial spirit solely through verbal descriptions, Wu Changkong stated, his tone shifting abruptly. Although we have yet to uncover the specifics of your martial spirit, the report I submitted regarding your abilities has piqued the interest of my organization, which wishes to extend an invitation for you to join. Previously, I refrained from disclosing the details of my organization due to its confidentiality protocols, and even now, I cannot reveal the organization's name until you successfully pass the evaluation. However, as your teacher, I personally recommend that you consider joining this organization. Within it lies a wealth of intricate techniques and rare resources that are not easily found in the outside world. With a certain contribution, you may exchange for these resources. Therefore, Yao Xuan, would you be interested in undergoing the evaluation for this organization? I am not interested, Yao Xuan replied, shaking his head. As a traveler from another world, he was acutely aware that the organization Wu Changkong referred to as the Tank sect. For this reason, Yao Xuan was reluctant to join. In truth, he held no prejudice against the Tang sect itself, which, indeed, upholds principles of justice, fairness, and protection. It has birthed a series of selfless heroes, such as the sky-raising Douluo Yunming, the ruthless Douluo Chaodiji, and the affectionate Douluo Zong Exine, all of whom willingly sacrificed and devoted themselves to noble causes. However, when it came to the founder of the Tang sect, Tang San, he was anything but the paragon portrayed in popular tales. On the contrary, he was a duplicitous and treacherous figure, lacking in loyalty